verify this with, there are observations and experiments, whether you go to Michelson-Morley, whether you go to Einstein, the Earth must be treated as if it's in a state of rest. And the curvature of the Earth, because the Earth is so big, the curvature cannot be detected. There's no way to measure the curve of the Earth, and there's no way to measure the motion of the Earth. So that's a true statement, regardless of whether you believe it's still a ball or not. That's how we treat the Earth.
You said there's no way to measure the shape or curvature of the Earth. Is that what you said?
Well, that would be a mainstream position after Michelson and Morley's experiments and other observations. It was established pretty early within the scientific community that you can't go out and physically measure the deviation, or you can't go out and measure the Earth rotating on its axis.
Sure. Yeah, it's too big for that.
Right. So what have I said that isn't true at this point?
No, I didn't say you said anything that was false. I was just asking you if you thought you could be wrong about something. So that's all I was asking you.
I know, but I'm saying like wrong about which bit, because it is an established fact that you can't determine and detect the globe. Right? So you'd have to go into belief or trust of space agency or the government, who will tell you, look, we have the math. That's all I'm trying to establish at this point, that the globe is a belief, and then the flat Earth position is an observation, a real world observation that can be verified, whereas the belief cannot be verified.
Okay, and when you say observation, that's kind of one can almost say it's a little misleading, because you're not looking at the whole thing. So I don't know if you're observing 12 inches in front of you or 3 feet. What do you mean by observation?
Well, I'm not making a claim to the shape of the Earth, right? So we have a claim on the table from the globe side. Then the claim is that the Earth is curving at a rate of 8 inches per mile squared. So in every direction from your observer's position, the Earth is curving away from you at a rate of 8 inches per mile squared.
I'm standing in my kitchen right now, and I'm observing floor, and it and it's observably flat. The distance that I'm looking at it at. That can't speak for the entire state that I live in, correct?
No, but this isn't about you looking at the floor being flat locally in your kitchen and then making a claim that the Earth is flat. We're making the claim that the majority of the Earth is water, and we know that water at rest lays flat. We know that water cannot stick to the exterior of a ball, and we know when we take a long distance observation over water, we don't see any deviation of 8 inches per mile squared in the distance. So we can verify with long distance observation that you cannot measure or observe the Earth curving.
That doesn't necessarily mean it's
I
not
can
curving,
show you.
right?
Say that again.
So that doesn't necessarily mean that it's not curving, then, right?
Well, technically you're right, but that's not the point I'm trying to make. The point I'm trying to make is the Earth is observed and treated as flat and stationary. That's like step one. Step one is to just admit there is no direct measurements of motion or curvature.
No,
Just step one.
Sure. I agree with that, sure.
So then the next step would be what is the evidence that the Earth is a ball? That would be step two. Because we're not making a claim that isn't verifiable. What I've told you is just verifiable, regardless of whether you're a baller or a flat earther. The next step would be, well, what evidence is there of curvature or motion on the Earth? And that's where I pass the ball to you. Do you know of any good evidence that we can discuss of curvature or motion?
We could how much time do you have? We could probably be here all day talking about this stuff. You know, I don't know how many different branches of science we have to go through, but it's like I said earlier. We could talk about this for 6 hours, but if you still think the Earth is flat, it's not going to matter what anyone says to you, right?
Yeah, but I'm open-minded. Like,
Okay.
I'm not believing the Earth is flat because somebody told me. I'm believing the Earth is flat because there is no evidence of curvature or motion.
Okay, I see. At least you're honest, so that's good. You're intellectually honest anyway. And not you don't strike me as someone who's just trying to win an argument. Um, a lot of times, that's what I experienced in the past talking to people. So that's good.
Well, to be honest, you're a pretty good sport. Like, you're being fair. You're taking, the things I'm saying, you're taking them in and processing them. And, I don't have anything to prove to anybody. Like, I just want to know the truth. But it just seems to me that all of the globe evidence that I have come across or has been presented in here, or, that exists, happens to be an assumption based on the fact that there's a story of a guy who took some measurements of shadows. The problem is the flat Earth is consistent also with those shadows if the sun is X amount closer. So if all of this assumption has been based on something where there's an equivalence, it could work on a flat Earth, then we don't actually have any evidence for a globe. We have an assumption. We have a translation of data that works in a model. But that's not enough for me to say we have proof or evidence that we live on a spinning ball in a vacuum, which would be, an open system next to next to a vacuum, which would be impossible. I mean, the list goes on. We can get into gravity. We can get into lots of different subjects. But what I'm saying is that it's not consistent. The laws of nature are not consistent with this globe model idea.
That's
We can't
fair
even
enough, and I
explain
can understand.
orbits. Orbits don't make sense. We can't even model gravity, Newtonian or Einsteinian, with more than two bodies. We can't prove this to be consistent with the laws of nature.
I understand what you're saying. I'm assuming when you're talking about shadows, are you referring to Eratosthenes? Is that what you're talking about?
Yeah, that's the core assumption everybody has made to then prove, when they say they have proof the Earth is a ball, they'll get into their math, they'll get into their celestial observations, but nobody proved we lived on a ball to begin with in the first place. They've taken it as gospel because of the Eratosthenes story. But like I said, if the sun was X amount closer, we could get those same shadow lengths. So it's a sleight of hand. It's a trick. They've tricked people into thinking somebody measured the Earth. Nobody measured curvature. Nobody can measure curvature or motion of the Earth. They looked at the sky and they said, oh, well, if the Earth was a ball, which we've already proven with Eratosthenes, then the ball is this big. Because look at the transit of Venus. Because look at this eclipse. Because look at that. They've not provided any proof.
See,
So I'm not trying to convince you to be a flat earther. I just want people to question what they actually know when it comes to this globe.
sure, and I don't have a problem with that. People should nothing wrong with asking questions and demanding proof.
Apparently there is, though. And that's why I've had a good discussion with you, my friend, because you hold that position, and I think that's the right position. If something is true, then it should be able to withstand scrutiny. The problem
I
is
agree.
most people who come here can't withstand that scrutiny, and they call us crazy for asking these questions.
Huh. Okay. Yeah. Even though I don't agree with you guys, I don't think you're crazy. But hey, it was
We're
good
not.
talking to you. No, I don't think you're crazy, but yeah, it was really good talking to you. I think I'm gonna go ahead and go on mute because I gotta let the dog out and do a few things here.
Yeah, no problem. No problem. Great discussion, dude. Yeah.
All right, take it easy.
Speak to you again soon. Yeah. Nice one.
Okay. All right. All right.
Good day, Mr. Roots. Happy New Year.
G'day, Dave. Happy New Year to you too. How are you, my friend?
Still exists, and whatever this is, we're all is well there.
Yes, sir. Same shit,
We've been
different
joined
toilet, right?
Yeah. We've been joined by Professor Phil. Do you think he wants to take another shot at proving the globe?
No, thanks. I'll just listen.
Okay. Thanks for acknowledging us, Phil.
Sorry, Dave.
I was listening to your convo with the last guy there. I mean, he just sounded like he was sort of listening to what you were saying, Roots, but in the back of his mind, he's like, well, somebody's already figured us out. Smart scientists got all this, These guys are crazy thinking there ain't no globe. Whatever. You know what I mean.
Yeah, I like that last guy because he was actually being intellectually consistent and honest. I think as long as people are doing that, it doesn't matter if they walk away, not agreeing with you. They've at least accepted the facts of the matter, which is the globe is a belief.
Yeah.
Doesn't mean they're not correct, but it just means that they've accepted that, yeah, okay, it is a belief and I choose to believe. That's fine.
Yeah.
Proving the Earth is a globe is trivial, but I'm just interested to hear what you have to say.
Are you going to start messaging me in all caps after the conversation again, Phil?
No, it's not necessary. Like I said, proving it is trivial. Children can do it. But, I'm just curious what you have to say about it.
Well, you made a claim there. Children can prove that we live on a ball. How so?
Well, the overwhelming evidence, of course. Some very simple. Well, a very simple one would be the distance along the equator between two longitudes is greater than the distance along any other latitude between the same two longitudes. That's enough.
Great. Now, can you prove your globe without appealing to a spherical coordinate system and an imaginary line called the equator? Can you prove it in reality?
The spherical coordinate system is used for navigation, and navigation obviously happens every day. So,
of course,
and
yeah.
And GPS works. So, I don't.
It does.
That doesn't need any further discussion.
Don't disagree with you, but how does it prove that the surface of the Earth is curving and spinning?
I'm pretty sure it shows its curve. It doesn't prove it's spinning, and that's a different type of that's a different piece of evidence that would do that. Again, a trivial one.
Longitude and latitude don't prove the Earth is curving.
You bet your life they do.
No. You can create a coordinate system and put it on any shape map.
If you put the longitude and latitude system is definitely a spherical system, and it works.
Yeah,
And it
I
takes you
agree
to the
with
places
you.
that you need, and it takes you to the places that you need to go. It also defines where you're at with GPS. The distance between the longitude and latitude places are accurate. It's a globe.
No, that's the bit you have to make an assumption. Just
You
because you
can
have a
you can
Just
you can
because you can,
deny.
Phil, you're not going to talk through me, mate. You said what you said. I'm going to
I'll
respond.
do what I
Just
want.
because no, Phil, you'll be respectful. You'll be respectful. Now, just because you've got a spherical coordinate system, a grid system, translating and transforming real world flat Earth data into points on a sphere, doesn't mean the ground is curving, Phil.
Yes, it absolutely does. You
No, it
can't.
doesn't, because you need transforms. You need to transform the data into a spherical system.
No, you don't. The coordinate system is already a spherical system, and it matches the ground exactly.
Right? No, it doesn't match. How does it match? Okay, what evidence do you have that it matches the ground exactly?
Yeah, sure, no problem. So GPS works.
Yeah, GPS works great.
GPS from one location, GPS from another location.
Mm-hmm.
It's getting you. There's only one way to work out the distance between those two locations, and that's using spherical geometry.
Yeah, great. You can wrap a map around a ball, put the longitude and latitude system on it, and get the ground positions to match up. Yeah. How does that prove we live on a curved spinning ball again?
It does, but the whole system proves that we live on a ball. You couldn't do it on a flat surface.
No. It proves that you can put a flat map onto a spherical globe.
You can't.
And then plot those points using your longitude and latitude.
You can't.
Yeah, you can.
No.
Yeah, you can. You can wrap the AE map.
You don't know geometry. You're ignorant. You don't know geometry.
Yeah, you're using longitude and latitude to arrange the land masses on a map. Yeah, that doesn't mean you've got confirmation of anything. It just means that you've plotted these points on a ball, but the data that you've taken, the surveying data, is taken in respect to flat Earth. So how have you proven that the Earth is curving?
That could not work. Anybody who says that doesn't know geometry.
Phil, you're just making claims.
That's just absolute garbage.
I can hear you getting upset already. You're going to start messaging me in caps. I'm not going to do this with you again, Phil.
I'm not upset.
You've got no proof and no evidence that the Earth is curving.
100%. 100%.
No, you haven't.
That it's curved, and proof that it's rotating as well.
You wish, mate. All right, what proof you got that the Earth's rotating?
Well, two things. A gyro compass, for instance, is enough evidence of that. Foucault's pendulum, a typical one. Both of those prove it's rotating.
Okay, and we've had this discussion before, Phil, so I'm not going to get into the nuances and issues with Foucault's pendulum. I'm going to just go straight to the point and ask you, why do you assume that the Earth is rotating under the compass and it's not the compass that is rotating over the Earth? How have you determined that?
The gyro compass. The gyro compass.
The Foucault's pendulum.
The Foucault's pendulum absolutely proves the Earth's rotating. In fact, you can tell by the precession of the pendulum simply by its latitude. So there's no other way. It not only proves that the Earth is rotating, but it proves the Earth's a globe as well.
So there's two reference frames then, yeah? So we've got the inertial and the non-inertial reference frame, and the gyro compass. Sorry, not the gyro compass. The Foucault's pendulum is deviating due to the rotation of the Earth under the pendulum. That's your claim.
It's precessing, yeah.
But how do you how do you know that it is the Earth rotating and not the pendulum processing itself? How do you know it's the Earth that's rotating under the pendulum? Because we don't have these. But let me finish. Because we don't have these two reference frames. We don't have anything else in nature that is raised from the Earth's surface is not experiencing this same deviation. So how do we know that it's the Earth? How can you verify that?
Yeah, we do. The hypothesis would be simple. If it's the Earth rotating, and if it's a globe rotating, then I would be able to predict the precession by the latitude on the globe. And guess what? It works.
And guess what? Sometimes it doesn't.
It does work every time. If it's set up,
No.
it works. Yes, it does. That's just a silliness. That's just silliness. Like any instrument, you got to set it up properly. If you do, it works.
No, because this would have to be happening at all times because the Earth is always rotating, so the pendulum should always be deviating, but it doesn't in a clockwise fashion, and it doesn't.
Just be quiet for a minute, and I'll explain it to you. Sometimes the pendulum doesn't work. Friction is probably the biggest enemy of a Foucault pendulum, and that's so if it's set up badly and friction is not taken into account properly, then it won't work. But if it's set up properly, like Foucault did, in fact, himself when he built that one in Paris, that certainly did work, and many of the ones around the world that people spend good money on and actually take friction into account, they do work. The people who do this, the scientists who
don't whistle past that. Don't whistle past. So what does a proper setup
be quiet, I'm not
look like, Phil?
Stop talking over me.
No, because you're going to change subject.
Stop talking
over me. What does a proper setup look like?
You know what
I'm asking a question on something you've claimed. Yeah, but what's the difference between a proper and improper setup? Because we're talking about two reference frames. So why isn't the pendulum? In what circumstance does the pendulum not pick up?
I'm not going to teach you how a pendulum works. Okay, that's something you can look up for yourself. And if you want to know what makes a pendulum a really good setup for the pendulum, you can also look that up as well. But you asked me for the evidence. I've given it to you. Whether you accept that or not is up to you. I've given you the evidence.
You just don't want to be questioned, Phil. You don't want to be questioned on it.
No, I've given you the evidence.
Because
you can look it up
because
yourself.
It's an assumption. It's an assumption.
No, it's not.
And I'll tell you why it's an assumption.
It works every time.
I'll tell you why it's an assumption.
Tell me on a flat Earth, what would make
work every time.
What would make tell me why on a flat Earth the precession of the pendulum would change? Why?
Well, I'm not really interested in making claims about.
Of course, you're not. You're not. Of course, you're not interested in making claims. Of course
not, because it's not my place to speculate.
Because you know the minute you make any claim, other than the silly one that the Earth is flat, you know that I'll test it, and you'll fail.
No, well, you're the one making claims here that there are two reference frames, an inertial and a non-inertial reference frame. But we have no way to validate. Phil, if you're claiming there's an inertial and a non-inertial reference frames, then what do we see in nature that is affected by these inertial and non-inertial reference frames?
It doesn't matter.
How can we validate it? We can't validate what you're saying, Phil.
Yes, we can.
So you're assuming the Earth is rotating under a pendulum. Phil, you're assuming the Earth is rotating under a pendulum, but not under an aeroplane.
The hypothesis is wrong. And it does. It does it perfectly. I can predict what your latitude is with the pendulum. You tell me how on flat Earth you can predict what your latitude is simply with a pendulum. Go for it.
So how are you determining that the Earth is rotating under the pendulum if it doesn't rotate under anything else, Phil? How do you know that, Phil? You don't, do you? You just wish and hope it would be true, but you don't have any validation for that. Now, there could be other forces at play here. I'm not going to speculate, but some of these other forces could be the cause of the drift in the pendulum. How have you eliminated those causes when you don't have evidence of the two reference frames in the first place? So you haven't really looked at this properly,
Like
Phil.
I said,
You haven't looked at this unobjectively. You have an agenda.
I told you, I gave you the hypothesis. Now you make that work on flat Earth, I will be impressed.
What do you mean, make it work on flat Earth? We're not making a claim of any
You explain
model,
to me how I can use a pendulum to tell you what latitude you are on flat Earth. I would be even more impressed if you could tell me how you can have a longitude and latitude coordinate and another longitude and latitude coordinate and work out the distance between them without using spherical geometry. That would be impressive.
Well, I'm not gonna get into it.
Of course, you're not going to get into it. Of course,
the magnetic nature of this world isn't fully understood because people are pushing this gravity heliocentric cosmology ideology. So I would be changing the subject.
Of course, we understand.
I would be changing the subject.
Teach magnetism. What about magnetism don't we understand?
I'm not saying we don't understand magnetism. I'm saying we don't understand it in respect to the Earth.
You bet we do.
Because we have a false cosmology. So I'm not about to sit here and start arguing for a cosmology. Phil, I'm not going to sit here and start arguing about a cosmology argument or the physics of the Earth. I'm asking you, how do you know that the Earth is rotating under the pendulum if we don't have an inertial and a non-inertial reference frame? You don't have validation that the Earth is rotating. The question was, what evidence do you have the Earth is rotating?
I've already explained to you. I've explained that to you already, and now I can explain to you the magnetism as well.
So apart from the Foucault's pendulum,
that doesn't work on flat Earth either.
No, I'm not interested in the magnetism argument. Forget I said it. I'm more.
You're not interested in that flat Earth is silly.
May I really quickly say something? I'll mute up again. Magnetism, electromagnetism works on a flat Earth. It works even more properly than it does on a heliocentric model. The heliocentric model does not have a Bloch domain or level plane of inertia, which is primarily necessitated for electromagnetic field to exist at all, right? So, if anything, the heliocentric model does not consist nor I'm going to say align with magnetism nor electromagnetism. Thank you very much.
You're just ignorant. Of course it does. Aligns perfectly with it. Explains it perfectly. Anyway, have fun.
Yeah, your explanations are unverified, Phil. That's what it comes down to. You can't demonstrate two reference frames. Doesn't exist in nature, but you would like it to be that, so that's fine. Have a good day, mate. Still looking for verifiable evidence of a rotation of the Earth under anything that leaves the ground. Hey, what's up,
pretty good job of preventing Professor Phil's spiral, man. Good job, Root.
Yeah, I've had too many aggressive messages from him in the past. I'm not about to get into it with him again.
He just seems to be way too invested in the globe story, and it has to be a globe. He'll come up with any excuse or any rationalization to keep his globe, right? That's what it seems like. A lot of people are like that. But what are you going to do? All you can do is present information to people. What they do with it is up to them, right?
Well, he wants to be taken as some sort of authority, or he wants to align with authority and be a spokesperson for that position. The problem is he's not interested in verification. I'm not interested in people who are not interested in verification. So you can believe what you want to believe, that's fine. But if there's no verification, it stays a belief, whether you like it or not. Mr. Phil.
Yep, that's exactly the point. When you make all the claims you want to about reality, when it comes down to the nuts and bolts of verifying it and measuring it, they run away, don't they? Anyway, anybody else on here? Anything to say?
Just regarding pendulums, right?
Go ahead.
So even within the globe's own description of their own problems with trying to obtain measurements, they describe gravitational anomalies, the uneven distribution of mass everywhere. And I gotta wonder, wouldn't a deflection of the gravitational vector, which they claim exists, cause a potential precession? Doesn't have to relate to Earth moving? Because what they claim is when you go near mountains, or there could be a flat plain, but just deep under Earth, an undiscovered, highly dense formation of some geological structure that causes gravity to behave differently, to pull in a different direction from everywhere else.
Yeah, that's why I love it when you're here, Amish. It's a very sophisticated answer you've given there. This is something that they overlook because it fits their narrative. It's just an assumption.
So back in the early to mid 1700s, some French researchers were swinging pendulums in their lab, and one of them
Did we lose Amish, or is it the server playing up?
Yeah, I think he just cut out. Maybe I'll be right back. Give me a second.
Yeah, Discord's been playing up today. Everybody was having problems earlier. If you can hear us, Yoda, we can't hear you.
Yeah, we lost you at the start of your first sentence on the last statement there. But are you there, Yoder? Maybe I'll try to reconnect. So you're having a beautiful day in sunny old England there? He's still talking. I'll shut up.
Can you hear us,
Robot
Yoda?
and Yoder.
Am I cutting out again?
You're Mr. Robot.
Yeah, we didn't hear any of it.
The last thing was good. Sorry, Rich, go ahead.
No, go ahead. Can you hear us,
So
Yoda?
the pendulums were not swinging as they thought that they would. And they reasoned it was a gravitational field anomaly that was causing non-uniform pendulum swings. And they also supposed that the Earth's oblateness was also causing non-uniform pendulum swings. So given gravitational anomalies, given the uneven shape of the Earth itself and all this other crap, I mean, how can they possibly claim the Foucault pendulum produces consistent results just as a base claim itself?
Well, Phil was denying there was any deviation from his model. He's claiming that the pendulum always processes in the correct motion, clockwise motion at all times. That was his claim.
Yeah. Well, we know he's either ignorant or he's lying, because not even the field tests and demonstrations show that.
Right. So I tried to tell him. I mean, Phil, now's your moment really to respond. But if I know Phil, he won't.
One thing they ignore all the time is also that the Foucault pendulum It's not stable forever. It has to be a controlled thing. It has to be set up accurately. Like there's a lot of variables that if you don't set it up correctly, then it won't even work right. And it would beg the question, but if it was the Earth that was spinning that was making it do that, then you wouldn't have to consider or worry about those variables and the setup, because it should just work. Because if it was just moving, then it's moving. And that's one thing though that they love to run away from. They won't bring that up or make mention of that. They'll matter of fact, they'll dodge that logical, conclusion. It's really interesting.
Yeah, it should always deviate at the same velocity and rate.
That's
But it doesn't.
complete nonsense. I've already told you friction plays a major part in it. The friction that on the mechanism of the pendulum is, if it's not done right, is greater. The force on that friction force is greater than the Coriolis force. So therefore, that's why it doesn't work. It's pretty simple. I mean, Jesus, you don't have to be extra intelligent to work that out.
It's real simple to understand that if you're saying it's the friction that's causing it, then you just debunked your own claim.
No,
because you're no
you don't
longer
listen, do you? The friction,
you're no
the
longer
friction is
saying.
the friction is what's not is causing it not to work.
Okay, so think of it this way.
Which part
You
went
set
over
up.
your head?
Think of it this way, okay? You set up a little contraption, okay, and you're saying the Earth moving is creating this precession, but
Correct.
then you're like, oh, but the friction of the wire hanging and all this is throwing it off from what I've predicted. That would be your point of view, but then you're admitting that the friction does give it a different this apparent swing going back and forth and processing, then you debunked yourself, because then it's not what you're claiming it to be
No,
doing.
Apocryphon. It's called a variable.
Coriolis force creates the precession. It's a very, very.
That's completely false.
It's not a very strong force.
The Coriolis has
Certainly not as strong as most of the friction force. So therefore, yes, you can easily stop that Coriolis force from happening with friction force. That's not a big deal.
No, that's just a flat out lie.
No,
Coriolis
stop pretending that you actually know what's going on. You don't.
Okay. So I'm not going to just let you say a lie, though.
Look it up.
Look it up. Yeah. Okay.
Let him respond, Phil.
Go look up that Santa Claus at North Pole.
I don't have to look it up. I'm a physicist. I already know how it works. You need to look it up.
Apocryphon. If you have to pretend to not understand things in order to debunk them, you're not doing a very good job.
Okay, so I'm just not going to let somebody just lie and say that the Coriolis.
You're lying. You are lying. You are pretending not to understand. To understand that friction can slow the rotation of this pendulum.
So you're saying that
Coriolis.
So you're saying you're going to back up what he just said. He said that the Coriolis.
Yes. Of course, he should back up what I said. It makes sense.
Okay, so when you look into it, since you know it because you're a physicist or whatever the hell you think you are, when you learn that Coriolis has nothing to do with it, what do you say then?
Coriolis is a very minor force. It's very easily stopped.
Oh my God, bro! Stop reading from your script. The answer was a yes or no.
Coriolis affected, yes or no? Friction can easily overcome the Coriolis force, and that's what happens with pendulums that are not set up properly.
Okay. So pay attention. It's a yes or no question, okay? You could even go ask whoever taught you and lied to you. Does Coriolis affect the precession? The answer to that question is no, it doesn't. It actually doesn't. Say, like, this is what's weird, that you just made a claim and said, oh, it's part of it. No, it's not. Like 100%. It has nothing to do with it.
Of course, Coriolis causes the precession. That's how we know. That if you take the pendulum to another latitude, it will change the precession rate. Take it to a different latitude, it'll change again. You can predict which latitude you are actually at using the pendulum. Which part of that don't you get? That's not
And what
a
about
hard
what
thing to
Amish said?
understand.
Did you hear what Amish said earlier?
Yeah, he said
Remind us.
something dumb like Coriolis force doesn't cause a precession.
No, he didn't. No, he didn't.
No, you're just completely.
We know that you claim Coriolis is the cause. The problem is you don't have any verification of a Coriolis
We
force in
do.
respect to the Earth.
The verification is take it
using
to another lat. The fact that it predicts your latitude is the verification.
No, that's circular reasoning. You can't use
That's
you
not
can't use
circular reasoning.
Foucault's
Stop throwing out
pendulum.
fallacies you don't understand.
It is. It is. You can't use the Foucault's pendulum of proof of the Coriolis when I told you that there is no natural evidence of the Coriolis. So
Yes, you
if the
can.
Foucault's pendulum's the only example you've got, that's circular reasoning.
No, it's not. If I take my hypothesis.
Still, it is, mate. It is. Coriolis is the cause of Foucault's pendulum. How do we know? How do we know there's a Coriolis force to begin with? Foucault's pendulum.
This is my hypothesis. If the Coriolis force is true, and therefore the Earth is spinning, because the Earth has to be spinning for Coriolis to be true. So if the Coriolis is true,
it's completely false.
Then this is my hypothesis. I take the pendulum to a particular latitude. I should be able to predict what latitude I'm at. If I take it to the equator, I should experience no precession. If I take it to the closer to the poles, I'll get maximum precession. And as it turns out, if I take it towards the south, further south, I get more precession. If I take it further north, I get more precession. It behaves exactly as my hypothesis suggests. This is fundamental, indisputable evidence that the Earth not only is the Earth a globe, but it's spinning.
You're lost, dude.
Well, that's what Yoda was pointing out earlier. You don't have Phil. You don't have that perfect model where the pendulum, and you don't have verification that the pendulum is acting as it would, like you've just demonstrated, because as Yoda was saying, there's all sorts of variances to do with the gravity field, where the pendulum will act differently in certain locations. So what you've said is not true. It's not consistent. And there are excuses for that in the mainstream that you are leaving out of this discussion. And that's what Yoda was highlighting earlier, that you avoided.
Your friend Yoda is wrong, because your friend Yoda doesn't understand the idea of scale. So the precession of the being able to predict the latitude within certain amount of arc seconds is much more accurate than is much less accurate, if I say, than the actual gravitation. The gravitational changes are very, very, very small. So, in other words, they get overcrowded by the prediction of the latitude. Now, it should dawn on you. How is it possible? How is it possible, unless it's moving for Coriolis force to take effect, such that I can use it to predict which latitude I'm at? How is that even possible unless it's a globe and unless it's spinning as well?
I have a better question.
Now, you don't know enough. If you don't know enough the physics to work out why that's true, that's on you.
I have a better question for you, okay? Because what you're saying is that it has to be a ball because you are measuring this fictitious force, creating something to move in a certain direction. Now, my better question to you is, how can you say that when the Earth has been already proven to not be a ball with long distance observations, and then there's no drop over distance?
Oh, fuck it. Come on, the pocket front. You're going back to we see too far.
So you want to answer the question?
It's like you just go ahead and pretend that you just go ahead and
laugh all you want.
Yeah, because it's the only thing you've got. Everything else is shit. We see too far. It's measured flat. Why is it measured flat? Because we see too far.
No, we're talking about the Foucault's pendulum. Stay on topic here.
I'd love to stay on topic. Apocryphon was the one that jumped off topic. Were you not paying attention?
No. On the contrary to what you're saying, if you're making jokes about we see 2-4 blah blah, that's
a joke. Okay.
That's neither here nor there. The point is that for his Fulcrum pendulum to be swinging and processing the way it does, it has to represent a ball, that you're now on a ball. The counter argument to that, though, is okay, but it's not a ball. It's proven that it's not a ball.
That's not a counter argument.
Yes, it is.
We have this thing, okay? The only possible explanation of it processing is that the Earth is rotating, okay? And you can predict your latitude with it. You can eliminate all the other variables that can cause it to rotate,
and it's not even
consistent. Still rotates. So then, if the Earth is flat, what causes it to rotate or process?
Listen, what we're discussing at the moment is
you've got nothing.
Phil's claim that it's consistent to determine your latitude, right? Now, where are the cases where it's inconsistent? And Phil mentioned a couple of them with friction, but there are also other reasons why it can be inconsistent. And one of the big reasons,
like what? Go on.
Is, well, the point I'm going on to is the change in the gravitational field. So gravity can affect the pendulum, and that can be due to what's happening underground, right?
Brilliant.
So
how can we account for that?
It is not so.
How can we account for
evidence? The evidence for Phil's claim doesn't exist. It is not consistent. It can give you some indication, but at the end of the day, even in your own paradigm, it's not consistent because there are.
Okay. Well, that was a nice little concession. We have some indication that the Earth is rotating. Brilliant.
No, we have no indication that the Earth is rotating.
No, we've got no indication.
You're assuming, because like I asked Phil, I'll ask you, Mez. Why do you believe that it's the Earth rotating under the pendulum? What evidence of the Coriolis effect do we have?
Because every other variable that can cause it to process can be accounted for. Friction, wind,
exactly.
gravity.
No, so okay. And that
an object in motion will stay in motion unless acted upon by another force. Do you agree with that?
And that's circumstantial and verifiable. So Phil's claim that it's consistent all the time can tell you exactly everywhere on the Earth.
If you eliminate all the other variables, it is consistent.
Which is impossible. How are you going to eliminate the changes under the ground that affect the gravitational field? You can't.
Because you can account for them, you can know where they are, and you can factor that into the result.
Those
so the real question
are less than the Coriolis force that's causing the precession. Okay?
So this is the real question.
They get swallowed up.
How do you know the Coriolis force is causing the precession? You still haven't answered the question.
If I take the pendulum from one place to another, I can predict my latitude. That can only happen if the Earth is a globe and spinning.
You don't have a Coriolis force to begin with, Phil.
A gyro compass, same thing. Gyro compass can only work if the Earth that is spinning.
No, it's incorrect. Incorrect. You've made an assumption on the physics of this world based on the geocentric the heliocentric model. You don't have any evidence for Coriolis. So
that is the evidence of Coriolis.
No, my friend, that is not. That is not the evidence for Coriolis. That's the explanation that's given. That's the explanation that's given, but we don't have any way to determine.
Papers on it.
We don't have any way to determine whether the Earth is rotating under the pendulum or whether it's the pendulum that's being affected by something else.
No, it's no.
Okay, well, here's the thing then. We have this point here. We have this effect. We have this pendulum, and it processes, and you can accurately predict your latitude based on the precession of the pendulum. Okay, now it could be that the Earth is rotating and that's causing it to process, or it could be some mystical, magical force that we have absolutely no possible understanding or explanation for. Okay, I'm going to go with the Earth's rotating because that's the ones that fits with our understanding of physics, and you've got magic.
But then you get destroyed when you realize that the Earth is not a ball. That's the whole point of it, though. Once you can finally grasp that the Earth isn't a ball, then it destroys your physics, quote unquote, that you keep, presenting.
Who says the Earth isn't a ball?
We know it's not a ball. We know it's not a ball.
How do you know that?
Okay, so how big's your ball? How big's your ball?
No, don't dodge the question.
No,
it's not a ball. You were asked the question.
It's got a radius
don't dodge.
It's got a radius of nearly 4,000 miles.
Okay, I'm telling you how. Because when we have observations that debunk that math,
You don't.
yeah, you can laugh all you want, but that is a
You
fact.
don't have observation that debunk it.
Yes, there's
No, you
many
don't.
observations now.
Rubbish.
The record distance photography showing mountains that should be 1,000 feet below your geometric horizon of your ball.
I've already
disproves
looked
you.
into that and checked
Oh, man.
the refraction, and it works perfectly. It's exactly right. I actually have a video on it.
When you guys can slide your refraction,
what about the clean
mathematical
geometry of
calculator,
flat Earth?
you don't get it, dude. You think you can see behind curved walls, bro? You're crazy, man. You're stuck in your paradigm and you're brainwashed. If you
I
think
think you
that
can see
you
behind
can
curved
see,
walls.
Bro,
if you
Superman,
think
he got
I
X-ray
have
vision.
actually seen the Earth. I have actually seen the Earth from space via a camera.
okay, all right, sure you have.
Yeah,
Sure you
I
see.
certainly have.
Sure, you've seen the Earth as a ball from space. Makes zero sense because even from your position in a high altitude, you're not going to see a ball. You're going to see a
No,
flat surface below you, with a
from
with
a
a
rocket
ra-
from 500.
with a light shining on the surface, giving you as far as you can see in a 360-degree view. That's going to create a circle, a flat circle. By the way, it's not a ball circle; it's a flat circle. That's a flat horizon in all directions. That is not a ball. Matter of fact, go look it up. There's no horizontal lines on the surface of a sphere. This is where you guys get crushed.
I have a photograph of the Earth taken from 48,000 kilometers. 100% it's a ball.
Because you see a circle below you that's lit up in all, as far as you can see, in
I
all
can see its
directions.
terminator
Yeah.
line.
So,
I can see the countries on it. In fact,
and guess what? Guess what happens when you go higher?
I can see
Guess what?
Baja, California on it. It's
Your terminator line.
it is definitely 100% a sphere.
Your
It's
terminator line.
definitely not flat.
Your terminator line is not because it's a ball dropping away. It's because that's how far you can see. And then if you go a little bit higher, you can see even farther. And you go higher, you can see even farther.
No,
It's
at
not a
48,000
ball.
kilometers, it just gets smaller and smaller. It's the total ball. It just
How can you say that? How can you say that? No, that's false. That's false because you can't
No,
say
it's
that
not.
because yes, it is false. You cannot say that because there's no proof to
I
that.
can.
Because the higher you go, the smaller the ball doesn't get, the larger the view gets. This is where you get crushed.
No, that's perspective
What?
shows the ball gets smaller and smaller the further away you get away from it. And I know that it's the right one. I'll tell you how I know. I'll tell you how I know. I was there. I was there at Bangalore, at the Bangalore Command Center. I was there. I followed this particular satellite. I watched when they put it on the in the payload. I was there when they tested the camera that they also put in the payload. I was there at the command center when they actually when this thing was launched. I was there when the fairings came apart. I was there when the camera swung around, and when the rocket came into the right position, took a picture of the Earth. I was there for all of that. This was the same camera that was on the ground that was put in the fairing. There's no question about it. The Earth is a globe.
Again, you didn't see the ball get smaller. You just saw the view from that camera and as far as it can see in all directions below it. This is where you get wrecked. And you can't
when the Earth came into view later on, because the rocket's getting further and further away in concentric ellipses, because it doesn't just go straight. It doesn't go straight from the Earth straight to the moon. It goes in concentric ellipses. It takes about 42 days it took to do that, and goes in concentric circles around the Earth until it gets close enough to the gravitational pull of the moon, and then the moon takes over and it starts orbiting the moon. Now
it's orbiting the moon. Man, you're full of it.
On its way, as it gets in the right position, the camera can actually take a picture of the Earth.
And it doesn't show it
to be there at the time when it took a picture of the Earth, and I could see clearly see Baja, California
You're being intellectually dishonest because you know for a fact that you literally you're trying to backtrack and trying to change what you're saying. You know for a fact you did not see the camera fixated on the ball Earth, and as it went higher, the Earth got smaller. Actually, it was probably most likely the opposite. As the higher it went, the further you can see, and then it reached a distance, a point, to where then that's the maximum point that it
Hang
could
on a
go.
second.
And now it's seeing
I'll see
as
if I can
far
find my
as it can
picture for you.
see in all
I'll see if I
directions.
can find my picture for you. Okay.
Yeah, I'll tell you what. I'll post my Santa Claus flying over New York for you too, because I saw it on a
Sure.
screen on my TV, so it must be
Sure.
true.
Yeah. Right. Yeah. I saw the camera tested. I saw the camera go on the fairing. Go in the payload. I saw the fairings.
Yeah. My
being done.
kids saw
I
the
saw
cookies
I
on the
saw the rocket
table.
go up. I saw the
They
fairings being
saw the
moved.
milk drank the next
It's the
day.
same camera. It's the same camera. It's the same camera that we tested on the ground.
My kids saw the
It
boots
shows the
of
Earth is
Santa in the
globe.
snow. Yeah,
Yeah,
I know.
sure. You believe that? Do you believe the silliness that you like? Or
Yeah, it says the one that believes that there's a ball.
Actual people who do actual work actually know that the Earth is a ball.
Yeah, actual kids who actually saw Santa banging his mom knows that Santa's real. Yeah, I get it.
Yeah,
I get
right.
it.
Yeah,
All
yeah.
stories.
How childish are you? Seriously.
Yeah, it's all
How
stories.
childish are you?
Yeah, so going back to the point that it's not a ball to represent what you're saying
It is a
it could be a
ball.
ball. Okay, again, you have no proof of that. You
Yes,
have
I
a high
do.
altitude. You have a high altitude camera
I could
taking a photo
point to at
below.
least a dozen satellites that are taking pictures of it every day, including a mapping satellite called Cartosat 3.
You have cameras that are taking photos of the ground below them, and you
Cameras
have
live.
Of a flat Earth below them. I agree. No difference if you took a camera above a football field on a drone and you're low to the football field. You can't see the field goal post yet, okay? Because it's low to the ground. The higher you go, then you see maybe 10 yards out. Then the higher you go, now you see 30 yards across. Now you higher you go, now you see 50 yards across. And then eventually you go so high, you can see both end zones. You can see both end zones. So the point being, though, is that just because the field of how it can see in a 360-degree view, because that's the way these lenses work, then that's all you're going to view. It's just what's below you. But the fact of the matter is that photo that you're looking down, no matter what pictures you're going to post, that's still a flat terrain.
No, it's not.
Obviously, there's mountains and hills and valleys and stuff like that. But
have a look at
overall,
the photo in
completely,
the chat. Tell me that's flat.
It's a plane, bro. It's a plane beneath you.
You can get that any day. 24/7. That satellite's going.
Okay, so I'm so glad that you posted this moon and Earth little photo here. More space cartoons. The funny thing about it is you saw that and you were convinced.
No, I didn't see that. Yeah, I'll show you another.
You saw that. Yeah, you just posted it. You saw what you posted, and then you believed
it. I've seen that on the Discover satellite, yes. But I that's not my camera, okay? I had nothing to do with it.
Yeah. If I showed you a still image of Hulk smashing Iron Man, does that make it true?
This is the satellite that's up there right now, taking photos of the Earth all the time. Have you heard of the Discover satellite?
This is what's keeping you in your paradigm. Is these fake images of they're telling you we're behind so far away, looking down at the small ball Earth. But the funny thing is when you get down to the surface of this ball that you claim to exist, it's been debunked that it's not a ball. So what that tells me is that these photos are fake, and you believe it, and that's fair. That's fine. That's your journey. But just don't come around here saying lies, bro, and spewing lies, because we can talk about the surface and prove to you that it's not a ball. It's that simple. No matter how many photos you post from
what about the satellites? Where do they come from? What are they doing? They going around flat Earth?
Can I get drones over Las Vegas and put a whole show for people and just represent? Does that mean that?
No,
just because there's license.
How do you refuel those drones?
I have no idea how I refuel them. I have no idea how the heavens work.
60. That train has got 60 of them going around. You can see these in the night sky year up. Those Those
Doesn't
particular
mean that
ones,
the
those
surface of
particular
the
ones
earth
were put there in 2019. It's now
has nothing to do.
2026.
Has nothing to do with the surface of the earth.
Who fueled them?
Because I can go into a Home Depot and look up at all the lights in the ceiling doesn't mean that the Home Depot's now a ball. You don't get it, dude.
No,
You're never going to get it.
Quite following this
moving
apocryphon.
more than 10 times faster than any fighter jet.
Okay.
Who put them up there?
Your point being?
Yeah, who put them up there?
Doesn't matter who put them up when they went up. The
I can
fact
tell
is,
you who put them up there. I can tell you they went up. They went in July.
No, it doesn't
2019. Matter. They weren't there before.
It doesn't matter when, and it doesn't matter who.
Yes, apocryphon. It does matter because if this observation of these twinkling lights is impossible on flat Earth, if there's no explanation for it, but there is a valid explanation for it on the globe Earth, the Earth's probably a globe.
That's completely false because it has no bearing to the shape of the ground.
I just told you why, and now you're saying no. Were you not listening?
Yeah, you're not listening because you're
looking up. Not possible on flat Earth. Earth can't be flat. Are you okay? Are you understanding that?
Why are we going to the sky when we prove that the Earth isn't a ball? No matter what evidence you guys are
proved that the Earth isn't a ball, and the things in the sky prove that the Earth is a ball.
No matter what evidence you provide, no matter what evidence you provide.
No matter what evidence we provide.
Okay, I don't know why you're not letting me speak.
You say, well, it's proven, it's been debunked.
Okay, no matter what.
We'll ask you how you debunked it, and you'll say,
I'll let you finish, then I'll go. I'll let you finish, then you go. Go ahead.
Do you have anything else other than we see too far to debunk the globe?
Are you done? Okay, so no matter what evidence you provide for things in the sky has no bearing.
So you didn't really listen.
Oh my God! Why are you cutting me off? I let you finish. Let me finish.
Because I asked you a question, and now you're not answering the question.
No. I was saying something.
Is a dialogue.
You cut me off to say the question. So shut up now, so I can talk. And then
I asked the question.
answer.
I didn't say the question.
Okay, great. So here's the point. No matter what you provide as evidence of things in the sky has nothing to do with the things on the surface of the Earth, because that's what we're talking about. I know you say wrong. I know you say wrong. Yeah, of course. A
liar. Pants on fire.
Say that all you need. But here's the point: on the surface of the Earth, if you want to go with the mass of your Earth, then you yourself, in your own paradigm, then you must have a 1.6 million mile circumference ball Earth, because that's what the math would equate to in these observations. To see something
no.
This is facts. This is facts. Actually, you could go, and
facts.
You know what? You
that
could ask
misunderstanding.
You could ask your mathematicians of your globe
and geometry.
No, get the fuck out of here, dude. Your bullshit. Your refraction, if you calculate it right, can see the back of your own head. And this is where you guys look stupid, but you don't care.
If you calculate it right, you can see the back of your own head. What the fuck does that mean?
Well, go ask Ruhif. Ruhif said with enough refraction, you can see the back of your head. Go ask Ruhif.
Okay, I guess that's true. But there's no one saying that's happening on the Earth.
God.
What the fuck are you talking about?
Oh my God. See, I'm so glad
if you arrange mirrors in a certain way, you can see the back of your own head. Oh, that's ridiculous. Mirrors can't be real.
That was just stupid, because that's not even okay.
Yes, that is stupid. That is what you're saying.
If you think that just because you can slide your refraction mathematical, formula, then you can see the back of your head. This is for the audience listening.
Slide the formula. What the fuck are you talking about?
Okay, when you calculate refraction on the Walter Business, let's say, there's a refraction slider. You could add refraction to make something come into view, no matter how far it is away on your globe. You can look at something so far away mathematically, and then you would say, okay, this is the geometric horizon where it's now behind the ball. But if I add refraction, it comes into view. Ruhif said, well, yeah, with enough refraction, I can see the back of my own head, because the light will bend all the way around the 25,000 miles, and I can see the back of my head in front of me.
Okay.
Think about how fucking retarded that is.
Why is that retarded? Why is that retarded? Why is that stupid?
Okay, so this is for the audience. This guy thinks he can see the back of his head.
No, don't talk to the audience. Talk to me. I'm here.
Hello. No. You're
Hi, audience. Apocryphon is now going to explain to me why this is ridiculous. Go on, Apocryphon.
I'll tell you what. if you can't use your own critical thinking and logic to realize how you
I can't. I'm really, really stupid, Apocryphon. I don't understand why light bending around a ball and me being able to see the back of my own head is just so like insane and ridiculous.
When you're looking over a body of water, if you think that way in the distance you're going to see yourself standing, then you're stupid.
No, I don't think that. You were talking about the mathematical model. Okay.
You literally said that you can see the back of your head if there's enough refraction. No. Yeah, now you're back.
In a hypothetical, if there's enough refraction, okay, that doesn't mean that I think in reality I'm going to go to a lake and see the back of my own head across the lake.
Okay, so
do you understand that?
Okay,
are you following?
Let's use the logic. Okay, let's use the logic. We are talking about.
Oh, now we're using logic. Okay.
I said let's use the logic. Okay, of what you just said.
Let's use the logic.
Okay, so you're saying that in a hypothetical.
Yeah, hypothetical. So not real, not reality. You know what hypothetical means? Not in reality.
Okay. Hypothetical. I can see the back of my own head if refraction is correct, or the environment. That's the conditions. It's so perfect that I can see the back of my head, my own head. Given that you're just like in the ocean and somehow you can have a refraction is strong enough in all distances. So,
in theory, hypothetically. You could see the back of your own head, yes, because light can bend in a medium.
Okay, so
bend in a circle.
Using that logic, that means you are now setting up an example that is now unprovable. Is that science?
What do you mean? It's setting up an example that is unprovable.
So, like when you said it's hypothetical, so you can't prove it, right?
The hypothetical means that that if these conditions existed, but of course it doesn't exist, so it can't be real.
Okay. So therefore, now let's bring it back. Now, okay, now we have real life observations with real life conditions in real life environments, and we're
real life refraction,
and we're seeing something that no matter how much refraction you want to calculate to the highest degree,
that's wrong. Now you're wrong.
It's still going to give you a point to where you shouldn't see it. Even at the highest refraction recorded is what? 4/3 is used. I agree. I agree. It never happens because you cannot calculate the refraction that high because there's no event in reality that can give you that measurement.
Yes, in reality, it's always predictable on the globe. Always.
No. Oh my God, dude. You're a brick, man. You're not even understanding what you're saying right now. You're not paying attention and following to what's going on. We have a mathematical construct, okay? So let me just give you the numbers, okay? The numbers, okay? When you're dealing with
the numbers, okay? Just ignore the numbers. Numbers are too complicated for you. Here's the simple facts of reality, okay?
Listen. Your
light has different densities. It's dense near the surface. Light tends to bend down towards the surface. This goes into see further than you geometrically should. Okay.
So here's the point. Okay, if you're to take standard refraction, which is 7/6, right? That's the K value, right? That's going to give you a maximum distance using the standard. Now, using high radio engineering.
What about when it's not standard? What about when it's a little bit unusual?
Now, okay, let me finish. Now, when you're using high radio engineering, you can get a 4/3, a K value of 4/3, and one of the highest.
And if they say space is a big vacuum, I don't.
Yeah, someone made a claim in our other call 4 days ago, and that's really what I've been thinking about. And I'm like, you know what? And my brain kind of branched over from that thought just to kind of your call, and then I'm like, you know what? Well, let me go ask this other question. But what would you say to the claim that the Great Pyramid, like the actual latitude of the Great Pyramid, is the same speed of light? Would you say that that's just
what was the last thing you said? Is the same?
It's the same as the speed of light.
The latitude is the same as the speed of light. I don't.
So the Great Pyramid of Giza is 29.979, 2458 north, which is the same as the speed of light. 299,792, right?
Yeah, I'm not sure. I haven't looked into that. It's interesting. Yeah, there's a lot of interesting things about the pyramids and megaliths and things like that, because the ancient cultures, which were all flat Earth cultures, by the way, they were obsessed with the sky, right? And obsessed with, they're the people that originated like predicting eclipses and mapping out the stars and where they would be throughout the years and things like that, and how they correlated with the seasons and with natural occurring events and cycles and things like that. So yeah, you'll find there's a lot of crazy alignments when it comes to the way that the megaliths are related to the to the placement of the stars. But with the latitude, right, that's not something that has anything to do with the Earth being a globe, right? That's to do with the celestial sphere and the way that we have a certain angle to Polaris from that particular point, right? And then that's mapped into like a sky coordinate system based on the angle that we're seeing the stars from different places on the Earth. And that's because they conceptualize the celestial sphere, right, is like a big hemisphere above your head.
Right.
Okay, that's the way that we see things, is in like a big hemisphere above our head for various reasons, including perspective, convergence. Okay, and yeah, that's it's an interesting topic. I don't know, I haven't heard about the speed of light thing that you're talking about, but I'll definitely have a look into that. How do you think it correlates to a globe in any way, or it's just something interesting?
No, it's just something really interesting. That's all. If it is true, it's interesting. If it's not true, of course, it's just a claim. But I didn't really spend necessarily, I would say, too much time. I haven't divulged into it as much as I probably would want to.
Yeah, there's a lot of
something
crazy
interesting. I'm kind of like
a lot of crazy coincidences when it comes to math. And so then the way that we view the sky, the motions of the celestials and things like that.
Right.
But yeah, we try to stay away from speculation as much as possible. Like if we don't know something, we'll just say, we don't know that because we can't empirically test it. But we know it can't be happening above the surface of a globe because we can test the surface of the Earth and it's not curving.
Yeah.
And then there's no evidence that the Earth is in motion as well. Okay, we would say that the sun and the moon and the planets and the stars, right? They're like a big clock above the flat Earth, right? Doing particular motions and cycles in the sky that repeat each cycle. And that we can't validate exactly how the sky works, what medium these lights in the sky are actually in, what distance they are, what size they are, what they're made of. We can't validate that empirically. We also just make observations of it. We can observe it, we can log the observations that this does this and this moves in this certain cycle, but we've all been taught this big giant story about how this light in this particular position, right, that is a burning ball of gas, right? That's a sun, a big burning ball of plasma gas that's X size, and it's made out of this particular thing, and this is the exact distance, and it's in a big giant space vacuum, 10 to the negative 17 torr space vacuum, and that kind of thing. So we've been fed a big story which we can't validate. It's kind of faith-based, and it's originated on a whole bunch of presuppositions, assumptions.
Yeah. Okay.
Yeah. And then we would say that we're in a contained system, right? Just like all of the ancient cultures depicted. Have you seen the ancient depictions?
Of?
Yeah, I'll put it in the side chat. Okay, so the ancient cultures all depicted something similar. Even though they allegedly didn't have communication with each other, they all came up with a similar idea of the layout of this system that we live in, which would be a flat surface inside a contained system. Because we have gas pressure, right? Air that we're all breathing, it keeps us alive. And if you start looking into gas law, you'll find that there are a whole bunch of natural laws, rules associated with gas, right? Firstly being that to have gas pressure in the first place, you would need to have a container. It has to be in a contained system because the gas particles, right? The gas pressure is the force that the gas particles exert on the walls of the container, right? Or when they bounce off of each other as well. So you need gas pressure to have you need a container to have gas pressure. There's no evidence that the Earth is in motion, right? Because they tell us, like most people don't realize this, right? They tell us the Earth is spinning at 1,000 miles per hour at the equator. That's faster than a 9mm bullet. That's faster than the speed of sound. On top of that, it's orbiting around the sun at 66,000 miles per hour. On top of that, right, it's moving in another vector chasing the sun because the sun is shooting through the universe at 480,000 miles per hour. And then there's a whole bunch more motions and speeds on top of that, which is hard for the human brain to even comprehend how fast these motions are. So there's no evidence of all of this. It's just a model, a theoretical mathematical concept, essentially. Yeah. So we're just looking for people to provide evidence of this belief system that they have and that we all had growing up and that what we're all taught. That's all. And we don't get any empirical evidence. We get explanations. We get a lot of feelings, right? Hurts a lot of people's feelings because it's like their worldview. It's their deeply ingrained belief system. They thought that they were going to go to space one day or something like that. So it triggers a lot of emotion in people. But we're just looking for the evidence and trying to present people with our evidence. Trying to give people a better understanding of exactly what the argument is. And that there isn't actually the type of evidence that people think there is about the globe. Most people have never thought about it. They think, oh, some really smart people worked it out. I never have to think about it.
Yeah.
Hello.
Interesting. Yeah.
Someone said hello? Hello.
Yeah. What's my name?
Oh. Ricky,
I was just
Ricardo?
wondering.
Something.
Yeah, Ricardo. Hi, bro. I was just wondering why you guys believe in flat Earth. If you do.
Wait, you have the same profile picture as an Australian guy that comes in here all the time. What the hell is going on? Is that you?
No, it's not me. I'm a different person.
With the same profile picture, man, that's
Nice.
tripping me out. Yeah, okay, man. What was your question? Say it again.
I was saying that I was wondering why you guys believe in flat Earth theory.
Well, I did just explain all that to Stone. But yeah, because we've gone out and tested for the curvature of the Earth and we can't find any. It's been extensively done. And then when we look for evidence throughout all of history from the globe side, who has actually gone out and empirically validated that the Earth's a globe, you don't find any empirical evidence. You just find assumption-based reasoning and calculations based off those assumptions.
Yeah, but like logically, the Earth has a curvature, and for example, if we move from one country to another, there are some different time zones. That's why.
Yeah,
If
time
you keep going,
zones.
like for example, if you keep going towards the west, like you will always be in the past. You understand me?
Well, if
Like,
you keep
for
going
example,
west, you could come back to where you started again, potentially.
Yeah.
But yeah,
for
time
example,
zones, look, this is what you're going to find. A lot of things can be explained on a globe Earth or on a flat Earth. Now, you probably haven't heard the flat Earth explanation for how that could work over a flat surface, which is understandable. But it's not something that's exclusive to the Earth being a globe. Okay, so we don't think that the Earth is a flat planet, right? So people think of outer space, right? That's the globe Earth version of outer space. Then they think of the globe and then they try to squish it into like a flat disk, and they think that that's what the flat earthers are claiming, like a flat earth as in a flat disk planet. We don't claim that. Okay, we would say that the earth, yeah, is that what you were thinking?
No, there are some narratives in my mind.
What do you have in your
That was
mind?
one of them. For example, some people believe that the earth has 4 corners. Yeah, I think they believe so because the Christian perspective.
Yeah, but in the Christian perspective, it says it has 4 corners, but it also says it's like a circle, like the circle of the earth. So I don't know. It gets, once you get into like religious texts and things like that, sure, they support the earth being flat, but it's kind of getting into the weeds a little bit, in my opinion, because it comes to like, well, what did he mean by this? What did he mean by that? What does this verse really mean? Like, how could that work? It's, I don't know. We try to stick with empirical evidence here that we can actually go out and test in reality. So we're not claiming to know the shape of the earth. We're not claiming by flat. When we say flat earth, we don't, like, flat's not a shape. Flat's the description of a surface area that doesn't have any curvature. So that's what we mean by flat earth. We don't know the shape of the earth, the size of the earth. I don't think anybody truly knows that because we can't test it at this stage. And then seasons and time zones and things like that, that's just due to the movement of the sun, right? So we would say the sun, whatever the sun is, right, is much closer, it's much smaller than in the globe model. And it takes particular cycles over the surface of the earth, right? So its circuit will be responsible for daytime, nighttime, and seasons.
But how do you
also responsible for wind and waves and all that sort of stuff.
But for example, if you keep going to the same direction over and over again, you will come back to the same point. How do you explain this in that theory?
Well, because east and west are actually circles around a north. Okay, so if you have like just a hypothetical. Okay, if you put a magnet down on the ground, right? So you go outside, you have a big magnet, like a bar magnet, and you stick it in the ground. And then you have a compass. Okay, and you stand next to the bar magnet. The compass is going to point towards the north, right? It's going to be pointing towards the magnet, the north.
Yeah.
Okay, and then if you want to go west, right, you have to go in a circle. You're going to walk around in a circle and have to keep adjusting your path to the north, right? So you're going to have to keep turning left, 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 left. You're going to go around in a circle and you're going to come back to where you started again. Now, you just did that on a flat piece of ground outside, showing that even on a globe or on a flat surface, east and west are just circles. Now, tons of people have circumnavigated east to west, right? But what wouldn't be possible is if, just say, think about that hypothetical out on the ground with the magnet. Now, if you wanted to go south, right, you're going to be walking directly away from that magnet, south, right? You're never going to come back to where you started again. Okay, that's not going to be possible on the flat surface. Now, nobody has ever actually done that in reality. No one's ever done a north to south circumnavigation and come back to where they started. But east to west, yes.
But how, or where do you think we would go if we keep going in the same direction? Like, ultimately.
I have no idea. You're probably going to eventually hit ice, but nobody. It's a hypothetical. Well, I'm not even claiming an ice wall. I said you're most likely going to hit ice if you keep going in a straight line, right? Even if you're on a globe, you're eventually going to hit ice as well. But this is the thing: no one's ever just gone in a straight line. It's not possible. It's not something that's possible to do. Because you're gonna need to use a compass to navigate. Okay, and because you have in the ocean you have ocean currents, in the sky you have wind currents, and it's just no one's ever done that, right? If you try to look up like who's actually gone in a perfectly straight line for the longest distance, it's not going to be a long distance, right? It's not possible, especially when you're going over the ocean or something like that. Okay, you're going to need to use something to navigate because you're going to be getting blown around and.
Yeah, but you can use, for example, the stars for navigation. Like, you can just get there for. Like
yeah, but you can only use them, like the stars are also moving constantly, right? As well. So
there are some stars which are like
yeah, you might be able to go if you can see the North Star and you go directly towards the North Star, right? It only moves a tiny little bit, the North Star. So if you pick out the North Star and then you start going towards the North Star, sure, you can go in essentially a straight line, but then it's going to become daytime, right? You can't see the stars anymore.
Yeah, but then you can start back to night. Yeah. I mean, it's not impossible.
Yeah, you could stop, put your anchor down, wait for it to end. But then what are you going to do once you reach the geographical North Pole? What are you going to do then?
Go to the opposite direction, from the opposite side. Then I'll come back to the same point.
What are you going to use as your reference to keep going in a straight line?
The North Star. So I can go...
No, you're at the North Star. Just say you're at the North Star. It's directly above you at your zenith, above your head. Now what? Now how are you going to keep going in a straight line?
I think it's not impossible, like, even theoretically.
This is why no one's ever done it, what you're talking about. I get, like, you could imagine it on, like, a basketball or something like that. You could wrap a straight string around the basketball. Or use a ruler or something like that. But in reality, on the actual giant globe that's claimed, it's not such an easy task, right? To go in a straight line. It's actually impossible.
I think I never heard of someone who have ever tried to go to like in the direct direction, a straight direction.
Yeah, exactly. That's why most people just use a compass and that kind of thing. Or you can use a sextant for the stars, but once again, all the stars are moving. The North Star only moves a little bit, so you could use that. But that's not going to help you once you get to the North Star. You're just going to find the North.
Yeah, for example, and I think that most of the theories of the flat Earth, like, they're just hypothetical.
The same thing would happen on a flat Earth, right? Just say the Earth was flat, right? Just remove the globe from your mind right now, and just say you're on a flat Earth and you want to go in a straight line. You're going to use the North Star. Okay, the same thing, right? It's the same thing. You're just going to go in a straight line. You're going to get to the North Star. You're not going to, and you're not going to have detected any Earth curvature over that trip, right? You're just going to feel like you're going over flat water, and you're going to get to the North Star, and then you're not going to have another reference point to continue going in a straight line. So it's not going to really determine anything.
Yeah, but there are some groups of stars that are called Arcturus. You know them. Like, they're always like directing towards the east, so I think you can use them as well.
No, there's no other fixed. There's no other fixed star. Polaris isn't even fixed. Actually, Polaris is 3 stars. There's 3 Polarises, but they do move a little bit. But yeah, you could think of it like a fixed star. But there's no other fixed star that you can see. Like there isn't a counter star of Polaris in the south, and even if you're at the North Pole, you can't see that far anyway. Like, even if you're on a flat Earth or on a globe, you still can't see the. Even if there was a South Polaris, you wouldn't even be able to see it anyway. So you'd still be screwed, right? You would have to rely on a compass. And then if you have a look at the magnetic field lines on the Earth, the magnetic field lines don't even match up with the latitude, longitude. They don't match up with the celestial sphere. They don't match up with the globe, right? So magnetic north and magnetic south don't match up with the geographical north and south poles.
Yeah, I get your point. For example, I think these compass of stars are like always stable or like in the same place in the sky. For example, Orion's belt, like the direction of Orion's belt is always towards the south. So
this is the problem, though. They're going to be at the same place in the sky at a certain time on a certain day. They constantly.
Yeah, you can use them for direction. That's why, like, almost when back then in time, people who used to stay in the sea, they used to use these stars. Like, they didn't have any portals back then or any device.
Yeah, they used the stars, and they thought the Earth was flat as well, right? But this is the thing. It's not going to help you determine if you're going in a perfectly straight line or not. Okay, you can't say that you're going in a perfectly straight line. no one's ever claimed to have gone in a straight line and come back to where they've started. No one's ever even claimed to have done such a thing throughout all of history, because it's impossible to do that. So I get the theoretical idea. If the Earth was a globe and you went in a straight line, you would come back to where you started. Sure, but no one's ever done that.
It's impossible because the vast ocean. That's why, because like it's impossible to go.
Right, it is impossible. It is impossible. So
yeah, but for example, you can go from Morocco to Dubai, for example, and it's proven. Like, some flights go to this direction, from Morocco to Dubai, to Moscow to USA. This direction is like proven.
You can do that on a flat surface as well. Like I said before, you're going to be able to do things on a globe or on a flat Earth, depending on what the thing is. Perfectly logical to explain on either. Just say you have a flat surface, right? Like a lake, a giant lake, right? Think of it like the world, like exactly what we experience in the world, as if it was a giant lake, right? All of the oceans are actually just one big ass lake, essentially. Yeah, right? They're all connected, and then you've got land masses, right? Which are like islands popping up out of the lake in certain areas, and we call them continents in countries and islands. Okay, and then you go from one, and then you go to the other one, and then you can go to a different one, right? And it's all happening over a flat surface. That's the most logical and exactly what we experience.
Yeah, but you know what? For example, like, how much do you think the distance from New York to Moscow in a straight line?
I don't think you can't measure that. It's very difficult to measure that. I don't know the exact distance, but you can calculate the distance based off a coordinate system that's based off the sky, right? Which is going to be spread out onto a ground-based map. Okay, so you're not able to measure the exact distance, but we can tell, okay, if we get on a plane and we fly in this direction, the plane flies at approximately whatever speed the planes claim to be flying at, right? And every single time we make the flight, there's a margin of error due to the wind and all sorts of different factors, and we can say, okay, it's approximately this distance away. But you're still using the coordinate system as your reference, so it's very difficult to know the actual layout, like the proper layout and the proper distance, right? To actually know it for sure. One thing that you're not going to find is that it's exclusive to a globe. Yeah, it's not exclusive to a globe. You know what is exclusive to a globe, though? Earth curvature, right? Bending water, right? So if you had a globe, then over 100 miles, you have 6,666 foot of Earth curvature over that distance. That's something that isn't possible on a flat Earth.
But I think even 100 miles isn't enough. Yeah?
Well, 6,666 foot. Right, that's a huge amount of curvature. Even 10 miles is enough, right? 10 miles would have 66 foot of curvature. 66 foot, that's more than a 10-story a 6-story building. A 6-story building. How can we measure it? Okay, so if you have, let's say we have a lake, okay, and the lake's 10 miles across. Mm-hmm. Well, actually, let's use the ocean, and I'll show you a example in the real world right now. So just give me a second. Can you see the side chat?
Yeah.
Okay, just a second. I'll just pull up this one observation here. One second. Here we go.
Mm-hmm. Henderson tourism.
Yeah. Can you see here's just a clip from a video. 1 second. Did that GIF work? Can you see the GIF?
Okay.
Okay, right. So let's check that. Okay, so we've got an oil platform, 2 oil platforms. Okay, the first platform is 6 miles from the shoreline, called Platform C. Okay, the second platform is called Platform Habitat, and it's 10.1 miles away. Okay, so this is a good example, right? Because we can use a 10-mile distance, like we were just talking about. So the mathematics is pretty simple. Okay, now the observer is standing on the beach, and his height above the water is 8 foot high.
Yeah.
Okay, so now we can calculate how much curvature should there be over 10 miles. The answer is 66 foot, 66.7 foot. That's just the general curvature over that distance. Okay, now we need to take the observer's height into account. So the observer's height is 8 foot above the surface. Right? Now, what should be present in the observation based off that? Okay, the horizon should be at a certain distance away. The horizon should be at 3.46 miles away. So because we have the oil platforms there as distance markers, now we know that the horizon isn't where it should be or where it has to be on a globe. Okay, the horizon's actually far beyond 10 miles. But on a globe, the horizon actually must be at 3.46 miles, halfway to the first oil platform. Okay, you shouldn't be able to see any water past the horizon line. Okay, the horizon line is the line in which the sky and the ground appear to meet. That's the definition of a horizon, the mainstream definition. Okay, and it's a byproduct of... What's that?
The higher you get in the sky, the later the sunset is. Do you know that?
Yeah, because you're changing the angle. You're changing the angle in which you're looking at the object in the distance. Okay, so if you go up higher, you can see further. This is another one of those things that's easy to explain on a globe or on a flat surface. You go higher, you see further. It's common sense, right? On a globe, you would see further over the curvature of the Earth. And the curvature of the Earth is what we're testing here. So if the Earth was curving, then over 10 miles, you would have 66 foot of curvature. That means the horizon would be at 3.46 miles, and the bottom 29 feet of the second oil platform would be hidden behind the horizon. But that's not what matches up with reality, right? If you were to watch a sunset right now in this observation, you would see the sun setting behind a horizon that's halfway to the first oil platform if the Earth were a globe. That doesn't happen. The horizon isn't anything to do with the curvature of the Earth because there is no curvature of the Earth. And long-distance observations and laser... So this is what we're testing. That's the claim, right? The sun sets behind the curvature of the Earth. The boats go over the curvature of the Earth. Things are blocked by the curvature of the Earth. Okay, let's test it. When we test it, that's not what's happening. In fact, the horizon is a byproduct of the way that you see, right? It's a byproduct of perspective convergence and the weather conditions on the particular day. That's why the definition of horizon is the apparent line in which the sky and the ground meet. They don't say it's where the curvature stops you being able to see further, because that's not what the horizon really is.
But also, you know that according to your position on the Earth, according to the globe, okay, the globe theory. For example, in Egypt, you can see the Sirius stars compass, but in South Africa, okay, this star cannot be seen, and the Polaris, the South Star, is appearing there in that location. So in different locations, you can see different stars. Like it's not stable. Like for example,
that's right.
Even in the same continent, in South Africa and in Egypt, like in the north of the continent and the south of the continent.
Exactly. Yeah, I get you. You stand at different places, right, on the Earth, and you look up and you see different lights in the sky.
Yeah, but it's only like happens in a spherical or like a round body.
No. It can be explained on a spherical Earth, right? And it can also be perfectly explained on a flat Earth as well. It's another one of those things that can be explained on either, right? But the prerequisite, right, the requirement for it to be explained on a globe would require this water that we're looking at here in reality to actually be curving over distance, and that's not happening. So it's impossible for it to be happening above a spherical Earth, okay? Because there's no curvature. You need the curvature to have the spherical Earth in the first place. So yeah, we can explain it quite easily. We have a limited field of view. Okay, the atmosphere has extinction. And we don't see forever. You don't see forever. You move far enough away from something due to perspective convergence, right, and the opacity of the air, you're not going to be able to see forever.
But I'm talking about the best conditions, like without any.
Yeah, in the best conditions, you can see 200 miles. 200 miles in the best conditions, which is, we never have the best conditions. It's not even possible. But a technicality, you would be able to see in perfect conditions 200 miles through the medium of the air.
But the moon is much, like, way farther than 200 miles. So how can you see?
That's according to a claim that requires the Earth to be a globe, right? That's according to the heliocentric mathematical concept of this place that we live in. It's not something that you're able to validate or that has been validated empirically. The distance to the moon is based off the size of the Earth. It's based off the globe model, okay? The globe model requires the Earth to be curved. The Earth is not curved, right? It requires the space to be a vacuum and that you have a big rock floating around in a vacuum, right? That's not something that's been empirically validated. It's a belief that you have, and it's an explanation for something that you see in the sky. That's all.
So you're saying that we can see this compass of stars in Egypt because it's kind of close to Egypt than South Africa, yeah?
Yeah, you have a limit. You have a particular way of seeing the sky. Everyone observes the sky in their own unique perspective, depending on where you're standing on the surface of the Earth. But if you're too far away to see what's on a different section of the Earth, right? You can't see forever. You like I just said, you have perspective and you have a limitation of how far you can see due to the opacity of the atmosphere.
Okay, but there's also one other point that, for example, in the polars, the South and the North Pole, sometimes, like during the winter, the sun can last for about 6 months. How do you explain that? If it's moving around the flat Earth.
Well, it stays light for about 6 months, but you can only see the sun in the sky for a shorter period of time.
But how do you explain it? Even if it was just like...
Yeah, so there are some flat earthers that do try to explain it using a model, right? But we don't live on a model, and models usually have flaws, right? Just like the globe model has an explanation for why we can see that in the south, right? But the globe model has big flaws as well, doesn't it, right? Like we just went over in this observation. When we test the surface of the Earth, there's no curvature, so it cannot possibly be happening above a globe Earth. Now, everything in the sky works like a big clock. Everything runs in cycles. None of us know exactly how it works, right? None of us know exactly what the sun is, what the stars are, what medium they're in, what distance they are. Okay, we've just been fed a big story about them. That's all. That's as far. So you have a belief that it's happening in a heliocentric model, right, which falls apart at step one, which would be actually having curvature to be able to have the globe in the first place. So whatever's happening in the sky doesn't change that the ground is flat.
What about the shadow of the Earth and the Moon during the eclipse?
Once again, it's something. It's like an assumption based off a spherical Earth. Like you're first having to assume that what you're seeing is caused by a spherical Earth. Think about this. Okay, if we can measure a surface flat, okay, it doesn't matter what happens above the flat surface. It's not going to make it curve. Okay, it's already been measured flat. Let's say you have a room in your house with a flat floor. Okay, you've tested the floor. The floor's flat. Mm-hmm. Doesn't matter what you see on your ceiling. It's not going to change that the ground is not curving. Okay, that's the case with the Earth. So whatever's happening in the sky.
The shadow?
So you're claiming I don't try to explain things that I can't empirically validate. Okay, it's not logical to do that. Okay, so I could try to give you explanations, but I don't need to because I'm not making a claim about that. The things I'm making a claim about, I can empirically validate right now. Okay, you're claiming that that you're seeing a shadow on the moon, and it's caused by the Earth being a globe. Okay, so what evidence do you have that the Earth is actually a globe, right? Because that's the requirement for your claim.
Okay, I'll tell you something. The eclipse of the moon, it only happens when the Earth is between the sun and the moon. That's why we see the shadow of the Earth on the moon.
Yeah,
That's simply how it is.
That's the claim, right? So that's what people do here. They claim that the shadow that we see on the moon is caused by the Earth. And then when I ask them to validate that claim, they just give me the explanation in a different way. So all you did was just make the same claim again. I'm asking you to back that claim up. Okay, so what are the requirements for the claim you just made? The Earth has to be a globe, right? Right? For the Earth to be a globe, what do you need to have? You have to have Earth curvature. It has to be there. Okay, so I just showed you an observation where the Earth curvature that has to be there isn't there. Right? And I could show you one after the other, after the other, after the other, laser tests, long distance observations, over and over again, all sorts of different methods that prove that the curvature that would have to be there for your claim to be true is not present in reality.
But come on, you don't even have an explanation for that.
Yeah, you need.
He doesn't understand the logic.
Yeah.
What?
It's basic logic, right? So if you don't have
logic is failing you pretty badly right now. Listen. For you to claim that the Earth is getting in the way, producing a shadow, you would need to have measured curvature.
Okay, the curvature, we can measure it, I think, by the difference of the shadow at the same time, at the same cities, for example, in different cities. For example, it has, I think it was done 200 years before Christ.
Okay, how did they do that then?
I think the scientist, his name was Artastonus, something like this. He was Greek, okay? He noticed the difference in the length of the shadows in two different cities at the same time. And
well, why would that require a curving surface?
Because it's at the same time.
Yeah, but they're two different angles. Why would that prove that the surface is curved if they're two different angles at the same time?
Well, I don't have an answer for that, but I think if we have...
Think about this. Listen, I'll give you an analogy. Let's say it's really, really dark. It's nighttime outside. You're in a parking lot, and there's a big bright light above you in the parking lot. If I go stand 100 meters away, my shadow is going to be very long. But since you're under the parking lot, your shadow's very short, if any shadow.
Yeah, I understand.
That's not on a curved surface, right?
Well, yeah. I can't say any other thing except that. Well, I get your point, but you can't say 100% that the Earth is flat or it doesn't have any curvature, because in that experiment, he didn't measure the curvature of the Earth, but he measured how do you call it? The circumference. Do you get me?
You're not measuring circumference. You're measuring the length of the shadows.
Yeah, circumference.
No, yeah, but you're not measuring circumference. You're measuring the length of the shadows.
How did he get circumference? Yeah. How did he go from measuring shadow lengths to circumference? Can you explain the logic?
I think it's something with mathematics. I don't have anything to do with mathematics, honestly, but I think over almost 2,000 years, if it wasn't true, we wouldn't have known it. Yeah.
Well, the logic isn't sound. The reason why is because he's making a deductive claim based off of inference. He had to assume the curvature existed in the first place for him to derive a circumference from those angle lengths.
Fair enough.
You couldn't have done it any other way without first assuming. So here's the other thing. If you were to assume no curvature, then you would be able to conclude that the sun is not very far away and that the surface isn't curving.
But another thing, okay, you assume that the sun is 200 miles away, yeah?
I don't know how far away it is. I have no idea what it is.
the person who was talking to me, I don't remember the nickname, but he said that the sun.
Didn't say that. I definitely didn't say that. I said nobody knows the distance, the medium, or the size, or what the sun's made of, or anything like that. That's what I specifically said.
I said it was 75 miles away. Debunk. I dare you to.
Yeah, so that was just a thought experiment there. The point is, listen, if you're triangulating things, you should be able to get the height of the sun. But we know that you can't do that, flat or globe. You cannot triangulate the height of the sun. You can't do it on a globe because they say that the sun is so far away and the surface is so big that the surface is effectively flat from the sun.
Yeah.
This is why the rays are parallel to a curving Earth that's really tiny. So you can't triangulate that. You can't triangulate the altitude from parallel rays. We say, well, on Earth that is not curving, the angles to the sun do appear to diverge from the sun as a source, but nobody can triangulate its fixed point in 3D space in a sky. Both of these ideas are true. So how do you determine whether or not the sun rays are parallel versus diverging? Well, you measure the surface. If you can't measure the curvature of the Earth directly, then you cannot conclude anything about it being curved.
But even Aristotle, do you know Aristotle? Do you know
so Eratosthenes is out. Is that it? We're going to toss the knees. We're going to toss him out.
Yeah, but he calculated the circumference of the Earth, like.
Yeah, but we just went through that too. And we just went through why that's not a proof, right?
But even till today's like the present time, we take into consideration these calculators. Like we don't just ignore them.
Well, no, we don't just ignore them. We ask them to substantiate their claims. People accuse us in here all the time. I'm not saying you're doing it, but all day people accuse us of ignoring evidence. When we do the exact opposite, we're like, no, we're not ignoring it. We're demanding justification and substantiation of that evidence. That's not ignoring. This is saying, let us accept your claim for the moment. Now justify it. Provide us the data. Provide us the logic. And when the Glober comes in, right, and they make a claim and they can't justify, they cannot substantiate the claim, then why should we automatically accept the claim?
Yeah, fair enough.
Yeah, this is about using logic and empiricism.
Yeah, I'm open to all theories, honestly, but I'm just wondering. That's what I'm talking about. And also, I have a question about the UV light. If the Earth is flat, like, how do you think we getting protected from the UV light? Otherwise, it would kill us.
I mean, we measure the sun's spectral rays, right? And we get a complete set. We get UV, IR visible. We get gamma, X-ray. We get all kinds of stuff coming off the sun.
Yeah, but how do you
I don't know why.
protected from them? Because in the globe theory, it's because of the polar, like the North Polar and the South Polar. So they kind of like somehow protect us. But what about the flat theory?
So the question is why does the sun emit a full spectrum of radiation as we measure the Earth to be flat?
No, it wasn't like that. When I was saying that if the Earth is flat, so why do we not getting killed by the UV light? Because if it's globe, okay, we can clarify that.
Right, so you're jumping back into flawed logic again. Listen, what DJ is offering you is a flat Earth observation and measurement. And we've got hundreds and hundreds of them.
Okay, how do you explain it as a flat Earth?
Why should we have to explain something that is not necessary?
Yeah, there's explanations. Yeah, hold on,
like,
sir. There's explanations.
No, like,
sir, can you hear me? There's explanations that are already given that explain all of the ideas and like the ways that people talk about light and how we interact with the sunlight. That's already been shown. That has nothing to do with the cosmology aspect, like the size or the shape of the Earth. So the UV light and all that you really want to know about, it's already been told to us how that is. We agree with a lot of the particular science about the nature of the Earth, except for when it comes to when people start making claims of the size of the Earth or what the shape of the Earth is. So there's specific claims that we already agree with. They don't need explanation. That's exactly how we understand things like science and the properties of the Earth and which we understand it to be are the same. It's not like a different Earth that we're talking about. It's the same Earth that you understand with applied science, physics, right? So we're not going to go off into like talking about something else with like UV light. It's going to be the same as you. The only thing we're talking about is what people think of the size of the Earth and the shape of the Earth. That's what's different. Do you understand? Like that's the only difference. Everything else is basically the same. That you know it.
So the only thing you're against the global Earth are just the globe itself, yeah?
Yeah. Well,
Like,
the claim that it's a giant sphere in the vacuum of space, because that's a huge claim that nobody can substantiate. And that's what we're talking about. Everything else, like the physics of the Earth, like we're experiencing the same thing as you. So it's not like a different Earth. It's the same. The physics are the same. It's just you have an explanation as to what those things are based on a spherical Earth. So we're not basing it on a spherical Earth. You understand? Like.
Yeah, so the globe is not the consequence of observations. It's not the consequence of measurement. It's not even the consequence of scientific claims.
Okay, but I'll tell you something. For example, people who believe in the like spherical Earth, they believe in the how to say the two polars as well, like the magnetic field. Okay, we cannot have a magnetic field if we have a flat Earth. So how do you explain that?
Again, we measured the Earth. Okay, the surface does not curve anywhere it is measured.
No, I'm talking about
not in accordance with the globe. Okay, so listen, this is the crux of the matter. All of your questions about how things work beyond that point are not necessary to the claim that the Earth measures and is observed to be flat.
Yeah.
No, I'm just asking for like.
Oh, listen,
knowledge.
We can come up with speculation, right? Because listen, nobody's ever measured the sun to be 93 million miles away. Nobody's measured the sun to be 400 times bigger than the moon.
I think
nobody's measured any of these.
Because, like, if you calculate the light speed and, like, for example, if we, in a certain point of the Earth, we get light after, for example.
Okay, how do you measure? How do you measure? It takes 8.25 minutes for light to get from the sun to the Earth. Does a photon have a little clock on it?
No, it doesn't.
No.
Okay, I get your point.
The reason why people conclude that it takes 8.25 minutes for light to reach the Earth is because people have assumed that Earth is a globe inside of a solar system.
Yep, and that the sun's a specific distance away from the Earth. It's all about calculations. It's not about measurements. These guys are just like making assumptions.
Yeah, it's physics.
It's all assumptions. Listen, and here's one more thought for you, okay? A flat Earth is not inside a space vacuum. There is no space underneath the Earth.
I don't know, bro. I think
Maybe
you have
we don't know that yet.
certain claim. No, I tell you something. If you have a claim, I think you have you have to have like narrative for that claim. For example, why do we get protected by the magnetic field? If we don't have a magnetic field in the flat Earth, how do we get protected then? Okay, that's the point. Another one.
Hold on. How do you get a magnetic field if the Earth isn't a globe? Listen, we already measured the Earth. Why is this question necessary, logically or just philosophically?
But literally, even people who
do you think they know why Earth has a magnetic field if it's a globe? They don't even understand that.
Why? But they literally have the magnetic field.
We're actually working on that project.
The flat earthers.
Why can't we have a magnetic field on a flat Earth?
Exactly.
Yeah,
why can't we? When nobody knows how a magnetic field is created on a globe, why should we have to answer how it's being done if Earth isn't a globe?
Because the magnetic field is like formed by the iron in the bottom of the Earth. That's why, like the nucleus of the Earth.
All the things, guys.
That's why. But for example, in the flat Earth, you can't explain that.
We can explain it, okay? You just wouldn't like the explanations.
Okay, how explain to
me? And your look, your explanation's just wrong and can't even be right. You understand that metal like iron loses magnetism at high temperatures. It's called hysteresis. So why don't you explain how you even have a magnetic iron core when it's supposed to be thousands and thousands of degrees and a liquid? So the magnetic domains can't even line up in the first place.
That's right. You need dipole alignment. And when everything is vibrating because it's excited due to heat and friction, those dipoles can't align and suspend a magnetic field. That's right.
And it's liquid.
Yeah.
Okay.
There's no structure.
I understand.
See, but hey, you got an explanation.
I don't know, honestly, but maybe I need to think about it.
You know what they say? The Earth is a giant electromagnet.
Yeah, that's what.
Yeah, what kick-started it in the first place?
I don't really know.
Right. Well, we demand an explanation. I demand an explanation from you.
I'm telling you, I'm not like.
Well, they say the magnetic field creates an electrical current, and that electrical current creates a magnetic field. What came first, the chicken or the egg?
I don't know, but I'm just telling you guys. I'm not embracing a certain theory. I'm just open to talk about it. That's what I'm saying. That's why I'm asking you.
We're only concerned with one thing. What is the surface of the Earth measure? Because then we can figure out if the Earth is a ball or if it's flat. Looking in the sky and just imagining the Earth is like those things or should be like those things or other phenomenological ideas, that can't even prove the Earth is flat as a matter of logic. The only thing that can prove the Earth is flat or a ball is to measure the Earth. That's it. It's your only choice. There are no other choices. If I want to know how tall you are, I'm not going to look at the lights. I'm not going to look at the ceiling. I'm not going to ask your neighbors. I'm not going to look at other people to figure out how tall you are. I'm going to take a tape measure and measure you. That's it. It's really simple. People overcomplicate this.
Okay, but you know what? Even the flat earthers, they have some measurement of the Earth space. You know what? You know it.
Measurement of what?
The Earth space.
The airspace?
The Earth space.
Earth space? Are you talking about Jaren? Are you talking about that stupid Netflix one, dude?
Okay, I'll tell you what. For example, in people who embrace the flat, the spherical Earth, they believe that the Earth has 510 million square kilometers.
Yes.
And they're divided into land area and water area. You know that, yeah?
Yeah.
The water is about 71 and the Earth is about 29. So they literally explain that.
We don't care about the surface area. How does that tell us the surface of the Earth is curved? Has to be curved, right? Not a straight line.
Okay.
The surface area don't matter. Okay.
I'll tell you something.
Let's do this. So if you were like, do you know how much the Earth is supposed to curve?
Yeah, he just told me about 66 feet. Yeah?
Yeah. Do you know how much that is?
About 10...
Like in meters? Like 20 meters? Is that it?
Yeah, he just told me. I just
yeah, so like 20 meters and 15 kilometers. It gets worse than that. So at like 30 kilometers, it's like 120. At 30 kilometers, or not 30, like 40 kilometers, it's 127 meters.
Okay, we're back to that point
Now
again.
think, you're 3 times farther, but the amount of curvature increased way more than 3 times, right? And of course, it increased 6 times.
Look,
this is an exponential, brother. What I'm trying to tell you is the curvature is an exponential function. It should easily be visible from the surface of the Earth, or measurable, in fact. But nobody measures it or sees it.
But bro, how could you calculate it? The curvature that you're claiming. If it's 66 feet, how could you calculate it? You should have some physics for that, yeah? So how do you get it? Hello?
So we're not the ones claiming this. This is the geometric. This is the geometric constraint of the globe.
What does it mean?
Okay, so if Earth is a globe with a radius of 3959 miles on average, then we can use the Pythagorean theorem to derive the distance to the horizon, and also we can derive the curvature rate and approximate it. Right? So we do this by using math, by using geometry, and we can fact check this by visiting astronomy websites, by visiting NASA. They will tell you the same thing that we're telling you right now.
NASA would say that.
Yeah, the drop, that over 10 miles, the drop is about 66 feet.
Could be.
Okay.
Not actually.
That's why the further you go in the sky, for example, in a tower, that's why the further you can see, like in the vision field. Yeah. And the later the sunset will. Is it the same reason you're talking about? The same thing.
Oh, I mean, you see farther because your angle changes. I mean, that's just obvious. You didn't ever climb the tree because you were trying to look over the curve of the Earth, okay?
Well, but even it's not.
But you can see farther from the top of the tree, right?
But now we're not talking about the angle itself. We're talking about the later the sunset. Like the sky is already. The further you go up in the sky, the later the sunset will be. And the sun is already up there. Like we're not taking an angle over it. Yeah.
No, but look, what's the sunset? It's when the horizon chops the sun in half, right? Cuts the sun in half, but the horizon is not the edge of the Earth. It's not the edge of the ball. It's not any of those things.
Okay.
You know how we know that? You know how we know that it's not that? Because the horizon moves. Without you moving, you can stay in the same place and go to the ocean and watch the horizon and see it move around, as in it'll be 3 miles, then 2 hours later it'll be 6 miles, and 6 hours later it'll be 30 miles. So if the horizon itself moves around, that can't be the Earth. Unless the Earth is changing. Unless the Earth is changing. Unless the Earth is changing. Why you interrupt me every time I talk this 3 times in a row? Unless the Earth is changing size. Do you understand? Do you think the Earth is changing size?
Of course not.
Okay, then why does the horizon change?
What do you mean the horizon change? How can the horizon change?
One day it'll be like 3 miles away from you, and then another day it'll be 10 miles away from you. Now, when you calculate the curvature of the Earth, the first calculation you have to do is you calculate the tangent, which is the horizon distance, okay? Now, if the first part of your calculation is moving around,
okay,
then what do you have? You can say, hey man, we watched the sunset. It was cut in half by the horizon. Well, okay, what's the horizon? Well, that's the edge of the earth cutting the horizon in half. Well, your horizon's moving around. So how's it the edge of the earth? Is the earth changing size? Is it? No one thinks it's changing size. It just shows that what you think the horizon isn't true.
What is it? Okay, you're keeping moving.
The horizon is purely an optical effect created by a shallow angle of view to the surface of the earth and the meteorological conditions of the day. That's it. Different weather, different horizon. Different elevation, different horizon. At high elevation, in fact, NASA says that the horizon is not well defined and that it's impossible to measure the distance to the horizon from like an airplane.
Okay, I get your point. I get it, but it also doesn't explain, like, whenever I say that the further you go into the sky, you say that to change the vision angle, like you see further.
Yeah.
But
yeah, dude, I think you're looking at a checkerboard, right? Think of a giant checkerboard, right? And there's squares everywhere. And then the higher you go, the more squares you're going to see down that checkerboard. Right? It all depends on how high you are. If you go really, really high above this infinite checkerboard, you'll see more and more squares. But if you're really, really low, you'll see less and less squares.
Okay. Sorry to interrupt there, guys, but nice one, guys. Hottest man, his name is. When you say you get the point, can you please acknowledge that that is an anomaly against the globe? Okay, it means the globe has a problem. You're getting the point, but you're not acknowledging it, and you're not registering it. Please, that's what I'm going to say. Thank you.
I just told you that I'm open to all theories, so that's why I'm talking here. If I'm not open,
you don't have a theory, dude. A theory is something like for cause and effect relationships, phenomenon.
Yeah, I think so.
We're talking about what is, not why or how or any of those things. We're just talking about what is, right? Whether something exists or not.
But you don't have
a different type of question. That's all I'm saying, brother.
Okay. Anyway,
right. Theories are for like how and why. In scientific theories are for how and why. How does this happen? Why does this phenomenon happen? It doesn't concern itself with whether something exists or not, unless that existence of that thing is testing a theory of how and why, such as a Higgs boson or something like that. They want to test a theory like the standard model of physics. They go, okay, we need this Higgs boson to exist. Let's test to see if it exists. Okay. So we don't have a theory. We're just saying, hey, dude, you observe the Earth is flat and motionless, and we don't measure any curvature. So now what? And we're not telling you to trust us over NASA or anybody else. We're just saying this, that if you go out and you take what they say the globe is, and then you go out into the natural world and you test what they say is there, it's not there. That's what we're telling you. Now, you can do whatever you want with that. You can ignore it. You can stick your head in the sand. You can do whatever. But we're telling you, if you go out into the natural world and test if the Earth is a globe, you'll find out that it isn't.
Okay, bro.
And this is where the rub happens, because people get afraid to test it. They don't want to know.
Yeah.
Because the consequences are too scary for them.
Yeah, I understand you. But also,
well, what if you went out and did a test tomorrow, right? And you could, like, you went to the ocean and you watched the boat, and you watched the boat sail like 50 miles away, and you could 50 kilometers away, and you could still see the ship.
I don't have explanation for that, honestly.
Well, I've done this myself. Yeah. I tracked the ship. I tracked the ship for 3.5 hours, right? So they have an app called Marine Traffic, which tells you where the ship is. So I watched and photographed the ship for 3.5 hours as a cargo ship. And after 3.5 hours, it's 30 miles away, and I can still see it with the naked eye. I even took pictures with a shitty ass iPhone 4S. Okay, still seeing the ship the entire time. Now, if the Earth was a globe of the size they say, that ship should have been 420 feet under the horizon, which is like 130 meters.
Yeah, I understand you.
Yeah, so
that's why I'm talking. Yeah.
So that's what I mean. I went out and tested it. And I'm like, holy shit, bro! Like, the Earth actually is flat, and not because somebody told me, but because I was like, okay, you guys say it is. I can go test it myself. I'm gonna check, see if you guys are full of shit. Now, let's go with NASA. Can you test what they say?
No, we can't.
Yeah, exactly. You can't even test it. You just got to completely trust them. People that aren't trustworthy.
It's not only NASA. That's the point. It's not only NASA. Like,
Well, you got to trust whoever it is making the clip. You got to trust whoever.
Yeah.
No,
I don't know.
I mean,
like, my
mom told me never trust strangers, but
What this means, you need to ask them to explain. Ask them to explain how Earth suspends a magnetic field, even though we've got contradictory claims. Ask them to explain how space can be an infinitely expanding vacuum and gravity compresses gas down to the surface of planets.
Better yet, ask them what the evidence is, and then you're going to get nothing.
Yeah,
What's the evidence the Earth is a molten iron core? Well, we have this theory based upon plate tectonics, and yeah, but I asked for the evidence, like the physical evidence, like what did you do in the lab? What data do you have? And they don't have shit, dude. Nothing.
Okay,
There's more fucking data about schizophrenics in the world than there is about, some molten iron core.
But I had a question. One more, just before I go. You guys, flat earthers, you don't believe that like humans have been on the moon yet?
Hell no. You do?
Some flat earthers think so.
Really?
I don't know.
Yeah.
Do you think people went to the moon, bro?
No.
Not you, the other guy. Really?
Well, we have some rocks from the moon.
Well, can you explain to me this? I'm not going to get into like the various problems with their documentary evidence. Now, you know what telemetry is? Telemetry is like data that tells you exactly where something went.
No,
so the telemetry data for the Apollo program doesn't exist. They said they lost it. So the only thing that would prove they went to the moon, they don't have.
Right. So they can't explain contradictions and provide evidence for said contradiction and claim.
They say they lost it. They say they taped over it because tapes were scarce. And why were data tapes scarce? Because they stopped whaling, and they made the tapes out of something from the whales.
Yeah, I also wanted to ask something that when some reporters have asked the astronauts of the Apollo, okay, they asked them if they ever been on the moon, something like that, and they asked them to make a note on the pilot, and they refused to do that. Did you see that thing?
Yeah, that's Astronauts Gone Wild. By Barca, bro. That's not the only one. One of the guys that accidentally left their wireless microphone in there, his son asked him if he wants to call the CIA to have him whacked.
I was in the globalist space yesterday. Well, it wasn't quite globalist, but it was like a conspiracy group of people. And they're talking about the Apollo program. And the pro-Apollo program people had no clue what year it was, who the president was, how many times they landed. They just kept repeating the mantra, we landed on the moon, science is great, all that crap. And the people who were like, against, or not against it, but like, hey, it didn't happen the same way. They're telling them like, all the story, everything wrong with it, and then finally they had what broke the debate. What finally, after all the discussions going back and forth, this is like the facts, the evidence, all of it. What finally broke it down was that clip from Buzz Aldrin, who says, "We didn't go there." So I'm like, as Yola just said, you never know when you talk to these people what is going to be that spark, that click that's going to get them to think, let me reevaluate this position that I went to the moon. The guy who said he did there didn't go there.
Yeah, you made a good point, man. You never know because there's so many things that destroyed the moon landing. It's like, is it going to be the photographs? Is it going to be the frickin' telephone call? Is it going to be just the contradictory nonsense that they said afterwards?
Lack of shielding, lack of protection from the radiation.
Technical reasons. There's technical reasons, but you never know. Some people, like Kurt just said,
the power it would take to transmit from the moon to the Earth.
Yeah, there's so many things. It's like freaking, it's a potpourri. It's like, where do you want me to start? I don't even know where to start. This just too much.
Yeah, I tried with the whole thing that there was no advancement of humanity. There wasn't a kumbaya moment. There wasn't the overview effect. And I said you basically had Nixon carpet bombing Cambodia. George or Carl Sagan saying how ironic it was. And their counter was, what does Nixon and Sagan or Cambodia have to do with this at all? And I'm like, what? Wait, so you're trying to say actions taken by Nixon at the same time that Nixon was in office are unconnected to what Nixon had done when Nixon was in office? And they're like, yeah. Completely unrelated. Like they said, if I go to the grocery store on Tuesday, that doesn't mean I can't go to a restaurant on Friday or so. I don't know. It was like something that just is bizarre. And I'm like, okay, I'm going to tap out here at that point. It's irrelevant talking about this with you guys. Like, you'll never get it. I could spend the rest of my life trying to explain to you the overview effect and, whatnot. So then another guy jumped in and, tried to talk about like antennas and wavelengths and whatever. Nope. Didn't get that. And then, here's a clip of Buzz Aldrin. What was the scariest moment about going to the moon? Well, it would have been scary, but it wasn't because we didn't go there. And they're like, oh, shit. What does this mean?
Well, there's the other one, like they never tested the LEM. They tested it on the moon, basically. Oh, that thing we're going to land on the moon with, the most crucial part of the trip. We'll test it there. When they couldn't get it to work on Earth, it's just so absurd. If you know anything about humans and how they engineer things, especially, mechanical devices, they at least test them. Especially if you've ever put anything together. You'd never put like, oh yeah, I'm going to build this thing I never built before. Let's not test it.
Yeah, usually you test it to destruction. And from that destruction point is where you begin to build the new one. You see what I mean? But no, they didn't do that.
Well, even you buy a new car, right? You test drive it. Even though they manufactured 500,000 of them. You know what I mean? There's still the one that you got.
At least kick the tires, right? Like you're going to walk.
Want it to be a lemon.
Hey, did you hear how they found out that they knew that they could orbit the Earth? They sprayed and prayed. They just sent something up there and used some trajectory that actually made sense on a model, on an idea, and they hope for the best. That's what I hear from these guys. They're like, how do you know that you could go around the Earth like this spheroid that you think exists? Well, we just, they sent things up there and they hope for the best. Have you guys heard that?
You know how you know that method works? Because it works.
Because they did it.
It's called real good engineering.
That's like, you're going to send a particular craft up there to go around the Earth. How do you know it can go around the Earth? How do you know the Earth is what you're claiming it to be for the calculations? How do you know that? Yeah, that's weird, huh?
Was it easier to fool than to give it to someone they've been fooled? Somebody has an identity that they are smart. They can't fool them. They're wiser than the average bear. Smarter than the average bear. They're the ones who bust the foolings. And then you tell them, dude, you got hoodwinked. They got you coming. They saw you coming.
Yeah, that could be why some of these people, we've seen them who, they'll even accept the moon landings didn't happen. And they'll accept alternative versions of events that have been portrayed a certain way in the mainstream media, or they'll realize if any new event happens or is said to happen, assume it didn't happen until demonstrated otherwise. But they can't get to the flat Earth because that also, even that kind of alternative mind set, puts you in a place, of thinking, I can't be fooled again. Because I know for me, that was 2012, the last time I got fooled by a media thing where everybody was crying, and I might have even cried. And then like 2 days after the so-called event, in 2012, I was like, shoot, they did get me again. They are never going to get me again. But then I realized, they got me when I was, first a tiny child with this globe thing. Shoot. So people should be able to humble themselves and say, like, yeah, I got fooled when I was a child. Yeah, and then everything around me reinforced that fooling. Like, that's not, like, it's okay, guys. Like, you were just a child when they indoctrinated you into the globe cult, so it's not your fault. But it is your fault if you keep clinging to it despite having zero evidence. Then you're proving yourself to not be as smart as you thought you were.
I think the globe is like a chink in the armor. It's like a gap that they can always exploit. Because they just use the same type of messaging, and people just like Pavlov's dog just fall into that type of thinking. Because it's already just like a gigantic case study in cognitive dissonance for like all of humanity. Well, you have to think, if you're running around thinking you're in a frickin' illusion, because kids don't believe that crap, so you get brainwashed by adults into thinking it's true, and you have to suppress that cognitive dissonance, otherwise you could be in crisis. For me, that's why people are mentally freaking ill, because they're holding around this idea, this contradictory idea. Here's life, and they're saying that it's not like this, But the point is that it's like if you're mentally holding on to something that's not true as true, then it's like anything can slip through that door. You have a big hole in your intellectual protection. I mean, they got me at 9/11 for, I can't even believe I fell for that shit. For a couple days, at least. And I realized how ridiculous it was. And other people realized how ridiculous it was.
It was the invincible passport that got you, huh? The one that was on the plane and it...
No, them turning into dust like that.
They found the passport?
No, that is pretty cuckoo. It was the freaking dustification, the turning into nothing.
Oh, yeah. 3 buildings, 2 planes.
Yeah, but there was like nothing left to the buildings.
Yeah. 500,000 tons of material just gone.
Well, and then if you just start thinking about it, okay, say you had a plan. I want to destroy the World Trade Center and turn them into a 3-story pile of dust. We're gonna hire the U.S. military. How many weapons does that take? Like, how many, like, GB, like, whatever their biggest thing is, I think it's like the Moab. How many Moabs is it going to take to flatten the World Trade Center? It would take like 200 of them to turn it to dust. It would take hundreds of them.
Yeah.
If you
And
look at
also,
like the war in Ukraine, they got freaking a lot of their buildings. You can't use the Middle Eastern buildings; they're trash. But if you look at the war in Ukraine, these are getting hitting with 300, what they're called Fab 3000. So they're 3,000 kilogram bombs, 6,000 pound bombs. And while they're being destroyed, they're still standing. They're not being turned into dust.
Yeah, they're gutted. Like the exterior walls are kind of up, but everything inside is gone.
Yeah, but the World Trade Center, there was no exterior walls. Like, it's gone. It was freaking gone.
I like how they say the 24,000 gallons of fuel in the airplane is what took it all down. Where the fuck do you put 24,000 gallons of fuel at? In the wings?
Well, I had a friend that said that too, but I said, you had that giant fireball that shot out the back? What was that?
That's impossible. You got to think about how, because of the momentum of the fuel, it's supposed to be going 500 miles in one direction, and then the fuel shoots out, an explosion shoots out the back the way the plane came. Would the fuel forget it's going 500 miles an hour? I mean, what really broke it was Webferry. There was an article called Muslims violate laws of physics, and it just went through it, just using Newton's laws of motion. That the pancake is impossible, the plane crash is impossible, the fuel explosion is impossible. Like all these things that are just impossible. Just basic 9th grade physics.
Yeah, I know. That's why I'm even more embarrassed that I was actually teaching high school physics, watching the towers fall on CNN in the classroom with the students. I'm such a bad teacher. I should have seen it instantly. But I was thinking about all the poor people. I had the emotional. Yeah, the emotional. I did clouded my brain.
Yeah, they have the lists of the old people. An elderly couple that was married for 70 years. They were high school sweethearts from New Hampshire, and they died in the world. They died crashing in their plane. And then you go, look, because I went through their.
Anyway, Indio, it's fine. They were 70 years they were married. Get rid of them.
Well, their flame never died. It just got brighter. In the center of the World Trade Center. I went through the CNN list, all the people they said died, and went and looked in their local, like where they were from, to see if they had an obituaries, see if they owned any property, because you can look at the Registry of Deeds. I got like 30 into the list, and I hadn't found a single frickin' person where that local, and these people are like from small towns. I brought up the old person one because it's an actual one. They said they lived in this town for 80 years, worked in this factory, whatever. There's no obituary in the local newspaper. There's no funeral. There's no, anything that happened like in the school, the freaking city council or mayor or whoever was running that little podunk town. Like nobody did anything. Like they never heard of them, these people. CNN heard of them somehow, but nobody else heard of them. No property records, nothing in either the husband or the wife's name. Because one of them was supposed to be a school teacher. They retired. Nothing from the school was celebrating her, whatever. But if you just go down the list of the names, dude, you won't find anybody. Whether there's an actual like funeral or an obituary about that person.
makes me wonder, right? This is why archive.org and archive.is and all these others, Wayback Machine, are so detrimental to them. Because taking snapshots of records and images of databases as they appeared in that time is going to be very hard for unscrupulous evildoers to backdate information and start backstopping this stuff. You know, and then having AI run.
Yeah, what did archive.org capture in 2001, though? You know what I mean?
Probably not much yet.
Yeah. And they had those weird freaking web pages that they were hard to scrape because they were running like, what was it? ActiveX or some trash.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, everyone remembers MySpace, right? You can inject all kinds of code into that shit. But we're seeing where people are going through these archives and pulling up information on a lot of these highly visible politicized events, and just debunking the narratives of the bad guys that are pulling stuff off.
I know, but it's just whack because the normies will never buy it unless the very people that told them that 9/11 was real also tell them 9/11 is fake. Like that's the conundrum. I mean, how many people we get in here? Like, you know,
right there.
They have to like, well, I'll believe everything you say when the authority says that you're right.
Yeah, that's so true. Yeah. I was going to say that when you were talking about the globe. Yeah, when you're talking about the globe, because you were saying how how they had a inherent understanding of the world the way it is, which is flat and stationary, the way they experience it, and then all the smart said, "Oh, you're so silly, ha ha ha! You just think it's flat and stationary, but here's what it's really doing." And then, yeah, they put all of their trust in those people. So, and you were talking about the cognitive dissonance, yeah, because it's like admitting those people were wrong. Yeah, is not only admitting that you were very badly fooled by them, but then it's admitting that the people that you think have all the answers have not only don't have the answers or aren't giving them to you if they have them, that you have to pretty much like start over. It's a very intimidating prospect for these globetards. I'm say PSA, you don't actually have to start over because you've taken this amazing step of understanding that it's possible to accept the world on the terms by which it presents itself and not have to rely on an external authority. What an amazing life that will be if you choose to accept it. Or you're going to start ahead of the game. You're going to start at the point where you can be as maddening as we are to the globers, because you can be 100% confident that there is no globe. And imagine all you can do with that amazing level of confidence. I guess DJ's talking about that image of the flags with I guess these are the various alleged moon landings. Okay, yeah, I guess so. What we're saying there is the lander should still be there and it's not there. Is that what we're saying in those images?
Those graphics are on par with Nintendo 64.
If you want to replicate what we see in nature, that's what needs to be demonstrated.
Then you would need to place the clay at the right spot.
Okay. Well, I mean, go for it.
Okay, cool. So
that's what I'm talking about.
So
we've demonstrated. We've demonstrated. Okay. Well, we've demonstrated all the things that Goldberg says is impossible on a flat Earth. We've demonstrated experimentally that it is possible on a flat Earth.
It's not a valid experiment.
All the things, all the excuses you guys say, like refraction's lifting things up in front of the horizon, all this shit. You can't demonstrate that experimentally. In fact, the very fact you have to use butane in which is a non-normal condition, right? The fact you have to use a special case means you can't prove the general case.
Yeah, the Earth isn't also metal either. Okay, it's an experiment to show how refraction works and lifts things up. Okay, but you just acknowledged, right, that it wasn't to scale, acceptably to scale. It's not a valid experiment. Okay, you said that the tank has to physically move behind the clay. Right? That is just not true. Yes, I specifically asked you that question, and you
and I specifically said no.
Oh my gosh!
I recorded this. Don't lie. Okay, I specifically said no explicitly. Okay, no, the tank does not have to physically move behind the clay. That would be stupid. Okay, it has to visually move behind the clay. In the fact, you're right. I agree. This isn't to scale. It isn't anything like normal Earth conditions, and you still can't demonstrate it. You understand? You still can't demonstrate it.
We can absolutely demonstrate refraction happening with air, not just using water and stuff. I mean, I've got a video myself of using water to do it, to explain how refraction works. But it's
in air, that is a red herring. That's not what I mean, and you know that's not what I mean. Meaning, you can't demonstrate refraction doing the things you claim are happening. Making the horizon look further away, lifting things up over the horizon, curving around the ball, any one of those things that you say, and not just you, shouldn't even say you, I should say globe earthers in general, those claims have no evidence that they're even possible. The idea exists solely in abstract theory, and if you had a theory anyway, you'd have to prove it by experiment, which there are none. That's what I'm trying to tell you. There's no empirical evidence for this refraction claim. None. People say, account for refraction. I go, how would I account for it? Nobody can give me the answer.
There's no physical proof that refraction exists.
Not refraction, terrestrial refraction.
Right.
So there's a qualifier there.
Skunk Bay as you say that.
Well, terrestrial refraction is a specific type. It implies that there's a spherically symmetric. Yeah. It implies. It's based upon there's a spherically symmetric atmosphere with a vertical pressure gradient, and because there's a vertical pressure gradient, light curves around the Earth. That. So you know how silly that idea is, right? You're literally saying, not you, the royal you. Gravity formed the Earth into a ball, and then it made the air on the ball form a pressure gradient, and that pressure gradient bent light such that ball looks flat.
No.
So gravity not only made a ball, it made a flat-looking ball.
It looks flat because of the size of it. Okay, from our perspective, we stand on the ground, we look at it. It looks flat. Okay, but we see ships going over the horizon, which can demonstrate to us.
Yeah, you just reset.
No.
Already destroyed that, dude.
No.
We don't see ships go over the horizon, and you never see that, I guarantee it.
When I try and respond, you interrupt. Can you please stop doing that?
Well, you just reset to the beginning, dude. I already refuted that, dude. You think you get a mulligan, you get to do it again?
I'm trying to explain to you why you're wrong. Well, the whole thing you just blurted out is just a whole lot of misconceptions all strung together, and you clap your hands and go victory. You say refraction making things appear so we can see a bit further. You're saying that your atmosphere makes you see around the curve. You just say it in a different way to make it sound unbelievable. Effectively correct, but
it is unbelievable.
It's not unbelievable. And you say we've got no
reason
demonstration at all. We've got no demonstration or refraction happening. I pulled up the video that you guys use, Skunk Bay. All right, clearly visible refraction happening with the mountains in the background moving, not nearly as much as the beach on that peninsula, but it's clearly moving up and down. Demonstrated refraction, lifting things up in the distance.
That's right.
Yeah, and you said there's no demonstration of it whatsoever. You said there is no demonstration.
No, there's no demonstration of terrestrial refraction, curving shit around the ball. I gave specific examples. Listen, Skunk Bay doesn't extend the horizon. The horizon doesn't suddenly jump in front of that freaking bay or in front of the land and jump behind it.
It doesn't have to jump in front of it. It's just a ridiculous claim to make it sound impossible, and it doesn't even make sense. The horizon jump in front of the bay.
What is the horizon distance on the globe?
Whatever, man. Depends on the.
It's 1.22 miles times the square root of the observer site in feet.
Yeah, wow, whatever.
Okay, well that's what it is.
Yep.
So if you have a 1 foot observer height, the horizon should be 1.22 miles away.
Right, but we're not going to include
the oil rigs.
Terrestrial refraction that is in the Skunk Bay.
Okay, let's move it to 1.46 miles away because that's where it moves to. 1.46 miles. How does it get 10 miles?
I don't know, man. With refraction.
Yeah, how does it get to 10 miles?
Yeah, there's a maximum refraction, and I don't know, maximum theoretical refraction has ever been observed, but it can go a really long freaking way. It's not ridiculous, but it's believable.
Well, let me ask you this then. Is there any observation of the horizon which cannot be explained away by refraction?
Not that anyone's ever actually proven to have seen, like, say, for argument's sake, the world.
What if you saw the horizon like 50 miles away?
Interrupt me when I'm answering the question, okay? Like Pete Gaspard, okay?
Oh, you're finished.
That's the furthest anyone has seen that can prove that they could see that far.
How far?
The Pete Gaspard photograph. That's the furthest anyone can.
Oh, no, there's a 308-mile one.
Why isn't it in the world record? Why isn't it in the Guinness Book then?
I don't think they're in the Guinness Book, quite honestly.
What's that?
I mean, maybe it is. Guinness Book requires like a person being there, like one of their officials. I very seriously doubt that they did that because you have to climb to the top of fucking Peak Gaspard, dude. Good luck. Or you got to climb to the top of Peak Fenestrel. It's not an easy hike. I doubt they freaking piggyback some freaking Guinness official up to the top of the mountain. Or freaking helicoptered them up there.
Longest flight of flat Earth, Spain.
You know what it says in the Southern Ocean Sailing Guide?
The Gaspard photograph
that's not uncommon.
Is in the Guinness World Record.
Right.
It's the Guinness World Record.
Right, but that's not the furthest one I've seen. I've seen 308. That's what I'm telling you.
What's that photograph?
It was taken. There's a lighthouse, Gargalia lighthouse.
Anyway, it's
on Corsica, the island of Corsica.
We've got a long way from.
Someone took it from 308.
You can justifying the size of Pete Gaspard compared to Grand Ferrand.
Yeah.
That was my original.
There's optical compression because it's further away, dude. It's going to appear compressed, just like the sun does. I never actually posted that shit.
Do you have any numbers that can justify the size of Pete Gaspard in the photograph? Yeah, like any validated experiment that shows that this much compression can happen and it would justify Pete Gaspard being.
Well, I mean, literally the sun has become a line on the horizon. That's a half a degree.
I highly doubt that.
We see in angles, we don't see in absolute sizes.
So we can throw the whole observation thing completely out the window then. So Black Swan, we throw that out the window.
Black Swan, throw it out the window. Well, you can throw it out the window, but you have to throw out like 13 replications by one guy and like 200 by Pablo's dog.
Gotcha. So
that he's been
your
doing for 2 years.
are valid.
That he's been doing for 2 years.
The Globe Earth photographs aren't valid. I got it.
What photographs? What Globe Earth photographs?
I'm asking you about Pete Gaspard, and I'm asking you how it is possible a mountain that on a flat Earth should appear 25% taller than the one next to it. It's 3.5 times smaller.
That's great. And also the horizon should be freaking 127 miles away and cutting up all that shit. Why isn't it doing that?
What? So can you say that again in English?
So here's the funny. You guys don't realize the horizon. No calculation for drop, dip, size, anything can even be calculated without calculating the horizon first. You know that, right? It's a crucial variable that all other variables depend on.
So
if you don't have the horizon distance, you have nothing.
We have the horizon distance of the physical ball, yeah. But do you ever see the actual physical ball? No, because there's air in between you and it. There's some kind of refraction going on in every instance.
Yeah, well, then how are you calculating what should or should not be fucking hidden or not? Based upon a horizon that you can't see?
Because we know that how far away the horizon is on the physical ball, just because we can't look out and actually see that exact same thing.
How do you know where that is?
Because we know the size of the Earth.
How do you know that?
Because it's been calculated.
Because ships go over the horizon. Because we know the size of the wall. It's funny.
So you don't know how we calculate the size of the Earth?
Yeah, dude. Go ahead. Tell me how we... You said measure.
But you know how we calculated the size of the Earth.
Oh, how did we do that?
Well, you know. Don't be absurd.
Eratosthenes?
Yeah.
Oh, really?
Yeah, really.
Well, it's funny. In the academic literature, it says that Eratosthenes didn't prove anything. It's fucking weird.
He calculated the size of the Earth.
Yeah, he could have calculated whatever he wanted. Could have assumed the Earth was a cube and calculated that.
No, he took measurements. He took the shadow lengths and measured the difference. Yeah.
Really? Listen, brother, I know it's a cool story, but guess what? Nobody even knows the length of Eratosthenes' stud within 30%. That's in the academic literature, called the length of Eratosthenes' stud. Okay,
right.
It's in academic literature. You can look it up. Nobody. They don't even know how long a stud was. Number two, Eratosthenes didn't measure an angle. You know why? Because angles didn't exist yet in Greece, in Alexandria. He exists for another 300 years. No, listen, why are you interrupting me? And what did he do? He calculated an angle, right?
Yep.
How did he calculate an angle when they didn't know what an angle was?
Angles. That's absurd.
No, they didn't. They weren't introduced for another 300 years by the Babylonians. Not sure, for real.
No, that's completely incorrect.
The Greeks only subdivided circles into units of 12 after the zodiac. They didn't have 7.2. They didn't use degrees. They didn't use the sexagesimal system. They didn't use any of that shit. And if Eratosthenes did all that, why did they use Ptolemy's globe? Why did Christopher Columbus use that, which is 10% smaller?
Who says Christopher Columbus used
Why did they use it? Why did they use El-Biruni's globe?
Well, I don't know. I don't understand why all your historical data is guaranteed valid. But anytime I pull something out, Eratosthenes didn't do all this, but Christopher Columbus used Ptolemy's globe.
He used Ptolemy's globe, yes, which is 10% smaller.
Yeah, sure. And yeah.
Well, you said they measured it, right? So who measured it? Was it Ptolemy? Was it Eratosthenes? Was it El-Biruni?
He didn't measure it. Okay, he calculated the size of the planet, and he was remarkably close for the tools of the day.
How do you know? Okay, how did they validate that? How do you know he's remarkably close? How was that validated?
Because we have photographs of the Earth.
Okay, and they measured the radius of the Earth from a photograph.
Yeah, I don't know. Yeah.
Okay, think about what you're saying, dude. They didn't measure the radius of the Earth from a photograph. Okay.
Maybe they did.
They didn't measure the circumference.
If you know how far you are from something, you can measure its size. So why could they not be, say, 40,000 kilometers from the globe and take a measurement of what they see? And go, well,
because you can't go 40,000 kilometers away.
It says who?
First of all.
Who?
Just the second law of thermodynamics. That's who says.
What?
Yeah. The second law of thermodynamics makes outer space impossible.
Sure it does. What's the average velocity of a gas molecule?
Oh, who cares? What does that matter?
Well, it's kind of pertinent to what you're saying.
Well, you know, if I open up my textbook, the kinetic theory of gases. I'm looking in it, and I don't see any G value in there. I don't see any gravity. I don't see anything like that. So I'm asking, why does it matter? Why do we need to know the kinetic energy of a gas? We were trying to calculate the pressure?
It's not the kinetic energy.
Well, we need to know the volume. What's the volume?
It's volume. What does that do?
Oh, you don't have a volume. That's right. You don't have a volume.
What are you going on to?
The gas from going in a direction.
He's waffling nonsense onto fucking getting onto something that you can talk about and disguise that you don't know. The average velocity of a gas molecule. And
depends on the molecule. Depends on the temperature.
Average.
It's a dumb question.
Average.
Average. What do you mean average? Depends on the temperature.
Sure. It's about 1,800 kilometers per hour, but 300 meters per second. Which
at what temperature?
This is an average.
At what temperature?
It's an average across all gases.
An average of all temperatures? So what, 1 million Kelvin down to 0 Kelvin?
1,800 kilometers an hour. Stop trying to divert, mate. This is basically...
Is that a million Kelvin?
Trying to stop to get to the point. Okay? About 1,800 kilometers an hour.
The kinetic energy of a gas molecule is directly related to its temperature. Okay? Yeah. You don't know what you're talking about.
Sure. What's the escape velocity required?
To where?
Escape velocity.
To where?
Escaping Earth's gravity. There's only one escape velocity.
To where, dude? You need a distance. What? Escape velocity varies depending on the distance away you want to get from Earth.
Sure. Escape velocity to get to escape...
The escape velocity to infinity, 11,000 miles per hour.
40,200 kilometers an hour.
Okay, and?
So how are your gas particles going to escape Earth's gravity?
What gravity?
They just jump to a different topic.
Yeah, what gravity?
Just jump to a different topic again.
No, what gravity? Oh, you think you get a sacred cow? What gravity?
The gravity, the mass of the Earth.
Define mass for us. This should be fun.
Well, define mass, dude.
Define mass, dude.
Look,
bro.
I'm asking you about gases, and then you knew.
Look, there is no escape velocity because there are no orbits. You can't escape the Earth.
Yeah,
escape velocity is a concept that you made up in your head. It was made up in someone else's head, and you adopted it.
So you don't know the answer, and you're just going to deny the fact that.
No, the answer. What? What was the question? What was the question?
You said it circumvents. Thermodynamics, the laws of thermodynamics.
The second law of thermodynamics has no G in it.
It does not.
There's no G in it. There's no gravity in the second law of thermodynamics. Listen, if there was gravity
to do with
in the second law of thermodynamics, listen to me. If there was gravity in the second law of thermodynamics, gravity would be able to do work. Okay? That means it could change the phase of fucking matter. Just gravity. It turns something from a liquid to a solid to a gas. Gravity would do it. Gravity would be able to do work. Gravity can't do any work.
Yeah, whatever. The second law.
Really? You think it can?
Second law. No, I'm not going to let you get away
from the perpetual motion machine. Do you get it, dude?
Dude, you just keep waffling on and on and on, and as soon as I start making
you don't even understand what's being said to you. Okay, that's the problem.
Oh, you cannot let somebody finish a sentence.
You don't know what you're talking about.
I do know what I'm talking about. There is no breaking of the laws.
Tell me about the kinetic theory of gases, then.
There is no breaking of the laws of thermodynamics by not having a barrier to keep the air in the Earth.
Okay. Well then, why doesn't the gas walk out to the vacuum of space?
Beg your pardon?
Why doesn't the gas fuck off into the vacuum of space, dude?
Just what I finished explaining to you. You cannot be serious.
Oh, because of gravity. But there's no gravity in the kinetic theory of gases or the second law or any of that shit. So you're just saying the word gravity doesn't mean anything. You're just saying a magic word. Gravity does it. Okay, demonstrate it.
The gases have mass.
Listen, I'll take you at your word. Gravity does it. Now show the experiment where gravity can hold gas away from the vacuum.
Yeah, the planet.
The planet.
Yeah.
That's affirming the consequent. That's circular logic. That's the thing you're actually trying to prove right now.
Well, to counter that, you would have to show a dome.
So you can't show the
You
experiment.
would have to show the dome.
No. So this is a logical argument of the form X, right? You got X is a necessary condition of Y. Okay, what's X? What's Y? We got gas pressure. What's a necessary condition? Container. You can't have gas pressure without a container. You can't demonstrate it. You can talk about it. You can say gravity is a container, but you have no experiment.
Where's it escape to?
You tell me.
Well, you say it's
That's
you
your
say it's
idea.
gonna escape to space.
That's your idea.
No, you say that you say that we can't have this, where we live without a dome holding in the gases. So I say
I didn't say dome. I said container.
So what's the container then?
I don't know.
In your model,
exist.
what's the container?
I don't know, but I know it must exist because of the necessary condition.
Oh, that's evidence now because of the necessary condition.
No, it is. Just like if I ate a steak, I know there's a cow.
Let me educate you on something then. Okay. You need an escape velocity. In our model, you need an escape velocity to get away from Earth. Right? Gas molecules right, have weight. They have mass. Therefore,
you need escape velocity for a solid object, not for gas.
It has mass. It is subject to gravity.
Look. Okay, that's a cool story, but it isn't in the kinetic theory of gases, and that's how we model gas behavior.
Because
we have Avogadro's law, we have Snell's law, we have but listen, we model gas. You think physics is some ubiquitous universal thing where there's crossover?
You're the one who's quoting it right now. You're the one who's quoting it right now.
We model
we
gas.
don't have G,
we model gas.
so therefore it's not possible.
We model gases without G, dude. Yeah. Without G.
Because it doesn't need it when you're standing on the surface of the Earth.
That's where the gravity's strongest.
No, we're talking about escape velocity.
But the gravity's strongest at the surface of the Earth. If gravity could hold gas away from a vacuum, right? I could just set up a freaking little container with a vacuum in it, insert a little gas, and all the gas would go to the bottom. The gravity would hold it away from the vacuum.
So
but no one can do that experiment.
Like a fish tank without a lid.
Dude, make a cylinder 2,000 feet fucking high. I don't care. You insert gas inside that vacuum, it is going to disperse evenly throughout the container and reach thermodynamic equilibrium, irrespective of gravity.
Regardless of how tall it is. If I made a 50-mile tall cylinder and put some gas in it.
That's right. There wouldn't be gas at the bottom. It would be everywhere.
Right, so then why do we have a gas pressure gradient in the atmosphere?
Because we have a dynamic system.
So you can have a gas pressure gradient.
No, we have a dynamic system, meaning we have a container. We have an energy input.
You just said there would be no gradient in that 2,000 meter.
No one said that. No one said that. That was a sealed vacuum. That was a sealed container. The sealed container is not a dynamic system. If you allow it to be heated, yes, you would see a gradient. You'd probably see all sorts of shit. You'd probably see turbulent flows and viscous flows and all that.
I'm yet to see gas pressure
the gas would move around.
A container. No one's ever shown me one.
A pressure gradient inside of a container? You've never seen that?
I never have.
Oh, I can show you that. That's no problem.
Okay. Very conveniently just got away from escape velocity questions that you can't provide answers to.
Escape velocity is a fiction. It doesn't exist in reality. It exists only in a formula.
You say.
Because I say, yes, because
it's not only in a formula.
Yeah?
Yeah.
It isn't. So where does it come from?
It came from my head.
Did it come from an experiment?
It came from my head.
Did it come from experiment?
How is it going to escape Earth's gravity?
Did it come from experiment?
How is it going to escape Earth's gravity? You say you cannot have gas without a physical container, right? How would it escape Earth's gravity? If there was no container, you say it would fly off into space. How is it going to do that? How is it going to escape Earth's gravity?
Because gravity doesn't have an effect on gas.
It has mass. It's subject to gravity.
It says who?
Oh my God. It says
if it was subject to gravity, that means, mass. Bro, if it was okay, you can sit there. Yeah, that's your idea. But if gravity affected it, that means we could do experiments with the gas and watch how gravity affects it, right?
On the surface of the Earth.
Do the experiments, gravity has no effect.
So what's your independent variable there? How are you controlling gravity?
You tell me.
No, you're the one who just said we could do experiments and justify it. How would we do an experiment within the confines of Earth's gravity?
No. Why don't you show me again, dude? Is that all you can do?
You'd have to go to space, and they have done so. You ever seen the ball of water?
Oh, you have to go to space. How do you know people went to space? I saw it on TV. That's what you saw. That's the only thing you know, bro. Is that you saw it on TV. That's why you think there's a wall.
Get off gas. He said another word. We can get off gas. You need to justify.
Dude, I'll talk about
how you.
I don't need to get off gas.
Would escape Earth's gravity to justify needing.
Yeah. There's no reason for you to say that in physics.
What? I'm saying it to you now.
In physics, there's no reason to say that. If you look at the physics of gas, there's nothing in any of the physics or gas laws which say gravity would hold it down to the Earth. Nothing.
There's nothing there that says my pen would get held down to the Earth either. Because
your pen's not a gas. That's why. Because your pen's not a gas.
It's subject to gravity, dude. It has mass.
You can keep chanting that all you want.
If you were such a physicist, you would know that, and you wouldn't even be arguing about it. It is subject to gravity.
Yeah, you keep saying that, but why isn't it in the physics books?
Well, there's a gas pressure gradient. You still haven't explained how that is. You clearly said that it will disperse equally in the container. So then why is there a gas pressure gradient?
No, listen. In a static system, the Earth is not a static system. The Earth is a dynamic system. I clearly said that. You can have gas pressure gradients in dynamic systems. You know the difference between a dynamic and static thermodynamic system is?
Yeah, and what's that got to do with it?
Because you can have gas pressure gradients in dynamic systems. In a static system, you can't. Eventually, it'll reach thermodynamic equilibrium.
Equilibrium.
Is that the best you can do? So now I posted the demonstration of gas pressure gradients inside a container.
Oh, sorry, where? Where did you do that?
Posted in the pill, dude. Yeah.
Why doesn't my pill update? It's so annoying. I have to click off it and click back on it.
This video is old as shit, dude. You could have done this experience yourself. In fact, you could have just took a thermos, stuck it in a freaking bowl of ice. Trivial, dude. Okay? You're giving canned answers that other freaking anti-flat earth clowns who you're copying couldn't come in here and win with. I'm telling you the truth, dude.
I'm not copying anybody.
Couldn't come in here and prevail. I don't know what you were thinking.
So what's this? We can get different pressure gradients in a sealed container. Is this a video?
That's right.
Let's have a look.
Because it open. Yeah, because.
I've got the sound turned down. Can you step me through what he's doing? I'm looking at the video now.
Yeah, he's got two. Look, he's just got two different gases. Okay. And he heats one versus the other, and it creates a gradient, and he measures the pressure. Okay. If listen, literally, you could do this yourself. Go get a thermos, go get a blowtorch, heat up one end. Is there going to be a gradient inside there?
I don't see why there would be.
Because you have an energy input. The gas that's closest to the source of heat is going to get hotter, right? And expand, right? And the cold gas is going to sink to the bottom, right?
So, but isn't it going to try and reach thermodynamic equilibrium?
Yeah, it will reach thermodynamic equilibrium when the energy input stops. But so far, the energy input on Earth has never stopped. If it stops and it doesn't reach thermodynamic equilibrium, let us know. So tell me when you have an actual argument.
I've been arguing with you all morning, dude, and you.
An actual argument.
Yeah, like how does gas escape Earth's gravity?
Gas is not affected by gravity. There's no reason for you to think it is.
Sure, it's not.
Well, there's nowhere in physics that shows that it's affected by gravity. There's no formulas.
Is there anywhere else in physics where mass is not affected by gravity?
What is mass? That's why I asked you. What is mass?
The physical weight.
I have no idea, do you?
Well, deep down, does matter actually even really exist? Is a question.
Does matter really exist? Is the question.
Is a question.
Are we brains in a jar? Is there an objective reality?
I don't know. That's philosophical, and that's not what I'm here for. I do like talking about those kind of subjects. Yeah, we could all be in a simulation, I guess, but that's not what we're talking about.
And there we have it.
Is there? And there we have what?
We could be in a simulation, but you know the Earth is a globe.
Well, I'm working with the tools that I have.
Your simulation is a flat Earth. I hate to tell you, it sucks. Sucks for you. You're in a flat Earth simulation.
No, it's not, because nothing works on a flat Earth.
Nothing works on a flat Earth, except for everything.
Except for nothing. I'm not.
What does that even mean? Can you clarify that? What nothing works on a flat Earth? What should work that don't work?
Oh, reciprocal zenith angles. How do they work on a?
You just freaking looped. You don't even know what they are. You don't know why they should be. You have assumptions about what should be measured that are wrong. Just wrong, dude.
And you've done these things, have you?
Dude, you can just go read the literature.
Is it like your photo? So we can just go read literature now. Hang on, I've been doing that. You just canned me for using other people's stuff, and now you're going to turn around and say,
I didn't can you for using other people's stuff.
Pig shit, you didn't.
No, listen.
But we can either read other people's stuff, right, and take it. But when people do bona fide experiments and calculations, right, and
you haven't showed one experiment ever.
Oh my God! So let's see your.
The only one who's produced any evidence in this conversation is me. You have sat here and blabbed.
Let's see your experiments.
I showed you my observation. I could show you more.
An observation.
Pros and force line and all that. Yeah, experiments are for phenomenon. I haven't done any experiments with phenomenon. That's what you want to know. So what was I going to say? Everything works on a flat Earth. Want to know what works especially well? Predicting how much curvature there is per mile, because there's none.
Except it's all.
So have you ever seen the Bolivian salt flats? Can you tell us why the reflection on the Bolivian salt flats is perfectly symmetrical?
It's not.
Oh, it is.
No, it's not.
No, it's not. That's a hell of a refutation.
Yeah.
So it's a mirror image, right? So it's a mirror image, right? You got the sky, then you got the reflection of the sky. If you take the top part of the sky, like just draw a line down the horizon, cut it in half, flip the image, and overlay them, they line up perfectly. Why is that?
Because they don't.
Because they don't. Okay. I guess I'll post that too. This will be like the 7th thing you said nuh-uh about.
Sure.
Getting tired, dude?
Yeah, I can't share my screen, but I'm just looking at it now. I did it last night. Flipped it over. It's not the same. Very, 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 very close.
Show me. Show me.
All right. Hang on. I will. Oh, it's going to be. How can I share my screen? Because it's going to be hard to.
I thought you said you already did it.
But how do I show it to you? Because it's 2 static photos.
Just post it in the pill, dude.
How are you going to tell the difference? It's 2. All right. One and
So here's one. The original and it inverted. It's like pixel perfect, dude.
so that's what 2 photographs. This is what I was talking about. So I've posted 2 pictures. It's very hard to look at 2 pictures that are really close to each other and go, yeah, one's different to the other. Like you have to put it into Photoshop and
I understand that.
Make one semi-opaque. You know what I mean? And I did that last night, and they're not exact. They're extraordinarily close because the globe is fucking huge. Okay, but they are not pixel perfect. Yeah, 2 photos side by side. It's too hard. I just can't see that definition enough. I provided you my 2 photographs. One is they both have they both have the top half from the horizon up, and I flipped it over. One is a screen cap of with the bottom layer turned up to full opacity, and then the bottom layer turned down. Give me a sec, I'm just going to grab another drink.
Sorry, I accidentally disconnected a while ago.
Yeah, no, that's fine.
What are you showing me?
What's that?
What did you show with the Bolivian salt flats? What was that?
Oh, I'm not sure if it's the Bolivian salt flats, but it's salt flats and it's got that mirrored thing to it. But you have to do it for yourself because it's too hard to show 2 pictures.
I did. I posted one and I just flipped it. All I did is like you got to draw. You cut the image in half at the horizon and just flip one over.
That's what I did.
Okay. Well, we had a PhD I debated in mathematical physics, and he fucking fucked it up. He didn't even do it right. Just fucking sad. He like put it horizontally like a dipshit. Can't even figure out what he did. I don't even know what he did, quite honestly.
So he fucked up Photoshop.
He was using GIMP.
Right,
he was ordered to claim that he can't prove he has hands, which was pretty freaking pathetic, but whatever.
I don't really get what that means.
I'm just telling you, man, dude with a PhD in mathematical physics resorted to I can't prove anything. I can't even prove I have hands. Well, he's on TikTok typing, which is kind of weird. I don't know what he's typing with. They're virtual hands. He's typing with his head. Trying to find
Okay, so gravity doesn't exist, right?
And the way you think.
So what is it?
Things fall. That exists.
Why? What defines down?
No one knows why things fall. Okay, this is easy to. This is easy. Oh, you do? Okay,
Yeah,
give me
we
the
do.
experiment. Oh, give me the experiment then.
Well, Cavendish.
What falls in Cavendish?
It's mass attracting mass.
Yeah, but what falls in Cavendish? We want to know why things fall.
The experiment was to demonstrate that mass attracts mass. That's why things fall.
Yeah, that's cool, but no, you're just saying that. Experiment has nothing to do with a falling object.
Right. Okay. Sure.
Well, walk me through the logical train on how those are related. I throw a bowling ball up a cliff. How was that related to Cavendish? How did I get from that to Cavendish?
Well, because mass is attracted to mass, so you throw it off a cliff, it falls towards the large mass of the Earth.
Okay, yeah, that's your claim. You have the experiment showing that?
Well, do I need
same mechanism?
Do I need to go and throw a bowling ball off a cliff? Do I really need to do that?
Why don't you just the same mechanism that causes Cavendish? And I'm gonna just grant you that, even though it doesn't do what you think it does. I seriously doubt you even know it's observed. None of you do.
Yeah,
I haven't met a single glober yet that knows what's even observed in the Cavendish experiment. Anyway, that's not the point. How do you know the same mechanism that causes Cavendish is the same one that causes the ball to fall off the cliff?
So Cavendish demonstrated that mass attracts mass.
Did he? That what you did.
What?
You know, mass, the modern definition of mass is resistance to acceleration, right?
Oh, whatever, man. Fucking shit you can pick up attracts other shit you can pick up. How's that? All right?
So resistance to acceleration attracts resistance to acceleration. Fantastic. That's what it does?
You're just diverting away from it, okay?
No, I'm not. But this word mass has no meaning. It's gobbledygook. Saying mass attracts mass. Mass has no, it's immaterial. It's a unit of measure. It doesn't mean anything.
Yeah, it does, because you're standing on a really large mass. Right? When you stand on you're standing on a really large mass.
What's that?
No, shit you can pick up. All right?
Oh, really?
Don't be absurd.
No.
You're being absurd.
The amount of matter is not the mass. It's not equal to the mass. Sorry.
No, well, mass.
I'm going to read it to you.
Sure.
No.
Whatever. Do you think definitions are going to get you out of the fact that we stand on the surface of like, I pick up a rock. Are you going to tell me that it doesn't exist? Like, well, what are you going to tell me?
The rock exists fine.
Okay, so the rock is matter, yeah? And it has mass.
Yeah, that's right.
Okay.
That's
so
not its mass. No, the amount of matter is not the mass, dude. Sorry.
Who gives a fuck about the amount of matter being the mass? I said
you said the rock. This substance is the mass, dude. No, it's not.
Whatever. Playing word games, trying to get away.
It's not a word game. It's the physics definition, bro.
So what do you want to call it then? What is the rock? The rock in my hand. What is it? What can I call it?
It's a rock.
It's going to upset you.
A rock.
Oh my god.
I'm going to read you from Max Born, Nobel laureate, Theory of Relativity, Dover Publications. In ordinary language, the word mass denotes something like amount of substance or quantity of matter. These concepts themselves being defined denote further. The concept of substance is considered self-evident. In physics, however, as we must very strongly emphasize, the word mass has no meaning other than that given by formula. It is the measure of the resistance of changes of velocity. Mass don't attract shit, dude.
So what can I change the word to then? Okay.
You tell me, dude. It's your crackpot idea.
Shit you can pick up or shit you can touch attracts other shit you can touch. How's that? Does that fit into your? Can we stop playing word games? We all know what I mean.
They're not word games.
We all know
what I mean. We're talking about physics, dude.
When I say mass, okay? We all know what I say.
You don't know what you mean.
Physical objects. Shall we call it physical objects? What are we going to call something like the Earth and the Moon? What are we going to call them so I don't upset?
You don't know what you mean, bro.
Well, you can't tell me. You're arguing with me calling it mass. You're arguing with me calling it mass, but you won't give me what I can call it so we can actually just move on in this conversation.
Dude, why would I give you the definition for your shit?
Because you're denying something and I'm trying to explain to you.
Denying what?
Wrong, and you're diverting onto the meaning of words.
That's hilarious.
This is not a fucking dictionary debate, you clown.
So I'm denying the thing that you can't even define what it is. So what am I denying exactly? You can't even define what it is I'm denying.
Yeah, you're denying that the mass of the Earth is what keeps.
I don't know what that is.
It. Like matches everything else you talk about.
I don't know what mass is. Tell me, what is it?
Yeah, shit you can touch.
Shit you can touch.
Yep.
Is that the physics definition?
Whatever you want. Can we move on?
Shit you can touch. Well, we can move on. Like you brought up the gravity thing, right? And you said, why did things fall? I said, hey, no one knows. Because you know why? Because no one can do that experiment.
What do you mean no one can?
That experiment can't be done.
What experiment can't be done?
To figure out the cause of a falling object.
No, it's mass attracting mass. We've demonstrated that.
That's
we know it extraordinarily well.
Okay, let's do that experiment then. Mass attracts a mass. Let's do that experiment. I'm going to take a bowling ball. Okay, nothing falls in Cavendish.
Doesn't need to
trying to figure out why something falls. Nothing falls in Cavendish, dude. No matter how much you want it to be so, it don't. But we are going to do the experiment with falling objects. So I'm going to push a bus off a cliff, and I'm going to push a bowling ball off the cliff. So I just varied your independent variable. They fall at the same rate.
Right.
Oh, guess that's not the independent variable now, is it?
What clown fucking magic are you trying to spin?
That's not the cause, because that's how you determine the cause and effect relationship. You manipulate the independent variable and watch the effect on the dependent variable. If mass was the cause of a falling object, then when I manipulated the mass by changing the quantity, I would see a different effect.
And what would the percentage of a bowling ball next to, what would the difference?
Oh, so you don't have the experiment. Congratulations. That's my point.
What would the difference be of a bus compared to a bowling ball in relation to the Earth? In relation to the Earth,
it's not my
you just
problem.
made a claim that you're not going to know the numbers for. This is why you don't understand shit. You just go off with.
I'm going to measure 9.8 meters per second squared acceleration. That's what I'm going to measure.
Yeah, and you said it's not because of mass attracting mass, because the bus is a different weight or mass to the bowling ball. What is that in a percentage next to the Earth?
Who cares?
Everybody that wants to actually understand what Cavendish experiment proved.
Well, we did the experiment. In the experiment, you can say, hey, dude, we didn't have a high enough mass to test it. Well, then you still have no experimental validation
An
of
experiment
your cause.
that you just provided.
Well, you got a better one?
So you just provided an experiment that you then went on to say didn't prove anything because you didn't have enough in your variables to actually justify anything. Well done. You'd make an excellent scientist, dude.
Okay, I would make an excellent scientist because I'm actually testing the hypothesis.
Right, but you won't tell me what the mass of a bus is in comparison to the Earth.
Who cares? It doesn't matter.
Because it changes the results.
Okay, what does it change the result? What am I going to measure differently from the bus versus the bowling ball?
Because the difference in their weight, the difference in their mass is is negligible.
So it's immeasurable.
I don't know if it's that small, but it's going to be a negligible amount of changing its velocity towards the Earth.
Okay, so if I can't do the experiment, or if I don't have the ability to do the experiment, can I say I know the cause?
No, that's not that simple with one experiment. But we have
that's the way it works, dude.
We have an insurmountable amount of information about gravity, and it always works out with our understanding of it. What the root cause? Why does mass?
You don't understand anything.
Mass attracting mass is why we see gravity. Okay, why does mass attract mass? Okay, is big. Relativity is that causes a depression in space-time. Why does it do that? We don't know why it does that. We don't know why mass causes a depression in space-time.
That's an awesome story.
It's the best thing we have to go with. You don't have anything better.
Yeah, because you know what? I tell the truth. I'm telling you right now.
No, we
can't do the experiment.
Dude.
You can't do the experiment. Nobody can do the experiment. I'm sorry.
Anyone can do Cavendish.
Yeah, bro. Nothing falls in Cavendish. Nothing.
It's just demonstrating that mass attracts mass.
Okay, you can't. Right back to the beginning. Resistance to acceleration attracts resistance to acceleration.
So you're going right back to the beginning too. So that's in relation to inertia. So
you're just saying a nonsense, but you're just saying these gobbledygook words that maybe you heard in a physics class once.
Right.
These words are meaningless, dude. This is trash.
It's not trash. We understand gravity.
It is trash. You don't understand anything, dude. That's the whole point. How would you know if you understood or not?
I don't know. How would you know if I understand or not?
Well, no. How would you know if we understood? You said we understand all this stuff incredibly well. How would you know you actually understand? Who's the arbiter of whether you understand or not?
Oh, I assume you're going to tell me that you know how Neptune
is it self-referential?
Was discovered.
No, is it self-referential? Does
mankind
decide for themselves whether they decide or not?
Do you know how Neptune was discovered? Not really. Do you know how Neptune was discovered?
It violated the Titus-Bode law. Do you really want to go there? You don't know anything about this. You're going to parrot something
I don't know anything
don't
about
understand.
this. Dude, says the guy who says there's no
what is the Titus-Bode law? What is the Titus-Bode law?
Don't know. Educate me.
You don't know, so
educate
me. Up, dude.
Stop talking about what I know and answer the fucking questions. How did they discover Neptune?
Because it's directly related to the subject you just brought up. How was Neptune discovered? You have no idea about the details of it.
But you haven't explained it.
I'm not teaching you fucking astronomy right now.
There you go. There we go.
I already did that earlier.
You claim you can explain it, but you can.
There's something called No, I didn't claim anything. I'm telling you, you don't understand it. I can't have the conversation with you without teaching it to you and then debunking it. No, thank you. I've already done that enough today. I'm telling you, really simply, there's no experiment which can show the cause of a falling object. You can argue about it. You can complain. You can say you know, you don't know. Nobody knows. Okay?
But all the math,
Cavendish goes,
works.
All the math works. What math?
Orbital mechanics, escape velocities.
Oh, here we go. You're going to do more. Okay. So orbital mechanics is a kinematic model. Do you know what that is?
Yeah, I know what kinematics is. Yeah.
Okay, there's no dynamics in it. In fact, the inverse square law comes from kinematics.
Inverse square law. What the fuck?
The inverse square law. So Newton, way back in the day, noticed that the geometric relationship. Can you let me finish? The geometric relationship of an elliptical orbit, that if you had one foci and there was a force that pointed to the foci, that force would follow inversely proportional to the square of the distance. It's a property of the geometry, was never confirmed by experiment. It's not a natural law, it's a geometric law. They take this geometric law and pretend they have a dynamic law of the solar system, which they don't. They use Keplerian fucking orbital elements, right? And it's a kinematic model. There's no forces. There's none of this shit.
Right, but everything just happens to work though the way that we do it. Just
there's other models that also work.
Like what? Give me another model.
Tycho Brahe's model.
What's his name?
Epicycle model.
Epicycles.
They all work.
Epicycles don't work.
Epicycles.
No, epicycles don't.
Epicycles work. Yes, they do.
Epicycles can't make.
They've always worked.
Can't make calculations. Oh, it can make a lot of calculations. It can't make all.
Okay, I'm gonna post in the chat, dude. Now you're gonna make me do it, dude. Epicycles work, dude. It's published, dude.
Epicycles
can literally make any shape.
What? Epicycles can predict.
Epicycles could make a triangular orbit.
Epicycles can predict the path of totality of an eclipse.
We use solar cycles for
No,
that.
they can't. The solar cycles doesn't predict the path of totality.
The path to totality? Oh, that uses a Bazelian projection or something.
Whatever, dude. What was this?
Yeah, you have no idea how it's done. Yeah, so Bezel, first the one that came up with this using Bezelian.
But you just said there's other models that can do it, and I pointed out one part of it that it can't do, so it's not a valid
Yeah, they could
model.
do it.
It's not a valid model, okay? The globe, right, can validate everything we see.
Okay, the heliocentric model doesn't even work for eclipses. Doesn't work at all.
Sure, okay.
Okay, I'm gonna you keep laughing, so I'm gonna post the thing with the epicycles work, and then I'm gonna post the thing that eclipses. The heliocentric model can't predict eclipses. See, I back my shit up, dude.
No,
all you've been doing is scoffing.
No, you don't.
And every time you scoff, I post the evidence that you're wrong, dude. Take the L.
Show us how the solar cycles. Show us how you, without using the globe model, you can predict the path of totality.
Tell me how you even predict when an eclipse happens at all with a heliocentric model. Because they don't use it.
They don't. Yeah, they do.
No, they don't.
They absolutely do.
Yeah.
Yeah,
I'm sure you believe that.
They absolutely do.
Yeah, type in NASA Soros. Yeah, cool.
No, for things that don't matter, we can use that. We can use a kinematic model for things like they use what is it for near Earth orbit stuff? They don't need to use they use Newton gravity. They don't need to bring Einstein into it. What was the name of that model that you said works? What was the guy's name?
Which one? Tycho Brahe?
Yeah, Tycho, how do you spell the surname?
Tycho Brahe, his motto was that the sun and the moon orbit the earth and the planets orbit the sun.
Brahe, Danish astronomer.
Where was it? Oh.
So while you're looking that up, just for,
I found it.
People listening at home, we found Neptune because was it Jupiter was one of their moons, one of the other planets was wobbling in a way that they couldn't understand. They tried to do maths on it. They tried to work it out, what's causing this, until someone said, hey, if there was a mass of approximately this size in approximately this orbit, that would cause what we're seeing this wobble do. And they look there and there's Neptune. Pretty good, pretty damning evidence that we have a firm grasp of mass attracting mass and how much mass attracts another mass. Pretty good
evidence. It's a cool story.
It's not a cool story, dude. It happened exactly like that. It is a cool story. Yeah, it happened like that.
Oh, yeah, it happened exactly, like that. Really? So you read what they wrote at the time? You read what the people involved wrote.
So you did.
No, I didn't. But
so
I know
that's what you do. You just,
why they didn't live there.
Saying that
I'm going to tell you.
Could be bullshit.
Now, why you're interrupting me? I'm going to tell you, dude. I'm going to tell you. The reason they didn't look there is because there's something called the Titus-Bode law, which gives the distance, the position of a planet based upon the heliocentric model. It follows a certain pattern. In Neptune didn't fit the fucking pattern, so they never looked there. So they were wrong.
Sure, cool story, bro.
Look it up. I got to post that too. Cool story again. This is 3 times in a row.
Yeah, cool story. Yeah, where's this posted from? Some other freaking flat earther or some concave earther?
No, Wikipedia. Your alma mater.
Yeah, sure.
And again, Titus-Bode law. Okay, this is what everybody fucking believed. And Neptune is the fucking outlier.
Past tense. Thanks for adding that.
Neptune is the only outlier. It's why they never looked there. And they didn't deduce it from fucking orbits. They just looked fucking everywhere. The same way they do nowadays.
That's not true.
They even think that Galileo saw it fucking goddamn in the 1500s.
Oh, the closely matched the known planets from Mercury to Saturn. Wow.
Yeah, yes, listen. Within the geometric formulation, there's geometric relationships between all this shit. They don't know the distances to any of these objects. There's no way to actually measure it. It's assumed these distances are, the planets are in the positions they're in based upon the Titus-Bode law, this TB rule distance.
And how far does...
Do you think they're measuring any of this? How would they measure it?
Not with a measuring tape, no. So what? How far away?
How would they measure it?
How far away does the Titus-Bode law say the planets are? Like, just pick anyone.
I don't know.
You don't know?
Read it.
You brought it up.
Well, it predicts orbital observed distance, orbit or leg prediction.
Right. So
yeah, they pretty much line up, right?
Right. So you've brought up the Titus-Bode law, and it says that Jupiter is 5.2 astronomical units away. I thought the planets were in the
graveyard.
I thought they were fixed in the
How do they know it's 1.5 astronomical? How do they even know what an astronomical unit is? How do they even know the distance of the sun in the first place?
You're the one who brought this up.
Did you ever ask yourself that?
The Titus-Bode law that you brought up proves you to be wrong. This is what they believe.
No,
they believe that this is a way.
The argument, dude, as usual.
You can't pick and choose which parts of the law you want to include.
You can't pretend to be ignorant of the argument.
Thanks very much for giving me the Titus-Bode law that says that these things are.
You're pretending to be ignorant of the argument,
astronomical
dude.
Units away. Brilliant.
Yeah, you're pretending to be ignorant of the argument, dude. Congratulations.
You reach.
Yeah, you're pretending to be ignorant of what was said, dude. Yeah, you know what I said. You're Sean Manning my argument. Congratulations.
Yourself a reach around. I'm not.
What was my argument? Repeat my argument to me.
Yeah, your argument was.
Repeat my argument to me. Repeat my argument to me.
I'm trying to.
Repeat it to me.
Stop talking, and I will.
Repeat it to me. You were listening, right? You refuted it. Repeat it to me. What was it?
He's continually talking, so I can't. I will. Are you going to be quiet?
Repeat it.
You said that the Titus-Bode law predicts where planets should be in astronomical units 2, 4.
No, I did not say that.
And that's how they found Neptune. That's what you said.
No, did not say anything like that. No, I didn't. No, I didn't.
The Titus-Bode law predicted that Neptune should be there, and then they just looked everywhere for it. That's what you said.
No, I did not say. Look, you're butchering what was said because you weren't listening.
Right, sure.
I said up until Neptune, they thought all the planets followed the Titus-Bode law. Okay? Neptune was the outlier. When they found this so-called perturbation of Jupiter, they looked everywhere. There was astronomers everywhere looking. They just happened to find it in a place. But where they found it has nothing to do with Newton's laws, the Titus-Bode law, any other fucking... They just found it in a random place. Didn't match anything that they were predicting. That's my argument. That it doesn't support the heliocentric model. In fact, it disputes the heliocentric model.
The discovery of Neptune disputes the heliocentric model.
That's right, because it shouldn't have been there. It's post hoc. Do you understand? It's post hoc. Something wrong. Oh, Jupiter doing these things. Something wrong. Oh, look everywhere. Oh, we find it there. Hey, let's come up with an explanation of why that happened. It's all post hoc nonsense. It's literally all of astronomy. The Titus-Bode law said that we are going to observe planets only at these places. If it followed the Titus-Bode law, it wouldn't even been a story. Wouldn't have been nothing. But these are just geometric relationships of projections. The fact is, the Tycho model is more accurate than the Keplerian model because it makes better predictions about Mars. And epicycles can just predict whatever. They can predict for infinity because you go to a planetarium, that's what a planetarium uses. When you go to a planetarium, you look on the freaking dome, they're using epicycles. They're not using Newtonian physics. They're not using Tycho Brahe's model.
Why would they?
Well, the point of all of this, at least as far as I'm concerned, is if you have multiple models that make the same predictions, how do you know which one is physically real?
You don't. So then you have to do more experimentation. So, I mean, basically, that's in my view. That's basically what science does. You don't really you whittle away the things that it can't be, and you're hopefully left with what it is. Now, every now and then, we find some part of it that we didn't know, and a whole new batch of possibilities open up. And that's still the truth of everything. Science doesn't prove anything. We just get as close to what we think is the truth, and we keep working on it.
So we just delude ourselves for a while until we find another way to delude ourselves with something else.
Well,
then we find something else to delude ourselves a little bit more for a little bit longer.
We rarely throw out everything that came before it, especially these days. We're quite advanced. You don't throw out everything that came before us. You add your new piece of information.
In your lifetime, I guarantee you, mark my words right now, in your lifetime, they're going to throw out quantum mechanics. They're going to throw out the Big Bang. They're going to throw out all the cosmological nonsense, the lambda dark matter model. All of that stuff's going to get thrown out in your lifetime. I guarantee it. Might not be in my lifetime, but it'll be in yours.
Easy to
guarantee it. They're already talking about it.
Easy to say.
They're already talking about it. In the physics scientific world, they're already talking about it. They started talking about the Big Bang being bullshit years ago. The fucking standard model is about to be thrown overboard. I mean, that's a whole nother freaking can of worms. And quantum mechanics has fundamental problems that can't be resolved.
Oh, maybe we can't resolve them. Maybe we can't resolve them. Can you cite an example of what you talked about when quantum mechanics that doesn't work? There's bits of it that we maybe don't know.
No, it doesn't work is a different thing. There's logical problems with it.
Can you cite one?
Like the law of identity. It violates the law of identity.
What is that? Explain it.
It's non-local, right? So, for example, instantaneously action at a distance, basically. You have two entangled particles, doesn't matter the distance away. If you put one, the other one supposedly flips.
Yeah.
So there's no speed of light, there's none of that crap. They're entangled. Quantum particles tunnel barriers, they do all sorts of shit, right? So that's kind of like non-physical. Right? So there's a funny thing about quantum mechanics where like nobody actually knows what's happening between the source and the fucking detector. They can say what happens they can give you a probability of what happens at the detector.
There you go.
And they can give you a probability of what happens at the source, but they can't tell you what happens between there.
Okay, that's a great example. Totally agree with that. All right. And you might say we could even relate that back to gravity. We don't know why mass causes a depression in space-time, but everything that we see that it causes, we can use that and we know it extremely well. We don't know why quantum tunneling happens, but we use quantum physics and quantum mechanics to do things, and we know it quite well. We maybe don't know why these things happen, but they happen reliably. We can predict what's going to happen.
Okay. Well, in the case of quantum mechanics, I would say, yes, you can make a lot of predictions. In the other stuff, I think you're misinformed. They don't use general relativity to predict the orbit of the planets. In fact, it would never work because of the time delay of the speed of light. You'd have something called retarded gravity, and I don't mean like retarded.
I know what you mean.
Retarded in time. This is a known problem that's been around for like 30, 40 years that no one's ever solved yet. How that would even work? You would never have a stable orbit of anything.
What's that? What?
Because like you wouldn't like say you had the sun and Jupiter. I'm going to use these two examples.
Yep.
The gravitational influence of the sun on Jupiter, because it takes freaking 16 minutes to reach Jupiter, and the sun is moving through space, the vector that gravity would point Jupiter at wouldn't be where the sun is. It would be where it was. Okay, so that Jupiter would start moving toward where it was. And that gravitational difference between where it is and where its gravitational influence points will get greater and greater and greater over time. Now, if you have a whole bunch of bodies like 9 planets, asteroids, all that shit, and you have time delays of gravity going in every freaking direction, the only reason Newton works is because it's instantaneous action at a distance. That's the only reason it works. If there's any time delay in the force, you have 0 stable orbits.
That's
impossible.
That's not how forces work.
Gravitation. I'm talking about general relativity.
No, but gravity doesn't.
Okay, general relativity
doesn't point itself.
It has a time delay. The gravity only goes at the speed of light, right?
Yeah, but it's always there.
Going at the speed of light.
It's always there, whether there's a planet there or not. Sun exhibits gravity, and it exists.
Okay, the sun's moving. Now I have Jupiter. Sun's moving 1.5 million miles an hour. I have Jupiter. Jupiter's moving with the sun at 1.5 million miles an hour. Now, the sun moved in, say, 1 second. Okay, it moved, whatever, 3,000 miles. That motion of moving 3,000 miles takes 16 minutes to get to Jupiter. So when Jupiter feels that gravitational influence, the sun is now fucking 250,000 miles away from where it was.
Yeah, but the gravity of where Jupiter gets to was already there.
What do you mean was already there?
Meaning, imagine a funnel with a marble going around it, right? Now move that through space. Okay, is the marble affected? Is the marble affected by the movement of it? No, the funnel is always there. Funnel doesn't. Okay. The funnel doesn't disappear and just appear when the planet
gets there. That's a shit analogy.
No, it's a great analogy. The funnel is always there.
No, it's a horrible analogy because the hole is delayed in time.
But so is the movement.
That's what you're not understanding. The funnel, the gravity on that funnel is instantaneous. The gravity in this situation is not. The edge of the funnel feels the fucking hole, the gravity, 16 minutes after the fucking funnel was formed. And the funnel's moving. This isn't, I didn't discover this. This isn't my discovery. This is a known problem. Called the retarded gravity problem. Probably because gravity is retarded.
Yeah,
but it is getting late, dude, and I appreciate the talk, but and sorry if I was being rude. I get worked up sometimes. I didn't mean to pick on you. It's a complicated subject, and like I shouldn't be an ass. It is a complicated subject. Probably why you entertain it, right? It's intriguing, right?
I entertain it because it's the best model we have. There's no model that competes with the Globe Earth model.
And if there was, then what?
We would have to move.
Would they change all the textbooks?
We would have to move to
fucking.
Yeah, we would have to change to that.
So when you went to school, how old was the textbook you were reading?
Probably about. I used to have a particle physicist lived out the back of me when we'd have Christmas parties, mate. I just nail him, and he was so interesting to talk to. He said it's about 30 years by the time when scientists discover something and start going, hey, maybe this could be an answer to something, right? It's about 30 years. If their guess turns out to be true, it's about 30 years between where scientists go, hey, this could be something, to when it gets into textbooks, which is appalling.
Okay, yeah, that is appalling, but that's not my point. How old was your textbook?
Probably,
so the textbook you had was from 10 years before.
No, what was...
So the shit you got was 40 years old.
Yeah, no, my textbooks were brand new every year, mate. But what was in there was somewhere between probably 10 and 30 years old as far as the knowledge that we actually knew, as far as the leading knowledge of the things that we knew to be true. I was not being taught that. You know, which is it's terrible. But you know, I was taught the atom when I first started. I was taught that the atom was a solid object when I was in like primary school. That's what I thought the atom was, a solid little light ball. Then I get to senior school and it's particles, you know, a nucleus with photons going around it and stuff. And that's not what it is, but that's what I was taught. And they knew that wasn't what it was when I was being taught it, but textbooks just hadn't caught up to what scientists knew. It's appalling. It's terrible. Doesn't deny that the model we have still works.
They think it's too complicated for children to understand. That's why. So I actually have a video on my YouTube channel from someone speaking at the Royal Society, and basically the thing you just said is what he says they do. that they lie to children, and they tell them that the atom is indivisible. And then when they get a little older, they tell them a different lie, that there's just a nucleus, electron, and protons. And then we get a little bit older, they get a little bit closer to the truth and say, yes, those things are made up of even smaller particles. And then they get even closer to the truth, even farther up when they give you quantum field theory or something.
Well, dude,
when I say truth, in quotes, what they consider the truth.
Well, when you poo-pooed me before when I said this matter even exists, and like that is a fascinating sort of potential that, you've got the atom, you've got your nucleus and electrons that travel around it, and you've always been shown that in textbooks as something like, say a basketball and a tennis ball, and they're about 2 foot apart. And the truth is, it's more like a marble and a grain of sand, and the grain of sand is 20 miles away. That's the kind of distance, that's the kind of comparison size relationship there is between a nucleus and an electron, right? But then when you get into the nucleus...
I thought it was even further. I thought they told me the distance to the moon.
It's almost entirely empty space, right? And then when you dive into the nucleus, it's the same thing. It's almost entirely empty space. And you get right down to what they think may be is string theory, that it's just a little string of energy, that actual matter doesn't really exist. It's just the way it's all built together. It's a fascinating concept. Once you start getting down to string theory, I kind of don't understand.
String theory is not testable. That's the problem with string theory. It's not really testable. They pretty much admit it isn't. They can't do experiments on their strings.
No, I'm not sure about whether string theory is correct or not. But yeah, I do hear word that maybe.
I'm just saying it's not testable experimentally. You can't really confirm it. You can't really. There's no experiments you can really do. No, but you can make a complex model, right? It kind of matches with reality, but there's no way to test it versus any other model. Say, hey man, this string theory makes a prediction that no other ones make. And let's test that and see if it's true. There's nothing with string theory that lets you do that.
No.
It makes no unique predictions, is what I'm saying.
It would justify how you could fit the entire universe into a grain of sand, or even smaller, into an atom. If it's just a little charge, not even particle, but just a little bit of energy. If you took out all the spaces in between all the atoms, you could fit the entire universe into something infinitesimally small. It's pretty cool.
Well, yeah, it's pretty cool. But it was good talking to you.
Right.
Good sport.
All right, dude.
All right.
Thanks for coming. I'm glad you showed up. I wasn't sure if you were going to, but you did, so.
Yeah, I do this all the time, brother.
Yeah, I know.
All the time. No, dude. I don't think you know. You might think you know. But literally, I debate this topic almost every day for years. So
yeah.
I got a lot of pelts.
What's up? I don't know. I'm just bored, and I want to learn English.
Well, you've stumbled into the Flat Earth room. Have you heard about Flat Earth?
Yeah, I know that thing, but I don't know. I'm just curious about the Flat Earth.
Yeah, well, we're here in the English Hub to help widen people's vocabulary by talking about the flat Earth, talking about science.
Yeah.
And,
that is interesting
empirical.
topic.
Yeah.
That interesting topic.
Yeah, so our position is that the flat Earth is it's actually empirical evidence. It's not a belief. It's not a model, or we're not telling you the shape of the Earth. What we're telling you is that the Earth is actually measured, utilized, and experienced as a flat topographical plane, or you could say planar. So we don't actually have any evidence.
Yes.
We don't have any evidence of curvature or rotation on the Earth. Were you aware of that?
Yeah. I see. I heard that flat Earth society about the kind of geometric theory or something like that.
The what theory?
Geometric theory
Oh,
about sun
geocentric.
running into Earth. Just
Yeah, so the geocentric idea,
that's what
basically.
I mean. Geocentric theory.
Yeah, it's interesting because when you look at the sky, it doesn't matter whether you're, heliocentric or geocentric. The sky would do the same thing, so it's no way to tell really.
So where's the others about this opinion? I want to hear that, and I want to hear about a flat Earth. Is that community or something like that, or just a theory and theory and theory? There's if there's something about scientific evidence, it's kind of interesting, just like that. I'm just saying.
Hey man, sorry dude. The door went. I missed what you said. Can you repeat what you said?
There's I need to know about the scientific evidence like that. I'm just saying. The flat Earth theory is that a bigger community, or there's the movement about the happening right now. I'm just saying. I don't know. Where's the other opinion?
Yeah, flat earthers there's a lot of people. There is a lot of people all over the world who are flat earthers. There's actually quite a lot of people who don't tell you, or you would never know, are flat earthers, because it's the type of topic that can attract a lot of controversy. But in terms of us guys here, we basically are what you would call empiricists. Do you know what empiricism is?
I don't know. I'm just new.
No, I mean, have you ever heard of the term empiricist, or empiricism?
Yeah. Empiricism. Yeah. It's based on the practicing. Is that wrong?
It's a view.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's a view that knowledge comes from direct experience, right?
Yeah, the fruit. Yeah.
It's literally the foundation of the scientific method. Have you heard of the scientific method?
Yeah. I know that.
Right. So as an empiricist, we say we know things, we don't believe things. We know things because we can observe them, verify them, test them. So when it comes to the flat Earth, we believe it's an empirical argument, not a belief. We believe that you can know the Earth is flat by observation, by experimentation, by validation. So there is no evidence of curvature. There is no evidence of the Earth spinning on its axis. And there's no evidence that there is an out of space. So empirically, it's a logically sound position. The flat Earth position.
Yeah. Can I ask you a question? What about solar system?
The solar system is a story that we've been told. So all the movies and what we've learned in school has told you that the lights in the sky make up a solar system, and that we have 7 wandering stars called planets, and that they are balls of rock and gas in a vacuum in the sky. But empirically, we have no way to know this or prove this. And actually, the term planet never meant a rock or a ball of gas in a vacuum of space. It's only ever really meant wandering stars. It's just recently, the last few hundred years, we've moved to believe that these wandering stars are planets and that the Earth is rotating around the sun. Everything is in the solar system is rotating around the sun, orbiting around the sun, but we have no evidence of that. And in reality, when we look up at the stars and we look up at the sun, we don't have any evidence that any of this stuff is in a vacuum. The fact that there could be a vacuum in the sky kind of goes against the laws of the gas laws, the thermodynamic laws. So consistently, it's illogical. It's not consistent with the laws of science and nature as we know them. So solar system, it's a story we've been told, but evidence for it. Yeah. That might sound like a bit extreme or of a shock to you, but if you really think about it, everything you've learned about the solar system has been via cartoons, CGI pictures. We have no footage. We have no means to get there and validate it, so it's just a belief system.
Wow, I'm shocked. I've been told on the scientific movie, sci-fi, I like watching anime, and also I'm really thinking about it, about what I was saying about the solar system, and it's kind of confusing to me because I believe in geometric centrism. It's like I read a book about Ghazali and Galileo Galilei. So I don't know. I'm quite interesting about this topic.
Yeah, the thing you've got to keep in mind is a lot of the stories we've been told about the ball Earth, the heliocentric model, they're not based on any evidence, direct evidence. They're based on assumptions that we live on a ball. Now, they decided we lived on a ball before they had any technology or any actual, means of understanding it. They just decided it was. They decided through, a story that was told in ancient Greece that a man measured some shadows, and it could only be possible to get those shadows if we lived on a ball. But now that time has passed and we're smarter, it's obvious that this is not evidence. This is what we call circular reasoning. You have to assume we live on a ball to begin with. So when you read the articles online that say we've known the Earth is a ball for 2,000 years, blah blah blah, we haven't known empirically. We haven't observed the solar system. We've assumed it. And for some reason, they pushed this as the mainstream narrative. And I'm not trying to confuse the situation, but there was a lot going on at the time in history when they pushed this idea. So I would say, yeah, they pushed this idea originally, not knowing whether it's true or not, but it worked, and it was convenient for them to have us believe that we're on a spinning ball on the edge of a solar system in a galaxy. It really does change and affect your philosophy, the way we think about existence. So I think there's plenty of benefits for them to have us believe that. But yeah, in short, if you want to be an empiricist and if you want to be logical, the globe is not a empirical, logical position. So you've got a choice. You've got a choice to either be a follower and believe these stories with no evidence, or you can stand on your own 2 feet, question the narrative, and follow the evidence. I mean, when I said we observe the Earth and treat the Earth as flat, I'm talking about every industry, whether it's in aviation and ballistics, whether you're building, anything that leaves the ground, we treat the Earth as motionless. It's evidently motionless. You know, we don't measure any curvature, and we have no evidence of space. So really, this is all direct evidence points to the fact we live on a planar topographical Earth, and we know most of the Earth is water, and we know that water at rest lays flat. You know, we have a mean sea level based on the principles of water. Water's one of the things we know a lot about. And just the water itself will tell you that we live on a planar, flat topographical Earth. Hope I haven't overloaded you there, sir. But I feel like you get what I'm saying.
You may have given him a stroke.
Yeah, I thought I said too much in that last bit. Iksan, are you there?
Yeah, I'm here. I'm listening to you guys. I'm just curious about this thing, you know. Can think about the universe every day, but I wanna learn English. I wanna speak improve to, you know. I'm just student in here in Asia, you know. I don't know about anything about flat Earth, and yeah. So scientifically, you said it. Full of yeah, you know. I don't know assumption, anything like that.
Yeah, I've sent you a friend request. I've sent you an invite to the home server. We have a server that has a database of information, observations, videos, articles, documents.
Yeah.
So good.
That will
If you're
help.
genuinely interested, it's a great place to start, my friend.
That will help.
A good place to start is if you are interested, is if we do live on a ball, what evidence do we have? And is that evidence direct evidence, or do we have an assumption in that assumed evidence? And that's where it really gets interesting. That's where you can actually know this to be true empirically. And you can go out, you can do your own observations, and you can verify that.
Yeah. I think I'm gonna go out and do observation in my own.
Well, get your head around the globe, right? Because they claim it's a certain size. They make specific claims about gravity. They make specific claims about the curvature. So get your head around it and ask yourself, okay, how do we know this to be true?
Yeah.
And not believe, how do we know this to be true?
Yeah.
And that's the difference.
Yeah.
Once you start realizing things can be known through empiricism, kind of changes your whole perspective on things, because we're just bred to believe stuff, right, from school. We're just taught to believe stuff. Don't ask too many questions. Everywhere's been explored. Sit down, read your book, and regurgitate. So this can have a profound effect on your general philosophy, really, your approach to information. This can improve your critical thinking skills.
Yeah. I agree with that.
So, Ekshan, what do you think about NASA and the moon landings?
NASA, right? Yeah, I think they are a big company who runs to colonize Mars or outer in the space, you know, and they run a satellite, and then yeah, I don't know anything about that. I'm just curious about the UFO, you know. I think NASA knows something I don't know. What about your opinion about NASA?
Well, when it comes to NASA, I believe that they're very deceptive. There is numerous instances where they've actually fabricated footage. They've taken basically images of the flat Earth, stitched it together to make a ball. They have
Yeah.
been caught using technology, augmented reality, green screens.
So yeah.
They're deceivers, my
So
friend.
they just shoot on the studio. Do you mean and the green screen?
Yep, we've got evidence of that. We've got evidence that their footage, even the moon landing itself, has been debunked by, not flat earthers. It's been debunked by globers, and a lot of scientists don't agree that the moon landing was real. But they will say, oh, they faked it because of political reasons, right? But actually, this is the only evidence we have of anything credible in actual out of space. If we lose the moon missions and the Apollo missions, there's not very much we have that we can verify from NASA. And with all the deception that they've done, my question is, why should we believe a liar if we can't validate it to be true? Because they're known liars. And they like to troll us. I think it was the Mars rover mission. They had, the Rick Roll guy, Rick Ashley. They posted one of his tweets on the launch or the landing of the Mars rover. They like to troll. They do funny little gestures to let you know that they're actually trolling. But yeah, it's NASA's a rabbit hole in itself. When it comes to UFOs,
So
my friend, UFOs
what
are
about
just unidentified
okay?
flying objects, right? Doesn't mean these unidentified objects are from a vacuum in the sky.
So what do you think about Neil Armstrong, who first landed in the moon, and the media make it viral, and then he famous about the first man landing in the moon? Is that NASA help him back there? I'm just
Yeah.
curious about that.
Yeah. Ask
And
ask
why is
NASA.
he become famous about that? I don't know. I'm just saying. I'm just saying. It doesn't make sense to me. Really, really doesn't make sense to me.
Well, I would say let's get Neil Armstrong on an interview. The problem is he doesn't do interviews. He's
Because
supposed
he's
to be the
dead.
first.
Yeah, as we
Well,
know that Neil Armstrong first man landed to the moon. Just think about it. How they?
Yeah. Just look into the
Yeah,
situation regarding his death,
yeah.
and
That's
you'll
the
find
story
out
we have
some
told
weird
in
stuff.
every year, every generation. I've been told
yeah,
that in
I
school.
forgot. Yeah, he died a long time ago.
Yeah,
But he didn't do interviews. He didn't do interviews when he was
but
alive.
he is really, really inspirational. I think Elon Musk, think about him. There's a lot
Let me
of
ask you this:
picture
they say he was the first person on the moon.
of him.
Yeah, but who filmed him? Who filmed him
Yeah,
when he got out of the craft?
yeah.
Wouldn't the cameraman be the first man on the moon?
And guess how many photographs of Neil Armstrong there are on the moon?
Oh, so you have it?
Yeah, take a guess of how many photographs of Neil Armstrong there are on the moon.
Wow.
There's only 2, and they're not very good. There's more picture of Buzz Aldrin on the moon than there are of the first man to step on the moon.
Yeah, but so they're lying to us?
Well, if it was this historical event, why are there so few photographs of this historical event? And the other thing they're missing is how many feet of 16 millimeter film did they take of the Earth from the moon?
Yeah.
And the answer is 0. They didn't bother to
What?
point the cameras. They went to the moon, didn't bother to point a film
Oh my
camera back
God.
at the Earth.
Oh my God. Oh my God.
Because
You're blowing this
taking
guy's mind.
motion pictures is a lot harder to fake
So they
than
film it in the
individual
studio
photographs.
with the green screen? Did you mean that?
No, I just mean that taking film of the Earth, like motion pictures, is considerably harder to fake than just taking an individual photograph.
Wow. Why he become so famous, I mean, everybody knows who first man to land in the moon was Neil Armstrong. In history.
So remember, nobody knows
It's kind of hard to
that.
believe for me,
But remember, nobody knows that to be true. That's not empirical.
Yeah.
People believe that. They believe the story because they broadcasted some footage live, and people believe it. But we do not know for sure whether any of that was true. And there's actually a really good documentary by a guy who we were discussing earlier, actually, a guy called Bert Sabrell. He has a documentary called A Funny Thing Happened on the Way to the Moon. I can't verify that footage, but if you watch that documentary, you're going to see unedited film, a film reel of the picture of the Earth when they were apparently halfway to the moon. But the camera, the footage they used was only a small piece of footage. They had footage of them actually setting up the shot, and at the end of the footage, you can see that they actually faked the shot of the Earth when they were halfway to the moon. And I would say that's pretty damning. That video that's on that documentary, you can literally see how they did it, how they forged it, how they made it look like they were halfway to the moon, and then you can very clearly see that they were not halfway to the moon. They were just at high altitude, but they managed to pull off a shot that made it look like the window was the Earth. So whether you want to believe that or not, that's up to you. But I would highly suggest have a look at that footage, and you'll see why so many people, so many globe believers, don't believe in the moon landing.
Wow.
So it's called A Funny Thing Happened on the Way to the Moon. I highly recommend you watch that.
So the funny thing is, it's like making a Disney movie, I think.
If you look in the side chat, Old Dude has there's a guy called Old Dude who has posted.
The Earth is flat, the optic that you use is going to limit how far you can see.
Well, what about the moon? I can see the moon far.
Sorry, my friend. What do you mean, what about the moon? You do understand what I'm saying, though, right?
I mean, the distance between me and the moon is far greater than me and, let's say, England.
Okay, but you're saying why you can't see New York from an aeroplane. I'm pointing out that you probably haven't got close enough to it yet because it's too small for you to see. It's very simple. I just want to know if you understand this or not.
Yeah, I can understand it. Yes.
Cool. Okay, so that's how I would address your claim about I've been in an airplane and I can't see something. I mean, duh, it's probably too far away. What else?
I mean, what about a live experiment? Let's say point a one laser at a different laser that can reach 4 kilometers into the distance and see if they hit each other.
We'll just have a laser and a target and see if we can hit the target, because over distance, because of the curvature of the Earth, the laser should go over the target and there wouldn't be a direct line of sight. We've done those laser tests up to and including 40 kilometers.
Maybe I'm misunderstanding. Which side are you on?
I'm a flat earther.
Oh, how flat
Does
are
that
you?
mean how flat am I?
Yeah, I'm kidding. It's a joke. I'm just.
That's fine.
I have something.
That's fine.
Listen. There's something I call it the Jim Carrey syndrome. It's basically you catch comedy in the air, and you take a few words and you put them together and create a funny thing. It's funny for me. Sometimes it's funny.
No, that's
to others.
fine. As long as you're entertaining yourself, I appreciate that you're getting a lot of value out of this conversation. But for the intents and purposes of conversation, you bringing up, well, why can't we shoot two lasers at each other? Well, it's the same premise that I brought up. It was kind of surveying the land. We use tools to do that, and one of those tools is a laser. When we utilize a laser over a distance of water that should show curvature, it doesn't. The water's horizontal upon the surface, which means if the water's horizontal upon the surface and 70% of the surface of the Earth is water, then the waters and the Earth is flat.
Okay, so it leads me to an honest question. What do you believe the actual shape of it? If I viewed Earth from, let's say, 30 kilometers away, no, 30,000 kilometers away, what would I see exactly? Is it a ball, a flat ball, a flattened pancake? What?
A flat ball, right? You can't have a flat ball. You can't have a straight and curved surface at the same time. That's a paradox. So I don't know the overall shape, my friend. I don't know the overall shape of our Earth, the reality, right? Couldn't say if it was a disc, for example, or a square or whatever. I just know that the waters locally, the known world, is measured flat. What's beyond that, the extent of our reality, I don't know. Is there anything else you said made sense on a sphere? You rattled a few things off earlier, like time zones and seasons and day and night and stuff.
I mean, I'm thinking of football, right? I mean, soccer, whatever you want to call it. And if it's inflated completely, it's a sphere, or at least a almost perfect sphere. But if you deflate it and crush it, that's what I meant by a crushed sphere.
Yeah,
that's what I meant.
There'd still be oscillations and deviations over the surface of this now crumpled up ball, right?
So you're saying it's even flatter than that?
Well, you understand, right? This kind of like basic reality. You pour yourself a cup of coffee and that surface of the water is flat. Never mind the meniscus and the stickiness of the coffee at the sides. Across the surface, it's horizontal. We use water as a horizontal and referencing tool, right? I get a glass of water, it will be horizontal to, for example, some shelves that I want to put up, because the water will indeed be parallel to the surface of the Earth, the plane of the horizon. So water, yes, horizontal on the surface.
I think it reacts. It is commensurate with G-force, the gravitational pull.
Yeah, but that would mean that the surface would curve over distance, right?
Look, I'm not debating you. I know it's not popular.
No, it's not. It's definitely not a debate, dude. Definitely not a debate. It was just an honest question. If there was gravity influencing the Earth to make it a sphere because it's pulling everything in towards the center of mass, then the surface of the water would be curved, wouldn't it?
If the Earth was really, really small, yes.
No, if it doesn't matter what size the Earth is, comparable to Jupiter or the Sun, they're still curved surfaces. If gravity is the makeup of these things and pulling everything towards the center, then the surface, consequently, will be curved. Wouldn't it?
I do not know physics well enough to answer that question.
Sorry. No, listen, at the moment, it's kind of geometry. You understand that a sphere has a curvilinear surface.
Yeah, that I'd understand. Yes.
Cool. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. All right, and gravity would make the Earth that's a ball have a curvilinear surface, which would mean the water surface would be curved. We don't measure that curve. It's horizontal.
Huh. Never thought of it there that way.
No, neither did I until I come across it about 10 years ago. And I'm almost 50, so up until I was almost 40, I believed the same thing that you do. You don't question these things, right?
No, because I've seen it my entire life, and I didn't think it needs an explanation until you mentioned it.
What do you mean you've seen it your entire life? What? Maybe I'm missing what you meant.
You used the example of water inside a cup,
yes.
Right?
Yes. Yeah, of course, yes.
And
Sorry. Now I follow.
That reminds me of Jurassic Park. You know the scene?
Oh, okay. Yeah, where the dinosaurs come in and the glass is vibrating, yep.
Yeah, and later on it's been used as a meme for women with hefty sizes walking into rooms.
Yeah.
I'm sorry, I didn't mean to derail anything. I'm just comically inclined.
No, that's fine. Humor is a good tool. But yeah, that's why we say that the Earth is flat, because water measures horizontal upon the surface.
Okay. So I did something very unsmart, but still. I asked GPT, and it says that liquids settle perpendicular to gravity, not to some absolute reference of what is flat or not. And on a spherical planet, gravity points towards the center everywhere, so water naturally forms a curved surface that is locally level at every point. Over short distances, Earth's curvature is tiny. The drop from curvature is about 8 centimeters per kilometer squared. I don't even know what kilometer squared is. Oh, actually, I do know. Sorry. I saw it
right.
the power of 2. I saw it to the power of 2. That confused me.
Yeah.
So, 1
so
kilometer.
Comparatively,
yeah.
So comparatively tiny. Sorry.
Yes, exactly. So, if it's in a distance of 1 kilometer, if the water is like 1 kilometer wide, it would curve in about 0.808 per meter.
Yeah.
Now it's not really clear if it means
about 10 miles.
I don't do miles. I do.
Okay.
Yeah. So
okay. So I do miles. Do apologise. So after 10 miles, I understand it's approximately 66 foot. And it's maybe about 20 meters somewhere.
I never understood. England never decided which method for weighing.
We use both.
Exactly. Isn't that confusing?
No, we use both.
So
we just use different things for different things.
So it says it does curve. If you take a water body sized like 100 kilometer, then
really
about 800 meters out on the outer edges, it curves. Those curve.
Okay, so
I can do a screenshot.
No, that's absolutely fine. What we're dealing with in this instance is a kind of the mainstream claim. You Google something and it tells you these things. Now, what it will give you is a rate of change of slope, right, which we're talking about. That's the 8 inches per mile squared. I know you do everything in meters and kilometers and so on, but you understand there's a mathematical equation that will demonstrate or show you at the end how much slope there should be over distance of deviation from horizontal. When we try to measure that, even though it says it's tiny, over distances like 40 kilometers, we're talking about a deviation of approximately 200 meters, maybe further.
Yeah,
it's exponential. It's exponential.
Plain and truth. Just I can't post pictures here for some reason. He posted it, and that's the image I got. It's not Google, by the way. It's ChatGPT.
Yeah, no, that's fine. So that's Globe Earth claim. So as you see on the chart on the right hand side, it shows you over distances, 1 mile, 2 mile, 5 miles, whatever, what the rate of change of slope will be.
So you disagree
now when we try to measure that there, we don't measure that there. We measure the Earth to be horizontal. So that's the very claim that we're testing. It shows us that there should be curvature over the surface of the Earth. When we try to verify that, we can't. It measures to be flat.
What about, okay, so I've been a long time ago, I don't know if it's available today, but there was a camera live view from the International Space Station, right?
Yes.
So depending on the lighting from the sun and the angle it has over the Earth, at some points you can see the edge, and it's not a straight line.
Okay.
So
that's again a claim from the International Space Station or NASA, for example, that when they take cameras to high up in the sky and they turn around, they can take a picture of the Earth and the surface of the Earth looks curved. Again, that's the same claim as the GIF in the side chat, right? The Earth is a sphere and it's said to be this big. So to verify that claim, we should be able to measure the curvature that they're claiming, because they give us a radius value, right? The Earth is this big, 3,959 miles, 500, 600 kilometers, 6,000 kilometers or whatever for you. And ultimately, we don't measure that. So again, this is a claim from NASA that we should be able to verify, but we can't.
Okay, on a different subject, honest question, do you believe we ever reached the moon or land there?
I don't believe in the way that it was portrayed, say, in the late 60s, early 70s. Who knows what is possible, but that narrative about leaving the Earth that's a sphere, going in orbit around the moon that's a sphere, and taking such images as like Earthrise, right, for example, then no, that shows the Earth to be a sphere. And in that instance, we can't verify that to be true. So that whole story is debunked just by that claim. The Earth's a sphere in this story. Well, it's not.
Back to Thor.
Yes.
I want to give you a little tip here. That's something that you can do in reality for yourself if you want to figure out if water curves or not. You can you can find a lake that's 10 miles wide, bring a friend, put him on the other beach, and then a good zoom camera and see if you can zoom into him. If he is not taller than 66 feet, you should not be able to see him because, water curves away from you. Or if you shoot the laser 1 foot off the ground on one side, it will end up 1 foot over the beach on the other side as well, I promise you. It should end up 66 foot up in the air if the ball curves like they say it does, right? So it's just a simple method. I can't convince you, but you can convince yourself easily. And Crit says we can't measure any curvature. This is exactly what he means. We don't see any curvature.
Over a span of 10 kilometers, you said?
10 miles. If you look at the graph in the picture, you can figure out that that's 66 foot. That's basically 20 meters or a six-story high building.
Okay, 16.09.
Yeah, the laser doesn't end up 20 meters up in the air over on the other side. It ends up exactly where the same height as where you shoot it from. And we've done these. We've done 20-mile tests, 30, 40. Then it's just an example that's easier for you without buying a lot of expensive lasers and stuff. You can do it over a 5-mile wide lake as well. There should be a difference, but there isn't.
Why? I mean, isn't that too small of a distance between 2 points to actually, I mean, to measure? It's like saying, you know, take 2 pencils and just drop them into 2 points in a box. And one, if not one is not higher than the other from 6 centimeters away, it means it's flat, while that box is sitting on the face of the planet, which isn't.
We're talking centimeters, but we're talking miles now. 10 miles is good enough for you to see that your laser should be 20 meters up in the air on the other side, but it isn't.
Why would wait?
You would also need to validate that your laser is pointing horizontal, like perpendicular to down.
So I'll have to artificially create like a completely flat surface, then point it at another flat surface that I created 10 miles away and see if it hits it. You know, see if the dot's there, right?
I mean, you don't have to create it. You can just find a real lake outside in reality that's 10 miles wide and do the test there. Most of us has done this ourselves. I did it over 6 miles myself in Sweden. And I've done 10 miles from Malmö to Copenhagen. That's Sweden to Denmark as well. So people need to go out and do this themselves. It doesn't matter if we show it to you. You're not going to believe it until you see it for yourself. For some people, it's enough to do the experiment in their own mind. But, you know, if you do it practically, it's more convincing.
Yeah, I like practical applications. I mean, I can imagine all I want. I want to know what really is there instead of. It's not that I'm saying you're wrong. I'm saying I prefer proof. Like, I mean, wouldn't a YouTuber go viral if he did this and just posted it online?
No, not maybe a few years ago. Things like flat Earth content kind of shunned by YouTube, or like I said, were from 2017. Typed flat Earth into a search, you'd find anti-flat Earth content, and along with that anti-flat Earth content, you'd have a little appendage or amendment at the bottom, notified by YouTube, telling everybody that was watching that the flat Earth was an archaic, non-scientific concept and been disproven by science and blah blah blah. So there's the disclaimer with all of the flat Earth information as well. So I don't think anyone's going to go viral.
I don't know.
If you're interested, you can have a look at the laser video that I posted in the chat. That's just one example.
Video completely. See, this is what happens when we both speak at the same time. Plain and true.
Yeah, sorry about that. Go ahead.
Okay, so my concept of this, the censorship you're talking about, I've seen it in real time. About a year into COVID-19, I posted 2 articles arguing, and I, spoke to a person that's an actual virologist, and they took down my video. They simply just said that is not within our guidelines, and falsely reporting is I don't remember the wording exactly, but they just removed it. It was
it something like medical misinformation?
Exactly, yes. So they removed it because it's not commensurate with what they want. I mean, COVID was always about one thing: money. If you're following the money, you know exactly who the money goes from. Taxpayers to the government to pharma companies to create this quote-unquote vaccine. I mean, I've been vaccinated in the past. It was never called a vaccine. It was called immunization, because it can claim that once you're immunized, you're immune to it. Okay, a vaccination loses the meaning of it. Well, why should I take this if this doesn't immunize me? And across history, when was ever a virus immunized against perfectly? Like, no transmission, no carrying, just there. Your immune system just found it, killed it, and that's it. I mean, everything.
Sorry to interrupt you again, but we are broadcasting on YouTube right now, and if we talk about that thing, we can get banned from there still. So we agree with you, though, 100%.
Yeah, so we're not allowed to have different opinions. We cannot have different opinions. I mean, I could have written in the beginning, disclaimer, this is only an opinion. I'm not a doctor, and I'm speaking to this person, okay? But that didn't matter. It did not matter. 4 hours.
You understand that, and sorry, you understand that, and you give a very good example of how censorship happens on social media. We're kind of party to that as well. So you'd think with, great information, like you said, somebody would blow up. No, not necessarily, mate. You understand the reasons why.
No, there's definitely, silencing and censorship going. I mean, it's most apparent on Facebook. I can't tell you how many times I've been in Facebook jail, if you know what that is.
Of course.
For for just say something that's controversial that made some people upset. And then I always posted the same GIF of someone getting out of prison, with his hands raised up in the air. I was proud every time that slammed me, every time, because I said something so powerful they could not stand it.
You believe the words that you were speaking were truthful as well, right?
Of course they were. Yeah. I mean,
you wanted people to know that truth, right?
I wanted them, yeah. So I talked, I've said something. About 2 minutes later, Facebook groups are one thing, Discord is another, because in Discord, every owner can do whatever he wants. And what was that time? I entered this, it's a website, not a website, Discord called The Intellectualist. And I didn't know it was a completely left-leaning, server. So in my bio, which was, always there until I changed it, I said under pronouns, I wrote there are only 2 genders. And apparently someone saw it, and then I was, kicked out. Even if I said it in non-LGBTQ spaces, I still got kicked for that. Just saying that. Or I believe that women...
I'm so sorry for your loss, sir.
For me being kicked out. Nice filter, guy, by the way. Fantastic. I mean, your shirt you're wearing... the shirt breaks immersion completely, but sure.
Okay.
Well, let me tell you something. I sound more Indian than you if I just adjust my voice intonation and in some of my... Yeah, but you have a sound button. I do not, sir. I do not agree with you.
All right, guys, can we get it back on subject, please? Before I have to stop people,
all right. Let's go back to subject.
Thank you, mate. Appreciate it.
So,
but you bring up a good point. You're just pointing out different areas where propaganda, right? The truth cannot be told, for example. It's many different subjects. I would suggest that the Earth is one of them. Mm-hmm. It's a whole narrative, and it starts with how everything was created, the universe, the Earth, and the sun, and all of that stuff, and eventually how you were created. An evolutionary story. That type of thing. So the globe Earth gives you a whole creation narrative. It's deeply theological.
I'm actually agnostic, and you know what? Agnosticism is not just my view about religion. It's my view about pretty much everything in life. I look for the linear connection over time to prove that a phenomenon has some logic behind it. Mm-hmm. I know it's not a popular subject, but the red pill, as it was established like 20 years ago, was not the thing it is right now. It was more defined. And the reason it grew popular is because many men shared their stories, and they found points in which they all experienced basically the same kind of behavior from society, from courts, family courts, and the government. And then it started, there was a website for them. Then the website was taken down. But, I think that they diluted the message by letting some YouTubers claim to be red-pilled about society and the court system. And those content creators were allowed to do so because they did it really badly and diluted the message and completely made it incomprehensible, that nobody knows the difference between a blue pill, a red pill, a purple pill, black pill, and the most ridiculous white pill, because I don't know what that is. Paracetamol? I don't know. So that's one way of destroying truth. You don't always have to block it. Sometimes you just hand the microphone over to someone who has a good way to make it into satire while looking completely serious about it. Anyway, I'm sorry I killed the conversation and bored everyone.
No, it's all right. You're welcome here.
You're fine, buddy. I was just stoking my fire.
Oh, he left.
So, have you got any other questions regarding the flat Earth and so on? You seem agnostic about some things you said. You like to find some kind of logical truth in things. You might have come to the right room, mate. I don't know. Oh, we left.
I just realized something that might be worth sharing. So let's say you've got an observation. You think you live on a globe. If your observation point is 69 miles away, then the distance between you and that point of interest is an arc segment of 1 degree on a globe. For you to see the horizon would be the central bulge in between you and that object, which is going to be half the distance. And if you want to put the horizon directly into your center field of vision, you're going to have to dip half a degree down. Interestingly enough, on the horizon, astronomical refraction lifts things about half a degree upward. Kind of cancels itself out, doesn't it? This is on a globe, mind you, so it's kind of self-defeating.
Okay, why are y'all here disputed? I'm just gonna join.
No, we're waiting for you to come. Welcome. You're here. Glad you made it. You can leave the Matrix now. Arrow soon in the chat, in text chat, posting some nighttime image of something and making claims about objects and their heights. We can't even see what he's talking about.
You mean the image of the Coruscant sun?
Yeah, I guess so, if that's how you pronounce it. Coruscant.
I mean, I don't know what tower that is, but seems interesting.
Yeah, like what city, what tower, what time of day or night, I should say. Where are they looking?
Probably figured out with a Google image search, actually.
Be great to have more information about it.
I mean, wait, how could you even... I mean... It's not really good conclusive evidence, because, like, 50 meters off of 370 meters is really hard to note, especially from that distance. Maybe there's something, like, interesting at the bottom that's there, or something you can recognize on the photo, but, like, from what they sent, I don't know. I don't really see much.
Yeah, and the lights, I mean, the lights are spreading out. As the lights themselves are obfuscating things. Are we looking at a miraging effect too? Am I noticing that, or?
Like, what's going on at the bottom? I mean, I'm assuming it's like a stone ledge or something, and then like the ocean. I don't know. It's all pretty unclear. Oh, I think I found it. I think it's the Washington Monument. Yeah.
Is that over the Potomac or like the reflecting pool or?
I mean, you
what?
can see here. It's just the Washington Monument. Sure.
No, but the Washington Monument's only 555 feet tall. This is the Kennecott Garfield Smelter Stack in Utah.
I see. I don't see any mountains in the back, though.
Talking about Karasun's image, Rayleigh.
Yeah, that's what I'm talking about.
Don't think that's it. I mean, we're not seeing any mountains, and we're also, I don't know, where would the light come from? That doesn't really make sense to me. I know, where would the lights be coming from? Because it's a construction site, and then also I don't see any mountains or any kind of sea it would have been taken across from. So, not sure if it's the right tower. Like, relatively positive that can't be the tower. I mean, it does border it's near the Great Salt Lake is there, so maybe.
Well, if I think I see where the tower is in the middle of the image, you can see a light that is between whatever, is that like a shoreline in the base of the tower? Those are 50 meters.
Yeah.
So I'm not sure what this guy's on about.
I'm gonna look at what's in front of it. It's all just flatland. Like, if you look at the picture here, like, it can't be from the mountains, obviously, because it wouldn't have been able to be captured. But if you go here from the side view, you can see there's like literally no way there'd be any lights there, unless they're cars. Or could they be cars?
Well, the light's part of the factory there.
Oh, we can go close to a factory and see if there's any lights there, but take a look. Yeah, there's no lights. I mean, this image is a bit outdated. That was July 2024, but if you look here, there's no lights at all. From that far away, I feel like it spreads out a bit too far, right? Because yeah, it's like this image is like really unclear. I don't know where it would have been taken from. Wait, maybe here. I mean, yeah, it's just not the same thing. Like, if you look at it from this perspective, it's like completely different. Yeah.
If only 50 meters are missing, it's still not a globe. So,
I mean, it's not the tower he claims in the image, and we can't verify if it's 370 meters. And also, that tower you sent there, it does have lights, but it also has mountains, which doesn't really coincide. I don't know. Let me check if, I guess it does kind of border water, but the mountains would then be visible, so it can't be that. Actually, in the dark, yeah, you might be right. That could be it. Pull up.
Yeah, the mountains aren't going to reflect that much light at nighttime, especially if they're not covered in snow. So if this was done during the summer,
I guess. I don't know. It's nothing really definitive proving it's that, not just like a never smelter stack. So I don't know. Maybe Kara-sun will fill that in later, but I had no idea.
Oh, it's another one of those cases where they're going to throw something at the wall and hope it sticks. Anything but a flat Earth, right? Even a globe that's twice as big.
It's no different than my railroad observations, where the light gets obscured by other light, and you don't see certain things. Because the closer you are to a surface, the harder it is to see in a distance.
What? One of these guys is called the COVID-19 delusion. What? Hold up.
Well,
And see, that picture is the reason why you need good quality cameras for nighttime photography. Your average camera just cannot do it clearly.
Well, Paul, in a day's work, there you go. What we're seeing at the base of that tower, in front of the tower, is a warehouse area that's encased in a fence, security fence that's on a mound. And it looks like it's lit up for security reasons because it's nighttime. All right, Cope spiral commencing.
And from the street view, that mound of dirt that it's sort of on, that seems to be a pretty good size.
Yeah, like a car on that freeway would be obstructing the bottom of that tower because the freeway's closer to the near field of the observer and the tower's in the far field. Like perspective, hello. So you've also got like the freeway barriers. I mean, those black lines across the. This is so hard to tell what's in the freaking image. I feel stupid for even suggesting or speculating. But those black lines could be like the freeway guardrails. And then well beyond that's the mound, and then the warehouse complex, and then the tower behind it. Like,
Yeah, I think that photo I just posted debunks that Blackpool picture because those obviously that mound of dirt is taller than the telephone poles in the front, yet the telephone poles look taller than the mountain of dirt. Just like the Blackpool Tower appears taller than the mountains in the background.
Yep, that's it. Job done. It's a mound of dirt, not Earth curvature. Fantastic. All right. Well, I'm going to go. I'm going to listen in. Hopefully, somebody else will come in and start cope spiraling, because this one didn't grab my attention as much. I was kind of hoping for a bigger spurg out.
And the water is probably where the reflections of those factory lights are hitting the surface there.
Rick Bacon will come back today because he ran off to dinner right when I was building up to my crescendo against his argument yesterday. Spherical excess. He was doing everything he could to deflect to it, and then when he couldn't anymore, he's like, "Oh, dinner time, bye." Because what I was trying to demonstrate for the audience is moving away from the azimuthal claim, but to the vertical plane reference that he's setting up with the theodolites. Because the claim is that theodolites have to be bending down in order for there to be a flat horizontal triangle to be made from line of sight azimuthally amongst the three positions. So if you take two of those observers that are looking at each other on a globe and extend their plumb lines, they should be touching at the center of the Earth. And if the two are both tilted downwards to look at each other, then you should be able to measure the deflection of the vertical in both instances. So say you have two observers that are 69 miles apart. Let's say they're both on a mountain, on two respective mountains at the same elevation. They would both have to be tilted down half a degree each. And adding both of those angles together equals the 1 degree of separation that they have from the center of the globe Earth. So that's what we need to measure, and we need to have some precision, some measure of precision in order so that we know that those plumb lines are touching 3,959 miles below the surface. And I don't think there's a leveling device in the world that is that accurate.
Well, I think liquid mercury might be accurate. You float it on a liquid mercury pool, you might be able to get a certain level of accuracy there.
Well, see, that's just the start of it.
Yeah, that's
because it gets even worse. It gets even worse because now they have to build in refraction, and they have to build in local deflection of the vertical due to the anomalous behavior of uneven distribution of gravity through the globe.
Because it doesn't take much inaccuracy in order to, over 3 miles, make a 6-foot difference. Your laser only needs to be out of level by like 0.3788 millimeters. A very tiny amount that most people would never see with their eyes. And speaking of plumb lines, the Tamarack mine experiment shows that when you make really, really long plumb lines of like 4,000 feet, they don't converge at the bottom.
So horizontal water at rest. So we use water as a level. And you understand that level and horizontal are synonymous? They're the same thing pretty much. If you have a level plane, it's horizontal, and it's level. It's also flat, geometrically flat.
Did you guys
agree with that?
Anyone so far?
Pardon me?
Did you guys convince anyone so far?
No, remember I told you we're not here to convince people?
Yeah, we're not.
What happens is you're going to convince yourself because you're going to go listen to what we said and actually go and look at water, and you're going to say, damn, it is flat. The whole world is flat. And then you're going to realize it's flat, and then that'll be it.
Yeah, we don't need to convince.
It sounds like you already know.
We actually use Earth itself as the convincer. So we don't need to convince you. All we need to do is point you outside to look at water. And so water, as I was saying before, so water in all states of rest, whether it's your kitchen sink, your bathtub, a swimming pool, a lake, or the oceans, are horizontal on the top surface that we use as a level. And we can use water as a level at any elevation. So if we go up into a mountain and we dig a ditch and fill it with water, we can use that level in any location on Earth at any elevation. So level water is a standard that we use for all measurements of level horizontal. So can you tell me, based on that, where is it curving? Where is the water curving?
Guys. Yes. Everyone. Do you hear me? I'm sorry. We have a big problem.
What's the problem?
I have bad connection.
Okay, so did you hear the part about level water?
I have really bad connection. I didn't hear shit the last few minutes.
Okay, so I'll just spell it out in 2 minutes or less. So we have horizontal water all over Earth at any location and at any elevation that we use to measure level with, horizontal. So if that's the case with all water as we see it and use it practically on Earth, where is the water curving? Because if Earth is a sphere, it has to have curving water, correct?
Mm-hmm. Yes.
Okay, so what I'm asking then is, where is this curving water? Can it be measured? Was it ever measured? Okay, so think about that for a while. Okay, so I asked pretty quick. So where, when, and how was water on Earth measured to be curving? Okay, so why don't you ponder that for a little while, and we can either wait for you to ask another question or respond to what I've said.
You know, excuse me. So when you, oh my God, did I lose connection again?
You know what? I think maybe just listen for a while since your connection's so bad. We're going to have trouble communicating. So if you have any other questions, feel free to ask them.
Sonny, stop talking for a minute so she can catch up.
Yep, like, okay, you're very fast and there's so many words I don't know. And the other thing is that, I mean, I'm actually doing something bad because I'm very uneducated in this topic. And now it seems like you guys are right, but you guys are wrong. It's bullshit. I'm gonna leave. I hope we have some smart people here who's gonna.
Oh, they're all smart.
Tell them.
Don't have a nervous breakdown when you go into the other rooms. Don't have a nervous breakdown.
Yes,
well,
there must be somebody out there who can tell us how Earth is
you.
I'll on TV,
I'll
right?
try. Yes.
The TV's got to be
I believe in you guys. Okay. Well, you guys have fun. And don't take life too seriously. Honestly. Love you guys. Peace. Bye. Maybe.
Okay, bye-bye. All right, has anyone got any globe evidence? Peppy, or whatever her name was, didn't have any globe evidence. Is there anyone here that would like to defend the globe Earth?
Well, she did bring evidence. She brought in evidence that people lose their minds when they realize the Earth is flat.
Yeah, that she did bring. All right, let's
unknown
check.
authorities you brought in.
Let's check if we got anyone else in here. All right, let's go down the chat. We got Luke. Welcome, Luke. Welcome, Mahi or Mahi. Well, they're gone. All right, I scared that person away. What about you, Ravenito? Welcome. Ravenito, are you there? Okay, what about Ray? Or VLTK?
The new people who need to be unmuted, make sure you type in chat, please unmute me, Professor Triangle, and then I'm going to ask you some questions, and if you get them right, you'll get a free unmute.
VLTKs are familiar. Nah, none of these guys are they don't have the goods. They don't got what it takes. They're hopeless. They don't even know how to say hello. How are they going to prove the globe?
Well, that's right. Any of the globe earthers in the chat gonna take that shit from T-Dub. He's calling you out. They took it, T-Dub.
That's right, bitches.
Check out the cool footage I just put in the side chat.
I don't see anything in there.
Oh shit, I've been posting.
Oh, you just set up in the wrong
completely
place.
Completely different.
You've been spamming the whole wrong channel this whole time. You're like, I wonder why nobody's responding to my shit.
Yep.
He was in the vegan room just blasting him with flat earth proof.
That's the best way.
All right.
No wonder why we always get banned. We're not even in there, and you're spamming them.
All right, here we go.
Next, they're going to show flowers in our chat, so watch out.
Welcome to the channel, Tony. If you're trying to talk, we can't hear you. I can see that you're unmuted your microphone, but whoop, and they're gone.
Oh, DJ, you posted up a cool video of all these crazy satellites. Whoa.
Yeah, man. They're supposed to be satellites? Is that the story with those things?
Oh, I have no idea.
No, you were looking at some comet, and those are airplanes because I get the same thing when I do it.
Airplanes?
Maybe they're helicopters. Drones, maybe. UFOs.
That's AI.
No, but it was funny. I was in the vegan room yesterday just to mess around a little bit, and I got muted after a guy claimed that he based his worldview on something that was based on science. I asked them for the science, and they muted me, and they said they weren't going to provide me the papers because I was a flat earther.
That was mean.
Yeah, I know. Very appropriate.
Stop being a flat earther, then.
Yeah, I guess so. Thank you. Thank you.
Just tell them I'm not a flat earther anymore. Tell them that. Say that. And then they'll be like, what do you mean? Say, the earth's a ball. And then they have to let you talk.
I guess I've changed. I've changed my ways overnight. Yeah, I was typing in the side chat the whole time. I was like, what is the hypothesis for veganism? How is this not based on something that's subjective, like your feelings? I was just curious because I really wanted to see how they argue, to see if I can actually take anything from it, to see how they can actually prove their point that something is subjectively better. But they just sounded like a bunch of globers in there. But
they have scripts. Empirical. Yeah, they run off scripts. I noticed that when I went in there. And if someone has like a good argument against them, they're like, protocol is not to engage. Just like mute them or ignore them or kick them out.
Yep. I got muted pretty quick in there. I think it lasted about 5 minutes. So veganism and... Oh, sorry, go ahead.
Yeah, well, they were telling, like, at the time, I was just on a diet. I was doing, like, a cleanse diet. I love meat, but I was on a cleanse diet where I was just eating, like, vegetables and stuff like that. And a tiny little bit of butter added in, okay? And I told them that. I'm like, I'm basically on a vegan diet, just a little bit of butter here and there. And then they're like, so you're, like, some guy named Vegan Jesus was like, so you're an animal abuser, DJ. Is that right? I'm like, what the hell? I'm like, yeah, just a tiny little bit of butter here and there, like. And it's like, so you are choosing voluntarily to abuse animals. You're an animal abuser. Are you going to stop animal abusing? And it was just freaking insane.
What the heck?
Yeah, it was crazy, man. I was being super polite and nice to them, and they were just like hammering me for being an animal abuser for eating a little bit of butter.
How dare you relieve that poor cow of its milk and then churn that liquid into something you can spread on toast?
I like butter on my steak.
Oh yeah, that sounds good.
Is that a few weeks ago who we ended up talking about the fact that plants feel pain, and then he was trying to justify that that's okay?
Oh yeah, I actually brought that up with them yesterday too. But I said we're not talking about plants. We're talking only about animals here. And it was funny because they were like, what is the difference? He said, would you buy dog meat? I said, no. He said, but you would buy cow meat? And I said, yes. He's like, okay, look at this GIF I posted up in the side chat. So I look at it, and it's like a picture, or it's a GIF of a cow playing with a ball. He said, what's the difference between a dog playing with the ball and a cow playing with the ball? I said, okay, well, I was like, well, I think one of them's cute.
About a ton.
So he's like, so you're telling me that you won't buy the meat because he's cute? And I said, yeah, it's based on my subjective feelings, right? It's like, just like being a vegan, you just base it off your feelings. If you feel like something's cute enough, you don't have to kill it. Like, you guys will kill bugs, right?
Lads, seriously, if I got asked what's the difference between a cow playing with a ball and a dog playing with a ball, my smart assness, it's just going to be cows taste better.
Oh, dude.
Here's the difference.
You don't die when a dog falls on you. You don't die.
This is also subjective, depending on countries, right? In some countries, dogs are a delicacy; they eat all the time. So not much is difference between a dog and a cow. No difference at all. Still tasty.
What is the difference, Jedi?
The big difference is that you don't have to cook the cow as long. It's not as tough as the dog meat, but the dog meat's still good.
What do you recommend?
Dog meat's more flavorful, but cow meat's more tender.
Yeah, if you guys are ever looking for a good time, like, just bring your empirical mind to the vegan room and you will be in shock, dude. It's rough.
I get pissed off when they come here. I ain't going over there.
Oh yeah, Jedi, you probably get muted quicker than any of us in here.
Oh yeah, absolutely.
They come in here. Yeah, they come in here already pissed off. They don't even. That's it. They just come in here and be mad.
Yeah.
So I have a bunch of food allergies, and I can tell you that the logical antecedent to being vegan is having an eating disorder.
You know what? I'm going to go on there next time and tell them that I'm allergic to fruit and vegetables. What do I do if I want to be vegan?
Yeah, tell them. So here's in all seriousness, this is my condition why I could never be vegan is I'm allergic to latex. Anything that comes from a tree and most of the things that come from the ground has a risk of your body identifying the protein in it as if it were the protein from latex. So,
oh no shit.
Yeah. So, how does that work?
Yeah, exactly. That's what I'm saying.
So there, you're like the boy in the cardboard box instead of the boy in the plastic bubble. You had to be put in a cardboard box the whole time. So
Pretty
plastic didn't get you.
Pretty much.
Yeah, next time if we get another slow day, I'll report back to you guys. Let you guys know what they say. Tell them I'm allergic to fruit and veggies. What can I possibly do to be a vegan?
Tell them you can't stop eating steak with butter on it and a little bit of extra salt and see what they say. How can you stop? Because you had 3 already today and you think that you're going to get fat.
Just tell them I'm addicted. You know what's funny? One of my exes was actually a vegan. I told her I like meat too much. She said, well, just keep watching these documentaries about them slaughtering animals until you become a vegan. I was like,
how about
she's an ex?
how about just blocking out the shit from my router and then you can't watch anything?
I tried that. It just made me hungry.
Question. How come Lat sounds just like CB?
Oh, brother. No, not again.
Yeah, you sound like CB.
Well, you got a profile picture.
Lats, you just need to watch like all the seasons of Fresh and Fit. No.
maybe I've been away too long. That could be.
No, he does. So I agree.
No, I actually get that a lot. It's pretty funny, actually. I gotta get CB's ass in here to clear my name up again. I did it like a month ago. Me and him talked for the first time. It was funny because they were like, well, we never see you two in the room at the same time. We never hear you both talking to each other ever.
Yeah, how did you pull that trick off?
I mean, there'll be one day. He's gonna be in here one day. I'm gonna like do a back signal as soon as me and him are talking one day. Call everybody in here. You know what? No, I'm just gonna get the clip from the live recording one of these days, and I'll just post it. I'm gonna save it. I'll post it up every single time. Really said canine meat is too lean. I've never actually tried dog before.
Oh, I'm sure you have.
You know what? That's probably true. I just didn't know about it.
Yeah, so don't even think about it and you won't care. That's all I do. And I'm pretty sure we've eaten people too, so I gave up on worrying about that shit too.
In the UK, about 15 years ago, there was the horse meat scandal. Basically, we found out that quite a lot of our supermarket chains, instead of using beef, we're using horse meat. Quite a lot of horse meat have been found in things like lasagna and so on. So I've tried horse.
Damn.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure I eat horse too.
Was it good, at least?
I think they season it up. You can't tell the difference. You just put regular fat in there and it tastes like meat.
I was curious if it was gamey at all. Like, what is it, like a goat? What is it, or a lamb? Which one's gamey? I don't remember which one. Or deer, that's the one.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm not a big fan of that gamey meat. One of my coworkers, though, that's all he eats, so the deer all the time. I'm like, all right, bro, if you like that funky taste, I guess.
Yeah, you know, my favorite, I think, is rattlesnake and kangaroo.
What? I've never had snake or kangaroo. Well, you know what? Not that I know of. Never had either of those.
Yeah, I used to get this sausage that was pretty much like 50% rattlesnake and 50% rabbit. And then there's a few places around that sell kangaroo jerky. It tastes almost identical to deer.
It was like mid-digestion with the rabbit in there, just like do it all together? Or?
Haven't you seen photos of buffed up kangaroos? They're just deer that have been to jail.
Dude, I have seen those. Those are nuts. Dude, those things are like on steroids or something. I think the first time I ever saw a kangaroo was from the movie Kangaroo Jack. That thing did not look like the kangaroo. Yeah, that thing did not look like the kangaroo that I see on videos online. I was like, whoa, what the heck are these things? They're like genetically modified, like kangaroo boxers or something. I'm like, what the hell's going on?
Yeah, they get pretty big. Years ago, I was driving out to Broken Hill, and I'm in my little Jeep Cherokee Sport cruising along with a nudge bar on it, and a kangaroo basically bounding across in front of me. I don't know how I missed him. He landed on one side of the road and cleared 4 lanes.
What?
Just straight across the road in full flight. And that's what
Bro,
7 foot
hell no, dude, no.
full flight, man. He just went straight across the road. And that was at the, just before, what town is it? It's Cobar. There's a little uphill rise just before that. And full flight, they can get moving, man. He was a big one, though. He was a 7.
Oh, wait, he did that in one jump?
Yep.
What the heck? Dude, no.
Do you guys hit those? Do you guys hit those like we hit deer?
One that size, it picks and chooses what it wants to hit.
I was going to say, you need to watch the last installment of Wolf Creek and see about hitting the kangaroo.
No, if I'd have hit him, I would have just got out and walked to the nearest town. I was only about 10 k's out, but yeah, it's a case of that one that size would just write you off, unless you're in a truck with a decent bar on the front of it. But yeah, something that size would have just destroyed my little toy.
Bro, I would have lost my mind if I saw a kangaroo do that. Holy.
It's impressive. The little ones that you see, like at parks and stuff like that are only like 3 foot high, you see them just sort of like, they're like king-size rabbits, just going doink, 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 hopping around. They seem to have a short hop and a long hop. So when they're in full flight, their long hop is just, it's insane. It's like, holy shit, these things can move.
Well, you said 3 or 4 feet is small?
Yeah, that's only the little fellas. What? What did you think they like cute little things you put in your back pocket, take them home and show your mum?
Bro, I've seen like the videos. I've seen like the videos of like the ones that are like tiny. They just fit in like the little pouches. Those are like the ones, like the little ones I'm thinking of, like tiny, bro, like no bigger than a little dog. Yeah, like I mean, I don't know how old they are, but I'm not a kangarooologist. You know, I don't know anything about them. This is all news to me.
Oh man, no, they can grow. Certain breeds of them actually do grow quite big.
Yeah, out here where I live, we just get like little scorpions and spiders and stuff. Nothing crazy like that. Maybe like a little coyote, maybe, but nothing like what you're describing. 3 foot.
Do they just stand in your front yard like deer do here?
No. Actually, in some areas they do. Over at the golf course, because you're not allowed to get on there and ask them politely to go away with loud noises. And things that get slung out of the thing that's making loud noise. But anyways, there's heaps of them over at the golf course, and they just stand around having a great old time. And yeah, it's just like this oasis, and there's probably about 200 roos in this golf course. It's freaking pain in the arse, actually.
It's like cows being in the middle of the road in India. Right? You're not allowed to get out and chase them off and move. You got to wait till they just move away.
We have to do that with Canadian geese. You're not allowed to touch them.
Are you guys allowed to like keep them as pets and like train them and stuff, or not?
Kangaroos? Oh shit, yeah. They get dog collars and put on them, and yeah, mum and dad's next door neighbour had one. It's an absolute pain in the ass because they're feral animals. You're allowed to so varmint control legally. You're allowed to remove them. So at night time, when you can't really see much, you just see a silhouette. You're not really looking for a collar around its neck. Yeah, leave that alone.
Dude, that's freaking crazy.
Yeah, people do have them as pets. So, yeah.
I want to see somebody walking a kangaroo on a leash.
Where I used to work, we had a
you don't walk kangaroos, you pop them.
Shay, you know what? They probably walk you, man. Those things are freaking massive. Especially when you got one of the buff ones. Oh, dude.
But no, those buff ones that you see, that's the males flexing and showing off. It's good when you get 2 decent-sized bucks doing that, staring each other down, sizing each other up.
How tall do they get?
I've seen 7-footers, so I don't know how much bigger than that, but that was a pretty big one. Like, that's crazy big. And that was a red. The little grey fellas don't get that big. They're only about like maybe 4 foot. But there's a couple of different breeds. There's like reds that you get in basically middle of New South Wales and out. Greys are called Eastern Greys for a reason. And there's a couple of other ones, and they've all got slightly different heads on them. So yeah, they're really odd looking critter actually. It's like when animals were getting made, it was just all the leftover bits, and it's like, hey, we're just going to do this, and you wait till I get to the platypus, that's going to really fuck with them.
Yeah, it seems like we put all the crazy shit in Australia.
I think if it stings, it bites, it kills, it maims, it's in Australia.
Talks funny. If it's a spider the size of a car, it's in Australia.
I just love all the Australian memes with the animals. They crack me up.
Like being in the land of the lost. That's all I think about when I hear people are from Australia. I'm going to go outside and there's going to be just something dangling trying to grab onto me.
Yeah, I remember watching a show of like the 10 deadliest snakes in the world, and it was showing these people on walking trails through Australia, casually walking past clumps of leaves with the snakes underneath.
Yeah, that wouldn't have been me. Not a snake fan. Some people love that shit, but I just like sort of not being near them.
Now, I don't know how they edited that, and they just made it look like that's what happened, but it wasn't anything I was interested in. I think the only thing deadly that you all don't really have is the Africanized honeybee.
Yeah, we don't need those here, thanks.
Yeah, we've got them here, and they're not too fun to have around. Because once one starts stinging you, the rest of them will start stinging you.
Yes.
I think our native bee doesn't even. Oh wait, does it? No, I think there's a couple of different varieties, but I think one of them doesn't even have a sting. They're just these little things. They got stripes on them and everything. They're smaller than your bumblebee, and they can just like do the whole hummingbird thing. They just and then they move to another spot. You seen them, Matrix?
Like little sweat bees.
They actually look like what's those other things that got stripes on them?
Yellow jackets.
There's another. No, not long like that. A lot smaller than that. Think a probably a decent sized blowfly that's got into your house zipping around. Nearly that size, but they've got stripes on their back. And the native bee is pretty cool. Wasps are a lot bigger.
Yeah, we've also got another one that's blue. Yeah, it's like blue and black stripes.
Yeah.
Also here we have
not sure if they sting. Sorry.
And also here we have the Solenopsis invicta, which they refer to as a fire ant, but it's not an ant. It's more related to the bees, and supposedly it come from like Brazil and South America, and like it will mess you up. Like if one of them bites you, the spot will last for 3-4 weeks, but then if a bunch of them bite you, it can kill you.
That was something I had the other day, T-Dub. I hopped out of the shower, drying myself off, as you do when you get out of the shower, and I look across, bloody spider crawling up my wall. That's pretty decent size. It was a white tail, it was about 1.5 inches long. I have never seen one that big in my freaking life. I've only ever seen pissy little ones.
Wow.
And most of the time, same result, they get squashed.
Yeah, so I have to move when that kind of shit happens. That's when we gotta start looking for a new place to live.
Just burn it down and rebuild.
Yeah, I'm not even dealing with that.
Yeah, it was sort of a it's like, wow, that's holy shit. Never been into a
I need to get Grace to make this an AI voice of Mick Taylor.
They can take some killing too. Sometimes, and if they get away on you, they get into the tiniest crack and then just like disappear. Oh man, I hate them things.
I've been bitten by one before. I've been bitten by whitetails, redbacks. That's about as far as I'm going to push it. I'm not chasing any others. Redback is like when someone gets their cigarette lighter, heats it up and puts it on you and does a little smiley face. That's what a redback spider bite feels like. And all you want to do is throw your guts up. But anyways, welcome to Australia.
Yeah, redback's a black widow, by the way.
Yeah, sounds like the place I want to definitely take a vacation and hang around and by myself out in the bush.
Yeah, like you're just
Dude, it's
saying,
way
DJ.
safer. It's way safer than most countries, right? We don't have any big animals that are going to kick your ass. Like, we don't have wolves or bears or anything like that, right? It's like most of the spiders aren't even that dangerous. Like Matrix just said, the black widow, the redback, it can bite you, and no one's died from one of those. I don't think anyone's died from a spider bite. It's like in the 60s or something.
54 or 56 was the last time someone actually died from one. Exactly. And that was due to other complications, not because of the spider bite.
You just run at wolves and shit. They'll run. They're just dogs.
Step on spiders. They squish.
Yeah.
But anyways,
it's not that dangerous. I mean, you got to watch out for the great white sharks and stuff. Tiger sharks and bull sharks. And those little.
But they don't come down to the pub. So there's no problem there.
Yeah, you just got to watch out for the bogans at the pub.
Anyways, guys, catch us later.
What are you looking at, cunt? Sorry, excuse my language. That's what they say. That's bogan talk right there. Catch you later, Matrix.
But I will say, though, that I did have a really cool stamp sheet that I can't remember the name of the old ship, but it was a ship that had gone from Canada to Australia. And so on one half the sheet was a stamp for Australia, and one half the sheet was a stamp from Canada. And then so I had ordered them from both places. They were some sort of joint issue that they did. And so in 3 or 4 moves since I got that back sometime in like around 2000, 1998, somewhere in there, I can't find that specific sheet in my stamp collection, unfortunately. Well, I should say 2 sheets, but it was a really cool release for what it's worth.
Hello, everyone. Hello.
Welcome.
Hi.
What are we talking about now?
That is.
What? So I wanted to know what my English level. How can I know that?
Level 14.
What do you mean level 14?
You asked. I gave you the answer. That's the level that you're at. Level 14 English.
Okay. Where are you from?
Someone needs to change that battery.
Abdul, where are you from?
I'm from Egypt. What about you?
I'm from the United States.
Wow, that's good. Do you love Egypt or like Egypt?
I like Egypt.
What do you know about it? Hi, how are you? Good, what about you?
What?
Good. What are you know about Egypt? What do you know about it?
Hot. It's very hot there.
What?
It's hot.
No, not just that. Yani, it's very good culture. We have pyramids, mummies, some statues. Have you visited Egypt before?
Yeah, I used to live there.
Wow, that's good. Where you live in Egypt? Are you from
Cairo.
Egypt? That's good. What?
What?
Are you from Egypt? Yes, I'm from Egypt. No, I'm asking to Luca.
No, yeah. I'm not.
Where from?
I'm from the United States.
United States of Bangladesh?
United States of Africa.
Yes, I know. I'm just kidding.
So, what do you guys think of the shape of the Earth?
I think it's round. What do you think?
Round like a coin?
No. How to say like? Just like everybody thought, everybody think. You know, how can I say round? What it means? My English.
Round like a ball.
Ball, yes, ball, like a ball.
Okay. Why do you think it's round like a ball?
I think it is because they taught like this, us like this. They taught
right.
Like
so you were taught that at school?
What?
Were you taught that at school?
Yes.
Okay.
What do you think?
Any other reason why you think it's round?
I think, let me say you, when we, I think now we're living in a modern, how can I say, modern century. That in Earth we are going to moon, we are going to, we are using phone that I'm now in Asia, I'm talking to you. You are from United States of America, USA. I'm talking to you. That's so cool,
So, what does that have to do with the shape of the Earth? Why do you think? Because we are talking on over the internet that the Earth should be round.
Because it seems like, I think it seems like. No, what do you think about this?
Well, you didn't answer my question.
I'm answering. When you look at the moon, when you look at the sun, you see round shape. You see round shape, and Earth should be round. I think.
Is the Earth
Why?
the same as the moon or the sun?
Yes, it follows same laws. I think.
Why?
Physics laws. Because all of the planets are round. Because of that, Earth must.
How does that make Earth? How does that make Earth the same?
Because it follows the same pattern, same.
No, not necessarily. You can't determine that. I mean, you could go with that reasoning, but what if it's not?
But how it is not? Explain to me.
Well, it's similar to like you being in a forest and looking around and seeing a lot of trees, and you thinking, well, there's everything else is a tree, therefore I must also be a tree. Is that logical?
It's not about this. I'm not saying this. It follows what I'm talking about. It follows the same pattern, same.
Right, just the same as what I said. So because you're surrounded by trees, you must also be a tree.
No, it's not what I'm saying.
So how it is exactly what you're saying. All the other things surrounding us are circles or spheres. So the thing that we are on must be a sphere. It's exactly the same thing.
No, not same. Let me send you a little things. I will search and I'll tell you. Okay. Oh, I can send photo.
Yeah, we don't want to see a picture of the Earth from space.
Okay, I sent. Can send. I didn't send the photo.
Look, it is possible for other things to be similar to each other and something else to not be like those things at all, right? Like a bowl of oranges with a banana sitting on the top, right? Just because there's a lot of oranges in the bowl doesn't turn the banana into an orange, does it? You can look at those things, and it is the same as what you're doing, bro. You can look at the differences, right? You can distinguish the differences. So you can't just say because all those other things seem to be of a certain have a certain feature or characteristics, then the thing that I'm standing on must also have those characteristics. That's not logical. It might be the case, but you can't declare it is the case. You have to determine. No, listen, bro. You have to determine. You have to have a look and see if those things share in the data. So we look around on the earth, we see water, we see trees, we see people, we see hills and mountains. There's a lot of different features. Hey, listen, bro. When you look into the sky and you look at those things in the sky, you don't see any of that. There's no reason to think that those things are the same as this thing.
No, it's not because it's because of banana is so tiny. It can figure out its gravity. It's because of this. It can figure out how can I say? My English is not because of
you can
this.
You can have stories. You can invent stories about the things in the sky and about how things on the earth work. Yeah. Stories. They're just ideas. Can you demonstrate any of it to be true?
But let me tell you. How can I say? But gravity, we have gravity, you know, when we walk, when we stand, Earth are attracting us. That's true, huh? That's true. That's why we have gravity. We have gravity, all of this stuff.
I think my accent is not good, but I work to improve it.
Yeah, you'll have to repeat that. What did you say? You what?
I think my accent is not very good, but I work to improve it.
That's okay. Not doing too bad.
Yeah.
We can tell you're a flat earther now.
What?
I can tell you're a flat earther now.
Yeah.
How would you believe Earth is flat? How you believe Earth is flat?
It's not a belief.
I can think Earth's shape is like a heart. I can think.
We're not claiming a shape. We're not saying it's a shape. We're just describing the surface quality. When you go out into reality, especially large bodies of water, you don't see any curvature of the surface. It's flat, right?
But that looks flat because Earth is very huge. So when things are huge, you might assume it.
You know what else looks flat? You know what else looks flat? Flat things. Flat things also look flat.
Yeah, you are right.
Right.
But that doesn't mean we couldn't conclude Earth is flat just by that assumption.
Yes. Earth is so.
Well, hang on. How would you conclude? Hey, hang on. How would you conclude looking at it that it's curving if it just looks flat?
Have you
ever looked at Earth?
So my main reason that why I believe Earth is round. So on the pole, you know, so it will be a day for a lot of months, and it will be a night for a lot of months consistently, like interchangeably. So in the north and south pole, when the sun direction changes, throughout the year. So how you can imagine that on the flat Earth concept?
No, I don't have to imagine anything. Just have to experience reality. Right? We don't imagine things around here. So you go outside and you see the sun doing what? What do you see the sun do?
Sorry?
What do you see the sun do?
So my main assumption. So, for example,
I'm not asking you to make assumptions. I'm just asking you, what do you experience? What do you observe? What do you see the sun do?
Oh, sorry, it's not clear the question for me.
Do you see the sun do anything every day? What does it do?
So it rises on the east and it would set on the west. So I see that on my daily routine.
So it moves. So it moves.
Yeah.
The sun moves. Yeah. Okay.
Not the sun moves.
So it moves.
No.
What?
So everything is relative, right? So when you are on a bus, so you think the tree and outside of everything outside of the bus think they are moving, but actually it is the bus that is moving. So when you look at the sun while moving, so that doesn't mean the sun are moving, but we might be the ones that are on the motion.
How are you going to tell that? How are you going to tell what the difference?
So motion is relative, so it depending on. So from the Earth's perspective, the sun is moving, but from the universe perspective, it is.
When did you ever have that perspective?
So, okay, okay, I got your point. Okay, let's assume, in your opinion, you have also you do not have also proof that whether the Earth is or the sun is moving.
No, I can just go outside and see it. I'm just describing what I see.
Okay, let me ask you a question. So when you are on a bus or when you are in a car, so while you drive, so we experience the tree and the stone, everything outside of the car is moving. We experience that thing, right? Could you conclude like it is the tree that is moving because we are experiencing it?
No, I can't. I can't say that because I remember getting in the car and it starting to move.
Yeah,
and feeling getting pushed back in my seat. So, yeah.
That's the experience while you are in a car. It is the things that are outside of the cars are moving, right?
Bro, come on, seriously. Like, it's obvious common sense that when you get in a car and you drive somewhere, you're the one moving. Okay, it's very easy to test. It's very obvious. If you wanted, hold on, let me finish. If you wanted to make a crazy claim, right, like it's actually the trees that are moving, then that would be your crazy claim that you would then have to try to prove. Okay, so we experience things moving in the sky, right? We experience the Earth as stationary. We experience the water as flat. If you want to make a crazy claim and say that that's not actually the case, then you're putting a big burden on yourself, and you're the one that's going to have to prove those things.
So here is the assumption. So if you ever never been if you have ever never been outside of that car, and if you are born and raised on that car, so you assume your environment is moving because you didn't experience that thing. So you said it's clear, it's obvious, it is the car that is moving. You said that because you have that experience outside of the car, that you see the cars moving, you know. So when you get into the car, you can be sure that it's not the outside, but it is the car that's moving.
You had to get into the car, didn't you? You weren't.
This is a car that never stops.
You're born in the car. Like you're just like on the road, and you like your mom gave birth to you in the car and raised you like in the car.
I said that's an example. So
terrible example.
No, bro.
Let's just say I'm going to allow you your terrible example. That's fine. Okay, so how would you? All right, so you're this baby that was born in the car, right? You don't know if for some reason you don't know that it's the car that's moving, even though it's obvious that it's the car that's moving. But anyway, right? How would you prove it?
So here's the clear thing. Like if you are moving in a constant velocity in a car, definitely you see the cars go in opposite direction. The trees and the stone, everything outside the car moving in opposite direction, right? That's clear, bro.
Okay.
Even I remember.
Now what?
So that means, but so you experience that thing. So while you are in emotion, so relative to the car, you are at rest. So your mind experience outside of the car. So your mind thinks the like as a moving object, you know. So when you go to the sun and the earth, we are at rest position relative to the earth. So we think the sun is moving. So I think this because motion is relative, right?
Okay. All right. Yeah. So cool. So your the common sense tells you that you're in the car moving. Okay. The common sense tells you that you're on the earth stationary and that the things in the sky are moving. Okay. This is so this is like the axiom. This is the common sense like baseline. Okay. So if you're claiming that maybe it's actually the earth that's moving. Okay? Or maybe it's the trees that are moving outside the car. How are you going to prove that it's actually the earth that's moving or that the trees are moving outside the car? And, you know, how are you going to prove that?
Okay. So, you prove that the car is moving because you have an experience outside of the car, right? That previous experience.
Okay. Yeah, cool. Okay, so you get out of the car and then you see that, wow, oh my God, I wasn't sure, but it turns out that the car was actually the thing moving. Wow. Shocker. Yeah. Shock horror. Okay.
What you could do is jump out of the car while it's moving, and if you get all scratched up and get hurt really bad, then you know the car was moving.
Yeah. So
when you look outside a car, right, you see stuff move. Just like that, we see the moon move. We see the stars move.
So if everyone, my point is, we do not have experience to look the sun, the moon, and the earth outside of outside of.
Okay, so we can easily prove the car thing, right? We can just jump out of the window of the car, right? Like Professor Triangle said, right? And then that solves your problem there. You got a new problem, but the car problem's solved, right? Because we were able to test that. Okay, now what are you going to do to test that the earth is actually moving when there's no evidence and you can't get out the window, right? You can't get outside of the earth like you could with the car. You can't jump out of the earth and see the earth moving. So what you going to do?
So my point. So even you do not have a proof whether the earth is or the sun is moving because you tell what we are experiencing. But as I told you, motion is relative. So we don't know the earth or the sun are moving. So me and you are and also you are not sure. But our
but
context,
you have a starting point, right? You have a baseline. You don't experience the Earth moving. You experience every single day the things in the sky moving.
But
okay, that's the baseline that you start with. If you want to claim, right, that actually the Earth is moving, then that would give you the burden of proof to prove that claim, because you don't experience that. Just like if we went to a big lake and I saw the lake and I say the water is flat over this giant lake, and you say, well, no, sir, it's not flat. It's actually, the water is actually curving hundreds of feet over this big lake. I would say, that's crazy. Do you have any evidence of such a thing, right? Because I can see a perfect mirror reflection on the surface of the water. Okay, so we experience the Earth as flat and stationary. If you want to claim it's not that, then you're going to have to provide some empirical evidence. Simple as that.
So there's a real experience. So even currently in Alaska, right in the North Pole, it's night. Whether in AM or PM, it's all night, right? You know that. It's proven.
Yeah, I guess so. Yeah, it was probably
it's always
night most of the time there, yeah. Mm-hmm.
Yeah, and at the same time, in Antarctic, it's day, all the time.
Okay,
There's no sunset, right?
The sun's taking a particular circuit that doesn't allow it to get close enough to the north, right? To Alaska at the moment. So there you go. There's an explanation for you on a flat surface.
So this one makes sense for me when I think Earth is round, but in flat Earth, this one doesn't give me sense, you know. So
well, maybe you don't know anything about flat Earth, right? You don't know the arguments or the explanations for things, and that's why it doesn't make sense, because you haven't even heard the explanation. How do you think a flat earther? Okay, what's the explanation from the flat earthers to explain?
So I have some maps that give why in some area will be day and one. So the Earth is flat, and the sun will go around the edge of the edge of the Earth, right?
So what edge? No, we're not claiming an edge.
The edge means like.
What are you talking about?
I try to Google how in Alaska how the whole night and the whole day will be sunshine. So it's
so the sun,
no night, right?
So if the sun, you're not going to get flat Earth answers from Google. You're going to get propaganda and strawman arguments.
No. I am not believing Google, but I try to search some.
Why they want to propaganda it?
No,
why they propaganda it?
Listen me. So I try to see the flat Earth believers, their claims about this Alaska condition.
Mm-hmm.
So they give me a map. That map is
that's not correct. It's not the map. Yeah, that's bullshit. Okay, so we don't claim that map. Yeah, we don't claim. I bet the map that you're showing, right, that they showed you, they're lying to you, and that they're just showing you a globe projection and telling you that that's the flat Earth map. That's not correct, right? That's why I'm telling you, you can't get your flat Earth information from Google. It's bullshitting you.
Okay, in that case, could you explain for me how? So when the sun is on the North Pole, it is all the day, and at the same time, the Antarctica, the South Pole, will be night. So and vice versa. So could you explain this for me from flat Earth's perspective?
Yeah, so so in the north, right, the sun is never coming close enough to light up that portion of the Earth. Okay? Very simple. because through the atmosphere or the atmo, okay, the light cannot travel forever because it gets absorbed by the medium. Right? Light can't travel forever
What
through
medium?
a medium. The air.
The air is transparent.
It's semi-transparent. It's not completely transparent.
Well, what medium are you talking about? Because air is transparent.
No,
Is water transparent?
Yeah, air is not transparent. Yeah, let's go with okay.
The
So
particles inside of air that are not transparent.
Okay,
I can see through. I can see through the water in my glass on my kitchen table.
Must be transparent, T-Dub.
Yeah, right. But yeah, go for it, DJ. Yeah, give me that analogy.
Yeah, look, just like the air. When I say the air, okay, I'm talking about the atmo. Okay, so we have all kinds of things. Atmo means yeah. So it's the air that you're breathing at the moment. It contains dust,
You mean oxygen.
No, you asked me to define it, and then as soon as I started defining it, you start
Define
talking.
it. I'll let you go on.
Well, why do you think that you should talk when you ask me a question, and then when I start to answer it, you start to talk? Maybe shut up while I'm trying to answer your question.
Incorrect answers.
Really, I didn't even get into the first sentence, idiot. Right, and then you started over talking me. So shut the hell up and let me answer the question. Okay. So the atmosphere that we're talking about here is made up of gas particles. Okay, we have fog and mist, and we have dust, we have pollution, we have like water vapor, all kinds of things. Okay, all kinds of things are in it. Okay, and you can look up the weather report right now where you're at and say, what's the maximum visibility in Afghanistan or India or wherever you're at? I don't know where you're at. Okay, so what's the visibility? And you're gonna find that it's gonna give you an answer. It's gonna be like, oh, the visibility today in Bangladesh is 4 kilometers, right? Or the visibility in Florida is 25 kilometers or something like that. Okay, that's because, right, there's a certain maximum distance that you can see through the air. Okay, that's why it's giving you a maximum visibility rating. Now, if you have perfect conditions where you have very clear air, technically, you would be able to see a maximum of 200 miles through the air. Not to mention that light also gets dimmer as it moves away from the source. Okay, this is called the inverse square law of light, and every time you double the distance, it gets 4 times dimmer. So as the light pushes through the medium, it gets dimmer as it moves away from the light source, and it also becomes absorbed by the medium. And so if the sun is taking a particular circuit over the top surface of the Earth, okay, during the North's winter, the light isn't able to reach that portion of the Earth. It's very common sense, like it's very logical. It makes perfect sense on a flat surface.
Okay, DJ, let me. There's on the chat. There is an image that's sent by ABCD. Do you see that?
Just give me a second.
You see that?
No, I gotta log into the side chat. 1 second. Yeah, sorry. All right.
It's basically the Dave Weiss top-down view.
Oh, cool. Yeah, ABCD. Yeah, so that's not what we claim. Okay, that's a straw man argument, and that's not the flat Earth. Okay, what that is what I just told you. It's a straw man argument. Okay, so that's called the azimuthal equidistant projection. That's a spherical coordinate system projection. That's not the flat Earth. Not the flat Earth map,
right?
That's like if you got a globe, right, and then you like stretched out the bottom of the globe and like turned it into a circle and flattened it out. So everything in this, as you go further south, everything's like stretched out.
So
yeah,
you do not believe on this map, right?
No. Yeah, exactly. No, we don't. We're not claiming that. This is like propaganda, or this is maybe what some idiot flat earthers might claim.
Okay, in that case, like we can understand everything by our eyes. So, do you have a better map or something that represent your view of flat Earth?
That's not what we're presenting to you. That's not what we're.
I posted it at 25 minutes after the hour. That's my model of flat Earth right there with the little guy with the little transit level there with the scope. That's my model of flat Earth.
So actually, that is the same with the one ABCD share. So I think are they different?
No, it's not saying. We're not attempting to show you the Earth in its entirety, how everything works. We're not doing that. We're just pointing out to you that the surface of water is not curving. Therefore, it cannot be the sphere as we've been told.
Yeah, so we are around Earth believers, so we have a map that represents our Earth.
Yeah, that's great, but it requires your surface to be curving. Listen, bro. We're pointing out to you that the surface of the Earth is not curving. It is not, cannot be a sphere. So any ideas that you present to the world, or the reasons why the sun does this, the seasons, etc., okay, and that requires the Earth to be a ball, it's not true, because that would mean the surface of the Earth is curving, but it isn't.
So if
that's our argument. Our argument is coming from the standpoint of observing, measuring, and using the surface of the Earth, not looking into the sky, looking down at the ground. Now, if there's no detectable or measurable curvature, then we can dismiss the idea that it's a sphere.
So in that
do you understand?
My answer.
Do you understand?
Yeah.
Do you understand?
Yep.
Okay, cool.
So in that case, the answer that I have for you is, so our visual, our eighth vision is very limited. So for example, if you go to like a very, very smooth area, and if you use a microscopic viewing on that area, you'll see many, many detailed things, you see? So if you go tiny and tiny, you might end up like in some kind of area that is up and down, you know? So everything, what you see, even when you see the ocean, you have the ability to see unlimitedly. You are very, very restricted, you see? So my point, my answer for that will be, so Earth is very, 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 it's very big thing. So even our eyes have not the capability to see the full image of the Earth. So, so even from
this is
your
the thing,
perspective, sorry?
No, it's beyond that though, because see, they've made a specific claim about this, and they give us a specific size. That means the surface would.
You're cutting out, T-Dub.
Am I cutting out?
Is it just me, or is he cutting out?
Yeah, T-Dub, you just started cutting out just in the last sentence.
Okay, hang on a sec.
So anyways, the claim is not that we cannot see the entire Earth. The claim is that there is no measured curvature anywhere.
Right. Am I coming good now?
A little better. Go ahead.
So the thing is they've given us a specific radius that means that the Earth's surface has to curve at a specific rate.
T-Dub. T-Dub.
No.
Is it no good?
No, it's
no good.
Disconnect, reconnect.
I did. Something.
Yeah, so anyways, the surface of the Earth has no measurable curvature. That's the point. It's not about maps. It's not about what the sun is doing. It's not about any of that. It's measurably flat. That's the claim. That's the evidence that we can provide. Measurably flat. No curve.
So, like, is this your evidence, or like, is this researched study? Like, I'm not sure.
Yeah, you can study surveying, people who measure the surface of the Earth and plot the points and the height. People who do topographical features. Well, they measure the Earth according to a horizontal datum called sea level. Sea level's horizontal. They measure the Earth against a horizontal plane to get their elevations and their depressions across the surface of the Earth, but they're always measuring it flat. Now, if we navigate across the surface in linear distances using elevation angles, things like that. The navigators use it and measure it flat. Everybody uses and measures the Earth flat, not just us. You do too. You even describe your experience on the Earth as flat, because you'll talk about up and down, elevation, altitude, height. All of these things are descriptions above a horizontal plane. There's actually no evidence that the Earth is curving anywhere whatsoever.
So,
okay. Mic check.
A little better. He's still a little fuzzy though, little staticky.
I'll just mute up. It must be my mic. I'll mute up.
It's better.
Do you believe that light bends? Like in space, in a non-median, do you believe light bends?
Well, that's kind of a weird question because I don't know the nature of light to know it to bend. What you're describing, it's not like a string or a piece of metal that can bend. Now, the path of the light and what happens between whatever is coming from the thing that you're looking and hitting your eye, it can look like it bends. I guess you could describe it that way, but I don't really know what's going on. So what do you mean bending?
In
a vacuum?
Like a light source, let's say laser, do you believe that light will bend?
Once again, it's sort of a malformed question. How does light bend? What is light?
Light is photons.
Okay, can photons bend?
No.
Okay, there you go.
Okay, so let's say in a vacuum chamber on Earth, a single light source at point A to point B, right? Which has distance in between, right? Because light does not bend in a vacuum because there is no nothing in the median because there's nothing in a vacuum, right? There's nothing changing.
Well, there is.
Path. What is?
There's no such thing as a true medium or there's no such thing as a true vacuum, and a true vacuum would be no matter, no energy. Those don't exist in nature. But I know what you're trying to say. So between 2 points, you agree that the photons don't bend?
Yes.
Okay. So what are you asking?
So if there is a sensor at point B and the source emitting the laser would be at A, would you believe it would hit source B?
Well, it's not a matter of whether or not I would believe it. You just demonstrate it. You just take a light, shine it between 2 points. If it hits the other object, I would say that the light is making it there pretty well.
So, like that, do you know how simple satellites work?
What's a satellite?
A satellite is an object around Earth. It can be any matter.
Are you saying that the Earth is round and that things are traveling around a sphere?
No.
Birds.
Yeah, well, that has to be a part of it.
Birds go around the Earth then, so birds are satellites.
No.
Birds are satellites.
This is a part of my argument. Do you believe in a satellite? That's what I'm asking you. It can be...
I don't know what it is. Is it fictional? Is it made up?
How do you think GPS works? Just quote.
Oh, I don't know. I don't know. As far as I understand, it's tower based. So they're pinging signals between towers and timing the time or measuring the time between each ping to get your location. It's more trilateration.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, that's right.
Yeah. Are you under the impression that there is some kind of machine tethered by gravity around a sphere, Earth, giving you your location on that particular sphere? Hello? Did I disconnect or?
No, I can hear you. They did.
Okay. What happened to our friend that wanted to talk about satellites, whatever they are?
I'm still here. I'm sending you a diagram of how a GPS works.
Okay, friend, I need you to go ahead and answer the question. Like, what is a satellite?
Dude, tell us, because you're live on YouTube and the audience can't see what you're going to be sending somebody.
Yeah, what is a satellite?
Here, I'll define it for you from Google.
So you don't know then? You brought them up, but you don't even know what a satellite is, but you want to ask about them, that what we know about them?
I told you what a
Do you know
satellite
what is
was.
GPS?
An object
Do you know what is GPS?
orbiting around Earth.
Do you know what is GPS?
Like, I've already
Yes,
told you
ground
that. You
positioning
don't believe me.
system.
Did we ever reach a conclusion for the light path? No.
We are connected. How can I say? It's connected to my English is not good, but to something. Let me think. Okay.
Is the Earth a globe? Because for the things that you guys are believing in, the Earth must be a globe. You can't do it backwards and say the reason that I have, because
I see. I'm saying GPS. Now we are using GPS is connected to shit. Because of that, how can I say? My English is not good. Because of that, I can't.
That's okay. If your English is not good enough, just listen up. We'll get there. I promise. The Earth has to be a globe or a sphere for your guys' belief about what GPS is to be accurate. So is the Earth a sphere? And can you prove it?
Yes, it is.
Okay, so how could you prove it?
It is not.
How do you prove it?
I don't believe it. I'm comparing this thing. I'm connecting these things.
Hey, bro,
I'm just trying to.
Friend, I'm asking you kindly to just listen because, number one, your mic's pretty hot. Number two, I'm not penalizing or giving you a hard time about your English, but it's too broken to have a conversation. So listen and absorb what we're saying. Try to learn, but I need someone just a little bit better at English to have this conversation. Okay? I mean this in the kindest way.
Okay, I will say you. Let me wait. Let me wait. I will say you. I will show you or this globe.
Okay, well, for you to do that, all you need to do is show me the curvature measurements that you have and how you got them. Because that's really the only thing that we need. For the Earth to be a sphere, it just has to be consistently curving on the surface. So is there any measurements of a curve on the surface of the Earth consistent with a globe with a radius of 3,959 miles? That's all we need.
But my friend, you have one thing. You are saying, oh, you believe it. You are saying you are believing it. It is good. It's simple thinking. You know.
It's very simple. All we need is the measurement of curvature. Very simple.
Right.
Because
if the surface, hey, Orkson, if the surface is not curving, then it cannot be a sphere. I stated this earlier.
What
you need to demonstrate that you need listen. You can't infer or suggest that the surface is curving by using other things. You need to show the surface itself is curving through direct measurement.
That would be to compare it against a horizontal standard.
Earth is so enormous. So big.
No, it doesn't matter. No, this is your excuse. Earth is so big. Yes. Flat things also look and measure flat too. Okay.
Okay.
So you need to. We have first-hand. Okay. What is more important? Direct first-hand observation and measurement, or something that suggests to you something else?
Okay, let me tell you something. Now we have okay, how can I say? I'm now in this location, and behind me there's a big building. How can I say building in your language? Building. But now I can see it. It's so big. Let me think about Burj Khalifa. Why I can't see Burj Khalifa? It's so big. If Earth is flat, I must see it because it is almost the same thing, the same position like me.
What about if it measures? What about when measuring it? Not just looking at it, measuring it.
What measuring?
Observer height, distance to said building, all that stuff.
Right.
All of people measured maybe so many times. How can? Because it's so big. It's so big. It is measuring costs a lot of money. A lot of money because of this.
Okay.
Friend,
these are excuses. These are excuses. No one has measured any curvature. These are excuses you're giving. There are no measurable curvature. There's no measurable curvature on the surface of the Earth consistent with a sphere. So you're telling us that people have done it, but we've been asking for 10 years and no one has provided any measurements. It's not even a matter of expense. I mean, it's fairly easy to measure between 2 points on the surface of the Earth, especially with the affordability of the technology that we have now. Lasers, high strength optics, all that stuff. So we've put the money in and the time and the measurements. There's no curve.
Okay, let me tell you. I will show you. I will search and I will give you and how can I say and detail something like this.
Okay.
English.
That's great. Show it to us. Yeah, find it. What happened to GPS guy or bendy light guy? Sorry.
Right. No, you're right. Am I coming in any better, by the way?
Yeah, you're better. Way better.
The crackle's gone?
It's gone.
Cool. Thank you.
Yep. So what happened to bendy light guy, the guy that agreed that photons don't bend?
I'm right here. I was just waiting for him to finish.
Okay. So what were we talking about? You went from light to GPS.
Okay, so
is that what you want to do still?
My argument is because light does not bend. If you took one source of light going to a different point, like A to B, that light should stay constant. If, as you say, the Earth is flat, that light should be at the same height as, like, let's say that your first source of light, right, from point A is at the height of 6 feet. If I go to point B, I should see that light also coming at 6 feet because you believe it is flat, right?
Well, no, you said earlier this was in a vacuum. Are we still doing this in a vacuum?
That was, yes, we can do it in a vacuum. We can do it in non-vacuum. It's your choice.
Well, Earth is a pressurized system, right?
A what?
Earth is a pressurized system, so this is not a vacuum.
Okay, we can do it in space. Above
space. Well, hold on a second. Are you saying that in the sky there's a vacuum?
I'm saying in space. I'm not saying in sky. The sky is not a vacuum.
What space? What specific space? Can you give me the boundaries, please? You're not talking about outer space, are you?
I am talking about outer space. This is to have a control that to prove to you that light does not bend. So when
Okay, can you go to this environment? Hold on a second. Have you been to this? No. You're talking about something that's fictional. I need you to talk about real world scenarios. Space doesn't exist, not the vacuum of outer space.
That's cool. Does not exist without any evidence yourself proving that space does not exist. It's just
no, sorry. You're making a positive claim. I'm listening to bro. You're making a positive claim that there's a vacuum called outer space, and I need you to prove that to me.
You want me to prove space?
Yeah, the vacuum of outer space. Can you prove it?
Here, I'll send you an article from NASA proving it.
No, I don't need an article. I want you to prove it.
Why do you want me to prove it?
Because
I'm out there that can prove it for me.
No, they can't prove it. They're going to make the same claim that you're making, that space is a vacuum and it's way out there, but they don't have any evidence for that. In fact, natural law debunks that idea.
What kind of natural law?
What is natural law?
Natural law, like the first law of thermodynamics or the first law of,
and what
is it? Cannot be created or destroyed, right? The first law is energy and matter cannot be created or destroyed. Are you familiar with these natural laws?
You mean laws of physics?
Laws of physics and laws of nature are different.
Okay, how are they different? Can you define that?
Oh boy.
Yeah, let's just get the citation. Natural law, the first law of nature. Okay.
Natural law, the first
law of thermodynamics.
So, what is the first law?
Hoppet ligger så došli do beta svojim.
Created nor destroyed.
Okay. That is a law of physics. The first law of thermodynamics.
I'm walking on.
Are you reading it?
All right, guys. Please don't be rude. Generally, if you enter a VC and there's people already talking, it's polite to stay quiet and wait for a break in the conversation to then say, introduce yourself or introduce your presence. Not halfway through what someone's saying or in the middle of a conversation. Thanks.
Okay, so the first law, right? Essentially, matter and energy cannot be created or destroyed. Second law, high energy seeks out or moves towards low energy, or high pressure moves towards low pressure. That's the second law. It's called entropy. It's another name for it. So, these are laws of nature. These are just the way it is. It's not a specific law, none of that stuff. This is just what we observe. It happens all the time. There can be no violation of it.
What are you saying? You are saying Earth is flat.
Turn on the space. Did that go?
Yes.
Yes.
Sounds like you guys are crashing.
Okay. Show me. Earth is
Go outside.
How you can show me? How you can show me Earth is
Go outside. Go outside.
How go outside?
Stand up. Yeah, stand up. Get out of your chair. You got to stand up. Let go of the keyboard or the mouse or your phone. Put your phone down, whatever you got in your hand. Just walk outside and start looking around and say, is it a globe or not? And then you're going to look around and go, no, it's flat.
I know it's globe. I know it's globe.
No, it's measured flat, so you can't know it's a globe if it's measured flat. How is a measured flat be a globe?
How it measures globe? Huh? How it measures globe?
Not a globe.
It doesn't measure to be a globe.
Flat. How it flat?
Because the surface of water doesn't change and doesn't deviate from horizontal. So a curve would be a change, a rate of change of slope, right?
Okay.
So that would be.
Let me tell you something. When I see 5 kilometers away from me, I can't see this building. When okay, let me tell you. I'm here and 5 kilometers away from me, there's a building, but I can't see this building. How I can see this building? Because its surface.
That would be a burden of proof reversal fallacy. If you have a claim to make about why you can't see the bottom of a building in the distance, then you go ahead and you make that claim. I have made no such claim as yet.
What you said, I didn't understand. My English is not good.
Okay, listen, you're asking me a question about what's supposed to be your evidence. You haven't stated what the evidence is. You're just asking me a question about it without having stipulated your claim first. What do you claim about it? Why can't you see the bottom of a building over distance?
Why?
Yeah, I didn't make a claim about not being able to see the bottom of something over the surface of the earth. You did. So you mentioned it. So you tell us why we can't see the bottom.
Did you see a ship in sea?
No, don't ask me a question. Don't ask me a question. You present what you think is evidence enough for you to have knowledge of the Earth's surface.
I'm going to give you seven focus.
No, you're going to shut up. We've spoken to you several times in the past. We're speaking with someone new at the moment. You can just wait.
Don't be rude. Okay, man.
No, got him. I'm not being rude to Gotham. I'm putting it straight to him. He was going to tell us what he's doing.
Keep him muted. Yeah,
And
he
we're
doesn't
telling
come
him-
off mute now. Now, because he acted like that, he can stay on mute for a while. Now you're on punishment.
That's right.
He knows his
So much authority for
This is his first time here. So, like, when he's told to wait his turn, he decided not to.
All right.
I'll stay focused. Okay. Let's get back on track. Minor
So
distraction.
you're right. Exactly. Yeah. So you're telling us about a boat, right?
What?
You were telling us about a boat. Okay. So there's a boat on the sea. Okay. Yep. Keep going.
Yes. There's a boat. No, not boat. In the ship. You're saying it different. You know, behind it there's something. It's like flying. It's like flame because of it. Earth is flat. We can't see behind its sea. You know, because of that. When you see a ship in sea,
Okay. There's a ship. There's a ship at sea. Yeah.
did you see a ship in sea? Oh,
I've seen a ship at sea. Yeah.
How it's seen? How it seems to your eyes? Tell me.
Like it's floating on the water.
Because it's round. It's because of this.
Are you saying it's floating on the water because the Earth is round?
Flooding. What it means flooding? I don't know really. Flooding.
Yeah, this might be a bit. I think. So, are you trying to say that after it travels away from you? Are you trying to say that after it travels away from you, that you can't see the bottom of it anymore? Starts disappearing?
What bottom? Not bottom. Behind it, behind behind ship, you can't see it.
Behind the sea. So you're saying the boat disappears behind the water?
Behind the ship, water doesn't seem. Yes, behind the ship. It seems so different. I'm asking.
I'm not sure I understand.
When you see,
this might be a little difficult for you to explain in English.
Because you didn't see. Because you didn't see it. How you can think it? You didn't see. Goodbye. You're so dumb. I'm going.
Yeah, T-Dub.
Right.
Here's an image that he was trying to explain to you. What he was
That's
trying
not
to say.
working. Okay, hey, what you gotta do is like, is the Earth curving? It'll be like a Boolean expression, yes or no. If yes, why do you need a boat to demonstrate the Earth curving? Would the Earth just be curving with or without the boat there?
Should I make a Visio for them, Crit? Like a flow chart that's got yes, no arrows and all that? Curve yes, then you this and all that. Curve no equal flat and all that. Would that help for you when you have to explain this every single day, like 20 times a day? Maybe I'll make you a presentation.
Yeah, it'd be very interesting that they think that a boat causes curvature. With no boat, no curvature.
It would help if they saw why they see what they think is the Earth curve in some sort of gif or meme. I think the last guy was asking, why do I see boats disappearing at sea, guys? But his English is that fucking shite, it's perceived as something else. Excuse my language. Most people come to us time and time again, and it will always be day one. Why do I see what I see at sea? I see it as Earth curve. Boats are disappearing. Why is that not a globe? It's going to be like this forevermore.
The boat is used as a tool to explain his idea. There's nothing wrong with using an object to explain his evidence.
Well, it is his evidence. That's the thing. He sees it and perceives it as Earth curve. So he thinks that that's what he's bringing to the table. And he's asking, why is that not Earth curve? See, I'm international. There's a difference. I'm international and I grew up in the tourism industry, and I recognise the same question in any sort of bad English, if you know what I mean.
Yeah, and look, it's fine to say, well, hey guys, like I get it. You guys are saying that it looks flat, measures flat, we use it as flat. But I was told for years, growing up all my life, that the reason I couldn't see the bottom of an object over distance is because the Earth curvature is getting in the way. So if that's not true, then you could generally ask, honestly, in good faith, why can't I see it then? Now that we understand that the Earth is, what's the explanation for me that, because I'm curious, why can't I see the bottom of that thing now? Like, if it's not because of the curvature getting away. But that's not how it's presented a lot of the time. A lot of the time, we say, what's the evidence that you have for the Earth's surface being curved? And they'll appeal to and start asking us questions. Well, you tell me why I can't see the bottom of a boat with distance. I didn't make a claim about that, right? No, you need to present this in a way that observation is demonstrating to you, beyond all doubt, that the Earth's surface is curving, right?
That's where I see it as like a child asking a parent or a teacher, well, what is the answer then? Why do I see such and such? What's going on here? What's going on there? You know what I mean? It's like they're not standing with majority, but they're sort of bringing things back to you and say, well, what's this, Dad? Why does that do that? So, that's why it's for me, it's day one with every one of them, mate. But yeah, you have to let them understand that they are supposed to be looking for things that are curvature, but we have to understand that we have to explain each and every time why it's not, and how measurable curvature actually is tested. We can't show them it because it doesn't exist. You might get one black swan. You probably could find somewhere where it is about 1.22 miles away that the light's changed that badly that it looks like Earth's curve, although it's not. But it's that needs explained on every time. And the problem is in here that English can be very, very low. And that's no fault to anybody.
Yeah, that's what I said. I said I don't think that guy has, has enough English skills to be able to articulate what he wants to say. Like, he kept on saying something about behind the boat, and I thought he was talking about the boat going behind the water, right? Like, so I don't think he was talking about that though. I think he was trying to express something else, and I just couldn't get what he was saying.
Yeah, well, why can't I see the water behind the boat? Or where's the rest of the world gone behind the boat if the boat's not going over the curve already and you can't see anything else? Yeah, I'm
right,
kind of,
maybe. Yeah, might have been it.
The broken English thing with me is really like, because I grew up in it, dude, and I learned to understand what people were trying to say in German or French or Dutch. Like when they were asking for things or how to go places or stuff like, and all you get is something like island boat. And it's like, right, okay, mate, you want to go on an island to it? So it's like far away, far island boat, near island boat. And like you learn to speak in this broken English thing, pidgin English or something. But you kind of get there. But like online, it's so hard because you don't have the visual keys to see the inflections that somebody's trying to convey to you. All you've got is the words, man. And it sounds like a punch-up.
It does. It's hard to sound... It's hard to not sound condescending when you have to speak like that, right?
Aye, it is. It is. Not easy. But no, I think like
this Costa guy had a pretty good grip apparently on translating for him. He seemed to know what he meant.
Good on you, Pastor. Somebody was in here actually translating live for us, and they weren't a flat earther. A couple of weeks back, it was great. I think we need visual representations, not just showing, like Indio's one where the boat disappears in the wee pond, or not just like, you can show them the John Dee stuff, but you need like 3-minute clips that sort of compresses it into what they're looking for with enough info in their language. So we need an international available version. You know what I mean? Like little cracks, little snippets. There you go. That's what happens. Is this what you're asking?
Let me go. Let me have an argument real quick, because I would like to follow up on the one where he was talking about the natural laws or thermodynamics.
Please do.
Yeah,
I wrote it.
Thermodynamics. Do you know what they are?
4. There's 4. Yeah, there's 4. There's not 3. There's 4.
What's the 4th one?
You can look it up. I don't need to explain it to you.
Well, your argument's going to be worthless then.
How is that going to be worthless? Because you already agreed there are 4 laws. There's no proof that you're making. Oh, your argument's worthless because you're not going to tell me this. Oh no! Like what?
No, I'm just saying that because unless we're same thing, it's going to be garbage. You have to like be able to articulate what you're talking about. Okay. So I'm guessing that you do not know what you're talking about based on there are 3 laws of thermodynamics and you can't even name them.
Okay, I'll go ahead.
Even colloquially
for you. First, we got we'll start with the first law. Energy cannot change forms, but it can energy can change forms, but it cannot be created or destroyed. Do we agree on that?
You're just reading something out then? You just can't colloquially just go really quick?
What?
You just can't say it. You just can't say, like, energy can't be created and destroyed, transfer of energy from high to low, hot to cold, and you can't reach absolute. You can't reach absolute zero. Very easy. 1, 2, 3. You're stumbling over your words. You're not. You don't have the education in this topic to articulate the point.
I have a bachelor's in science. I have
not possible.
College level. I have taken college level physics classes.
Yeah, not you. I'd be hard pressed. You could even define what science is.
Oh, I like talking to people like you. Because what ends up happening is you end up quitting school after I talk to you.
This guy's worldview is more fictitious than his Baltard.
First of all, there's no reason for you to be rude. I have not been rude to you. And you are not even letting my argument, you're not letting me talk. You're cutting me off in middle. I stopped cutting you guys off, but I would like the same respect. Second of all, if you're not even going to listen to me, and why are you like talking about my speech if I'm not able to talk and correlate convey my argument? What's the point of me talking?
Well, do you think flat earthers deny science? Like, we don't. We actually uphold scientific progress and discovery and experimentation. We're probably the most ardent defenders of everything scientific.
Yeah, let's get Zoom.
And I'm not denying that.
Dogmatic in here.
I'm not denying that at all.
Yeah, Pasta, just put yourself on mute. Follow your logic. All right, Zogmatic.
All right, great. So we agree.
Zogmatic, you were trying to jump in earlier and you got stepped on. You got something to say?
I never denied that you guys don't believe in science. That's not even my argument.
Okay, we're moving past this. Zoom or how do you say it? ZYGOM-matic. You there, bro? You tried to Zangomatic, yeah. All right, Gunslinger, here's your chance to shine. What do you got to say, dude?
You know, Gunslinger's gonna shine, bro.
You got shine like a diamond in the sky.
You know, Gunslinger is gonna shine, bro.
How about this? Do you know about Voyager? Have you heard that before?
Yeah. What you mean about the probe?
Yeah. How many are there? How many are there? Do you think?
How many Voyagers?
Yeah. Is there like 5, 15?
I think there's like 2.
There's 2. Do you remember a plaque that they put on the Voyager?
Yeah, the gold one.
Yeah. What's on there?
Like some drawings for aliens. Yeah.
Yeah, okay, what's some of the things that they drew on there?
a man and a woman naked, butt naked.
Triangles?
Yeah, what else did they draw?
A star map to Earth.
Okay, could you read that star map? If I were to show it to you, would you be able to?
No, I couldn't read. No, it's like it has instructions to read it. I couldn't figure it out. It's so stupid to me.
Okay, well, that's what I'm saying. Would you think that'd be important to figure that out? Like, if you really are into the space lore, wouldn't you be curious to why that map is important? I'm only bringing this up because I was on another server and some dude was just freaking. I would say freaking out. He's a little spastic. So then, like, his take was flat earthers are dumb. So I'm like, I basically said, so can you read the Voyager map? He said there wasn't the map on Voyager. I'm like, no. Like, you think I'm talking about Star Trek? Like, he had no idea. Like, Star Trek Voyager.
Star Trek Voyager.
He had no idea that there's 2 probes called Voyager. Like, clueless.
Yeah.
So I go, who's the dumb one now, dude? Not only you. So right there, this alone, you could spend the rest of your life studying Voyager and never have to worry about flat Earth again.
You know that
if Starship Voyager was lost, how did they know they were in the Delta Quadrant?
Yeah, I don't know a lot of the show, but I think someone told them when they got there that where they were or something like that.
Oh, right. So they weren't lost; they just were a long way from home.
Yeah. So Gunslinger, why do you keep coming back? Just, I mean,
I keep coming back. I love.
Curious. Why do you keep coming back to this channel?
I love swinging and banging with you guys on the flat earth topic. I love battling and duking it out with you guys.
So when you start complying with some basic server rules and decorum, then, if you really like being here, why are you shooting off of the mouth when we're talking to somebody else?
I'm not sure enough. It happened once in like 2 weeks, man. What are you talking about, man?
All right, so what do you got for us today?
What I got for you, fellas, is a bunch of things. I got like, why can I send messages, man? This is the other account. I can send fucking photos for you guys. I got some examples of how you guys can measure the curvature today for you fellas. Yeah.
I think it has to do with because it's your new account, so you have to rank up for a little while.
No, he was just spamming. He was just spamming the crap out of the text channel. How can he not post in there?
I wasn't spamming shit in the text channel. I was just talking because I was muted. I was just talking there. Who was spamming? What was I spamming?
Okay, what do you need to post? Just tell us.
I'll send it to you, all right? Or I could tell you, fellas.
Yeah,
Fit sticks in the ground. I'm selling them online, so you don't have to tell us
it
about
ain't no
sticks.
stick in no ground, man. This is the other methods.
So it's globe measurement methods that nobody's done.
People done measurements, but you guys.
But these ones, are you going to present measurements that?
Yeah, people
did.
have done. People have done. Yeah, but you guys, again, all these measurements. You guys use the argument. Well, how did they know the radius of the Earth? How did they know circumference of the Earth? You know.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah. So we want to know, and when you post these, I'm going to ask you who did this, and can we see the data? Just as a
don't worry about it. These are like done by people.
Okay, so I hope you have the data.
Yeah,
I hope it's Jesse Path of Lies.
I can't wait.
All right, so while
I cannot post these stupid ass photos in the
mute and get the information. We'll talk about it. Okay, so Hertz Teller here that decides to say, Crit, can you stop attacking a person without no reason? What the fuck, dude? And then starting with common ground is normal. Yep. Okay. Could you stop changing the person? What are you talking about here? Can you open your mic and explain this hot mess? I know it is an English server, but it'd be good to articulate. Like, what are you talking about?
Yeah, because every time the person starts to talk about some sense, you start to attack the person, not the argument. You say that it is not like proven. You can say that, oh, it's not, it's actually science and you are the science people or whatever. And then you just immediately like overrun the person with your words. And you don't give the space for the argument.
Is this just today?
Weird if you want to find out the truth and not just
is this just today, or is this like a critique of me in general, just overall?
It was the most recent thing that I've heard in the last 10 minutes, not much.
Okay, so now this is I for some reason I'm thinking you're some fan that I knew from another server or something like that.
Yeah, you see, you're doing it again. You're attacking me as a person. Why do you call me a fan?
Why don't you give us the measurements and data and shut us up?
Are you one of Crit's fans or a stalker?
I'm trying to figure that part out because I've never heard this dude before, and some random dude tees off on me instantly. I'm like thinking, yeah, I know. Let's see where this is gonna go.
Do you just want to anger me so you can attack me?
No. That's appeal to motive. That's a logical fallacy. I'm trying to tell you, I got people who follow me server to server, and when some rando just instantly tries to take the piss out of me, that would be like a red flag. Where do you know me from? What server have you heard me talk on before?
First of all, I don't need to know you personally because, as I mentioned before, I've heard you speak with Crit, or not Crit, never mind, it was another person, I forgot his nickname. The other guy, it doesn't matter. The other guy who mentioned that he's a scientist or whatever, it was past, I believe. And you just immediately started doing it, and I'm commenting on your behavior. It doesn't have to be repeated. I just commented on you once.
Okay, sure. Let me give you some feedback then. The reason why, my method and practices. Flat earthers were talking about the laws of thermodynamics. It's one of the laws of nature that demonstrate the Earth is an enclosed system. It also demonstrates the Earth is not moving, and it also completely debunks a lot of space lore. So when you hear somebody's like, well, that isn't right, it's not the law that's wrong or the globe that's wrong. It's the flat earther who's wrong. When somebody comes at me with that energy, I'm going to want to hear, are they worthy of talking to? So I simply asked, what are the laws of thermodynamics? And he wouldn't tell me. He wouldn't say it. He wouldn't articulate any of it. He didn't even try. He said there's 4 laws. There's 3 laws. And the laws are very easy to say. You just say matter cannot be created nor destroyed.
Okay, so
and then you got entropy, hot to cold, low to high, and then you say absolute zero is not possible. It's very easy to spit it out, but he wouldn't do so. Like he's trying to set up this weird, cringe debate bro tactic where
what
it's
was
not.
it cringe for?
Huh?
Why do you say cringe? Is it necessary for this argument? It's necessary for
it's
civil debate.
Necessary for him to invoke flat earthers being wrong about the laws of thermodynamics. That would be at best poisoning the well, and at worst poisoning the well, and at best a genetic fallacy. So he was already in air. I was going to see, is he willing to engage reasonably? And he wasn't. He wouldn't even talk about it. I'm like, hey, before you present your argument, can we see where you're at with these laws of thermodynamics? And as soon as he was called on it, then he tried to appeal to credentials. I got a bachelor's in science. No flat earther has that. I mean, dude, like, how much time and effort should be spent on somebody who has such a low opinion of other people? Like this guy, I mean, it's not worthy. That's why we just want to move on to other people who want to be here and want to talk to us. Why have somebody in here who doesn't want to talk? They only want to preach.
So you say that, okay, so before that, I've heard multiple times people shouting at people who say that Earth is round, shouting at them to go outside, to look at the ground. Do you think it is
make an observation? Yeah,
it is in.
Oh, I said that. Oh, I said that. I didn't know that was going to offend you.
Don't mistake passion. You're mistaking passion for some sort of personal site. I think the biggest thing is that you want people to be able to make their own observation. And if they're not willing to do so, that's a big problem, because that's step one of the scientific method.
Okay, but let's just do it one by one. First of all, I'm just a question. It doesn't even demand your response exactly prolonged one, but why don't you exactly tell me why is this kind of laws of thermodynamics doesn't allow the Earth to move? Would you be able to do it?
Yeah, because perpetual motion. Is perpetual motion possible? Inside the laws of thermodynamics, can you have perpetual motion? And which law does that violate?
And in what way is Earth's movements perpetual?
Perpetual motion. Yeah,
how is it perpetual?
The spinning of Earth would be perpetual motion. Around the sun would be perpetual motion. Around the galactic core, perpetual motion.
Okay,
and whatever sort of movement of the whole Milky Way galaxy would be perpetual motion.
Okay, could you please educate me on what exactly constitutes perpetual motion?
So,
go ahead.
So the rotation and at least 4 vectors, all of them angular, without any loss of speed, right? So it's perpetually maintaining, which is an acceleration velocity that violates the first law.
Do you understand that well? The very first law, energy and matter cannot be created nor destroyed. It can only be transferred. So is perpetual motion possible with the first law of thermodynamics?
Okay, so would you say that if you put
it's a yes or no, dude. A yes or no.
I mean, it doesn't require me to say yes or no exactly from the get-go, because we need to establish
inside the first law of thermodynamics, is perpetual motion possible?
I think that what you have wrong is exactly the definition of like how you apply this idea to
let's try again.
like solar system.
The very first law of thermodynamics, does it tell you perpetual motion is not possible? Don't worry about the globe. Don't worry about anything else. The very first law of thermodynamics, it describes what?
I just think that you have a problem with what kind of movement
You can't
the
do
Earth
it, can
has.
you?
My God, this is weird.
Yeah.
It's a really simple question.
It's like when I
don't
was growing
understand.
up, we had pigs, and sometimes they had to pull their teeth, and it'd be like worse than like like a little kid.
Yeah, like do you understand that the Earth when it
Dude, you can
doesn't
just
have
say
to be
yes.
perpetual?
It's obvious. It's obvious. The first law of thermodynamics, perpetual motion is not possible.
Yes, the perpetual law is not possible, but the Earth does not move perpetually.
Oh my God, what? He told you not to think about flat Earth or globe Earth, right? We don't need a defense strategy. We just need a straight answer. It's at the moment, dude, it's taken 5 minutes just to get this from you, and you seem to be defending a ball. We're not even asking you to do that. We're just asking you to agree with the first law of thermodynamics.
Okay, so you are allowed to make statements that I am agree to disagree on, and I'm not.
No, it's because we didn't need you to start defending the ball. That was irrelevant.
How it was irrelevant? It was
Because Crit asked you without any defense of globe or flat. It's irrelevant to the point.
Okay, but if I can see that you're going towards like the point that you stated before, and it is like what you said before, that the Earth moves perpetually, and it is not possible. So I'm saying that the whole point about Earth moving perpetually is incorrect, because the definition does not apply.
Oh, what's moving it then? What's making it spin exactly the same way all the time, every year, year after year, same exact shit over and over? What's doing that?
It is not exactly.
Yeah, why don't you do a thermodynamic diagram of all the energy transfer, the work input and output, and the cooling down that should happen if Earth is being moved?
So I have to do the math for you, and you don't have to do anything because I'm supposedly providing the new concept, and I'm not.
Exactly. You're coming here with a globe claim.
Yes, and you are the new claim. The math was done for me. I don't have to do it. It was done by
Yeah,
science.
then show us the thermodynamic diagram of gravitation expressing Earth's orbit as a system.
I don't have to do that. I can just say...
Why? You're talking thermodynamics. Don't you love thermo so much?
I don't. I just... Okay, look. The whole point that you build breaks on the whole idea that Earth moves perpetually. I don't have to prove anything further than this. It is the base of it.
You have to prove that it moves.
It does move, but
you would have to prove that then. Sorry, dude. You would have to prove that then, wouldn't you? You can't just say these things are true because you say they're true. You'd have to prove it.
Okay, can you prove it? Can you prove that the Earth doesn't move?
I can't measure any motion.
And because you can't...
Yeah, so far, hold on. I don't measure any motion, which means so far that we're not measuring any motion. So then we would have to do something else?
Okay, so have you heard about the logical principle that the lack of something does not constitute that something is not?
Yeah, no, I understand that, but just because we can't measure it doesn't mean that it exists then.
Right, and have you also heard of burden of proof reversal and the proving of non-existence? Because someone doesn't have to prove non-existence of something. I don't have to prove to you that unicorns don't exist. You have to show me they do.
Right, and supposedly right now, because I guess you haven't Googled it yourself before, or you...
Oh, he's getting patronising.
No, it's not that.
Yeah, it is.
Saying that,
yeah, it is.
Okay, if you did your math, if you did your homework, could you please tell me what exactly is wrong with the scientific foundings in the last few centuries?
There's no measurement, period.
And
hold on. Sorry, what scientific findings are you referring to?
Yeah. Which one?
I mean, if you really want to, I can find it for you. But
yeah, sure. Show me the experiments.
Okay, like what kind of depths do you want me to find for you to
claim that you said science, that depth science?
Yeah, I
Go
want
to
to see
the
it.
far end of the earth, any extent by any means possible. Prove your case.
Ah, beautiful. Do you understand that like the burden of proof lies on the one that
Hold on. Sorry. No. We don't measure any motion. The burden of proof is on those who say that we are in motion, right? You don't detect any motion to the earth, right, apart from earthquakes and shit. Right? To us, the earth appears to be stationary. So the burden of proof is on those who claim that it is outside of what we see.
Okay.
It's something else. Do you remember?
And
we said we don't measure it, so therefore we would have to.
So you just described exactly how the idea of relativity can be the direct disproof of what you just mentioned.
You would still have to prove that everything is in motion then.
All right, let's leave this for another time because
why?
No, because I don't have to like leave you for now and find exactly the proof. Could you?
No, dude, it's for you. Hold tight, my friend. It's for you. All right, we're doing this for your benefit, so you can critically think about the stories that you tell us. So far, you've claimed something that is kind of irrational, right? We're just trying to help you get down to the logical conclusion. I don't understand why you have to fight all the way, though. It's kind of obvious that we don't feel any emotion. Sorry, hold on. It's kind of obvious we don't feel any emotion, right? Am I wrong with this?
Okay, let's focus on this exact point, yeah? So we don't feel any motion, right?
Correct.
So if I am moving on a train, do I feel any motion?
No, but you're on a train. You know you're on a train. Right? You can give me examples of, hey, I don't feel any motion on an object that is moving, but you'd still have to prove that the object is moving.
Yes, but you are...
Good, so could you do that then? I don't need an analogy, I need you to prove the Earth is moving.
You're telling me that the proof while the Earth does not move is because we don't feel any kind
Hold on, we haven't got any evidence yet, apart from we don't measure any motion. So the claim still needs to be verified that the Earth is in motion at some kind of speed, in some kind of path where we wouldn't feel it. But it still needs to be proven that it is. Right?
So you are telling me that your arguments, like you say to me, yes, your arguments are not valid, but...
I'm asking you to prove the claim. So far we've reached a dead end. It's not my fault that we can't measure the Earth to be in motion. I just want to know how it was proven to be in motion, for then us to make up excuses as to why we don't feel it.
So because we don't know anything, we're supposed to believe in the idea that the Earth doesn't move.
No, we're supposed to prove that it is. Right?
Okay, so for now, we cannot measure its movement, yes? Right?
What?
So right now, we
no one can
measure the Earth is moving, or it...
No,
no one can.
In general.
There's loads of examples throughout recent history over the last 200 years where experiments have failed to prove the Earth is in motion. Airy's failure for one. Even Einstein has come out, because of his theory of general and special relativity, right? That because everything is in motion, there's no observable experiment that can be done from the surface of the Earth to prove that the Earth is actually in motion.
Does relative motion not work for you?
Pardon me?
Relative motion.
Right, we still need to prove that the Earth is in motion for this idea of relative motion to be the actual truth. It's a lovely idea and we get it, but we still need to prove the Earth is in motion, right?
Okay, so
I don't think anybody's disagreeing with like motion is relative to a reference frame, but that doesn't get you to an Earth moving.
No.
Okay, I know what, I can agree with you in a sense, because you could say that if the Earth is the center of your coordinates, then yes, the Earth doesn't move. But are you that self-centered about it?
Yeah, no, it's just a proof of the claim that the Earth is in motion. Right, several different motions, orbiting on an axis, rotating on an axis and orbiting around the fucking sun, for example. Right? Now, the claim is we are in motion. We don't detect any motion. So how is it proven that we are in motion?
Plain and truth. I can barely hear you, by the way. Could you please, like, fix your mic?
No, hey, plain truth, you hot micing me.
All right, give me a second.
All right. Anyway. So,
Right, sorry, hold on 2 seconds before we continue. Pasta in the side chat proved to in motion. Look at the shadow of Earth on Moon every night it moves. All right, I'm just going to address this. That's not the shadow of the Earth. What the fuck?
Yeah,
it's not the shadow of the Earth. Sorry, that's not the shadow of the Earth. All right. Even in your model, the reason why we have phases has got nothing to do with the Earth's shadow on the Moon. You're thinking about eclipses. Those don't happen every night. Please go back and study your model before you start berating me in the side chat. Sorry, my friend, we can continue.
What do you mean it doesn't do every night? Like,
sorry, crescent moon. Why do we observe a crescent moon? Is that because of the Earth and the shadow of the Earth?
Wait, say it again?
The crescent moon that we observe at night time, right? The phases of the moon, new moon, full moon, and all other phases. Is that caused by the shadow of the Earth?
Supposedly, yes, because the sun provides a light.
Sorry, what's the difference between moon phases and eclipses?
I'm not sure with English on that. Could you explain to me?
What's an eclipse?
When one body completely covers the other one. Sorry.
Okay, so a lunar eclipse is when the Earth's shadow is on the moon, right?
Yeah, yeah.
Cool. That's not a moon phase, is it? Moon phases, we observe it 28 days cycle, right? New moon, full moon, crescent moon. That's not the Earth's shadow on the moon causing that, is it?
Shadow.
Are you saying that every day we get to see an eclipse, unless it's a full moon?
Unless it's a full moon. I mean, why do you have to sound so annoyed about it? As if
because I'll tell you why. I'll tell you why. Because people come in here berating us. People come in here berating us, but they don't even know their own model. Right? They start having a go at us in the side chat, saying that the Earth has been proved to be in motion because the shadow on the moon that we can see every night. I mean, the fuck.
I'll be back when you guys are done with these weeks of this nothing.
Dude.
Oh, can't wait, mate. Yeah. Sorry, we didn't get to you soon.
Anyway, we've wandered off the path. I do apologise. I just had to deal with that.
Okay, but supposedly you live on one place on Earth, and as the Earth supposedly moves around the sun, and the moon moves on its own around the Earth, once in a while, because moon is also supposedly round, as like you definitely can know that the projection, like if you project from one point at the sphere. No, you cannot cover with the light the whole surface.
Yeah, it's a three-dimensional shape.
Yeah, so because you can't. I mean, I don't even know the theory on that, but that's just like logical, like geometry in it, right? It makes sense geometrically.
Yeah. That's what causes in the globe model. That's what causes the moon phases. Us in the center of rotation of the moon around us, and the illumination from the sun as it rotates around us. Right? When it's between us, right, the moon, between the Earth and the sun is illuminating the far side. We can't see it. We call it a new moon. Right? 14 days later, full moon. The Earth is between the sun and the moon this time, right? But because of the angular tilt of the moon, the sun illuminates the portion of the moon that we can see at night time. That's a full moon. This is coincidentally when we observe lunar eclipses, when it's a full moon, and then because of the angular tilt of the moon's orbit throughout the year or whatever, the Earth's shadow passes across the moon. That's a lunar eclipse.
And where exactly here there is no movement of the Earth?
Yeah, I was addressing somebody in the side chat, dude. But what? We'd still have to prove that the Earth was in motion, right? The moon can be in motion. We see that, just like the sun moving across the sky and everything else. But we still have to prove the Earth is in motion, right?
And you cannot do it out of relativity and out of
Sorry, relativity. Everything's in motion because you're standing on something that is also in motion. Yeah, that's awesome. But the thing that we're standing on, apparently within that explanation, is in motion. Therefore, we'd have to prove it is in motion, right?
I mean, you can definitely look around, you can measure distances between bodies and you can gradually come to the conclusion that you are moving relative to these bodies in such a way that guarantees that you are
really. What measurements do you
Doesn't
take
mean you're
from the
right.
surface of the Earth? What do you do?
I'm not even sure what to say because it's I also thought it was kind of obvious. Right, let me think about it for a second. Okay, for example, you are walking somewhere and somehow you don't feel your legs, so you can't really say that you're moving. But you can see no, it's for the sake of experiment. You don't have to laugh at me for this.
No, I do, because this is ridiculous, man. We're not going to do these hypotheticals where we can't feel our legs, for crying out loud. Certainly you can do better than that. I'll tell you what. Can you give us who measured the motion of the Earth? The motion of the Earth, not an assumption that it is a relative motion, the actual motion of the Earth. Who measured that?
But do you understand that, how to say it? To the science, according to the science, no motion can be just motion. It has to be relative.
Oh, so in science, there's a declaration that there's no such thing as motion, only relative motion. Can you give me a citation, please?
No absolute motion. No single reference.
Absolute.
Inertial reference.
Okay, how can you can you tell me how you are supposed to measure movement without any frame of reference?
Exactly. Thank you. So what frame of reference were you using to measure the Earth in motion?
No, you're trying to get back at me for this, but you are the one...
This is your claim. No, this is your claim.
So that would be the Earth not moving and witnessing other things moving.
Yep.
Are the global believers figuring out that the Earth isn't moving?
Yeah.
Yeah, it's a long process.
I mean, it's basically you could look at it in the way that the Earth is center of the whole universe because we live on it. But
yeah, that's what you see.
That we're not being impacted by the heavier bodies that can move us around at the same time. But of course,
it's a lovely story, dude.
It's just a story.
Yeah. Again, the story's going to need to be proven to be true, isn't it? We can keep coming up with all of these claims, and we can keep coming up with all of these excuses, but we still need to prove the premise is true. The premise being the Earth is in motion. How do we do that? How was that done?
I've never heard this argument from flat earthers before, but I'm kind of starting to feel why you keep telling me this. The Earth doesn't move.
Yeah, newsflash, buddy. This is why they're because newsflash. The Earth is not in motion. There's experiments to show this, but yeah, that's the newsflash.
Experiments? What kind of experiments?
Yeah, Ares failure. There's a few others. All the experiments that have tried to prove that the Earth is in motion, but have failed to do so.
And how did they? Okay, they
also going outside.
That the Earth.
That's a good one.
Wait, did you say walk outside?
Yeah, remember you got upset by that about walking outside earlier.
Yeah, so
the simplest one is your definitions that you require an inertial reference frame. Inertial will be either stationary or moving in a straight line. So if you just put something on the ground, for you to measure relative motion in reference to whatever you just put on the ground, it's either not moving or moving in a straight line. Both debunk the ellipsoids that are claimed by the globe. So just to measure anything.
But do you understand that the whole premise of the speed or movement is relative? Because
you don't have any speed as movement, though. You don't have any speed. You don't have any movement unless you're in an earthquake or something. There is no movement. There is no motion. What don't you understand?
Do you understand that earthquake is a movement of the Earth relative to whatever your the place you were at before.
Do you understand that there is no axial rotation or motion around the sun or motion through a vacuum? There's none of that for the Earth.
I mean, you could say that, but you could also say that, like, okay, the moon moves around us, the sun moves around us, and they're all in motion.
Sure, that's fine.
Yeah,
fine. I mean, at least that matches what you observe. At least you have that.
I mean, I have a huge issue with the whole idea that we are supposed to trust our eyes and trust our.
Yeah, you'd rather trust the government, right?
I don't trust the government, my friend.
Yes, you do. This is a government story that you've been told that you're telling us now. You were educated in a government education program as a child to believe this story, and then you were shown government cartoons of space as an adult, and here you are telling us to believe them over our own eyes.
So you're saying that the whole scientific world is built on government, and government is
No. I didn't say science. I said you were told the story as a child, and you were shown cartoons as an adult. That's not science.
And supposedly the books on space and whatever else I bought with my money.
Cartoons. Stories.
I haven't watched cartoons on that. I read
books. You know when they showed you the solar system. You know when they showed you the solar system.
Wait, say what again? Sorry, I've coughed.
You know when they showed you the solar system and said, "Hey, you're in this solar system." That was a cartoon.
I watched these cartoons.
Here's an example. I'll give you a really easy example. Look at my profile picture. Do you think that's real?
Because whatever I don't see. Okay, that is an illustration, a model.
Yeah, that's what it all is. It's all a cartoon. Space, the solar system, the galaxy. It's all a cartoon.
So when you say, sorry, just to clarify, when you say cartoon, do you just mean a drawing? Because a drawing is
like a made-up image. Model. Like a made-up image. However you want to make it. You could draw it, you could paint it, you could do it on a computer. It's a cartoon.
Okay, so if I believe in cartoon, I'm wrong, right?
Well, you're wrong if you think that cartoon represents reality, yes.
And can you tell me what a model is, by definition?
What kind of
model?
Type of model. Mathematical, scientific, predictive statistic, which type?
Like any of them, like what a model.
I mean, dude, come on, there's many different types.
A business model. What about a business model?
I mean, you're kind of twisting words, but okay. I'm talking about the model that represents from certain object or some kind of
this
thing.
This is the problem. You're thinking about models. We're talking about reality. You don't live on a model.
This is why go outside is so powerful. You don't want to do that. You just want to look at models.
No,
yeah, outside is what we're talking about. The surface that we live on.
Don't try to say that I'm wrong because you haven't heard my point yet, yeah?
So you're talking about models.
Let's do it again.
So the model is basically a simplification because you cannot represent reality in your argument. It would be endless, infinity.
I don't need to represent it. It represents itself. You go outside. There it is.
You're going to offend him because the last time I told him about going outside and you can just see it, he said that we were being offensive by telling people to go outside.
No, I think fresh air is good for you. You should go outside.
You have to understand, right, that the model should be based upon reality, right? This is why everyone keeps telling to go outside.
Okay.
When we make a model, what are the first type of principles that we use?
Well, I'm not the one who does models, so I can't really know.
Okay, so would you like me to help you?
I know enough that the model should be... Why are you trying to, how to say it, repeat after me? What is the purpose of that?
Can you just hurry up, dude, please? Get to your point. I've shut up so you can talk.
All right. The model, the bare minimum to use the model, and you don't need more than this, at least for now, is that you have an object in reality, and when you're trying to represent it from a certain perspective, for example, if I'm trying to represent my laptop from a geometrical perspective of an outside user, I should just be able to make basically a book that can fold.
I get you.
That would be close enough, because I'm trying to represent the ability of the laptop to close and open to a certain
You can't see the Earth that way.
Yeah. Yes, that's where I was letting him get to, Cyclone. Yeah. You can look at the laptop from an outside perspective, can't really go to an outside perspective beyond the sun, moon, and stars to have a look back at reality. But I understand what you're saying. I understand what you want, right? You want a depiction of what reality looks like, because all of your life you've been given a depiction of what reality looks like, and that's the Earth being a ball in orbit around the sun. You understand that?
Yeah, but that's the point is...
If you were to make a model of your laptop, would you measure your laptop?
I mean, it depends on what exactly I'm trying to depict. If I'm trying to depict
the laptop.
What?
The laptop.
Yeah, so what exactly, again? Because
the dimensions of the laptop.
Okay, yes, I would.
Good. So this is what I was trying to get to when we were making a model. You brought up a nice analogy of a laptop, right? We'd measure its dimensions, right, across the surface. So this is what we would do to clarify, what the observation is, right? Especially with making a model of the Earth. First thing we're going to do is have a look, and then we're going to measure, because that's all we can really do. Going to look about, and then we're going to measure. And when we measure the surface of the Earth, we don't measure any curvature. Where we should measure curvature, if the Earth was a ball with the size that we're given. That's the whole point of us being here.
Okay, yeah, no one's measured the dimensions of a ball Earth.
Sorry.
You kind of fell short there, Kurz. Or maybe not fell short, but you weren't able to definitively tell us how the motion was measured. Now, could it be flat and in motion, or does that not jive for you? If we measure
hold on, because Jedi just took him to the point about the dimensions of the Earth, which is exactly what we're interested in. So whoever the guy is, do you believe that someone has measured the dimensions of the Earth to be a globe?
I mean, you don't have to say globe. You could just say it's not flat. That would be it would be enough.
Well, let's just answer the question. Right? Do you believe they've measured the dimensions of the surface we live on to be a curving globe?
Yep. It's about
they haven't.
Ancient world and the sun.
Right, well, they haven't. No one did.
Okay.
And
do you think they have? Do you think they have?
Yes.
Okay.
It doesn't have. Okay, look, it doesn't have to be exact. We only need to prove that there is a significant difference between places.
Yeah, okay. I understand what you're saying, dude, but we're asking a very specific claim, right? We're trying to get you somewhere, right? We're trying to help. Right? So this idea that the Earth is a sphere, has it actually been measured? Do you think it has? How do you think it has? What stories have you been told?
Again, you told me, okay, I'm not sure if it was you, but maybe it was someone else, about the whole patronizing, being patronizing. Why are you doing this to me now?
I'm actually not being patronizing. I'm actually reaching out to one human to another, trying to help.
You're saying that you're trying to help me, but we are on the common ground. We're trying to find the common truth.
Come on, dude, just answer the question. Who measured it?
Yeah, exactly.
You said someone in the ancient world. Who was that? How did he do it? This is how you learn that no one's done it. You need to go through this.
Yes.
There's a narrative out there, right?
Okay, so we live in a common, in the same world, right? We use the same internet, we're on the same object or whatever.
Yes.
So, and we also use the same sun, right?
Yes.
And could you tell me exactly, because I assume that you're from USA, right?
No.
Okay, where are you from?
I'm from England.
Okay, England. We don't laugh, it doesn't matter, honestly. So
usually I get called Australia, mate, so it's fine.
Yeah, whatever. Yeah, so what, do you see the sun right now? What kind of...
No, it's nighttime.
Okay. Is there any one of you who has the sunlight?
All right, hold on a second, bro. You have avoided the question. You've red herringed away from the point that Jedi was discussing with you. The measurement of the Earth, who did it? Don't try to divert away. You're actually being quite rude to us. You came in here trying to white knight for somebody, saying that we were being rude, telling them to go outside and observe the Earth in real life. And now you are showing us the disrespect of not having a conversation where we can discuss one point at a time and not divert to another and ask another question. So, who measured the Earth as far as you know?
Well, as far as I know, it was some kind of philosopher or whatever, quite a famous one. but it doesn't really matter. Why does it matter for you?
It does matter.
That's the question I was hoping you were going to ask. Because when you investigate the story, you'll find out that the story doesn't add up to Earth curvature, as in being measured.
Yeah, no one's measured a globe, dude.
Okay, let me just say that if the Earth is flat, it would. Okay, look. To disprove something, you don't have to prove something specific else. You just have to prove something different from the claim, right?
Yeah, we just debunk the curvature, and that shows us that there's no curvature. And it's
No,
only
it's not
measuring
that. I'm
flat.
just saying that, okay, look, my task, supposedly, at least I'm trying to do it, is to disprove the flatness. And to
No,
disprove
that's not
the
your task. It's to prove the globe. Your task is to prove the globe.
It is not to prove the globe. It would be
Well,
nice,
I thought you
like,
believe
thing.
in the globe. Don't you believe in the globe?
I do believe in a globe, but it doesn't
Right,
matter.
so then you need to prove that if you're going to tell us that it's a globe.
We can do it one step at a time. We don't have to go from 0 to 100.
No. We need to go from 0 to 1, and 1 is measured it to be a globe.
Okay, look, you can agree with me probably that if I somehow prove that the Earth is not flat, we would now both be in the not know, right?
No, if it's not flat, it's curved. You've got two choices.
Yeah.
It's either a straight line or it's curved.
And I'm going to give you $10,000, and some other dude's going to give you 3 Bitcoin. So hurry up and get that proof to us.
It doesn't. What are you trying to? Okay, fine. Yeah. So, I mean, it doesn't. Okay, I'm saying that it doesn't matter if it's curved like 5 degrees per kilometer or 100 degrees per kilometer.
It does matter. It matters exactly how much it curves.
Doesn't matter. Simply
Because they tell us the entire story they're telling us is based on a specific size of a ball Earth. They're not just saying it's a vague general ball. They're saying it's 39, 59 miles in radius. They say they know exactly how big it is. So yes, the numbers do matter.
I haven't said that. I'm saying that the Earth is
You don't need
not
to say
flat.
it. That's what
I
they're
don't have to
teaching
say
us. No, you don't have to say it. Of course, that's what they're teaching the children in school. You're not teaching it. You're just believing it. But this is what they're teaching.
Look, this stuff said Earth is flat. We know this for a fact. Come find out how, right?
Yeah, correct.
Yeah, so this thing claims the Earth is flat. Now, it would be a disproof of that if we find out that the Earth somehow is not flat. I don't have to prove a specific other case.
Exactly,
I have
because
to
it's
prove
flat.
the lack of flatness. That's how proof works.
Lack of flatness. Okay.
Yes.
Yeah, so you would have to prove curvature. Yes.
I mean, yeah, by like conclusion, yes, but it would still be.
Okay, so who measured the curvature then? So to disprove it being flat, you would have to measure some curvature. So for the 100th time, who measured the curvature in all human history?
Who? No,
no one did.
You just claim that no one did it.
No one did. No one did.
No, dude. There's stories out there, right? We've all been told the stories, ancient times and a bunch of Greeks, maybe some Arabs too, a few people on the way swinging pendulums, and here we are in the 1st century, right?
Oh, all right.
Cool. So we've all been told the narrative. We're just asking you to investigate what you've been taught.
All right.
Yeah, you're not even looking. You're like, I don't know, someone in the ancient world. I don't know. You don't even care to know if this is true.
All right, and I assume that this is very, very important for you to pinpoint specific people and not the methods they used.
No, we want to talk about the methods. That's specifically what we want to talk about. The person who would have done something. We want to know what they did, because what they did, we should be able to repeat.
All right, that's very good. Okay.
Yeah, so what was their method?
I agree with that. I definitely agree with that.
So what's their method? How did they do it?
All right, one of the methods, very famous is two people who supposedly at the same time managed to communicate with each other that if the Earth is round, and well, additionally, they found out exactly how by doing math, but we don't have to do it right now. We can just agree that like if the angle of the sun is different, like towards the horizon, right? Or towards the like. Are you laughing?
Yeah.
Did we already know this one?
All right. So the angle of the sun above the Earth.
Not above the Earth, above the horizon.
Well,
Horizon is
yeah. So dude, it's in the sky. So above the Earth, right? It's the angle, specifically the elevation of the sun above the horizon, right?
Yes, right it. Yes, right it.
Who's interrupting?
All right, yeah.
My bad, hot mic.
Sorry, dude. No worries. Thank you.
All right.
So yeah. So some guy at the sun. Carry on.
You know what? I went a bit offside. Sorry.
No, it's fine.
If the Earth, I just want to go a bit different direction. That one actually, I just realized that you don't have. It kind of doesn't prove exactly that the Earth is not flat. So let's go a different way. No, because like if the Earth, fuck. Sorry. Let me cough.
I'm interested to know why.
All right. Yeah. So you could definitely say that like if we are on two different places on Earth, and the Earth is, let's say, a disk or whatever, like just a huge plane. So we would have two like very different. We could have two very different like angles of the sun towards the horizon. Yeah.
Yes.
Sure. Yes. But at the same time, we would all see the sun at the same time, right?
No.
Why?
Because the sun's obviously moving, and we can't see it because of nighttime. Right? We don't see it at nighttime. That's how we clarify it's nighttime, because the sun's not there. Right? At the moment, we're just observing the sun move across the sky and hopefully reaching the conclusion that the Earth is a sphere. At the moment, we're just measuring the elevation angle to the sun, which is going to be measured from a horizontal plane because we're measuring angles. Right? So this is why this is. Pardon?
That's not what I'm saying.
I know that. I understand that. Go on, carry on.
More information about the sun would be needed in order to be able to say whether it would or wouldn't light the entire surface of a sphere and its environment as well.
New variable.
Yeah.
Right? All right.
Yeah, this whole thing
you need to know more about the sun. Yeah.
It requires the assumption of a globe to begin with. He's literally assuming a globe. He's not trying to measure a curve.
I'm not assuming the globe. I'm saying that, let's say...
No, Eratosthenes, the Greek who did the sticks and the shadows, he was assuming it's a globe.
Yeah, but we don't have to, look, he assumed, but we are not assuming. We are just repeating the experiment. Yeah, right?
Right, well then we just have shadows on a flat surface if we're not assuming anything other than what we observe.
Yeah, sure.
So we've got a flat surface then.
Fine, it doesn't matter, because if the Earth is flat and we still do the sticks, and we can find out exactly the angle, and we can find out exactly the curvature or whatever it is, and then by
the angle is just off a flat baseline.
We would find out just randomly whatever he found out.
No, what we're trying to point out to you is the story that we're told about Eratosthenes. Measuring an plane, but he's assuming the geometry of a sphere with a sun that's an infinite distance larger than the Earth, casting parallel light rays. So the two sticks, if they were to continue, they would meet at the center of the Earth. One doesn't cast any shadow, the other one does because it's further around the circle, right? The geometry is assumed. What is measured is a flat Earth. This is why we wanted you to investigate this story, because the conclusion is already baked into the assumption. He thinks the Earth is a sphere. He's going to measure the circumference of this sphere because of his geometry that he's implied. But what he measures, elevation angle to the sun with sticks and shadow lengths, well, you can do that on a flat surface. In actual fact, if you were to check out on Wikipedia, Eratosthenes isn't the only person to have ever stuck sticks in the ground. The Chinese did this. The Chinese who believed that the Earth was flat up until, I think, the 17th century, until the Roman Catholics came along. They did this 2,000 years ago when Eratosthenes did it, and their conclusion was the Earth was flat. So this is why we want you to investigate the stories.
Okay. First of all, to begin with all the stuff is, could you tell me what could go exactly wrong in the conclusions if the Earth were to be flat and the assumption was that it's round?
Man, are we done with this guy?
So he's just going to butt in again. So yeah, he gets to go back on mute. Oh, look at how he did that.
I'm coughing, that's why I'm doing it.
Sorry, what was your question again?
If the assumption was that the Earth is flat, it's round, but it is actually flat, what difference does it make in conclusions?
What do you
in
mean?
regards to Eratosthenes, if yeah, I think I know what he means. Okay, because is that who we're talking to? Yeah. Hey, man. Look, because he pre-assumed the Earth was a globe. Okay, and then he also pre-assumed that the sun was so far away that the sun rays come in parallel to the Earth. Okay, and he did his mathematics based on those two assumptions. Okay, so that's why Jedi was telling you about the Chinese who made different assumptions, right? They assumed a local sun, right, a closer sun that has diverging sun rays, not parallel sun rays, and a flat surface, right? So they both made assumptions, and they came to different conclusions based off the assumptions, even though they did the same test. So just say you could do the Eratosthenes test in a room in your house, and to say you have like a light up on the roof, just one light, okay, and then you put a stick directly under the light. It's not going to have any shadow. And then you put a stick on the other side of the room. It's going to have a shadow. Okay, now, if you assume the same things that Eratosthenes assumed, right? You assume that you're standing on a spherical object, okay, even though you're on your flat floor. You assume that you're standing on a spherical floor. And then you assume that the sun rays from the light on your ceiling are coming down perfectly parallel. And then you'll be able to do what Eratosthenes did and calculate the circumference of your flat floor.
Okay, I see a point.
Yeah. So it's inconclusive because of the assumptions that get made. Even the Chinese were fallacious because they also made assumptions, right? So if you bake assumptions in, then the conclusion's going to be like no good. You know,
circular reasoning. If your conclusion is already inside your premise of your argument, you're just going in a circle and it doesn't really matter. They're all observing the same thing. Shadows look like this, but they're all assuming that, like, if the Earth is flat and with this kind of light, shadows would look like this, shadows look like this, therefore what I assumed in the beginning is correct. Like, you could make that about anything.
Right. And people and Eratosthenes wasn't necessarily using that measurement that he made as proof of it being a globe. He'd already decided it was a globe, right? So he was just like, oh, well, okay, now I think I'm on a globe. Well, I wonder what the circumference of it is. Here's this method I could do, right? Here's this thing I could do to potentially calculate the circumference, right? That would be like right around the outside of it. How far is that? Yeah. So when we ask for people, so where Dre says that it's circular reasoning is when we ask for evidence that the Earth is a globe, people use Eratosthenes' method as an argument as it being proof of a globe.
Okay, so as far as I can see a point, the whole argument breaks if we assume that the sun is very close to the surface of the Earth, right?
The whole argument breaks down because of the fallacious logic that's been pointed out to you. So when we look back into history and we see this claim of Eratosthenes proving the Earth was a sphere, it wasn't. That's the conclusion that we reach.
Okay, but if we continue the logic of the whole like room and a lamp and two sticks, because the lamp is very close, you kind of can measure the supposedly curvature of the floor because they have two different shadows. But that is only as long as the lamp is very close and has a different angle, like a significantly different angle towards two different sticks.
Yeah, all we've got is a light source, a surface, and some shadows.
Yeah,
that's all we've got.
Close light source.
Well, we don't know.
It doesn't need to be very close either.
It has to be significantly close.
What do you mean by significantly close? Like a mile?
No, that's too close. I would think.
Sorry, it's only because it's ambiguous when you say closer, or too close, or further away.
What about moon distance?
What about moon distance?
I mean, we have like laser distance finders, whatever range of finders.
Yeah,
I'm not sure exactly. You can probably like step few like kilometers to the side, and like you can measure the angles that you are like, how to call it, converging at.
Yeah. So the base premise is right. The methodology that's used is measuring angles from the surface of the Earth to the Sun.
No, not to the Sun. It was set about the Moon.
The Sun or Moon doesn't matter. We're talking about Eratosthenes. In actual fact, we can do it with both because both objects will cause shadows. Incidentally, the same length. Right.
Yeah, but you are assuming the Earth is flat. So
no. What I'm pointing out to you is the methodology is angles. It's what Eratosthenes measured, right? What he's literally doing is kind of utilizing a right angle triangle. The 3 points on the triangle being the Sun, the stick directly underneath the Sun, and the stick further away from the Sun, right, along the adjacent, where the 2 sticks on the floor are. Right? This requires a straight line. So far, the methodology seems to be utilizing a horizontal Earth, right? It's an angle, 2 straight lines meeting at a vertex. That vertex is you or the stick.
What?
You know what a triangle is, right?
Yeah, sure. I don't have to do that.
That's what he's doing, though, isn't it? It's an elevation angle. You can use a stick and the length of the stick to calculate the angle at the top of the opposite, where it meets the hypotenuse. In this instance, it was about 7 degrees. So I'm pointing out the method is an angle measurement. Can't measure angles from curved surfaces. Angles require 2 straight lines. If you've got a curved line within your angle, it's no longer an angle.
I mean, you can definitely do that if you do it properly. I'm sure.
Properly, sorry. Hold on.
I'm saying that you've definitely seen like geometry tasks about the whole like you're doing like the whole like, how do you call it, curriculum? No, not curriculum. Like stuff that you do the line the circle with. Like you point a needle at one point and you like use the pencil to draw around it at the same distance. How do you call it?
That's a compass.
Not a compass. I'm talking about the is there a compass?
Yeah, there's 2 types of compass, right? There's a magnetic compass and there's a compass you use to draw circles.
I'm talking about the stuff that you use when you like you read maps or when you are drawing a circle.
Radius. I know that one. That one's called a compass.
Really? Okay, sure. Yeah, basically you can like draw a circle and you can draw a triangle in the circle.
Yeah,
and you can
in the circle. Yeah, in the circle. But we're talking about an angle measurement, right? Now the 2 lines of the angle are the one between the observer and the star, so where the stick is cast in the shadow. The adjacent is between the 2 sticks that are on the floor. That's the other straight side for the angle, right? So the elevation of the Sun is taken up from the Earth. In this instance, it's a horizontal plane and the angle is measured up from that horizontal plane. It's an angle measurement.
Yep, and you could also do it if you assume the regular geometry in that if you draw like if you draw a line that has one single connection to the circle.
Tangent. Yes, tangent. Yeah, but then you would have to. Yeah, you could do that, but then you would have to assume it was a tangent, and that there was a sphere underneath this tangent meeting at this one point. See, the thing is, right, when we've got the 2 sticks on the floor, if we're going to say that that's a tangent, then one of the sticks is in outer space, not on the surface of the Earth, which was curved downwards and away from that tangent. It's an angle measurement. The line between the 2 sticks is straight. Both sticks are on the Earth. If you say tangent, then one of the sticks is out in space somewhere. You understand, like, you can assume loads of geometry, and geometry is fantastic, and yeah, tangents do exist within the concepts of geometry. Yeah, we get that, but we still need to prove that it is a tangent and there's a sphere underneath.
All right, but I'm not talking about that exactly. I'm talking about that you can go from the opposite. I'm saying that if the Earth is flat, which you assume when you tell me that the Earth is flat, right?
I mean, yeah, but that's because of other reasons.
Yeah, okay, fine. But you are claiming that the Earth is flat. Therefore, if we assume that the Earth is flat, and as you said, bake it into the calculations, and it turned out that the mass is wrong, then we could reasonably say that the premise was wrong, right?
Yeah, this was pointed out to you 10 minutes ago, yeah. We just pointed out the methodology in total is fallacious.
Yeah,
the idea of Aristophanes as touted around, this is the point so we can move on. The idea that Aristophanes has proven the Earth, when we investigate it, is fallacious. We're talking about how fallacious it is, right? So it's not proof either way. It's definitely not proof that the Earth is a sphere, now is it?
Okay, fine, I can... Cool. I'm only agreeing with it because I cannot prove you wrong right now.
I mean, that's fine. And if you want to come back another time, you've got like a light bulb moment and you've proven us wrong, then come back and tell us. But for the sake of the conversation, we're just trying to point out to you that we've got these stories in history. So far, this one, the first one, isn't what it's cracked up to be. All right, we can move on to the next if you want.
Yeah, I'm saying that you could definitely say that if you bake into the calculation that the Earth is flat, not that it is round.
No, we just want to measure it, not calculate.
Yep.
Okay, so you are saying right now, basically, by the assumption that the mass is doesn't work.
Man, what is this?
What are you talking about?
Look, if you make a model of the space with proper, how do you call it?
I'm not going to be able to do that, dude. We are not going to be able to make a model of space for you.
I did. I made a model of space in my garage, and guess what? Space is fake. So there we go. I debunked it.
I would love to see your model and how exactly.
No, you wouldn't. It'll rot your brain. You'll be so mad at me, you'll quit.
I would love if you guys talk to somebody else, except not even me.
Okay. That would be the second law of thermodynamics. We've already spoken about the first. The reason why space is fake is because of the second.
I mean, you kind of just mentioned that, as far as I can see, you've only said that the Earth, does not move somehow, just absolutely, not relatively, or not comparatively, but the whole promise of the movement is relative. So
no, the Earth doesn't move at all. Nothing doesn't move at all.
I mean,
not relative, not relative, not like it's. We don't know it's moving because it's relative with other shit moving. No, it's just not moving. Other stuff moves around Earth.
Do you understand the point of relativity? If I say that
yes, and it's bullshit.
Okay, so if I say, okay, you probably understand the idea of relativity. So if I say that the moon moves around us, then I can also say that relative to moon, we move around it. Right?
Yeah, you sure can. You sure can. If I have a pink unicorn in my backyard, it's fair to say I also have a yellow one in my front yard. Fair?
No. You just
Why not?
Because you did not use even the same principle.
I don't know. I think it is the same thing.
They're relatives, though.
You just told me that if you have one thing, that you are guaranteed to have another thing. Like object A, object B. It is not the same as two objects existing, and we know it, and then you could say that if one moves...
You're saying think about it like that. You're saying think about it like that. You're saying think about it like this. Object A isn't, object B is moving. And then you're saying think about it this other way, where object B is not moving, but it's object A that's moving.
I'm not saying it's not moving. I don't claim it because it is bullshit, as far as I am concerned, simply because, as I claim it, the idea of movement is purely relative.
So things can't be stationary then?
I mean, it depends on how you move, it depends on how you measure them. If you measure it relative to the object that it doesn't move, relative to, yes, it is not, it is stationary. If you measure it...
when was it measured? When was it measured?
Do you understand the point what I'm trying to make right
When was it measured? This is what the point where we're at before, when you were being asked about motion of the Earth having been measured from this other place, from this other reference frame.
You keep making the point, but I'm trying to tell you that, yes, your point makes sense because in this point is baked the idea that there is such an idea as just movement. Not
Is the car moving or is the road moving? You don't know which one requires a force to move. You don't know this?
I mean, you can make the calculations probably. You can say
calculation. Calculations. But we're talking about measurements.
Applies its force of the.
Why can't you just say, okay, it hasn't been measured? Why can't you just say that?
Movement.
Or say, I don't know. At least I don't know. It may have been I'm not aware of. Something like that.
I'm saying that the movement is not absolute. You cannot just say it is moving. I'm saying that the only movement you can ever find out is relative movement. And by that definition, you are correct. Because there is no such thing as just movement. So of course.
How do you know the movement is not what are you referencing that absolute that absolute? You're saying how do you know the movement isn't absolute?
Okay. If I tell you that the movement is when you were at place A and then you ended up in place B, a different place, and you can measure the difference, would you believe it?
Okay, you said measure. Good. So on situation A, what are you using as a reference for your motion in the first place?
Exactly. You have to use something.
Exactly. It's not an answer to what you're using.
And do you
what
realize
are you
that we
using
as
as a
humans,
reference?
do you know that we as humans cannot, we are most definitely cannot point at any point in space without being a frame of reference or using anything as frame of reference? It is literally as if we are not living in the real world.
It sounds like, Kurt, you're like destroying the possibility of motion even being a thing, because in order to even bring up the topic like motion, like, well, it's relative to something else. Like, what's the thing that you're talking about? Well, you're talking about that thing, but that thing that you're saying that is in motion, you don't even know if it's in motion. So now you've destroyed the possibility of even the knowledge of motion, because you would have to experience it first to even have this notion or this idea that motion is immeasurable. But motion exists because you've seen it to be the case, and then determine that it's relative.
Yeah, but the only motion I've ever seen in my life is a motion of something relative to other objects. If you are in complete lack of objects, like if you are in the dark, you cannot say that anything moves simply because. Okay, look. Let's say you are spinning on the carousel, and you are holding a cup in your arms. Is the cup moving? Yes.
Yeah, well, there's going to be forces on the edge of the cup, like the container, like the centrifugal force. So you're going to be able to measure the where the motion or where the force was derived to know which one is stationary and which one is not.
I can say that the cup is moving because I experience the centrifuge force, right?
We get it, dude.
No, wait, not that. So by that logic, if I, let's say, make a spring that is trying to return, it is a force applied towards me, and it completely compensates, ideally compensates, or close enough to the point where I cannot distinguish it from one from another, and I also experience the centrifuge motion, would I feel the force? I would not be able to feel it, right?
No, if you're going to make up excuses as to not feeling the
Yeah, these Globers will make up anything. I mean, it'll take them 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 hours. They'll go through this and try to jump through these hoops to make, you can't feel, you can feel, you're not feeling it because of this. Dude, it's flat and stationary. We're not moving and we're enclosed. We have container around us.
And you just completely said you cannot do it, or you just refuse to do it. Why? I would say that because you cannot.
Do what?
Can you tell me that you can feel the force?
Feel the force?
Yes, can you feel the force of the cup being pulled away from you in this situation?
May the force be with you. That kind, like Jedi, his image.
Don't try to play.
Okay, Luke Skywalker, settle down.
Yes, you can feel it though, dude. I mean, obviously you can feel that that force.
If you might,
can you feel it when you move your head 1/4 of a degree or tilt it 1/4 of a degree? Can you feel that?
Yep, exactly.
I mean, I feel sick already in this teacup ride, to be honest with you.
Yeah, I mean, it's something. I mean, it's like the thing that you posed just a second ago. Obviously, you can measure the force, you can measure the vector of the magnitude up. If you just get a rope on a bucket, put some water in it, yeah, you can measure the force on the walls of the container. Yeah, these things are measurable. These examples that you gave, like the merry-go-round spinning in a circle with a cup of water. Yeah, you can measure it and you can feel it.
Yeah, but
that will tell you. Yeah, that will tell you what and then you'll be able to, once you calculate these different forces that exist, you'll be able to get you to where the stationary frame is. So what we use in the lab frame in reality is the Earth as a stationary inertial reference frame to then measure all relative motion, to then get to get vectors, magnitude, velocity. That's what's used in reality. I'm just pointing that out to you that it is known and proven to be stationary.
I'm trying to.
It's not just optics, because you just keep on bringing in optics, saying, "Well, I can't tell by just looking at something." Well, you can tell when the ball hits your face. You can tell when the car hits the tree.
Yeah, but we're not talking about such an obvious ways to experience something. The whole point of experience, personal experience, stands on the proposition that you are able to feel it. But that is a very bold claim, because as a human, you're not perfect. You cannot feel every single thing.
No.
Wait. What is it we're trying to feel? What are we trying to feel? Yeah, exactly, Jedi. What is it we're not feeling?
I mean, right now I'm trying to make a point about the relative.
Yeah. What is it? What is it that we're not? Clarification, please. What is it that we're not feeling or trying to feel?
As I mentioned before, if you're doing it without the spring, you would be able to feel centrifuge force, right?
Oh, so it's force. It's force that we're trying to feel, or that we're saying we're not feeling, right?
Yep. And do you remember why I brought up the force?
Okay, what force? What force?
Centrifuge force. It is a force of an object being pulled away from you because it is trying to continue the movement, its trajectory.
Right.
Yeah.
Right. So when there is that, we sense it. Do we sense it?
If it is strong enough, yes.
Well, we're holding on to it. If you let it go, it's going to fuck off.
And you should say it is strong enough relative to your strengths, for example, and towards your relative to your ability to register it using your nervous system.
Cool. So the crescendo, although we completely understand everything that you've been explaining for the last 10 minutes, we still need the proof that the Earth is actually motion.
Right, because you're saying that the Earth is moving at such a rate, in such a manner, that it has that force, but it's not strong enough for our perception. So you need to go ahead and show that it is actually moving in such a manner that it would produce that force that we wouldn't detect.
Yeah, but not exactly. I'm trying to make a point about the whole idea of the speed or movement being relative. That is the only point I'm trying to activate.
What movement? What movement? What Earth movement? The one that you haven't proven exists yet? The Earth motion that we don't experience?
We understand the principle, dude. This is getting frustrating now.
No,
I do understand what you're putting down.
Okay, can you agree that the movement can be only relative?
Yeah.
Really? And then you are saying to me that even though the movement is unrelative, and you can definitely, you can say that the Earth moves relative to other bodies, you keep insisting that the Earth itself doesn't move at all.
Yeah.
Do you see the problem with it?
No.
If you say that the Earth is center of the coordinates...
We're talking about it being independent of observer, right? So if there was nobody observing it, is the Earth actually moving?
You don't need an observer for this, honestly.
Is there such thing as absolute motion?
No.
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 So this whole idea of relative motion has nothing to do with being an observer.
Watching something move.
What kind of observer do you need for this?
Because you're saying, well, if you were on this thing and it was moving, it wouldn't appear to be moving. That other thing would appear to be moving. But if you're on the other thing, looking back at this thing here, it would be the other way around, where that thing is the thing that doesn't feel like it's moving or doesn't seem like it's moving, and it's the thing you were on before that now looks like it's moving. That's what you're saying, because there's an observer involved, right? But what if there was no observer?
I mean, it's kind of a philosophical question if you say it like this.
So, okay, are those things actually both in motion? Or is one of them only in motion and the other thing not in motion?
My only claim
is something actually in motion. Is something actually in motion? Is at least one of those two things actually in motion?
Okay, if you want to, so we want to establish if they're in motion, right?
Yes, beyond all doubt.
No, it's not that. I'm trying to, okay, let's agree on one definition of motion so we can say that we're talking about the same thing, right? What do you consider a motion?
A change in position?
Super.
Change in position over time.
Yep.
Yeah, over time. Right.
So so you have to measure, or you have to be able to point at a specific position in space.
Mm-hmm.
And can you do it without an observer? Or, sorry, not observer, I'm talking about a way to, from a certain position, one position, talk about the position of another body, for example, Earth. And of course, you have to pick a place. So yes, you have to pick, I guess, an observer, but it doesn't have to be a live observer. When I say observer right now, I'm basically talking about the coordinates, start of coordinates. 0 point.
Yeah, dude. You can get a choo-choo train. You can get a autopilot car or something like that.
Okay.
And you can test this, right? You can say, I'm gonna. Yeah.
Well, then why are they teaching children in schools that the Earth goes around the sun? Why are they teaching that the Mercury and Venus goes around the sun, and Jupiter and Mars?
That's very simple.
And the rest of them.
Because it's.
Why don't they teach them what you're telling us?
I'm still I don't know whether my own brain is descended into absolute mush, but are we really arguing about whether things can actually move or not?
Yeah, because
They must have got dropped that class. It's not on this year. No luck.
No luck? You're talking to me?
Yeah, you said you were getting me the class. What the class name is for Earth is a Ball. at Oxford?
Wait. I'm just looking for a link. Actually, you can check this. You can check this.
No, just post it so we can click on it. I've been looking for 12 years, so you found something I don't know.
You can click this link, maybe.
What am I looking for on that link? Maybe
They are posting photos of our globe Earth.
What class teaches that the Earth is a ball?
Astronomy?
No. Let's try something else.
I don't know. You tell me.
Astronomy is looking in the sky. Is Earth up in the sky?
No, astronomy is looking for our solar system, and our solar system, the other planets, is globe. So.
Yeah, but Earth is not, because Earth is flat and stationary. So looking up in the sky at globs does not mean Earth is a glob too.
No, we're related to the same system. So the other
You have to. So I look up in the sky and I see a light, and now I think I'm a light also.
Nope. But we are related to the same system.
Prove it.
We belong to this system. We belong to solar system. So you don't believe in?
Dude, you're making leaps and bounds, jumps ahead of me. I wanted to know which class teaches that Earth is a ball, and you're telling me about astronomy and that Earth is a ball because of astronomy. It doesn't make any sense at all.
Okay, let's try geology.
Where in geology does it teach Earth is a ball?
Okay, wait a sec. I don't know.
That's correct. It does not teach Earth is a ball. It teaches what a rock looks like.
Yeah. So the whole Earth is just a rock?
How to read maps. Dirt too. Little rocks, big rocks, little rocks, sand, dirt, mud, that kind of stuff. That's what it teaches you. See if you can find one. You got plenty of time. People have been looking for 10 years, so you got like 10 or 20 years to come up with a good answer. Nobody's been able to tell us how Earth is a ball yet. Saying Oxford and Harvard doesn't count. That's just
you don't trust Harvard and
they don't teach Earth as a ball. If they would teach Earth as a ball, I'll go trust them. They don't teach that. No class called Learn How Earth is a Ball.
Yeah, it's also important to remember that Oxford and Harvard, those are names of corporations, colleges. They don't say anything. I can't trust a corporation. I could trust a man if he gave me measurements of a curve, perhaps, but no, corporations don't really say anything.
Well, if he would just name the class finally, we could get down to who's teaching it and ask that guy when he measured it, so we can have a measurement class in here. I'll even pay for it.
That's a good point.
Yeah, that made us all go, I guess Earth is flat. That's why we're here, dude. Search AI.
Do you trust NASA or no? Do you trust NASA?
Yeah. Well, NASA, this 2 months ago was reclassified as an intelligence agency, a spy agency for the United States. Do you trust the spy agencies?
Like, I'm not talking about FBI or CIA.
No, NASA, NASA. Trump reclassified it as an intelligence agency 2 months ago. They are allowed to use propaganda and lie to you. Do you now trust them?
I'm still trust them.
All right, so you trust liars who admitted it, and it's in paper and that's how it is now.
No, they are.
Yes, they're not a space agency anymore. You trust them now.
No,
That's weird.
No, they are throwing away satellite on out of the space. So
wow.
Yes, and they are launching rocks to the space.
No, nobody launches rockets into space. Rockets don't work in a vacuum.
Elon Musk did that.
No, he doesn't.
Elon Musk didn't launch rocks.
No, he didn't launch rocks into space.
Not rocks or rockets.
Right.
It's on the news. I watch it on the news. Dude.
I know. Everybody watches everything on TV. It's amazing.
Yes, so it's not...
TV is amazing. It tells you all kinds of stuff, and you learn everything from television.
Do you think if it's on TV, it has to be true?
Yes.
Why in the world would you assume that?
Because the agency like Reuters or BBC, it's verified.
How do they verify it? How would you verify that Elon Musk did anything?
Because he is the richest man on the world.
People with lots of money is not a way to verify things. You're going to have to try a little harder than that.
Let's say, do you think that that NASA launched rock to the moon and people landed there or not?
Absolutely not. I don't even think the moon is something that you can land on. That seems silly.
He also just forgot that NASA is an intelligence agency now.
Yeah. I wouldn't necessarily believe a spy agency about anything, you know? But if you believe a spy agency about things, then I mean, that's your prerogative. You do whatever you...
You guys need to be pissed off at Trump because he's the one who ruined NASA for you. You guys can't use NASA anymore. Would that be like us using the CIA as our proof?
What about ESA?
Same thing.
Also spying?
Yep.
And SpaceX?
Same thing. Owned by NASA. NASA pays them.
I don't know.
It's no, you do. You know the Earth is flat now.
No, I don't think it's flat.
Well, you haven't asked how it's flat. All you said was deny that. All you said your proof is NASA and television. So far as your whole proof that you live on a globe is NASA and TV.
And they teach us in school that our Earth is flat, is a globe, not flat. In my school, they teach us that.
I don't think so.
No one teach you in school when you are high school, maybe.
No, you would have to be able to prove that you live on a ball by that age. Kids will ask questions at that age.
Maybe I will go back and find something you can trust. But
all right, that would be cool. Find something I can trust. Yeah, find somebody else instead of myself who measured it as flat. Maybe somebody has better stories out there that will convince you that Earth is a ball still, because it's actually flat and stationary. It's measured that way.
Yeah. You said what? I'm sorry.
Earth is flat and stationary. It is measured that way. It is used that way by airplanes. Airplanes are designed to fly over a flat and stationary Earth, not a moving Earth. You can't land an airplane on a moving ball.
Okay. Professor Triangle. Okay, thank you. Okay, I'll be back. Thanks.
All right. Now he's going to find flatearth.ws and he'll be back with his globe proof shortly.
This is a very interesting conversation we have here.
It's like so interesting.
I've learned a lot.
I'm basically convinced at this point.
Good, go tell your friends.
Yes. New rhyme for a song cover. They told me I see the globe. I gotta get high. I'm sorry, that song does not sound nice. I'd probably turn the. I mean, I have to hear the beat, but you know, maybe send a beat. I'll put that in GarageBand.
Dude, what the hell are you talking about?
In the side chat, if you were to open it up, it says new rhyme for a song by Yaga Bruno. They told me I see the globe, comma, period. I gotta get high. 24/7 Flat Earth Discord side chat.
Okay.
You said what was I talking about? I told you.
Yeah, now you gave me context.
Yeah.
Hello, Lotus. How are you?
Hello?
Hello. Welcome to 24/7 Flat Earth Discord. Did you know the Earth is flat?
Are you praying or something? Everyone is quiet here.
Well, I'm talking to you. Did you know the Earth is flat?
Earth is what? Sorry?
Hello, guys.
Flat.
Earth is cupid.
It's a cube?
Wait, guys, can I ask you guys a question, please?
It's a cupid.
Guys?
I mean, yeah, you can ask your question.
Oh, thank you. So, like, guys, why do you think Earth is flat when you have all the proof in the world that it's clearly not?
Well, the proof that we need, right? The proof that we need is Earth curvature, and there is no Earth curvature. There's no measured curve of the Earth. In fact, everyone measures it flat. So,
yes.
Thank you.
So like, what do you think of when like a ship or anything really, like anything on the sea, like when it sails enough, you eventually like stop seeing it after a while?
Yeah, what about it?
Clear day. Like, why do you think that happens? Clear day, no fog. You can't just blame this on the fog. Why do you think it disappears?
Oh, there could be a many, bro. If you're going to ask the question, no, it's just because there's all kinds of optical effects that may make it disappear like that. I mean, it doesn't have anything to do with the Earth curve. There is no Earth curve. Earth is measured to be flat.
What about wait? Hear this out.
Let me ask a question. Please.
Okay,
Please.
yeah. Mm-hmm.
I mean, if Earth is flat, then why we can't see its ending? You know?
Where would the end be at? Where can we find that? Do you know where it is?
Yes. No.
I mean,
we're asking you.
Oh, okay. Where do you think the end should be? Why would I know where the end is? I'm claiming the Earth is flat.
Yeah, it's flat, so it has to have an end.
Yeah.
Okay. Where do you think that end should be? Where should we find it?
On the edge, whatever you think the edge is, as a
no, I don't. Sorry, friend. I don't know why you're thinking that I have to think the way that you think I should think. The Earth is flat. That's a description of the surface. I have no idea where the edge is at. Claim an edge. I didn't claim an edge. Did you claim an edge?
What the fuck? How do you?
How the gravity is working? How the gravity is working?
Whoa.
Yes, exactly.
Fellas, one at a time. One at a time.
Yeah.
You guys friends, or are you hanging out together? What's the deal? You share a brain?
I just have a question, and he has a question too. What's your deal?
Great. So what's this gravity? What gravity?
That's his question.
The gravity that make us stay in the ground. I mean,
I've never heard of any kind of force holding us to the ground. There's no evidence for that.
Unbelievable. This is actually unbelievable. It's like talking to a.
Okay, how about this? How about you show me the evidence of gravity?
So when you grab a ball and like throw it at your head, it goes down eventually.
it doesn't fly.
It doesn't stay in space, dude. It will land.
Okay, so that's the observed phenomena. A ball falls to the ground. Now, you're saying that's because of gravity, or you're saying that is the gravity?
It falling, the
Because
force
of the
that
gravity.
pulls it down. The force
of the gravity. Yeah.
Exactly, beautiful.
Boy, you guys, do you think you guys could take turns instead of talking at the same time?
See, we're like brothers from another mother.
Okay. Well, if you're brothers or twins, I'll just mute one of you and I'll talk to the other. How about that?
It's not. I don't.
Okay. Well, then take turns.
I said brothers from another mother. I just met the dude.
Yeah. Okay. So the other dude.
Yeah.
Since he's muted, what's this force of gravity? What's the scientific evidence for gravity?
I mean, when we go to the space or somewhere, in the space, we fly.
You've been to space?
And we'll be in the ground. Earth, no.
Well, you've been to space.
No, I didn't. But
no.
NASA and others go to space.
I doubt that. What is space? Could you define it?
I mean, I don't know, bro. Like,
you don't know? You don't even know what space is, but you're telling me about what happens in this place. You don't know what it is?
I mean, it's a place that there is no gravity.
Okay, so you're telling me about what it doesn't have. I'm asking you for of gravity, not about a place that you don't know what it is, and it doesn't have gravity. What is gravity?
No, gravity. I mean, I just told you, bro. Like, gravity is the force that make us stay in the ground.
Gravity is
okay. So how do we measure this force? It's a force now. Okay, can you measure this force?
Yes. It's an acceleration. It's on Earth specifically. It's 9.81. Everybody knows this. Meters per second.
No, sorry. That is a measurement of the average. Excuse me. That is the average rate of acceleration within a vacuum for certain materials. That is an acceleration. It's not a force. You understand? You realize that acceleration and force are two different words.
What causes the acceleration?
I have no idea. Do you think it's gravity? And we're going to go back to what is gravity then? You're going to tell me, okay, what is the force?
Like what? Like masses pull each other. Do you know what, like the guy that...
Okay, so can you show me the scientific experiment where you're showing masses pulling each other?
So you can't really notice this when it's fucking 2 grams against 2 grams.
Now we can't notice it. So it's not a force. It's 2 grams. What is it?
Can I talk?
No, you're already telling me. You're contradicting yourself, bro. You're contradicting yourself with every word that you speak.
Sassy who?
Myself. I feel like you're rage baiting, but okay.
5,833.
Anyway.
Why'd you server mute him?
What's
going on here?
I'm trying to talk to one individual at a time, and I'm hoping that they won't contradict themselves.
All right, wait, what's going on
I'm talking to right now. Well, right now, you're interrupting a conversation. Do I need to mute you?
Excuse me, I'm asking what the conversation is about. And you're telling me...
Gravity.
Yeah, you're so scared.
Speed.
Mute him. He was saying something.
You're up to speed. Well, what was he telling me? Was he telling me that 2 grams now you can't notice a force? Wasn't that what he was telling me, although he claimed that gravity was a force? Is it a force or is it not?
I mean, you can unmute him and we know, you will talk.
Okay, so if I unmute him, will...
What? Wait, if you unmute him, you'll what?
You are, bro. You liked.
If I unmute your friend, will you shut up? Because I like to talk to one person at a time.
Yeah, sure, we'll shut up. Just unmute him.
Okay. So, all right. So shut up then, and I'll unmute.
All right. Jeez, chill out, bro.
Yeah. See, you're not showing me that you can shut up.
I'm just asking you to calm down. I said I would shut up.
Shutting up. Still not shutting up.
Okay, fine. I'll shut up.
Yeah, all right.
Okay. So we're going to unmute this guy, and he's going to tell us about. All right. So gravity is a force. Can you show us this force?
You can. Why do you think Earth orbits the sun, and why do you think the moon orbits the Earth?
Whoa, these are loaded questions. You have no evidence. The sun, that's just a story that you heard. Well, what I mean is you just made a claim, but you don't have any. What's the evidence?
Day and night cycle. Why do you think we have day and night?
No, I don't know why you're asking me a question. I want the Earth is orbiting the sun without you using a begging the question fallacy and affirming the consequent. Do you think you could do that?
So, I mean, day and night cycle is clear proof of.
No, it's proof that we have day and night. It's not proof that the Earth is orbiting the sun.
Why do you think that happens? Like,
I'll tell you why I think so. So during the day, the sun is out, and then at night, the sun is not out.
Unbelievable. What like, does it just?
I know it's crazy. Like day and night, weird, right?
Day and night. Do you like not believe that we orbit?
Oh dear God.
Oh goodness gracious! Now this is a religious.
No.
Believe? What do you mean believe?
Do you not believe that we rotate shit? Like we rotate around.
No, there's no evidence for that either. Do you have any measurements of this rotation?
You have thousands of measurements. Use your.
Where is it? Show me one. Show me one.
Google, right? I'm not.
Show me one. This is. Okay, hold on a second. So you're telling me that this is being measured, but you don't even have the measurement of it, and you need to go look for the thing that you're claiming? I've never seen this data. If you have the data, can you get it for me?
Look it up, bro. Don't be. Okay, wait. Okay, I have an actual lovely argument for you here, and how do you explain lunar? How do you, as a human, explain lunar?
I'm not going to let you come off of one of your claims. You're going to have to stick to one of your claims instead of asking me questions about things that you can't prove. So, can you prove that the Earth is orbiting the sun?
You fully can.
Okay, not me, you. I want you to provide the evidence that this is occurring. How would you do that?
Like, use your eyes.
Oh, I'm looking, and I don't see the Earth orbiting any sun.
These are. I mean, if I talk to you about something scientific, you're gonna get lost in the sauce, bro. I don't feel like.
I promise you. So far, you haven't brought up any science. I've been asking any hypotheses, experiments. You haven't provided anything. What you have provided is baseless assertions about where you think you live, and I'm trying to prove to you that you don't actually have any evidence for what you think you know.
I mean, you're not okay. I do have. We all have.
So provide it, please. Then
seasons.
Just provide it.
Okay.
No, seasons are things that occur. Those are phenomena. That has nothing to do with the Earth orbiting the sun.
That has a lot to do. When we're furthest from the sun in our orbit, it gets cold, and when we're closest
from the sun.
Yeah, when we're furthest from the orbit, you know.
How far are we from the sun, and how would you get that measurement?
What do you mean? How would you? Are you? Oh my God! Do you know, like?
I'm asking you specifically for the evidence for the claim.
How
that tells me you don't have it.
What do you mean?
You don't have any evidence for the things that you're claiming.
How? I'm giving you the evidence,
No, you're telling me that the evidence for the claim is. That's not evidence for the geometric claim that the Earth is actually orbiting the sun. You realize how they don't actually connect at all? They're not coherent.
They have extreme connection. When we're furthest from the sun in our orbit.
Who's we? Who's we?
Humans.
Humans?
Okay, wait. So how would you explain?
How far away is the sun? We're not going to leave and the Earth of Earth orbiting that. We're not going to leave this point until you see you don't actually have any evidence for it. Don't ask me any more questions about eclipses and blah blah blah.
Okay,
just go ahead and show me how you can prove that the sun is being orbited by the Earth.
I just gave you proof. No, yeah, I just gave you proof. When we're further
proof again? No, you just that's another claim. Don't use a claim as evidence. I want the evidence, not another claim.
Oh my god, bro.
Yeah, I know. Isn't this difficult? You think that you can actually give me evidence by making another claim that you don't have evidence for. You say we furthest from the sun. Well, how far away is the sun? And how would you get that measurement?
Like 2 million light years away.
No, I don't know how far it is. Why would I know? That was literally not at all.
How would you know whether we're close or far? You're not just repeating to me the rhetoric that you were given when you were 5, are you?
I mean,
to be honest,
they don't teach this, and they teach this in 4, not 5.
Yeah, right. So you're 4 or 6 or grade school, and they tell you these stories, but they don't prove to you actually if there's any evidence for it. They just tell you the story, and now you're here to tell me the story, and I don't want to hear the story. I want the evidence. You should have asked for the evidence when you were 5, but you didn't have the wherewithal to do that because you trusted all your teachers. Now I'm going to ask you, how did they prove it to you?
Okay, can I ask you a question? You've been asking a lot, dude. How would you explain seasons? Give me how you.
I've only asked you one question. How do you prove the distance, either from the sun to the Earth?
The question, bitch.
See, now we've got. So this is a crew of trolls I can see. So everyone's going to be muted.
I'm talking. They're not at all. No one here knows each other. But like,
right.
Us orbiting and being. Do you know how an orbit works?
This is another claim. I don't want all the claims repeated to me. I want the evidence for the claim.
Wow,
I know. Wow, it's crazy. You were going to tell me a story about how it all works. Right? You're going to tell me the story that you heard, but you don't actually know how it works or what the evidence is for all the story that you're going to tell me. I know the story better than you, believe me. But there's no evidence for the story.
Please say it to me, and I will tell you.
Say what to you? If you don't even know the story?
Whoa there. That's a claim. Oh, that's a claim. Give me proof.
No, guys. You don't know the story?
What do you mean? I do know the
What story are you talking about?
All right, so the new guys here, Nalora, Takis, whoever else we got. Yeah, we need you to go one at a time, right? Because when you're all talking at the same time,
minutes, man.
I'm just asking questions.
Hear the point.
I'm confused about this.
All right, what are you confused about?
What are they talking about? What story are they talking about? Okay, I understand it's between the sun and the earth, but what are they talking about?
They're talking about the fact that we're told the story that the earth is going around the sun, when in reality we only observe motion of the sun, and we have no way to prove that the earth is in motion. That's the story being referred to.
Because wait, I have a. So you know the sun is moving. What do you think the sun orbits around us?
Well, what you observe is the sun moving. Yeah.
Why it's moving because it's stationary. It's stationary.
Oh, it's stationary, but you observe it moving.
Yeah, because you are moving. It's like saying.
Oh, okay.
Wait. Can I? It's like me being in a car. And I drive by a tree. The tree appears to be moving, but I'm the one moving in a station.
No, the car is moving. In this case, you don't know that the Earth is moving.
You do. I just said why.
Well, how do you know?
Because the gravity of the sun, which is fucking thousands of times heavier than the Earth, is going to pull the Earth towards it, and then the Earth. I don't want to get into orbit shit. I would love to.
Orbit, you would just be talking about you on the Earth observe the sun moving east to west through the sky, and you don't experience the ground beneath your feet moving at all, unless you're in an earthquake or something. That's what you would be describing.
It's like you're moving a massive object at a relatively slow speed, depending on
No.
You're not going to notice it.
You're not. Well, but you having no detection of Earth moving is not evidence of Earth moving. That's having no detection of it moving. You understand?
You have detection of it moving.
What's the detection of the ground beneath your feet?
Mm-hmm.
Where do you detect the ground beneath your feet moving unless you're in an earthquake?
What the fuck? This is an ass claim. You look at the sun. Okay, why do you, how's the sun move? Do you just think the sun goes in circles? Do you think
Where do you detect the ground beneath your feet moving?
The sun moves.
Where do you think the sun just like rolls around or something? No,
before we move on,
we orbit.
Detect the ground move, right?
Yeah, you don't sense it. It's like saying
he can't believe his own eyes.
There you go. So you don't detect the ground moving. Exactly.
You can't. You
detect
like
the sun moving. That's all you detect.
Because you use your eyes. You can't use your eyes to see.
Tell you that the sun is moving. The ground is not.
Yeah. You believe your eyes like a dumbass? It's like saying, I don't see air.
Relax, kid. How do you tell the difference?
There's a difference. You know, human beings operate generally by using their eyes. What do you?
Yeah, wait. So this is like saying I don't see air.
How do you navigate the world?
I don't see air, so it's not here. It's like what
you breathe air. You breathe air. So.
Okay, yeah, you.
So you don't use your eyes.
Okay, you see the star. Okay.
So you don't believe your eyes? You're saying?
So what you're saying? You see the stars small. Do you know the stars, like your average star? You see them small. Do you think they're small in real life? Like when you're a star, you look up at the night sky, you see a star, right?
You see the star, yeah. What is the star? What is it?
It's a star. Like the sun is a star.
What's that? No, the sun is the sun. The star.
The sun is a star. The sun is a star.
So the sun looks like Polaris to you.
Oh my God. Well, I can't have this conversation. It's like you're way too.
Okay. Well, that's fine. You just put yourself on mute. We'll talk to your friends.
They will kill themselves if they have to have a conversation with you.
Well, maybe they're a bit more emotionally stable than you. Maybe they're a bit less fragile. Let's see.
I promise you, bro.
Which one of your friends has a decent question? This guy didn't understand that the sun is appearing to move. Hopefully, he does now.
No, the sun. Do you think the sun is not a star?
The sun is the sun.
The sun is a star.
Well,
it counts as a star.
The sun.
It is a star.
It's called the sun, not the star.
It is called the sun, but it's like me. It's like me called Nolora, but I'm a human. It's a sun. It's just called the star. It's just called this. What?
Nah, see, the thing you don't understand is you think that because you've been told stories about what the sun, moon, and stars are, you think you know that. When that's just a story you've been told.
Bro.
You understand?
Can I talk?
Dude, if this is some rage bait, bro, you're the god.
Yeah, you can talk. What's that?
Honestly, props to you.
So, do you generally think that like the sun is not a star?
Yeah, the sun is the sun. It doesn't look or do anything. It doesn't look like the stars, does it?
What the fuck?
No, it doesn't. But it's common sense. That's the thing.
It doesn't. No, it's not common sense. It's a story you've been told. You understand?
No, it's not.
It's the same. Yeah, it's nothing to do with common sense. You've never been to the sun.
Sense.
You don't know what the sun is made of. You don't know what medium it's in. You don't know how far away it is. So you don't know that it is a star.
That's why we have science.
If the sun is a star and the stars are suns, why do they have different?
Yeah, but
different.
You realize that not
the sun's called the sun and the stars are called the stars.
No, the stars have a name. Wait, stars have a name.
Yeah, some of them do.
Yeah, some of them.
All of them do. All of the stars that we know have a name.
Is a star.
Unbelievable.
I don't know why you think.
No, I can't believe you guys are getting so hung up on this.
I'm not hung up on this. I'm just asking. It's common sense. I don't know why you think the sun is not a star. I don't see why you think that.
Because it doesn't look like a star.
I mean, yeah, no shit it does, but like technically, if you think about it,
it doesn't look like a star. So why are you calling it a star?
It's common sense. It is a star.
It is a star.
It doesn't look like a star. What's the similarities that you observe between them physically?
Okay. Yeah, go ahead.
No, you keep going.
Yeah, you tell us what similarities you observe.
Okay. So
me?
They don't.
Yeah, keep going.
Who? Okay, so basically, look. Just look. Something does not have to look like something just to be called something. You realize that, right?
Wait.
A sun.
It doesn't matter what they're called or what they look like. You'll just call them whatever you feel like calling them.
But it's common sense, bro.
Let's just call them banana splits then. Why bother even calling them stars and suns?
No, because scientific has proved that it's a fucking star. What do you mean?
That doesn't even mean anything, dude. Come on.
Okay. Can I talk? Can I have a point
Yeah,
here?
you can try now. You can try now. Go for it.
Okay.
What do you got?
Let's define a star. How about that? Let's start with defining what a star is. Okay.
Okay. So let's
A
start
star-
with what we observe. Let's start with
Okay.
what we observe. What do we observe?
We know a star is a luminous ball in space. It's like something that has light coming off of it. That's what we know as a star is. You can Google
Okay.
it. You can.
I will agree
that's
with
what-
you that we see a light, let's say, in the night sky. Now, when you say space, what do you mean by that?
Space, like space, vacuum. No, not like
that final frontier. Okay, so how do you know that it's existing in a vacuum?
What do you mean? How?
Well, are you saying it's made of gas? Like it's a gas star? Or you saying
Yes. Yes.
Okay. Well, do you know
That's-
what does? Do you
that's
know what
what
gas
every-
does?
yeah.
Do you know what gas does in a vacuum?
I know, but this it's like. Do you know the gas? Do you know Pluto? Do you believe in planets?
Hold on.
Do
We're
you
trying to
believe
just figure this out. Let's just stick with this because we're on the track. So, what does
Okay.
gas do in a vacuum?
It expands.
It expands, right? So, if we have a vacuum chamber here on Earth and we put some gas into it, the gas is going to expand to fill the volume of that container, right?
Wait, what? Repeat that again. I didn't hear you well.
So, if we have a vacuum chamber on Earth and we inject some gas into it, the gas will expand to fill the volume of that vacuum. Yeah, the gas will expand in the vacuum. Yeah.
Wait, did I say the star is a gas giant?
And you said gas will expand in the vacuum.
Wait, yeah, I know. No, that's right. Did I say? Wait, I think I did. Oh, I'm wrong. Oh, fuck.
Yeah, what'd you say?
Wait, I was wrong. I said I'm super zoned out. I'm like coding and shit. I'm doing everything at once. I meant like we have gas. The sun is not a gas giant, and no star is a gas giant. I am super high. I'm not at all. I said that on accident.
What about Jupiter?
So what I'm saying is the sun is just a definition of a star. Let's go back. We're defining star. A star is a luminous ball of like light or whatever you want to call it.
No.
We don't know what it's made. We don't know what it's made of because we can't get close.
You know what it's made of. Okay, so you don't know what medium it's in either. Then.
We know the medium.
Well, how would you know the medium?
A vacuum.
Yeah, how would you know that?
What do you mean? How would you know? You believe in planes, right? Please tell me you do.
You know what it's made of because you can't go to it. How do you know what it's in?
Because you know it's in space. Where else would it possibly be?
Oh, so you're just asserting the claim again.
We know
I'm
what the
asking you
sun
how
is
you would
made
know
of.
that.
Yeah, it's made of
Would you know
gas.
what medium it's in?
No, it's not made of gas.
It's
no.
it's really easy. We
What about
the
Jupiter,
sun
I'll
sends
finish that point,
some
I'll
light
finish that
and
point,
rays
though. Hold
to
on.
us.
Let me finish that point
Wow,
because
Cookie.
Okay.
you did concede that you think there are balls of gas floating around in a vacuum, right?
Yeah, like every gas giant in our solar system.
Yeah. But you've also just conceded that gas expands in a vacuum.
Mm-hmm.
Right. So how could gas expand in a vacuum and form balls? That's a contradiction.
What do you mean? Like,
that's a contradiction.
okay, you understand the mass. Okay, wait. No, you understand mass, right? You know, you have to believe in gravity. You have to believe in everything for everything to work.
Expands in a vacuum.
Okay,
like
do you believe?
said. I agree.
Okay,
with
wait. Okay, I know. Okay, let me please give you a like something that.
Cool story, bro.
Okay, do you believe Isaac Newton is right?
My belief.
Isaac Newton is right. Do you think he's right? Do you think he's right? Okay, just answer my question. Do you think he's right? Yes or no?
Wait. Before we move on,
Because if you
I just want to say my point.
Can you shut the fuck up, Cookie? Can I talk? What the fuck's your deal?
Your friend said because he's just realized that gas expansion in a vacuum debunks the space religion.
Okay. Oh my god, unbelievable. Can I speak?
Okay.
Can I speak? Okay, can I speak?
Okay.
Dude,
well, you can speak.
Dude,
but
can I speak?
My
Okay.
belief
Let me speak.
play into your claims.
I'm not
Your claims shouldn't matter about what I believe.
المدركش بقرن المهم شوي. Okay, look. You believe in? You have to be like relatively smart and have a
I
base
don't have
of
these
smartness.
beliefs. No, I don't
You
have your
believe?
globe
Do you
beliefs.
believe that
No.
mass? Do you believe that mass creates gravity? Big mass creates
I don't
big
have your
gravity. Do you
globe
know that?
beliefs.
Do you believe that?
I don't have your globe beliefs.
Do you not? Do you not? Okay, so you don't believe that
You saying,
that
do
gravity
you believe
exists?
in that? Do you believe in that?
Yes, I believe that big.
So
That's why we orbit.
Okay.
That's why
So
we
see
orbit.
your thing is a belief. I'm not into beliefs. I'm into what can be tested.
Yeah, a belief with
proved,
proof.
I'm 100%
measured. See, do you know what the word?
Unbelievable, bro.
Do you know
Honestly,
what the word empirical means?
no, I'm not big into that. Whatever that
It
means.
means like of the senses. It's the basis of science. It means it can be observed, tested, weighed, measured. Right? That's what empirical means
Would you weigh the Earth?
in reality.
Oh my
That's what
God, bro.
we're interested
Yo.
in.
Okay, bro.
Okay, so we know that the claim about stars being balls of burning gas and shit in a vacuum is false because
No, that's not what stars are.
in
That's
a
not what stars
vacuum,
are. I was wrong.
like you
No,
said.
that's
Yeah,
not what stars are, bro.
I agree. There's no balls of gas in a
Okay.
vacuum. So
we have gas giants in our solar system.
well, but you don't have
And
balls
we
of
know
gas
they
in a
exist.
vacuum, though, do you?
Okay, can I talk? Can I talk? If you, I mean, you don't believe in gravity because I don't know what your deal is, but you can see
Is that another
gravity. I don't
thing
know
you
why
have
you're
to
not believing
believe?
it.
Is that another one of your beliefs?
You don't even have to. You just use your eyes. When you fucking throw, why does a pen fall? Why am I stuck to the ground right now? Why can't I just fly?
Where
Gravity's pulling me
where
down.
else would you be?
Could I ask a question?
In the air. Why would I not be in the air right now? Why would I? Why would I not be
Let's do a
floating
thought
in the vacuum?
experiment. Let's do a thought experiment, right? You have to do like drama class.
Okay.
Okay, so you're sitting at your desk right now, yeah?
Mm-hmm.
Okay, now let's say in this scenario, we can switch off gravity, right? Like we have access to the code of a computer game. So you're sitting at your desk. I've just switched off gravity like that. Now describe to me what's happening to you.
You would float uncontrollably, and you will not. I mean, you can move because there's air.
You're on your desk. You're on your chair. Then what's happening?
A matter of fact, wait. The second you
The
turn
air
off
will
gravity,
control you. The air will control you.
No. The second you turn off gravity, every single bit of gas in our Earth will go away into the vacuum because that's what's holding everything
to you,
together.
like as
is
a
the
first
gravity.
person, describe what you are experiencing as a first person perspective.
You would die instantly.
Gravity
You would
is
die
turned off,
instantly.
what happens to you? So you just
would die
explode or
instantly.
something.
'Cause
Is that what you're saying?
Earth would go into shambles and it would explode in like less than a second, dude. It would go.
Okay, so you're sitting at your desk, and if we switch off gravity like that, you're just gonna like explode. Is that what you think?
No, not just me. Everything is gone.
So everyone, yeah. You're saying you will explode.
Yes.
Everyone will explode. The whole world will
everything
end.
And the gas that is being held together, like you said.
Gravity that you're describing.
What do you mean? Wait, say that again.
So you're saying if this thing that you believe in, you're saying your belief, gravity, if that didn't exist, you would have exploded by now. Is what you're saying?
Yes, that's what's holding everything together.
Could you tell us what this gravity is that you believe in?
Gravity is that big masses pull each other. Every big mass
pull each other. What do you mean by that?
Every big mass can pull
every big mass.
Do you know mass is? Do you believe in mass?
Well, like
Tell
a
me you
school
believe in
bus?
mass, at least. A that's not big at all.
Calm down.
Okay, what about like Mount
mass?
Everest? Mount Everest?
Mass compared to the Earth, okay? If you were bigger than the
Mount
Earth,
Everest
if
or
you were,
something?
oh my God. Yo,
Well,
you're
what's
a
the
rage
mass
player,
that you're
bro. You
talking
know,
about?
listen,
What
mass,
mass
Earth,
have you seen
Earth.
attract another mass?
Earth,
What have you seen?
the sun attracts the Earth. That's why we orbit. The Earth attracts the moon. That's why we orbit, right?
Oh wait. Well, but hold on. That would just be you asserting that. How do you know that that's the mechanism? You just see them move. You just see them move. So how do you prove that that was an attraction due to mass?
What do you mean?
Bro, wait.
Okay.
Can I ask a question?
No, wait. Let me finish what I'm saying. Then
Let's see if your friend's given up on gravity. If not,
I'm not giving up. Don't worry. We as humans, I'm gonna be completely honest with you here. I'm not like denying that we know everything about like our world. There's some stuff that we don't know.
If you're a globe believer, you know nothing. So yeah.
Wow.
Can I ask something? I'm confused
Sorry.
here.
Hold on, go on, let him finish.
Okay, so
You don't know everything.
Okay, wait. Yeah, I don't know everything. We don't know everything as humans. We don't know everything about gravity. There are different theories, and they all like interpolate with each other, and they all make perfect sense. Depends on which one you want to pick. Let me be like, okay, right now. Okay, wait. Please, bro. Right now, Earth is a plane, like you're saying, like not a plane, like a flat disc or whatever you're saying, right?
I'm not saying it's a flat disc.
Well, you said flat Earth, right?
I didn't even say flat Earth.
But why the fuck are you arguing with me for then?
Well, because it's not a globe.
What is it then?
Got hills. Well, it's topographical, isn't it? It's got hills and valleys.
So, like, do you think when you like scale up a baseball bat, a baseball, would you think there's like no crevices and no mountains in there if you scale it up?
No, I never said that. Why would I think it's like a baseball?
Because that, oh my god, this is actually unbelievable. Okay, are you a flat earther or no?
Well, yeah, you could call me that because I don't believe in the globe, but depending on what you think that even means.
What do you believe in then?
Well, what do you think the flat earth is? What do you think that is?
I don't know. Depends on who's the flat earther, but I think just if I were to be a flat earther, I'd just say it's a flat disc.
Right. Well, that's not what I'm saying. It's not what anyone here is saying.
Okay. What are they? What are you guys saying? I don't know if you're a flat earther. You don't believe in the globe.
We're saying that as far as the empirical evidence goes, that's what can be observed, measured, and tested. The Earth's surface that we live on can only be shown to be a motionless topographical plane. Do you understand those words?
So you do believe it? You do believe that it's a plane, right?
A topographical plane is what can be detected.
Okay.
Yes.
So like, okay.
Yeah, but that doesn't mean it's a disc. That's not saying it's a shape, is it?
Yeah, it's a do you just like believe it's a plane?
It's not a shape.
What you're saying, a plane? Yeah, I know. Okay.
Well, you can't see the whole thing to know what shape, quote unquote, it might be.
Okay, why are we stuck to the ground right now? If it's not gravity, tell me like why.
Well, when you say stuck to the ground, I mean,
like, why do we not float? Why does everything?
Because you're more dense than air, so why would you float in it?
That does not. Okay, let's say for example, that does not make any sense. Okay, so
it does. It's called specific gravity, right? If you look this up, specific gravity. This is like Archimedes' principle. This is thousands of years old. People have understood this. It's about buoyancy and density.
Yeah, I know
right?
that. I know.
So,
I understand.
You ever heard of a density? So you understand like a density tower in science? Yeah.
I do. Yes.
Yeah. So certain objects will rise in a medium if they're less dense than the medium, and certain objects will go down if they're more dense than the medium. Yeah.
Okay. Yeah.
So there you go. Are you more or less dense than air?
You are. Okay.
Okay.
Wait.
So there you go. Why would you float in it?
Okay. Wait. So according, like we have air, right? Do you think everything else is the moon surrounded by air, breathable air too? Is it surrounded by air? Is it surrounded by something?
Well, we don't even know what medium the moon is in.
It's in a vacuum.
How would you know that?
It's in nothing.
No. We can't be in a vacuum because we have a high pressure system here on Earth at 14.7 psi of air pressure, right? You can't have a localized high pressure ball of air in a vacuum.
You can if you use your head and actually understand how gravity works, right? You would it all connects. You can't just believe one thing.
No, but air is going upwards in reality. It's not being pulled down to the ground. Air goes in all directions, doesn't it? Including upwards.
I'm not talking anymore, bro. You're like making me lose it.
Tapping out? Okay, that's fine. We can go into one of your friends.
It's going south. The guy that you muted, he wants to talk. He texted me. He said, unmute him. Yeah, he's gonna kill himself too, bro.
Can I mute?
Listen.
Fuck. Can I ask something now?
Sure.
Okay, so
can you unmute my he like my friend, the pink guy? He wants to also ask a question.
Well, dude, no, because you're not going to all talk at the same time. This other dude just said he wants to ask a question.
Yeah, after this guy.
Yeah, okay. So if you don't believe in like gravity, then like I don't understand where you're getting this information from. Like, what do you believe in?
I just explained to you. Specific gravity, buoyancy, and density has been understood for thousands of years. The belief you would have is that you're stuck to the outside of a spinning ball because you were told so at school.
No. It's just
that's it.
like,
What
it's
evidence did they
proven
give you
to
at
be
school
right.
when they told you? What evidence did they give you?
They didn't. Okay, you're right about this, but wait, look. Do you think
Right about
that
this, so they didn't give you any evidence.
No, because they're teachers.
So
I don't
there
think
you
they're
go.
NASA.
So there you go.
Yeah, but they're not NASA to give me evidence.
Hey,
They're
guys,
just
bro.
they're teaching what they're told about what we live on. The thing is,
NASA
do you
is an intelligence agency. Therefore,
Okay, let me
they
talk,
can
let me
lie
talk.
legally.
okay? Do you believe that the Earth is shaped into like a disc or like it's
No,
flat?
he said the plane.
No, dude, have you not been listening for the last 5 minutes?
No, because I was pissing. I was not here.
Well, yeah, no, we already explained that. No, we're not claiming that the Earth is a shape. It's just a motionless topographical plane of an unknown size and shape. That's it.
Okay, but okay, I don't understand. Where you getting? Okay, you got this information from because
Where did you get your information from? A teacher told you and didn't show you any evidence. You
From
maybe
what
saw
we
an
live
image on TV. You saw an
Yeah,
image from the
but-
government. Okay,
I
so
don't
how do you know?
understand
How do you know any of that was true?
because it's proven by the law.
It's
Oh,
proven by
Ali,
the
Ali.
law.
Ali, you're doing horrible,
you
bro.
talking
Just shut your mouth, bro. Oh my god.
No, let him go. This is part of the
No, it's
process.
not-
And listen, dude, whoever
Oh
just
my-
spoke there, I bet this guy does
Like,
way
it's like
better than you
hearing-
would do. You would do no better.
I promise you I won't, bro.
You would have
I
to.
would
You'd
be-
have to
I
say
would-
the same thing. The teacher gave you no evidence. You don't know if NASA's given you true
Bro,
information.
what
You're
fucking
just
evidence? I don't understand.
Yeah, you don't have evidence. That's the point.
They're teachers, dude.
Ali,
They're teachers. They're not.
We do have the evidence.
You know what?
Guys, I think we do have evidence of the gravity, how the gravity works, and
Bro,
how it pulls
why
the
is he
Earth,
here
and it
now?
look like
Fuck.
the,
Who the fuck is
I
this?
won't say like
Hold on, dude.
orange shape, but it's not a flat, guys.
Come on, dude. Do you know what we do have
Yeah,
evidence?
it's
Sorry,
not
what?
flat.
Do you know what we do have evidence of? A flat
Watch him
motion.
say fucking.
I can't
Yeah,
hear you,
Go
trust me.
outside.
Okay,
He
please
has
show me the
evidence
evidence.
that
Actually, show me
that
the
the fur
evidence.
has.
of
Yeah.
Okay, so have you guys?
No, it's not a flat. It's a.
Have you guys?
Yeah, we do have a. Okay, give me an evidence with the mathematical equation. I'll give you the mathematical.
Mute the
This guy's
Indian.
unbelievably loud.
We're speaking to these kids. man.
Yo, what the fuck is this, bro?
Guys,
Yo.
we're gonna have to mute you if you don't settle down. Okay.
Yo, I'm just confused here. I'm actually
I know you're
confused. I don't
confused.
understand.
I'm trying to explain something to you. Right? Are
Yeah,
you
but I
guys?
just
Are you guys
don't get it.
aware? Are you guys aware
Mhm.
that you experience the Earth to be flat and motionless directly?
Then why does it have hills and mountains?
Ali, shut the fuck
Yeah.
up, please, bro. He said topological plane. You
Look,
like
look,
you giving
let
into
me
his
ask-
ideas.
Motherfucker,
Oh, it's
let
like
me
it's like
ask
it's
Yeah,
like
yeah,
old
no, let's
people
say-
fucking. It's
I'll
like old
simplify it
people
for
having
you.
sex.
I'll simplify
this
it
is-
for
that
you.
is
I'll
ass,
simplify
bro.
it for you, guys. We're gonna have to mute you if you don't stop spazzing
Okay,
out.
okay. Let me talk.
No, Ali,
Ali,
you are
shut
gonna
the
have
fuck
to
up,
mute
he's
yourself. You're gonna have to mute yourself
Whatever,
if you
bro,
can't
alright,
control yourself. Say you go to
I'm
the
perfectly
beach.
fine.
Say you go to the beach,
okay.
yeah? You've been to a
Yeah.
beach? Right. Have you seen the horizon?
Yeah, I have.
Okay. You'll have noticed that the horizon is a horizontal line, yeah?
Yeah.
Okay. So that's a flat line.
Okay, wait. I have
You
something.
understand?
I have something.
No.
That's
We
the
I will
okay,
tell
no,
you
we
when I'm
understand
done.
that.
I'll tell you when I'm done.
We
I just need you to understand what we're talking about right now. Because right now we're talking about what human beings experience directly with their senses. That's a horizontal horizon. So that is by definition a flat surface. And then we also experience the ground to be motionless unless we're in something like an earthquake. Do you understand that?
Okay.
Okay, and they tell you that it just looks flat because it's so big and you just can't feel the motion. Yeah?
Yeah.
Okay, so as a human being, you directly experience a flat, motionless Earth. So what you need to be doing is now saying, okay, now I need the proof that I'm not on the flat, motionless Earth I experienced. And you just said they didn't give you any proof. They didn't give you evidence.
Okay.
Okay,
All right.
so this is the point.
Yeah.
In reality, it's flat and motionless. On TV and in the textbooks, they'll tell you it's a spinning ball. But
Okay,
it's
so
not out in
essentially,
reality.
okay, so essentially, what you're telling me is that news and the NASA and what they say on TV is just all bullshit, and you're just telling me like the thing is flat, right?
As it comes to Earth being a globe, yes.
Okay, I have a question for you. This is about this topic. Look, so have you ever seen the picture of a Earth? Like, not because wait, let me talk.
I've seen lots of
I
pictures of the Earth.
Yeah.
Okay,
I've
yeah.
seen lots of
You
cartoons of
realize
the Earth.
that no, because sometimes they the picture of the Earth, the way they describe the Earth, that is not how it looks like. If you've seen real pictures,
Okay, well,
you would see that continents are
post a
pulling
real
out of the
photo
Earth.
of the Earth. Post the image that you're talking about. Post it in the chat.
I don't have the fucking image. I'm not an astronaut. But look,
Then there's no point. There's no point talking about it then.
Wait, can I talk?
Yo, just search up Earth
Okay,
images.
what's your
You'll
next
see
one?
it. Yeah, this is
Just touch up Earth and you'll see it.
Yeah, you can get loads of cartoon. You can get loads of cartoon globes on Google. I know.
What was my argument, bro? Fuck you, Ali. I forgot.
Fucking cartoon. What?
Yeah, they are cartoons, Ali. I'm afraid.
There is no cartoons. It's real.
Sorry, do you honestly think that you telling Cyclone to Google a picture of the Earth, do you think this is something that he's never done before? Or any of us, for example, we've never seen NASA images that show the Earth to be a sphere. We've never seen that. We've never thought of Googling it.
Yeah, good one, Ali.
You obviously
had it
have.
there.
But look,
So, okay, so what was your point then? We can agree that these images exist, whether you can post them or not, but what's your point?
he wants me to post them, but I don't have the picture.
Ali, do you
But
know
I'm
that?
telling him, if you just search the most simplest thing,
Yeah,
you'll
Ali.
find it there.
Ali, NASA say that they're photoshopped.
Okay, but
wait. Okay, I have a question. Can I shut the fuck up?
Okay.
Can you mind your language, please?
I'm sorry, my
Yeah,
bad.
what's your language?
Guys. Wait, I forgot my argument again. Oh my god. Yeah, okay, Ali, keep going. Let me remember my shit. I'm sorry. I genuinely
Alright, so yeah, we've got cartoons of a globe. Do we have any actual real evidence though?
Well, how is it cartoon? How? Okay, if you say cartoon,
because when you go out into reality, it's just flat and motionless.
This is crazy. I'm being honest. Like, look, okay, I'll send the picture in the chat, but it's real, dude. You can even
How have you validated? Sorry, hold on. There's a claim. It's real. How have you validated it to be real?
Yeah.
What was your process?
It's common sense, bro.
No, it's not common sense, dude. How have you validated an image to be real that you've seen on the screen, whether it's on the TV set or the internet?
Because it's proven by the people on Earth. Why would people make
believe it,
spaceships
Ali.
and send them into Earth and take images of the Earth and send them back to Earth?
Ali, I know the story. I'm asking you how you validated the story.
Yo, dude, it's common sense. I'm sorry.
No.
You see it on the news, you see it on the internet, you see it
My
anywhere.
friend, before you carry on, it's not common sense at the moment you're demonstrating trust.
Yeah, and remember your common sense, which would refer to the senses common to mankind. They tell you that the Earth is flat and motionless. So common sense does not apply to a globe; it applies to a flat, motionless Earth.
Okay, wait.
Okay.
Can I ask Jedi a question?
Yeah.
So
he came from a
Jedi,
galaxy.
You said Ali, shut the fuck up. You said what did you say? Oh my god. You said how do you believe, like how do you know that what NASA is saying is true, right?
Yeah, have you validated?
I believe you. No, I know, I understand. You can't just believe blindly. I get that. But like how do I believe you? Give me proof. You haven't given me anything. You've been asking me questions.
Exactly. So this is kind of difference between, say, something that you can verify for yourself or something that NASA says, right? You can't go to space. You can go to the surface of the Earth. So what I do and what we can do is we can survey the land. We can look across vast distances and we can use tools such as lasers to have direct line of sight with objects that we shouldn't have if the surface of the Earth was curved. So the evidence would be the surface of the Earth itself. For example, water. Water forms a horizontal surface upon its surface. And if 70% of the surface of the Earth is water, then the Earth is horizontal on the surface and not a curving ball. But the evidence is the water, my friend. Would you like the observations? Would you like the laser tests? There are many.
So what you are saying is on like a clear, good day, you're saying that two countries on the complete opposite side of the world can see each other on a clear day.
Not quite. What I'm saying is, depending on the optic that you use, like your eyes compared.
Yeah. No, you don't use your eyes.
I'm with you. Don't worry. So compared to your eyes or high-powered zoom camera, the air that you're looking through are going to be the limiting factors as to how far you can see. Oh, and your altitude above the surface, right? So a nice clear day, let's say it's cold out, so there's not a lot of moisture in the atmosphere. It's dry, so that eliminates the medium that's going to deviate the light. So, yeah, we see as far as we can see, which is a problem if we live on a sphere, because that would be the limiting factor.
Okay, but do you have proof of this? Is there actual? Because I can also tell you, hey, NASA has went to space. I don't have I didn't go with them. I don't know if they did.
Okay,
I can just tell you that. Where's your proof?
From being on Earth. That's why.
Yeah, so I can show you the proof to start with as how far we can see. Long distance observation, observing things at distance 50, 100 miles away, for example, depending on altitude, maybe even 800 to 1,000 miles away. So laser tests over short periods of water that should, according to the globe, demonstrate curvature, but don't over distances of up to and including 40 kilometers. So you know what lasers are, right? You just target something at distance. If you hit it, you've got a direct line of sight. If the surface of the Earth was curved, the laser would go over the top.
Yeah, exactly.
I'll post those in the side chat for you. Give me a couple of moments, dude.
Did you prove that yourself? Did you do the laser test?
Yeah, did you do this? Did you did anyone do this?
Multiple myself. I can't share them because I didn't record them. I did them around 2015, 16. Wow. So
didn't record them.
I mean, I can tell you I went to space.
Let me put it to you like this. Let me put it to you like this. To prove something to myself, I don't need to record it. Right? You are something that you could do, what the evidence is. So you can do this as well. This is what I'm pointing out. You can verify what I'm saying by making a long distance observation yourself, should you have the tools, right? Like a high powered zoom camera. Some people can spend thousands of pounds and get, some high powered laser equipment, or just send electromagnetic signals. So you can do this yourself if you have the ability to. And just show you what other people have done.
Did anyone before do the laser test across this long distance and get something like you're saying?
Exactly.
The height will change.
I'll post it in the chat.
Yeah, guys, the lasers are measuring the surface of large bodies of water to be flat. That's what the point is.
Okay, sure. But what in this explains or says what he says?
Well,
the laser will not stay at the same height.
It will hit the target on the other side, which it wouldn't do if the Earth was a curving ball.
Cyclone, I need to tell you something.
I need to listen about what he said to you.
At a certain height. And
hold on a second, Ali. Yeah, hold on just a second, Ali. Guys, just hold on a second. Hold on, Ali. Wait. Put yourself on mute for a second. Thank you. Okay, so Plain Truth and Jedi have just posted some laser test in the side chat. So I'll just give you a quick rundown on what they're actually doing here. Okay, so in the 21-mile one, they're setting up a laser at 5 foot height. Okay, and then they're making the laser horizontal, and they're shooting it across a 21-mile lake to another target that's also 5 foot tall on the other side of the lake. Now, we can calculate based off the globe mathematics how much curvature there would have to be over that distance. The answer is 293 foot of curvature over that distance, which is it's just under 100 meters. Okay, so if the Earth were a globe, the laser from point B, which is the target side of the lake, shouldn't hit the target at 5 foot height. If it were a globe, because there's 293 foot of curvature over that distance, the laser should be seen way, 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 way up in the air, like the height of a skyscraper. Okay, but in these tests, the laser's going straight across the surface of the water, and it's hitting the target 21 miles away, showing that the curvature that would have to be there isn't there. And there's hundreds of these have been done, always hitting the target.
I have a question for you. I can also
relate to what you've just been told.
Okay, can I I can also watch this and do like you do with the NASA. I can just tell you, oh no, they faked this.
No, you can't go.
Why would I not do it?
Whoa.
Don't be stupid.
No, this is what we're trying to demonstrate to you is the difference between an ordinary and an extraordinary claim. NASA hold an extraordinary claim. Remember, it's only a certain amount of people that have ever gone beyond low Earth orbit. Right? Low Earth orbit is what, 100 kilometers and above, just about.
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay.
Can I ask
that's
something?
Extraordinary to you. We're on the surface of the Earth. If they go to the sky and turn around and take a picture of a sphere and tell us how big it is, by consequence of that claim, that means that there's curvature over the surface of the Earth. That means that we should be able to go out and measure it when we survey the land. Unfortunately, we don't measure any curvature. We don't observe it. We don't measure it. And in actual fact, we don't practically use it. We use water as a horizontal reference datum. So like I said, when we make observations over distances of water and laser tests over distances of water, salt lakes and frozen lakes, what we measure is the surface of the Earth to be horizontal, not curving.
Yeah, sure, but did they measure the size of the laser? The laser beam?
They measured the size of the laser.
Yeah,
exactly. Do you mean how much
why
the
would that
laser
matter
is
anyway?
separated over distance?
Sure, the laser is not just a dot.
Well, you think the laser is
It will
290
scatter
feet wide?
and refract across this distance. It can't. It can. Sure.
Well, hold on, guys. You've been
whatever you
asking a
say,
lot of
but
questions.
the laser can't travel perfectly straight.
I think it's fair that we get to ask you guys a question now. So the question is, how come the laser is hitting the target over the distance that the globe model says it shouldn't hit the target? How is the laser hitting the target?
I mean, realistically, you're saying. Okay, wait. You're saying.
Could you answer the question?
Wait, how big is it? Okay, how long is 20 or 21 miles in kilometers?
34.
Wait, let me Google that.
34 kilometers.
34. Okay, so Earth is 6,300 something kilometers long, or radius.
Yeah.
Why do you expect to see any curvature
Because
in 24 kilometers?
Because it has a rate of change of slope of 8 inches per mile squared.
Yeah, because this is the curvature rate.
10 miles, point B would have descended from point A's horizontal tangent by 66 foot. So 66 foot of curvature over 10 miles. Now, remember, it's a curved function, so that descent gets worse and worse with distance. Over these distances, 21 miles, 30 or kilometers, I think we're going to start dealing with like 300-400 feet.
The DJ just said 290 feet. So we're testing the globe math here directly. So it's not a question of why would you expect to detect any curve. That's what the globe model is claiming there should be. So the question again, guys, is why is the laser hitting the target? Can anyone answer?
I answered it, but indirectly.
Oh, wow.
What was your answer?
That is, laser can't travel in a straight line.
So what are you saying? Lasers that are used for leveling and distance can't be trusted to shoot in straight lines. For example, when the military of the world use lasers to target things at distance and then blow them up.
Yeah, sure. Have you seen?
Yes, sorry. Did you just? Sorry, do apologise. Did you just say yes, sure?
Yeah, sure.
You understand that we're using surveying tools to survey the land. You're saying that we shouldn't be using these tools that are used to survey the land for what they're purposed for?
Because the way you will use the laser as a toy.
No, it's not a toy.
Let me tell you now. Let me tell you now something. Have you seen the light behind a hot steam?
If you don't know what a laser is, it's
Did you see how it refract and bend?
So refract and bend. Yeah, you understand that we use different wavelengths of light with the lasers, right? Infrared, the visible, non-visible spectrum, because we understand that different wavelengths of light refract differently. We understand this. We measure it. We measure it.
Okay.
What we don't measure is any curvature of the Earth.
So it refract and bend. So it refract and bend.
Yeah. So it's what we don't measure is any curvature of the Earth.
So you think in all of these laser tests that are being done, the laser is perfectly bending around the curvature of the Earth just to hit the target just at the right height on the other side. We're doing it in all different locations. Hold on, let me finish. Okay, we're doing it in all different... Hold on a second. Wait a second or you'll get muted.
My bad.
Thank you. Okay, so these laser tests are done over and over again in different weather conditions. Okay, over different distances in different countries, over and over again. There's like dozens and dozens of them that have been done, and they're always hitting the target. To claim that somehow the laser is refracting to perfectly bend around the curvature of the Earth to hit the target in all different weather conditions, different distances, and different locations is a crazy claim and unrealistic.
Yeah, because all these tests are made in a controlled environment. Basically,
this one's bricked.
You can try it yourself. I'm not saying you can't. You can try it yourself.
Could you answer the question? Why does the laser hit the target? Why does the laser hit the target?
My man, you can try it once in summer and once in winter. You can
Why can't you answer the question?
It will
Why
change
does the laser hit the target?
Why does the laser hit the target?
Yeah.
Because you can make it do so.
What happened to the curve that's supposed to be obstructing it?
I told you. The atmosphere can bend the light.
Oh, so you're saying the light is bending around the curve?
Sure, why not?
But you haven't proven the curve to begin with. That's what this is testing. You're just assuming a curve anyway.
You asked me how the light is hitting perfectly, and I told you the atmosphere can bend the light. That's my answer.
Well, how do you know it's bending light round a ball and it's not just going parallel to the surface, horizontal, and hitting the target?
How do I know? You can look behind the.
Yeah, the laser just looks straight. The laser just looks straight.
You can look behind what?
You can look behind a hot steam.
When have you ever looked behind something?
Wait, guys,
for example, the other side of a mountain.
Yeah, we need to switch to a better
globe. The other side of the mountain because the freaking mountain's in the way, and the other side is not facing you. Much like the surface of the Earth if it was curving away from you.
Yeah, I think
you see around corners. You just keep saying the light bends. But when have you ever actually seen this apart from now you trying to cope?
No,
yeah,
I'm telling you to look behind hot steam.
Brain rot. Keep talking to the other kids.
I'm telling you to look behind the hot steam because as the air, it refracts the light more. Do you understand?
What's your name, dude? What's your name?
Yeah, that's Cookie. Yeah. So we're gonna just thank you, Cookie, for your input. You can see some pictures in the side chat of lasers going perfectly straight over huge distances. But we're gonna talk to Nalora now for a bit.
Please, last thing.
Just pop yourself on mute. You can rejoin the conversation shortly. We got to share the time to other people. Nalora, go ahead.
So, can I ask you guys a question?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay. So, you believe, like, when you look up, you see stars, right? When you look up in the night sky, you see stars, okay?
Yeah.
When you take a picture of the night sky in, let's say, like, fucking on Australia or something, right? Let's say you take a picture of the stars in Australia, and then you take a picture of the stars on the north instead of the south. So you go north, somewhere in the north, like Russia or something. Would you see the same stars if we're on a flat Earth? Like, according to you, we're on a flat Earth. Would you see the same exact stars?
No, there's just different stars on the ceiling. So you've moved location,
wait.
and you've got from. It's like we let you ask your question, dude. I'm just trying to answer it.
Okay, go.
So, to put it simply, I don't understand why you're shocked that when you go to different locations, you see different things. Like, for example, I'm in my living room, and directly above my head is my light fitting. And I go into my bedroom, and directly above my head is that light fitting. When I look up, there's a different light above my head. What? I don't understand how you're confused about this.
Okay, wait. I think I explained it wrong. I'm going to go again. Okay, wait. So according to we're flat, right? It's a flat Earth. When we look up, like anywhere in the world, we look up at the same stars. It's just at different angles, right? That makes a lot of sense.
You can see about, I think it's approximately 45 to 50% of the night sky from any location. So you see 50% of the night sky in a snapshot in time.
Okay. So either way, on a flat Earth, we should all see the same exact stars, just at different angles. Like all see them all the same.
Okay. When you say angles, you understand that when you're standing underneath, say, one star and you move away from it, it's going to decrease in angle towards the horizon, right?
Yeah, but you're still
until eventually it merges with the horizon, but you still keep walking away.
So wait, so you can see like objects from thousands of miles away on a clear day with lasers or whatever, but you can't see something millions of miles off the ground. Like it merges with the horizon. How can
at the moment we're just trying to answer your question of why when we go places and look up we see different things. You rightly said because of the reduction of the angle of the object towards the horizon as you gain distance from its geographical position. That was the position that you stood at when you were underneath the star. As you moved away, it got closer and closer towards the horizon.
Yeah.
That's just how the human eye sees the world.
Okay.
As it merged with the horizon, you kept going.
Okay. But you still see the star. Not with your.
No, I don't see it anymore.
Okay. I'm not saying use your naked eye. I can also say use your naked eye. You can't see countries from that far away. I'm saying like use actual equipment like a telescope or something. Can you
through the densest part of the medium?
What?
A tiny light in the sky. The atmosphere, the densest part of the medium. It's the reason why we can watch the sunset. I mean watch because it looks orange and red. We then watch it at midday because it'll burn our eyes out. The reason why it looks red is because of all of the air that the light is passing through. Now we've got a twinkling dim light, a star in the night sky. We generally don't see them a degree or so above the horizon because of that limiting factor again. It definitely wouldn't be used as a navigational star. It's an unpredictable position. But ultimately, the reason why you go to other places and look up see different things is one, you have moved your eye, your optic from one location to another, and it's how that optic, your eye, perceives the world. For example, the stars that appear to be getting closer to the horizon aren't actually getting closer to the horizon. This is just good, so you understand.
I said that. I said we would see the same stars at different angles. I didn't say you would see it perfectly like
and I'm just clarifying. Remember when I said you still walked away from the star that merged with the horizon? So you wouldn't always still see the same stars all the time. The sky is very big and you have a limited field of view.
Nalora, I think you're still trying to envision the flat Earth in the globe Earth version of outer space, right? Like you're trying to replace planet Earth as the globe with a flat disk or something like that. And in that way that you're thinking about it, you think that you should be able to all see the same stars from anywhere on the Earth. because you're making that error. Yeah, we're not. Don't try to fit the flat Earth inside the globe model of the universe. It's a completely different system, a different way of thinking about this system that we live in. Think about it more like this, right? Say you were in a giant warehouse that was 2,000 kilometers across the warehouse, a huge warehouse, giant ceiling. Okay, and you had lights on the ceiling, and you're on one side of the warehouse, and then you travel 2,000 kilometers away over to the other side of the warehouse. You look up, you can still see lights in the sky, but they're different lights. Okay, because you're in a different situation. You're within an enclosed system. Okay, and the stars aren't millions of light years away like you're taught in the globe model. Okay, so when you go to a different section of the Earth, you look up and you can see different lights up in the sky because you're far away from them. They're not millions of light years away. Make sense?
So, wait. Yeah, okay.
Different system, different way of thinking about the system that we live in.
So it's like what you're saying, because personally, the way I've been thinking about it, and I don't know if this is you said it's wrong now, but I thought it's how you guys think. You just fully replace the globe with a flat Earth, and then still applies.
No.
That okay.
It might. Okay. So we don't claim shape. So there's no disk of the Earth to orbit the Sun. We only claim the surface of the Earth is horizontal, so can't be a sphere in orbit around the Sun. But we can't claim shape. It might be easier to understand our conception like this. The Earth is the floor underneath the sky. So like your floor in your living room is horizontal, right? Lights in the ceiling, they can represent sun, moon and stars, right? So your Earth, our Earth is horizontal underneath the sky. Now the sky moves above the stationary Earth. I don't know how big the Earth is, but the Earth is stationary. And the night sky and the sun and the moon and all of these things, they are the thing that are in motion above the Earth. They do their thing up there above the flat stationary plane.
Okay, so can I ask one last question?
You can ask as many as you want, unless there's more people that want to jump in. DJ's doing a very good job of moderating, so yeah, feel free to ask your question.
I have a question.
Okay.
Okay, so if there is no gravity, then why when I go to the toilet and take a shit, my shit goes down, not flying around the toilet, you know? That's my question. Yeah.
You have some dense shit, my friend. I mean, that's the answer. It's more dense than the surrounding air. You know, you don't have helium shit. If you had helium shit, you'd be in trouble, wouldn't you? It wouldn't go down.
What was the other reasonable question? The last question. We should go back to that before we descend into this toilet humor.
You can go no.
So, can I ask?
Yes, please.
Okay, so someone earlier said, I don't know if you guys actually believe this or just that one guy. You said you don't believe in gravity. You believe that we like you said right now, like things fall because we're more dense than air, right?
Okay, I'll agree to that. That's a good way to explain it, I guess. Or describe it.
Okay, so you know we as humans can create a controlled vacuum, right?
Yeah.
Okay, so why is it that when I put a feather and a heavy thing, like a piece of a block of metal, in a vacuum, they fall at the same speed? Why does the feather not go up? Is it more
because you removed the air? You remove the air out of it, right?
Yeah, you remove. So
okay, so now there's no resistance to the feather, so now they both fall at the same rate. It's pretty simple.
Why are you asking me to finish your hypothesis for you, though?
It's not a hypothesis. You said
you're asking me why something happened. Right, the happening was the objects falling, and you want to know what caused this phenomena to happen, right? You want to know what caused it?
Yeah.
Yeah, that's what I mean. It's a hypothesis. It's science, right? Natural science deals with the physical natural world and what causes stuff to happen in it.
So right now, you should hold the feather up and you let it fall, right? You watch it fall. You look at it fall. Okay, and then you do the same exact thing in a vacuum. According to your...
What did you change?
Okay, we remove the air. In a vacuum, remove the air. Okay?
So the thing that changed is you remove the air, the friction of the medium.
That's what a vacuum is. You remove the air.
Yeah, no shit. But what I'm trying to point out to you, and I do apologise for being rude, is in this experiment, right, where you vary and manipulate something, that's the cause, right? So you taking the medium out is what you changed. Did you vary and manipulate anything else in the experiment, for the example?
What do you not? You just that's what a vacuum is. You remove the air.
I know what a vacuum is, Sunshine.
Okay.
I'm just pointing out that's what you did.
Yeah.
In an experiment.
Wait, can I keep talking? You didn't even let me finish the thing, dude. Let me keep talking, okay? You're not letting a person talk, right?
You keep talking, no problem.
Okay.
Yeah. Okay.
According to you, according to your own logic, the feather should float up.
No,
because
nobody said that. Nobody said that. Excuse me.
The vacuum is.
Can I take this real quick, Jedi?
Yeah, please.
Friend, nobody here said that the feather was going to float because of the air. Now, let's say that we change the medium again. So you removed air. Let's add something. Let's add water. Is the feather still going to fall, or is it going to float?
It's less dense, so it's going to go up. This is
Oh, so it's going to go up. So now everything that you agree about buoyancy and density, if we change the medium, the states of matter, it will do a different thing. We didn't say anything about taking air out and all of a sudden the feather's going to float. Nobody said that.
I'm not saying I don't believe in buoyancy. Everyone.
Okay. So you agree then that if we change the medium, more dense or less dense, buoyancy, Archimedes principle, specific gravity, the things will go up and down depending on the medium.
Okay. I agree with you. Wait.
Okay.
What's more dense? A feather or a vacuum? Like straight nothing.
Obviously, the feather is going to be.
Okay.
What's more dense, the water or the feather?
The water.
What?
Thank you. So the feather goes up.
What are you trying to demonstrate with this? What are you trying to reach with a conclusion? So you take all the air out of a vacuum, you drop things in it, and they appear to fall at approximately the same rate. Okay, and?
Yeah, dude. I'm lost as fuck. I don't know. I have nothing to say, bro.
We were dropping things in vacuums, and you're jumping up and down saying something. I want to know what you're saying.
You said that. You said yourself. As you say, globers and flat earthers. You just explained this to me. Completely different system. So I'm trying to prove to you something that I believe in the globers believe system, and that you don't believe at all. So I'm trying to use facts in my system that are lies in yours. So it's speaking completely different
Just
language.
one second, Laura. So look, we agree with you that things roughly fall at a similar rate in a vacuum. If you remove all the medium and you drop something, it's going to fall at roughly the same rate as other things. That's an effect that we observe, and we can all agree on that. We don't claim that the feather's going to float in the vacuum. It's more dense than the medium, right? So the vacuum, it's obviously there's no such thing as a perfect vacuum. All you've done is just removed most of the air. So the resistance that would cause the feather to fall pretty slowly out in the air, right? That's gone now. Most of it's gone. Okay, so it doesn't have much resistance. So it's only going to fall as well because you lift it up in the first place. It's just going to sit at the bottom of the vacuum chamber for eternity, unless someone comes along and just picks it up, right? And then it's after you release it, it's going to sink back to where it was because it's trying to find its place of rest in the medium.
Yeah, man.
Oh.
Low energy.
Yeah, I get it.
Yeah. Nothing moves, right? Nothing just falls by itself. It needs to be displaced in one way or another. Some energy needs to be exchanged in one way or another for something to be able to fall, whether it be rain or whether it be a rock that you pick up and throw or a feather in a vacuum.
Okay.
نمشي فويس مهدي.
بعرف نمشي هو.
نمشي فويس.
Hey guys.
What's up? How you doing? How do you pronounce your name? I was just about to say it, but I was stumbling through myself.
Just Dao.
What's up, Dao? How are you doing?
Great. I'm starting to think about maybe the world is flat. I've seen some Facebook reels.
Sorry, why are you saying you think the Earth is flat?
Particularly that thing about if NASA has satellites in the atmosphere. I don't know how they can send them there and still have connection to them, but whatever. Why don't they just zoom in so we can see the ships upside down? Yeah, that's a good one. In the beginning I thought that's like ridiculous, but now I think, yeah, it makes sense. Like, you know.
No, just turn the camera upside down, give you an upside down photograph. You'd never know the difference.
Because of your accent, I didn't understand what you said. I don't know if you agree with me or not.
They could just turn the photograph upside down and say it was taken upside down. You wouldn't know the difference.
But they don't do that because that would be ridiculous, right? To see a sheep upside down.
Yeah, it'd be silly. So what else have you been thinking about on your flat earth investigations?
Oh, one good video I've seen. It was, I think, some guy from Hawaii is able to see some island that was supposed to be behind the curvature, and he put the measurements of the Earth on like a circle on his computer, and he like zoomed in, and it showed that island shouldn't have not been visible. Like he put the exact measurements, but he was able to take a picture from ground level, and he was able to still see the island. So that was very interesting. And people were saying it's because of reflection and stuff like that, but doesn't make any sense.
Yeah, that's I think that's where most of us started, really. Observations showing us things that we shouldn't be able to see because of the curvature of the Earth. yeah, it gets us all thinking, my friend. If you got any questions or anything, please feel free to ask.
Okay,
there are lots of long distance observations we've got if you want to see some more.
So one thing, yeah, that will be interesting, but not now. One thing I want to know, I'm curious about, is these guys that they had the trip to Alaska, and they said that during a certain hour the sun should have not been up in the sky, but they were wrong. Do you know about this?
Instead of Alaska, do you mean Antarctica?
Antarctica,
yeah. Yeah, so I think it was about this time last year or the year before, like December, in the summer in the south. Few individuals went to Antarctica and perceived a 24-hour sun. Yeah, I remember that. What's your question?
So what's the explanation for that?
The sun moves. I mean, what are we observing? We're observing the sun move around the observer at a certain time of year. I mean, this certain time of year is quite long, right? It's a good few months. Some say it's even 6 months of a year that you can see the sun above the horizon. Now, clearly over time, the sun's moved its location, right? So you have two summers, one in the north, one in the south, summer being dictated by where the sun is seen. So you can see the sun in the summer. The sun moved, my friend. It's the only explanation, right?
What about the eclipse? What's the explanation for that?
Which one?
How
Lunar
does the eclipse
or
happen?
solar?
I mean I think solar eclipse, yeah.
Now, the solar eclipse, it looks like the moon gets in the way, but I don't really know.
Okay, so you don't know how sun eclipses happen?
As I said, it looks like it's the moon that gets in the way of the sun, but I don't really know.
Okay. Could be. Yeah, you see, I've seen. Yeah, but if it's like the moon being just in front of the sun, shouldn't we just see, like, at some point the moon right close to the sun? Up in the sky,
Maybe. Maybe because the sun's light is actually illuminating the far side of the moon. I guess it would only be the Earth's shine that would be illuminating this side of the moon. Maybe. I don't think so.
Yeah, but we never see the sun and the moon close together.
Well,
yeah, I don't know.
Anyway,
maybe somebody knows, they can write it in the chat. But
yeah, new moon phase lasts about 3 days. We don't see the moon.
I did see something interesting, like about 1 week ago. It was like 4 p.m. I was able to see both the sun and the moon in the sky. They weren't close to each other, like I said. This is something else. But the moon was up in the sky, and I just thought it's like a bit weird. Because, like, as we're told, the moon should be on the other side of the planet when the sun is up in the sky, so...
No, not necessarily. Crescent moons, for example, you can see them close to the sun about a day or two before the moon disappears or reappears. So it can be quite close on the horizon relative to the sun. Because of the orientation, I think it's always on the far side of the horizon. Let's say the sun's setting in the west and the moon's rising in the east or whatever. This is when we primarily see full moon phases, or phases close or away, or just away from waxing and waning from a full moon.
Are you a Christian?
Yeah.
Okay, I'm asking seriously, by the way. So there are humans on this planet, and God, let's say God created this Earth, okay? And then Jesus came here, and then some humans wrote these books, and then they wrote how God created the earth. Where did these ideas come from? You know what I mean? Like, for me, it looks like they were. It's just people's opinions, the people who wrote it.
Yeah, it's basically what theology is, right?
Because
same with
if
Muslim,
they said,
same with Hindu, it's just old ancient knowledge.
Because
now,
yeah,
go on.
Because if they said that this book, we saw this book fall from the sky, and now this is what it says here, yeah, I would say, yeah, that maybe that's true. That makes sense. But if they wrote it and they just started writing, this is how God created Earth, in 7 days. For me, that's like I don't believe that, And I believe there's a creator as well, by the way. But I'm just saying that.
Yeah, I think religion can be manipulated, but the necessary antecedent for intelligence to create is kind of paramount. That's where the idea of a creator God comes from, right? This must have been created somehow. This earth in which we inhabit, sun, moon, and stars must have been created somehow.
Of course. I think the same thing, logically. But how do you think it was created? I'm asking because
I think God created it. I don't think everything sprang into existence for no apparent reason without any forethought or intelligent intent. I don't think the universe and everything in it is an accident.
Recently, I start to think that. Recently, I'm starting to believe, to no longer believe. I'm starting to give up on evolution. I'm starting to believe that evolution is not a thing. So we'll see where this will take me. But look at mountains. Look at mountains, and look at in the middle of the ocean. We have these like long. What are they called? Like cracks or like ruptures on the Earth from the North Pole to Alaska, like in the Atlantic Ocean. You know what I'm talking about?
Well, the Great Atlantic Rift is, I think, what you're talking about.
Yeah. So I look up this theory about the growing planet. If we are on a planet, but if we are on a flat Earth, this would still be a theory that basically these rocks are going out of Earth through these ruptures. I forgot whatever they're called, what you said, and then they push the other side, and then they hit each other and create mountains. But they go out of Earth, and something happens like with rust. It's something like it has a bigger mass. It grows bigger, basically. You have to look it up. I don't know the explanation, but basically it's a process on how Earth is getting bigger and larger, and this is why South America fits perfectly into Africa, because they were together at some point. You know what I mean? So this is part of my journey to try to see how things came to be. I believe that this Earth is growing, right? But I don't know how it was created. So yeah.
You probably never will.
Could be, but I know a lot of things. I think the human life on this planet and everything that happens here it's a story. It's basically like an experiment from the creator. Basically, like the creator made this experiment, put all these people here, and we're all equal, everyone the same, right? But then something happens, and one thing influences another, and so on. And everything that happens here is basically like a movie. You can also predict what's gonna happen. Like everything that happens in this, every single thing that happens
here on this on Earth, and any year, any time ever, we can look at that and we can investigate and we can see, oh, of course it happened because of this cause. Of course this thing happened because of this cause. So it's basically just a story. And the reason why everything happens, every single thing imaginable happens, is that we learn from it. You know, and also not just that, but every single thing that you can imagine is going to happen on this earth.
Is a unicorn going to fart rainbows and then they'll 5 more Earths will appear?
I mean everything possible that you can imagine is going to happen.
Well, that's possible in imagination.
It's possible it's going to happen.
Yeah, it's possible.
What I'm trying to get at is that even bad things that you can imagine, they're going to happen.
Are you a brain in the jar?
What?
Do you think that you could be a brain in the jar sitting on somebody's shelf?
No, but if it's possible that a brain is going to be in a jar, it's going to happen.
So you don't think it's possible we're all just shelf as brains in a jar in somebody's closet?
Wait, DeCruz, are you a modal realist?
What is that? Can you repeat?
That all possible worlds exist?
No. What I just described is something new. I'm starting to realize. But I'm saying is like I'm trying to talk about these bad things that are happening also. And you know, when people say everything happens for a reason, I think this is the explanation, is that these things happen so that we learn from them. We look at a serial killer, for example. This is the best example. And we look at their childhood and we see if all people are born the same. We see that if they are placed in a bad household, it can lead to these things. So we look at these things, we look at the documentaries, and we learn from it, right? We try to learn from it. That's the reason why these things are happening. What other reason can there be?
Is the Earth flat or is it a ball?
Well, I don't know.
So you don't know anything really, do you?
Could be flat, could be a globe. My gut feeling, it's like it feels weird to be a globe. I've always had this gut feeling. I believe all of us do, because I believe everyone is the same.
Yeah, that's definitely not true.
I believe that truth feels the same for everyone. It like connects with us because of
I think truth feels like the color chartreuse.
What color? Sorry?
Chartreuse.
I don't know what color that is. English
It's
is not.
It's kind of a chartreuse color. Because feelings have colors, don't they?
My feelings have colors. I don't know. First time hearing about that.
Well, I heard that you use your feelings to make your decisions. Like, you feel that things are like a certain way, and then you feel this. I was wondering if the Earth was a flat or a globe, if you had any proof of either way.
I don't know about proof. I don't know if I can prove it, but there are clues. There are clues that it might be flat, and I'm in my starting stage of learning about that.
What about if you just measure, and instead of finding clues, how about if you just measure? You can measure straight across the lake.
Measure what? The lake? That's a good one.
Yeah, how flat it is. On a ball, you wouldn't have flat lakes.
Would be pretty much impossible to measure it.
No, it's possible to measure it. That's how we know the Earth is flat.
Well, it would be possible, but I can't do it myself. You ask me, why don't I do it?
Oh, you can. You can do it all by yourself.
Yeah, I'm just not good with math.
And you probably live on a ball then, if you're not good with math.
Professor Triangle, you're pretty good with topology, right?
Yeah, I'm an expert at topology.
Are there any topology textbooks that you would recommend for someone that's just trying to get into flat Earth?
No.
Why?
Because Earth is measured flat and stationary over water, not topology.
That has literally nothing to do with what I asked.
So you want to learn about flat Earth, but you want to learn about mountains?
Wait, what?
You want to learn about flat Earth, but you want to learn about mountains?
No, I'm asking about topology.
Like topographical, like up and down of land?
No.
Hey, yeah, I don't know what you're talking about. That's what I said. So no clue. Yeah, no. Earth isn't a ball. Earth isn't a ball then. Yep. It's not a ball then.
Okay, that's fine. But you realize that's topography, not topology.
I don't give a shit. Yeah, it doesn't matter. It doesn't make it a ball or flat or anything. It's just a class in college.
Have you been to college?
Yeah.
What college did you go to?
Beat your mom with a bat college.
Wait, what's up, man?
Why would you want him to conduct himself? Come on, man. Be real.
They always trying to get our backgrounds, no matter what.
I'm asking why he's asking for references to good topology books.
Well, you basically just asked me. I'm just wondering, since you obviously know more than us. Like,
I do know more than you. You said you're a flat earther, though, dude. You said you're a flat earther, not a glober. So you should be proud that you know more than the globers.
Okay.
Don't sound so depressed about it.
Yeah.
Wah, 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 wah.
Have you ever considered that you're wrong?
No.
What about what specifically? The surface of the Earth being measured flat.
What do you think they are doing with the money? At NASA?
One question at a time, please. My word.
So you've never considered in thinking about all of this that you might be wrong about some things?
Wrong about what? An awful lot, actually. I second and third guess myself a lot more these days than I used.
Well, that seems pretty reasonable. You know, you might be wrong, just like I might be wrong. In fact, we're probably wrong.
Okay. If you make a claim that you're 6 foot tall, verify.
What?
If you make a claim you're 6 foot tall, how do we verify that claim?
Well, it's simple. You would just measure someone's height.
Awesome stuff. So we'll just measure that, right?
Right.
Now we would be right about that measurement, wouldn't we?
Yeah. No, I'm sitting outside, and
there wouldn't be a day later where we'd think that maybe we were wrong about that measurement. So when we measure something, unless, for example, conditions make wood shrink or metal expand, we measure it to be true. Same thing with the surface of the Earth, right? It measures to be flat. Now, what do you mean by, do I think that I'm wrong about the measurement being taken that it's flat?
Well, I was just asking if you ever consider that you might be wrong about things in general.
No.
Like about your entire framework.
You're kind of vague, man.
Entire framework. My
like
entire framework
your way of seeing things might be not as you think.
So the measurements are incorrect somehow.
Dude, he said measure to you. You measure. Not be
You
wrong.
measure.
You measure. Right. Repeat.
You measure. Yeah. I hear you, Professor Triangle, but I'm not really talking to you.
Mark, are you saying that perhaps even the framework of measurements and just our overall existence and all the things that we do agree on to get information about stuff and learn things, you think that's all wrong?
It could be.
So then why would we even have a conversation about anything if perhaps all of us are incorrect about the way that we look at, well, everything?
Well, to come to a more dialectical understanding.
You just don't want it to be flat, so you want it to be anything else but flat.
What? I'm not even talking about the flat earth right now.
That's what I'm saying. You're being pretty vague. What are you talking about?
Well, I'm trying to suss out your kind of point of view.
Who's you? Could you be a little bit more specific? Are you stereotyping us? Who is you?
Well, let's just say you. Says who?
Are you a question, nigger?
Wow.
Who's angry?
Oh, someone's triggered as soon as they entered the chat.
Aw, that's too bad.
Yep. So, what about me?
I guess I'm wondering why I should take a bunch of people on Discord seriously. Like you guys all.
I don't think you should. Hold on a second. I don't think that you should. I think you should go out and measure the Earth for yourself.
Yes.
With what instrument?
Surveying tools.
Whatever you decide. Maybe surveying tools, maybe long distance observation, whatever you need to use.
Why?
Well, I mean, do you care about the topic? Because if you don't care, I can just kick you out of here and we'll talk to someone.
He said why. He said what instrument, and then he said why. Because that's how you measure things. You measure things with an instrument. You measure things, and that's why you use it.
Okay, so what kind of tools do I need to go out and buy?
Go get a theodolite.
A $30,000 theodolite, $30,000 theodolite. Go get one of those.
Well, that doesn't seem very practical.
Why? You can use it later to build your house and measure your property.
Maybe you can get a $2 car mirror and a friend. Then you can do a flash test over a body of water. Let's say the body of water was over 10 miles from coast to coast and you were your friend on opposite sides. He could have the reflective mirror and you could see if you could see the flash or not.
From what distance?
Okay.
Well, that's a very good question. Depending on the height of the optic and the mirror, the geometric horizon will appear in different locations. So you'd have to be at different distances. But if, say, for example, you were, I don't know, 6 foot above the surface of water at a distance of approximately 10 miles, according to the Globe Earth model, you would not have a direct line of sight between yourself and your friend. If you did have a direct line of sight and you could see that mirror flash, that would demonstrate to you that you don't observe any curvature.
Yes, someone should go ahead and do that.
So no, you shouldn't trust people in Discord. You should go out and do these things yourself. Much like you shouldn't always believe what's on the TV and what's in the newspapers. All right, we all figured that out a long time ago. We should verify things for ourselves and not give our authority away willy-nilly to people that haven't deserved it. So yeah, you go test this for yourself. When you come back, we'll high-five us lot. Earth's measured flat.
I'm just wondering, but is this a joke?
Oh my God.
What, that water's horizontal on the surface? Yeah. Find that at like page 37 in the latest joke book that I got.
Yeah, it's hilarious.
I heard that one in a bar the other day. Everybody was laughing so hard they had to shut the bar down.
I was going to say
I
I
just
pulled it
mean
out
the
of a
whole
Christmas cracker,
thing.
but you guys don't know what Christmas crackers are, so it was wasted on you.
Oh yeah. He asked when you were talking about water. So if it's a joke, the joke is claiming that the water is wrapping around a spinning sphere in the vacuum of space. That is definitely a joke. Just to answer your question, the joke.
Okay.
Joke's on you. It's jokes on all of us. I don't mean to single you out, but it's on all of us, right? We perceive with our God-given senses the Earth to be flat and stationary. That's
I mean,
our
I've
obvious
seen the
common
curve, though.
sense of our reality, right?
Okay.
I mean, do you
with
disagree
enough
with this?
altitude, you can see the curve.
Sorry. At what altitude did you see the curve?
42,000 feet.
Nope.
Pardon me?
I said around 42,000 feet.
It's
Around
incorrect.
40. Wow. What happened when you turn around? Did you still see the same amount of curvature? When you looked out at the other side of the airplane? About when you went up to the cockpit, did you see the same curvature there as well? Did you think about what happens when you actually turn around 300 to the horizon? Do you think actually the one part is higher than the rest of it? No, the horizon is just a circle of vision around you, the observer. When you're in an aeroplane looking through, 2-3 panes of glass, please consider that glass may act as a refractive medium and may curve what are horizontal lines. But no, this horizon is just a circle of observation around you. You should remember,
it
turn
changes
around.
as you go higher. Like from an airplane.
Sorry, you said 42,000 feet. Now you got to go higher. I'm not going to chase this idiot around because I've got a fucking big stick and I will shove it up your ass. Don't play games with me.
Wait, what? What's up, man?
What?
Mark, have you ever been in here before, Mark?
I'm sorry?
Have you ever been in here before?
Mark's a frequent troller.
Oh, I know he is. I wanted to see if he would lie about it. So, Mark, how come today you asked if it was a joke? You didn't ask that yesterday or the day before, whenever you were here last.
I don't know.
You don't know? Today it finally hit you in the head that maybe we're telling the truth, and now it's so hard for you. You said, is this a joke? Like you woke up in the hospital after a car accident.
Wait, what? No, I just think you guys are trolling and contrarian.
No, you obviously are. You're not being honest with us.
No, because everyone agrees that the Earth is a sphere.
But you're trolling because you said you saw a curve from 42,000 feet. I don't believe you. I think you're lying. I don't think even if you ever have been on an aircraft, I don't think it even occurred to you to look out the window to see if you could see curvature or not.
You don't think I've been on
That's
an
how
airplane?
brainless I think you are.
I mean, plenty of people have been on airplanes. That's not that far-fetched.
Yeah, and I've been on an airplane, and I just explained what we actually see.
I don't know. I think a lot of you guys have mental disorders.
That's okay. English.
Do you think mathematics can explain physical reality?
I think that's just a bunch of meaningless words that you're saying.
That was a question.
It's like,
I asked if you think that mathematics can explain reality or describe reality. Probably a better word to use.
He left.
Oh, good.
But I think we do have some new people in here. We've got Red. We've got Corax.
Hello, everyone.
Hello.
How are you doing?
Good. How are you?
I'm fine. Thank you so much.
Yeah. What brings you by this particular channel today?
I don't know. I just want to listen about the flat Earth.
Okay.
And
what do you think about it yourself?
I don't know. It is. Think about yourself. It is like a pizza.
A pizza? Nobody here is claiming a pizza Earth. I don't know.
Yes. I don't know. Where's NASA lies?
Yeah.
No, I don't know if NASA's lying.
No, NASA is lying now, Sesu. They've already been reclassified. That's their job now. They are a spy agency that they're supposed to lie.
Yeah, that's a good point. So,
I think we live in inside a giant wall from ice.
no, but the U.S. military thinks so. That's how they described it. An ice wall. That's according to the United States military. Nobody in here is claiming an ice wall, but they are.
So what about the other planets? Are they flat too?
Well, hold on a second. When you say other, you're assuming that the Earth is a planet in the first place. What's a planet?
What do you think?
I'm asking you, can you define planet? Do you think the Earth is a planet? When you say other, you're including the Earth in this particular scenario.
Of course, Earth is a planet. What do you think it is?
Okay. Well, I mean, obviously, Earth is a flat and stationary plane. Not only obviously, but measurably.
Yes, yeah, and
Okay, so if the Earth is a flat and stationary plane, there are no other planets. There are just planets. Planet means wandering star. So yeah, I mean, I've seen the wandering stars.
So are they they too flat or they like a ball?
I have no idea. They're just lights in the sky. But Earth is not a ball.
So we got lied by NASA. We're dumb people.
I don't know. Do you think they did? Because they've been claiming that now they are an espionage organization, right? So their job is to lie, to put forth propaganda and to lie to you, as deemed by the President of the United States. So if he says they are an organization that lies, I think the odds are pretty good that they lie. What do you think?
So if the Earth is flat, so where's the edge of the Earth?
Oh, I don't know. Where do you think the edge should be? I have no idea where the edge would be.
Or if there even is an edge, we don't know.
Why the water don't fail in the space?
We don't believe in space. Space isn't real. Space is Narnia. It's
so we live in a turtle shell or what?
We don't know.
No, I didn't say about turtle shells. I just said that the Earth is flat.
What the fuck is a turtle shell?
Like a Stephen King universe.
Oh, I know. You live in a jar, dude. You're a brain in a jar. I can tell already. We've already fucked you up for the night. Good luck.
No problem.
So the Earth is measured flat by everybody. Would you disagree with this?
Like what?
The Earth is measured flat by everyone. Would you disagree with that statement?
I don't have improvements.
Okay. Well, all I can tell you is that the people who survey the Earth and navigate it and build on it and all that stuff, they're measuring it as a horizontal plane. So if the Earth is curved and yet everyone is measuring it flat, I don't know how those two things can actually, be coherent. That doesn't make sense.
I should search.
Yeah, you should search. Yeah, search and see if you can find out what the Earth is, and if you figure it out, come back and let us know.
I should search so I could know the truth.
Yeah, I'm surprised you never looked before. I'm surprised today is the very first time you ever figured out about the Earth.
Because on my life, I don't care about the Earth.
Just today. It's amazing. That's what I mean. Today, you care about it. That's amazing.
I don't care. The most important thing that I am alive. I'm with my family, with my people. I don't care. It is square or.
But tomorrow, an asteroid might hit your house. Yeah, tomorrow the moon might crash into the Earth, or an asteroid will hit your house. Then what are you going to do?
just sit in my couch and watch TV.
As long as your prison's comfy, everything's okay.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
That's what he
I
just said,
understand the
Jedi. It's
sentiment.
amazing, Jedi.
Yep.
He said exactly what you said.
Mm-hmm.
Bread and games. Bread and games.
How'd this room work out for you?
For me?
No, for the other guy sitting next to you on the couch, sitting on your lap.
He's seeing it comfortable.
I bet you guys are. Any other globe proof besides sitting on a couch watching TV?
Huh?
Oh, I was asking if there were any other globers in here that had globe proof besides somebody saying they just sit and watch TV.
Maybe.
Haven't you ever seen a guy floating in outer space? Where's the crickets at? We don't have a soundboard in here.
Hello?
Hello?
Yo. How you guys are doing?
Yeah, good, man. How are you?
I'm fine, man. Just trying to put some, some food on my plate now to eat. Very good.
How can we help you? What brings you into the flat earth room?
Help me? Like, what you mean?
Well, have you got any questions about the subject of the room, or are you just passing by?
I wanna understand how you guys. I don't know who am I talking to.
I'm
There's so much
Jedi.
people here.
Jedi's
Jedi.
yeah, he's a flat Earth leader. So if you want to join, you got to be accepted by Jedi.
So, my asking is how there is some people that can believe in flat Earth but cannot believe in God, when the Bible is actually the one that preached the flat Earth.
I don't know of any flat earthers that doesn't have some kind of creator narrative. It might not be biblical, like following a Christian idea, but most flat earthers, I understand, are theist.
So I want to ask another question.
Okay.
Why would you guys believe that? Why? Okay, let me formulate it.
Take your time.
Why you guys think that media and all of these people that praise the global or would create that to hide the flat Earth?
Why are they lying?
Yeah.
I don't know. I can't give you a knowledge answer. I could only guess and speculate. You brought up things like the media and so on, right? Now we understand that the media are controlled. This is obvious in today's society, right? Money, governments, whoever's paying for the particular narrative, well, that narrative gets told. So generally, people are just doing what they're told. Same with the teacher and the lecturer at university, right? They're just teaching their students what they've been told to teach their students, what they already got told by their teachers and their lecturers. It's just a great big conveyor belt of passing knowledge or truth, with quotation marks, down the line. So again, it's not everybody's necessarily lying. But if you're asking like the deeper question, as in why is this whole lie portrayed, the simple word is control of your theology and mind, I guess. Where you think you are in the grand scheme of things, like your place in the world and the universe and whatnot. They get to tell you your place in the universe, the world, and whatever. They get to tell you how it was created. They're probably going to get to tell you how it's probably going to end and so on. They get to tell you that you're insignificant, remember? That you're an accident, some kind of happenstance. You're very lucky to be alive, they tell you, because the Big Bang is a numerical impossibility. And all of these types of things. So they get to tell you and control your whole theology and ideology. They get to tell you your place in the world.
What if I tell you that they're doing that to hide the existence of God, the God itself?
I wouldn't put it past them. This is one of the things whoever they are opposed to God. That's quite possibly one of the cases. You can see the attack on religion everywhere. Religion is also one of those things that's very controlled. Obviously, you would control the religion if you wanted to control people's theology.
You guys have ever seen a music, a very famous music talking or, quoting some religion that is not the Christianity? Like, let me give some example to be more specific. The Lil Nas X eating the breaking bread and the juice that would be the blood of Jesus and making fun of it. Have you guys ever seen they doing that with other religions? Like mocking?
No, Christianity is quite specific in that.
It's actually very interesting. I would like to understand you guys, how you guys are able to believe in the flat earth but not in God.
I'll tell you.
It's not actually belief. It's no.
Yeah.
It's not belief. People get used to say that is a belief, but it's something that we know.
You're the one who uses the word belief. I already know this place was created. You just believe it.
I believe in what?
Whatever you want.
But believing in something don't make it real. Do you agree with me?
That's very true.
Hello?
Believing in something doesn't make it real.
Exactly.
So I don't believe the earth is flat, for example. I know the earth is flat.
Exactly.
Mm-hmm.
You think I believe in God?
I mean, you appear to. I mean, yeah.
So you think I believe in God? But
yeah. I think there's a certain amount of faith in acceptance of supernatural things.
you were just saying that you know that the Earth is flat, right?
Yeah, because I can measure it, I can touch it, I can experience it.
Yep, it's flat.
It's physical.
And God is not real.
Not physical. I can't touch God. I can't smell God. Right? Anything that I have to do with God, I have to have a certain amount of belief and faith in. My personal experiences with God might not be perceived physically by other people. They're internal. They're spiritual.
That's really interesting to me.
Yeah, the guy who created this place is not sitting at a desk listening for people to pray to him. I guarantee it. He's got other things to do.
Can you prove that?
Yeah, we're still alive.
So you know the guy above,
yes,
right?
I know how things work and what is required for things to work, and magic is not one of them.
You didn't get my question. I asked you if you know him.
Why would I know the guy?
I have a personal relationship with.
Well, to talk about someone, you have to know that person, right?
Yeah, but again, this is internal. These are two. What I'm trying to do is point out the divide between the physical and the supernatural. I know the physical reality because I can test the physical reality. Supernatural isn't tested in the same way.
Mm-hmm. So you're saying that you don't believe in God because He's metaphysical and spiritual?
Did you mean to say I don't believe in God when believe is acceptance without evidence?
It's just a word. It's just a word. You're saying that you don't take God as real.
Sorry, again, my friend, I don't want to have a bad vein of conversation with you. But you saying it's just a word. Words mean things, and if me and you are going to communicate, especially as I don't think English is your first language, then we should at least agree upon the word so we can communicate efficiently.
You already explained yourself that you don't want to talk about it, but attacking my English is not,
I wasn't attacking your English.
He did not attack your English. You just keep talking while he's talking and you can't hear him.
Wow.
He was doing that also. So
no, he said since English isn't your first language, maybe you guys should get together and figure out exactly what that word means so you guys can both agree upon it.
This doesn't need to turn into a theological debate. The conversation of the room is purely physical, about the nature of reality in the earth. The theological discussions come after we all come to the understanding that we most definitely live within a created.
So there is no Big Bang, right?
Not a Big Bang that exploded the universe where the Earth is a ball into existence. No.
So how did the world start to exist according to the flat Earth?
Well, hopefully you're following along. Intelligence created. Some people would call that intelligence God.
Remember when I said flat Earth was created? That means there's a creator. Remember that part? And then that went over your head and you said, oh, you don't believe in God. The God is the guy who's like invisible and does things for you. And he sits at a desk and listens to prayers that fly up into the sky. The creator just makes things and makes sure that stuff stays working and creates and creates and creates. That's what he does.
I'm not sure I got your point. Let me just make some juice here, real quick.
I think your heart's in the right place. You understand that God can be misconstrued and misconceived and misunderstood. right? There's a battle, obviously, afoot for what the true word of God is. Does it lie within this book? Is this preacher from this church telling the right narrative, for example? So your heart's in the right place. I appreciate that you want to come from a place of truth, and the obvious and all-knowing truth is God. And I do appreciate that. Yes, my goat-like friend.
Hello.
Hello.
Hi. I hope everybody is well.
So I'm back. What was the thing you say about like the flat earth creator? I didn't. This is like a fluent idiom, so I didn't get it right.
You asked how we know God exists. We were speaking about the Big Bang. The Big Bang is without God, that's nature created. Now, nature didn't create the earth that's a sphere. So when we ask the question again, how the earth was created, when we understand the earth is flat and stationary beneath the heavens above, then we understand that really we've only got one choice left. The earth is obviously intelligently designed. Therefore, we know God is real.
Okay, so the question would be, who is him, right? Or what is him,
Yeah,
right?
that's. I mean, I appreciate the question again. It's not necessarily the subject of the room, but that is a deeply personal question that only you can answer yourself with the guidance of your deity.
I don't believe that, because that would be subjective and not objective, right? So everyone have a type of God that he created. They think that created this flat Earth. So wouldn't be specific and would be like just the God of our imagination and not the actual one that created the flat Earth, right? So if I got your point right, and I'm not tripping.
Yeah, you're not tripping, but you're correct. It would be a subjective position on who God is according to each individual. And if somebody created an idea of who God is in their own mind, then that probably would not be a God or God himself or itself or whatever. So this particular room deals with essentially the earth and the nature of the earth and the measurements of the earth very specifically. If we're going to get into more spiritual or existential topics, it's not going to last very long. That's not what we talk about in here. So if you have anything else to discuss related to those topics, the earth itself and its geometric properties, then I think you're going to be wasting your time.
Okay. So you guys, how can I say? You guys preach I will say, I will use the word preach. You guys like preach the flat earth here, right? So you know it's true, and you would like to people know it's true, right?
Yeah, we're just sharing information with people that they're not aware of. Most people have no idea that in practical usage or whatever, everybody's experience is of a stationary, flat plane that seems to be enclosed. So these are things that we just are pointing out to people. We cannot evangelize, proselytize, convince anybody of anything. We can only give them information. What they do with that information after we give it to them is up to them. They can deny it, they can embrace it, they can challenge it, they can do all that stuff. But our only purpose here is to give the information.
That's a good point. Let me, 1 second. So I'm going to get out now. Can I just read something?
It depends. What are you reading?
Bible.
I don't have a problem with it. Go ahead.
It's Luke 10:16. Okay. No, let me. 1 second. He who hears you hears me. He who rejects you rejects me. And he who rejects me rejects him who sent me. And well, as the other guys say, you know something, you just want to share it. What people will do with that, it's with them, right? So,
right,
yeah.
So, amen. I'm going to go out on a limb, and you can correct me if I'm wrong. Are you what people would call a Christian? Are you somebody who believes the Bible, believes in God, believes in Jesus? No, he left. Okay.
I guess we will never know.
I guess we'll never know. To finish that, Jesus only gave people information. He did not force anybody. He did not try to convince anybody. He just tried to explain things. They did what they wanted to with the information. That's all we're doing. Anyways.
What happened? I walked away. I just got back. I heard you say, well, he left.
Yeah, he bolted. He read the Bible and disappeared. So we got Morrow, we got Megame 25. Who else do we have? We got Space R. And those are the new folks that I see right off the bat. Anyway, welcome, Chris. We got Chris. Chris, are you new or are you old? I don't know.
I'm quite old, actually.
You're not that old.
Probably 50 this year, mate. I'm definitely getting that.
Well, look, I'm 5
years. You're really old.
No, I'm 5 years behind you. Don't start talking like that. I thought 50 was the new 30.
It is. It definitely feels like it at the moment.
Yeah, we all said 50 is the new 30 when we turned 50. Enjoy.
Everything's the new 30 when I get there.
Megame25, do you have any questions? You practicing your English? Do you just want to listen? What's going on? Okay, then. We got OG. What's up, OG? Original Gangsta?
Old Glober.
Old Glober. Nice. We got Victor in here. Hey, Victor. How you doing?
How are you doing?
Good, man. What brings you by? Don't be shy. If you're here to practice your English, we're not going to give you a hard time. We're just curious as to why somebody would actually come into a 24/7 flat Earth Discord channel. But yeah, if you got questions, if you think we're trolling, if you think this is rage bait, I heard that today. Apparently, we're rage bait. Whatever. But yeah, you got any questions? Go ahead and ask.
Were they raged out when you talked to them? Were they?
Yes, they were.
Why?
Yes, they were.
What did you say to them?
I told them that the story that they believed when they were 7 was incorrect, and that it just sent them into a whole nother place.
You told them
I don't know.
You told them Santa wasn't real, and they flipped out.
Basically, yes.
Wow.
We got Charlie. Hello, Charlie. Welcome.
Howdy. How does rage bait work? You make a room 24/7 flat Earth. People come in here and they scream that some reason we have a bad room. I don't understand that one.
Maybe Charlie can help us out there. Maybe he's not going to be like that. Welcome to our channel, Charlie. Good to see you.
I think it's the point of, in my opinion, I think it's the point of just calling people out. I think that's what I got when I instantly joined.
Why is that, Charlie?
It honestly, it just feels like you're trying to like get something out of someone or whoever.
We have a live show going on 2 streams. Is that what it sounds like?
Personally, I wasn't aware of the live stream. Honestly, I just came here to listen. But like I said, I just joined, and that's what I've noticed was just calling out people.
Now you notice that it's a live stream, and that's why we like to talk to people, because otherwise we just listen to people their TV in the background while they play video games.
Charlie, I agree with you. It seems like we're trying to call people out, but we actually are only trying to drum up some conversation, because it's Discord. And Discord is a platform where people talk to each other or debate or, conversate about various different things. So if somebody new shows up, yeah, we kind of want to see if they do want to talk. But if you don't want to talk, that's fine. But yeah, we're trying to promote conversation here. That's the goal.
Just trying to get people to engage. I see that, especially coming in a flat Earth Discord.
Sure. Now, we're not goading people. This is one thing that people probably assume about us, but which is incorrect. We're not trying to goad people into a conversation where we can embarrass them, shame them, whatever. We're actually just trying to have reasonable conversations with people who are willing to, and if we show them something or give them some information that they may not have had before, they can go ahead and say, oh, that's interesting, oh, I didn't know that, or they can challenge us on the things that we say, and we can have I guess you could say a debate, but just exchange ideas and see which one holds water the best. That's the goal.
Understood. And I also think that the word debate kind of scares people off as well.
Yep, I could see that. I 100% stand by the fact that this is a topic that is not a debatable topic. It can the only thing that we can discuss is what is proven, measured, kind of empirical evidence for whether you think that you live on a globe or that you think that you live on a flat earth. What does the evidence, what does the measurements actually prove out to be? That way we're not debating, because debate kind of has to do with subjective positions. We're trying to have a very objective conversation. So that's what we're looking for here. But the thing about Discord is, the thing about Discord is that there are so many topics within most of these servers, rooms and channels and whatever, that the subheading or the heading of those particular channels deal with things that can be debated. They're more subjective than they are objective. So somebody could come from a room that, they're arguing about veganism. Right? Now, veganism is an interesting idea, but most of the people that are vegan do so because they have a moral objectivity or a stance against that is based on their own personal conviction. I can't change your personal conviction about whether or not it's right or wrong to eat tasty animals. But at the end of the day, we're going to be left going, well, I think it's okay, and the other guy's going to say, I think it's not okay to eat tasty animals. Now, in this room, we try to go ahead and say, well, how does the Earth actually measured? So that's objective. The object that we're dealing with is the Earth itself, if it is indeed an object. And what are the properties geometrically of this place that we live? Geometrically, objectively, it is measured as a flat and stationary plane. That is the cold, hard fact. And that's not even coming from me. That's coming from NASA, a whole handful of aeronautic agencies, JPL, blah, blah, blah. The surveyors, they're measuring it flat. The navigators, they're using celestial navigation, which is using the Earth as a stationary plane to get their elevation angles. So everything that we discuss here is just what's being done practically, objectively on the Earth. So it's not subjective, we're just discussing facts. Hope that makes sense.
100%. Does anybody in here have any questions about flat Earth?
If Earth is flat, why is a globe curved?
Globes only work on flat surfaces, though.
Well, yeah, you can't balance two globes on top of each other.
Even if you make a mechanism that the globe is floating, like the ones that you can buy, you still, under that mechanism, you need a flat surface.
If you do balance one globe on top of another, that just proves the Earth is stationary anyway.
That's a good one, yeah. If the Earth starts moving, then those globes will just, fuck off.
Yeah, you'll never get them to stay there. So if you ever get them to stay, even briefly, then Earth's not moving.
What's going on with the new people?
I think they're shy. No need to be shy, new people. Gems is here now.
I'm new. Anybody new want to talk to a newbie? kidding. Hope everybody's doing all right. May the Creator bless you all. Anybody got any questions? You're welcome to direct your questions to Jedi. Go ahead.
All questions, anything you want, ask Jedi.
Who's Jedi?
I feel like everybody's taken a big step backwards and I'm the one standing at the front.
You are now the leader. Jedi is now the leader. Welcome
exactly the way I picture it. Yeah, everybody step backwards and Jedi's in the front. Go ahead. Yeah, that's Jedi. The one that you see in front of everybody.
I was caught thinking to myself again, not paying attention. Yeah, I should not do that.
He looked up and he was the only one standing there.
Mm-hmm.
Jedi, are you a flat earther?
Yeah, man.
How did you discover flat earth?
How did I discover it? Pretty much in the same way that you are now, right? On the internet, where I hadn't really thought about it before. This was about 10 years ago, so just before I was 40. I'm almost 50. So for 40 years, I believed the Earth was a sphere and thought it was a foregone conclusion until somebody challenged that foregone conclusion with evidence on the YouTube video. Now, like most things, right, you see recommendations, and I'd seen Flat Earth on a few of the recommendations kind of in the recent history at that time, but hadn't paid it that much attention. The video that I was watching didn't have any type of Flat Earth title, and it was about 15 to 20 minutes into the video where I realised they were talking about the Earth being flat. From that kind of moment, I thought it was intriguing. And I definitely looked around on social media, specifically YouTube at the time, to see if there was any more about this Flat Earth stuff that I'd just kind of fallen into. Because like I said, it was intriguing to me. So, like I said, just in the same way you are, right? This foregone conclusion you think is your reality, someone's challenging it. And up until now, you haven't thought about it. And it is actually quite interesting when you do sit back and think about it. Because really, it is how we perceive the world. You and I and everybody in this channel, with everybody on Earth, experiences the Earth to be flat and stationary. So in that point, the burden of proof will